Yeah, how can you say such things? Conroy, woman as vulgar as you isn't fit to enter our G family at all. Conroy apologized to Mariana immediately. Conroy's waves of condemnation filled Macy's ears, her eyes darkened, and her right index finger twitched, a habit she had before killing someone. Jackson was startled and quickly consoled her. Don't be angry, master. These are key characters in the plot. Even if they die, they will be reset. Don't stoop to their level. Macy paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. So, Philip, what exactly do you want to say? Seeing she wasn't going berserk, Jackson breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her master seemed more emotionally stable. In fact, Macy simply remembered she hadn't brought her gun. Philip looked at Macy as if she were an enemy. I originally wanted to ask you to take care of Mariana because it's not safe outside now and it's unsafe for her to live alone. Gemmet, since you're like this, I'll just live outside with Mariana. Macy's smile deepened. Take care? Lev, of course, I am willing. Philip was stunned. Really? Lev, of course it's real, Macy replied. She's carrying your Darius. How could I not take care of her? Conroy, she finished speaking, she lowered her gaze, making it impossible to see the turbulent emotions in her eyes, leaving behind an air of delicate vulnerability. Mariana let out a soft snort and slowly sat back down like a victor. Philip felt surprised and asked again. Do you really want to take care of Conroy Shu? Macy nodded. Rest assured, I won't let any harm come to her. These words sounded particularly sincere. Conroy indeed, Macy spoke from the heart. Philip finally felt a bit relieved. Looking at Macy's expression, he felt that those harsh and annoying words she had just said were probably due to jealousy. He thought to himself, that makes sense. Conroy, after all, every wife would feel upset when her husband brings his lover home. Gemmet, no matter what, he wouldn't abandon Mariana. Macy would eventually understand his and Conroy's love. It was genuine and free. He said, that's great. There happens to be an empty room in your courtyard. Conroy Shu can stay there. Macy nodded. Conroy, right. Conroy, after saying this, she turned around and left. Seeing this, Dorothy also put down her chopsticks and ran after Macy. The dining table became quiet, and the atmosphere turned awkward, no longer lively as it had been moments ago. Especially for Mariana, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. She had dressed up meticulously while heavily pregnant, confident that she could outshine Macy, daughter of a landlord family. Gemmet, unexpectedly, that woman was actually so beautiful. Even without being pregnant, she couldn't compare to even half of Macy's allure. This realization made Mariana increasingly uneasy, but the thought that Philip chose her over such a beautiful wife made her feel better. Macy walked slowly towards her courtyard. Just 2 steps later, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning back, she saw young Dorothy following her, her eyes red and whispering. Sharon-in-law, don't be sad. Macy curved her lips and winked at her. Do I look sad? Conroy, don't call me elder sister-in-law, just call me sister. Her bright eyes held a hint of indiscernible mischief, far from looking sad at all. Seeing Macy's appearance, Dorothy sighed with relief and smiled. That's good. Just as she finished speaking, a gurgle sound came from Dorothy's stomach. Macy chuckled. Hungry? Let's go eat. Really? Dorothy's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Macy told Dorothy to wait there and went back to her room to grab her small handbag. Then she led Dorothy by the hand and walked out. The city of Alessiaching was also bustling at night. The newsboy selling newspapers had not yet returned home, shouting about the latest scandalous news and local unrest. Conroy, gorgeously adorned matron, sat in a rickshaw, then got off near a theater not far away and strolled inside to enjoy the evening performance. Macy and Dorothy toured around for a while and found a restaurant where they ordered whatever they fancied without worrying about the cost. The dowry she brought with her was substantial. The original owner used it to sustain the G family. However, Macy intended to spend this money solely on herself. In her past lives, her days were exquisite and perfect. She became accustomed to a high standard of living and was naturally unwilling to lower it in any way. Conroy having their fill, the crowd on the streets thinned out. Rumors were spreading that the situation had recently become even more chaotic. Though the presence of Cain in Alessiaching kept everything seemingly under control, one could still sense some instability from the faces of passers-by and news reports. Most importantly, many displaced people and bandits had flocked to Alessiaching recently, leading to several robbery incidents. People started avoiding lingering outside. Macy and Dorothy slowly made their way home. Conroy, at such times, a beautiful woman walking alone with a younger sister stood out significantly. Macy soon noticed 2 pairs of eyes glaring at her with malicious intent. They were almost home. If she hurried up, nothing would happen. Gemmet. Macy paused and turned to Dorothy after touching her handbag. We're almost home. You go back first, I have some things to take care of. Dorothy worried. Sister, it's too late. Where are you going? Macy raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. To play with some rats. Jean, good, and go back. Dorothy thought Macy's smile was stunningly beautiful, like the brightest moon. She couldn't understand how anyone could be indifferent to such beauty. Conroy, saying that, Macy gently pushed Dorothy and walked in the opposite direction. Dorothy obediently returned home. Meanwhile, Macy slowly entered a narrow alley. She felt those 2 gazes growing hotter. Her hand touched the gun inside her small bag, and her heart rate slowed as if a hunter had found its target. The hunter was disguised as prey. Sure enough, a male voice came from behind. "Miss, why are you wandering around such a desolate place so late?" Macy stopped and slowly turned around. Two burly men already stood behind her, staring at her with predatory eyes. "What a beauty!" the two men exclaimed as Macy turned. Macy took a step back, putting her hands behind her, whispering, "What do you want?" The men laughed roughly. F***ku. Macy's eyelashes trembled, and her body began to shake slightly. Her head was lowered, hiding her expression. The men assumed she was terrified, finding her even more appealing and irresistible. They lunged forward, intending to grab her neck. Right that moment, Macy suddenly looked up. Her gaze was darker than the night, filled with a wild, bloodthirsty excitement, causing her cheeks to flush. "It's been so long since I've killed someone. I can't wait anymore." Upon seeing her eyes, the man standing close to her felt inexplicably chilled, his mind went blank, and his actions hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, Macy raised her gun. Jamang. Gemlood splattered from the man's head, and his massive body fell straight down. Macy blinked in confusion, looking at her gun. She hadn't pulled the trigger yet. Who shot the gun? Before she could find out who fired the shot, another deafening gunshot rang out, and the other confused man was also killed instantly. Macy finally saw the person at the end of the alley. Wearing a black trench coat, boots, broad shoulders, and a slim waist, he had a tall and imposing figure. Kane put his gun back into his waistband and approached Macy step by step. Up close, Macy noticed his expression wasn't good, his brows were furrowed, and under the dim moonlight, his features seemed even fiercer. He looked down at Macy and said softly, "I gave you the gun not to put yourself in danger." Macy licked her lips, sounding a bit pitiful. "Gemmet, you said to get bullets from you when they run out. Look, I haven't even had a chance to use any." Kane snorted, snatched the gun from Macy's hand, and whispered into her ear. "I'll teach you." With that, he fired 4 shots directly into the bodies on the ground. The smell of blood grew stronger, seeping into Macy's shoes. Under the cold moonlight, beside the mangled corpses, in the night breeze laden with the heavy scent of blood, Kane smiled at Macy. "When you run out of bullets, you can come find me." Chapter 101, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 09. After Kane finished speaking, he handed the empty pistol back to Macy. Though he had a magazine clipped to his belt, he wanted Macy to come to him for it. Macy took the gun and placed it in her small bag, her red lips curling up. "I'll definitely visit." Kane's Conroymia's apple bobbed as he grunted in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, fetched the magazine, and finally placed it in Macy's hand. "It's been chaotic lately. I can't let you walk around with an unloaded gun." Perhaps due to the gentle night, his voice softened a bit more than usual. He helped Macy load the new magazine and added, "Make sure to finish these bullets within a month." Meaning she must come find him within that time. Macy felt exceptionally cheerful. "Sure, I will." Her delicate features were blurred by the night into an incredibly sweet dreamlike scene. Kane could hear his heartbeat quickening. Conroy's if bewitched, he suddenly reached out and pulled out the hairpin holding Macy's bun in place. It was a simple silver pin without any intricate designs. When he removed it, her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, falling over her shoulders. With her scattered hair, Macy's small face looked even more refined and pale. In a low voice, Kane said, "Today I helped you kill someone. Consider this your repayment." Finished, he slipped the hairpin into the inner pocket of his windbreaker and walked towards the alley's exit. After a couple of steps, he halted again and turned to ask, "Not coming?" Macy smoothed her long hair and smiled brightly. "Sure, I'm in." They walked one after another onto the main road, with Kane escorting Macy all the way home. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds at some point, casting its silvery light over Macy's shoulders. Turning to look at her, Kane momentarily forgot why he had ventured out tonight. Leavenly when they arrived at Macy's door did he speak softly. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Macy waved to him, then entered the house without any hesitation. Kane stood there for a moment before striding off. Tonight, he received news from an informant that Alessiaching might be facing unrest soon. Gemmet when he stepped out with a gun, his eyes couldn't help but fixate on that figure. Macy's identity had already been thoroughly investigated by him. He knew she was married, but her husband never came home and kept a mistress outside. In that case, his actions wouldn't be too much. Gemmet, was he the hunter ready to pounce, or was he the little treat caught by the disguised prey? Kane snapped back to reality and reached a fork in the road where his subordinate hurried forward. "General, we've got word. They seem to have gone to the Cherry Gemlessum dance hall." Kane's eyes darkened, revealing his bloodthirsty nature when he wasn't smiling. "Very well. We'll meet them in a couple of days." When Macy returned home, she found Dorothy waiting anxiously for her. Smiling, Macy stroked Dorothy's head and sent her to bed, then returned to her own room. However, just as she approached her bedroom door, she heard a clear female voice say, "Where have you been?" Macy turned around to see Mariana standing behind her with an scrutinizing gaze, her large belly prominent. Macy chuckled. "Chasing freedom." Mariana frowned, feeling something odd about Macy's words, as if they were sarcastic. Slightly displeased, Mariana remarked, "What freedom are you chasing? You barely studied. Do you even know what freedom is? Do you know how to say freedom in English?" Originally, Mariana wasn't so aggressive. Due to the original protagonist's gentle and weak demeanor, Mariana only felt pity. It now, Macy's dazzling beauty aroused jealousy in Mariana, making her words particularly harsh. Macy narrowed her eyes and slowly walked toward Mariana. Seeing Macy's expression, Mariana inexplicably felt an eerie sensation, as if something terrifying was watching her. She took a step back and clutched her belly, eyeing Macy warily. "What do you want?" Macy blinked innocently. "Nothing much. I'm just curious, when you study abroad, do you learn how to be a married man's mistress?" Delivered with such seriousness, the question was filled with sharp sarcasm. Conroy's surge of anger welled up inside Mariana, raising her voice. "What are you talking about? Conroy, are you mocking me?" Macy blinked her eyes and shook her head. "No, I haven't seen much of the world. I was just asking out of simple curiosity. I also wondered if you have classes on becoming shameless, utterly unashamed, and hypocritical." Mariana's face turned red with anger. You this ignorant and boring feudal woman. You don't deserve to live in this era. You should be eliminated by the tide of time." Macy sighed inwardly. Truly a cultured person, even when scolding someone it lacks any real sting. It's not as entertaining as her own snide remarks. Macy wasn't angry at all. She only found Mariana's flushed face while clutching her belly incredibly amusing. She wanted to provoke Mariana further. Suddenly, the courtyard gate opened, and Philip walked in, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Conroy Shu, what's going on? I could hear your voice from next door." Mariana hurried to Philip's side and complained, "She insulted me." Standing in the courtyard, Macy remained silent, her eyes more beautiful than the moonlight, fixed on Philip. Philip averted his gaze and lightly coughed. Conroy Shu, I only heard your voice just now. It's getting late, we should go to bed. Good night." After saying this, Philip intended to kiss Mariana on the forehead as usual, but thinking about Macy standing nearby, he hesitated. For some reason, Macy's eyes and expression made him feel uneasy. He reminded Mariana again to get some rest and then left the courtyard. Mariana looked as though she had swallowed something unpleasant. She knew Philip best and could sense that his mood tonight was different. Even though she was Philip's confidant, why wasn't he backing her? Conroy crack appeared in their close relationship, and Mariana felt increasingly uncomfortable, unwilling to see Macy anymore. She stomped back into her room. Macy watched Mariana's retreating figure as if watching a play, suddenly finding it quite amusing. "Conroy de Bayo, do you think, if I let them live happily ever after, what would happen?" "Conroy de Bayo, I don't know, they might be very happy, after all, they say they are true love." Macy laughed, "Maybe not." Not long after, Philip stopped coming home. The situation outside had become more chaotic. Foreign enemies were invading, and several warlords who once held power began to wobble, leading to turmoil. Alessiaching, one of the largest cities, remained relatively peaceful despite heightened vigilance. Everyone knew such stability wouldn't last long. More unfamiliar faces appeared in the city, hidden undercurrents surged beneath the night. Philip despised those aristocrats who betrayed the country and wrote several fiercely critical articles. Naturally, he caught the attention of some people. It was the newspaper that got wind of this and warned Philip to hide for a while. Fearing for his family's safety, Philip found a secluded small inn to stay in until things cooled down. However, unknown to him, someone already knew where his home was. During this time, Macy watched Mariana's growing belly with a look so intense it unsettled Mariana. Mariana always felt that Macy intended to harm her, yet Macy didn't cause any trouble but instead bought her many supplements, seemingly eager to see her give birth to a chubby son. Mariana thought, could it be that this woman wants my Darius? That can't happen, this is mine and Philip's Darius, and I won't let her take it. If Macy knew her thoughts, she would have laughed out loud. She merely wanted Mariana to safely deliver this Darius. After all, in the original storyline, Mariana's death was looming near. Chapter 102, Glamorous Young Matron vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 10. Sure enough, it wasn't long before an uninvited guest arrived at home. That day, early in the morning, there was a violent knocking on the door. The sound was alarming. Flint G went to open the door, only to find a black gun muzzle pointing straight at him as soon as he did. Flint G's legs turned weak. "You are." The three men outside had stern looks. "We're looking for Philip." With that, they strode in directly. Soon, everyone in the household gathered in the front courtyard. The three men were armed, with very unfriendly expressions, while facing them was a group of the elderly, sick, and disabled, a pair of elderly couples, 2 women, and 3 underage Dariusren. Conroynion with even a bit of sense would know not to resist forcefully at this moment. However, Mariana shared the same character trait with Philip, unable to tolerate the slightest offense. She shouted at the 3 men, "Where you came from, go back there. Breaking into someone's home is illegal." The 3 men laughed. "Illegal? What's law?" They mocked as they were about to barge in. Flint G knew he couldn't stop them and was prepared to surrender. After all, these people wouldn't stay if they couldn't find Philip. Losing some property was better than getting injured or worse, killed. Yet, Mariana suddenly darted forward, shouting loudly. You can't come in. How could there be people like you? The leading man's expression darkened. Having committed numerous evil deeds, they certainly didn't care about pregnant or not pregnant women. He didn't bother with any more words and slapped Mariana hard. The force was so powerful that Mariana could feel the wind from the slap. Right that moment, fear began to rise within her. She suddenly realized how truly lawless these people might be. Just as she closed her eyes, filled with regret, suddenly a loud noise rang out. Jamang. Conroya. The screams of the G family echoed. Mariana opened her eyes, stunned by what she saw at the source of the gunshot. Macy held a gun in her right hand and a delicate round fan in her left. Conroy wisp of smoke curled from the gun muzzle, which Macy fanned with the round fan, then she said coquettishly, really now, why must we resort to violence when we can just talk? Ernst, who was about to get rough now, lay on the ground, a large bloody hole in his forehead, motionless. F*******. This woman has a gun. Damn, she has a gun. The remaining two men finally reacted, hurriedly pulling out their handguns from their waists. Gemmet Macy wouldn't give them the chance to draw their guns. She moved quickly forward, delivering a flying kick with her delicate shoe tip straight into one of the men's groin. Conroy's huge cry of agony resounded as the man turned green-faced, clutching his crotch and fell backward stiffly. Conroy's the other man was just drawing his gun. He felt something strike his wrist sharply, causing excruciating pain as though his bones were cracking. Ernst's handgun hit the ground, kicked by Macy to Mariana's feet. Pick it up. Macy's voice was sharp and direct. Mariana's mind went blank. She mechanically picked up the gun from the ground. The moment she did, she realized what it was. Her hands trembled, and the gun dropped again. TCH, useless, Macy muttered softly. In her mind, she asked Conroy de Bayo, which of these two men has blood on their hands? Conroy de Bayo, now upgraded, could access such information. Gemeth do. Conroy a lot. Good, I aim to be a kind person, I won't kill indiscriminately. Macy smiled at the groaning men on the ground. Before they could realize what that smile meant, 2 shots rang out, followed by absolute silence. Macy gracefully blew on the gun muzzle, then put the handgun into her small purse. Even after all that action, the round fan in her left hand never slipped. She fanned herself gently in front of her nose, muttering quietly. The blood of ugly men stinks. Macy wore a black cheapao today, with dark red high heels, swaying elegantly, her lips curved like a black mandragora flower in hell. Ugh. Mariana vomited suddenly. This sound triggered a reaction in the G family. Everyone started vomiting. They had heard of conflicts, wars, and deaths in the newspapers, but witnessing it firsthand was a first. The heavy scent of blood filled everyone's nostrils, the gory scene hurting their eyes. They trembled, wanting to throw up everything. The smell was unbearable, and Macy didn't plan to endure it. The 3 corpses conveniently blocked the doorway, so she tiptoed over them lightly, waving her hand behind her. You're all too disgusting, I'll take a walk outside. Without another backward glance, she sauntered off slowly. She had used 3 bullets, leaving 3 remaining. Macy wondered if she should just casually finish the rest of the bullets and then go find Kane. However, before long, she lifted her head and saw a car from the governor's residence approaching not far away. The windows were open, and as it passed Macy, she caught sight of that familiar handsome yet cold profile. Kane didn't look at her, he seemed to be talking to someone beside him. Macy squinted her eyes and watched as the car stopped at the entrance of the Sakura Theater. The door opened, and Kane walked in. Levy, so Commander Shun likes to come to such places? What could he be doing here? Could it be to watch beautiful women sing? For some reason, a surge of hostility welled up inside Macy. Conroy the thought of Kane possibly giving gifts to other women, she felt an impulse to kill him. She asked Conroy de Bayo, what's Kane's fate? Conroy de Bayo detailed, Conroy's the white moonlight of Philip's white moonlight. He is the person Philip dislikes the most, so he is defined as the antagonist. However, in reality, there isn't much interaction between them. He later died in a very intense war. Gemmet now, the plot has completely changed. Mariana didn't die, so I don't know what will happen next. Conroy, according to my data analysis, it is likely that Philip will confront Kane. Macy lowered her gaze, saying nothing. Conroy's sudden thought popped into her mind. Even if Kane was destined to die, he would only die by her hand. She unconsciously licked her lips and then lightly headed toward the theater. Reaching the entrance, she knocked on the ticket booth window. The young boy inside looked up, his eyes widening when he saw Macy. Macy smiled. Hello, do you need more singers here? Chapter 103, Glamorous Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 11. Macy was invited inside, where she barely showed her face and didn't even get a chance to sing 2 lines before the Norbert immediately interrupted with an enthusiastic agreement. Levi K, okay. Just having her there was enough to uphold the entire theater's reputation. Macy effortlessly obtained the job. Levin her way home, Conroy de Bayo educated Macy. Leviner, do you know that in this tumultuous era, singing girls are essentially playthings for the wealthy and powerful? Alessiaching is a bit better because Kane isn't interested in women and also opposes his subordinates from engaging in such activities, so everyone remains relatively restrained. Gemmet in other regions, it's different. The rich and powerful have gotten used to playing these games. They even hold talent shows under the guise of helping young girls chase their dreams, but in reality, they're just selecting the most exquisite toys. Those girls who fall into the wolf's den have no chance to resist. The fortunate ones become one among dozens of concubines, while the unfortunate ones end up as public playthings, passed around among many people. Macy clicked her tongue, her fingers twitching slightly. With what you've said, I feel like killing someone again. Conroy de Bayo knew that when Macy said she wanted to kill, she really meant it. It hurriedly tried to soothe her. Levener, owner, this is a necessity of the times. These beasts will eventually meet their retribution. We should be law-abiding good citizens and must not lose control. Macy, what, you remember you're my transformation system? Conroy de Bayo fell silent. Macy laughed softly and walked towards home. She wasn't sure if that pile of bodies had been dealt with yet. Probably not. She would take a look, if not, she'd stay at a hotel. Macy kills cleanly and decisively, but handling the corpses was something she detested. The fact was, she had a bit of a cleanliness complex. Lev of course, except for the teacher. When she killed the administrator, cleaning up the corpses was rather satisfying. However, upon arriving home, the courtyard was unexpectedly spotless. If not for the lingering traces of blood in the air, no one would have suspected that 3 men died here only hours ago. Conroy the family members still stood in the yard, pale-faced with lingering fear on their faces. Upon seeing Macy enter, all eyes were fixed on her as if they saw a demon, stepping back in unison, except Dorothy. Macy raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you all to be so capable, cleaning up so thoroughly. No one responded, seemingly still lost in the recent shock. Leavenly Dorothy spoke quietly. Sister, we didn't clean up. Shortly after you left, some people came and cleaned the bodies. Macy paused. Her first reaction was that it must be Kane's people. Kane had been monitoring her all along. It made sense. A man of his status faced assassination attempts as frequently as he ate meals. Encountering a woman like her who approached him mysteriously, naturally, he would investigate thoroughly. Recalling the side view of Kane she had seen earlier, she wondered if he had actually noticed her. Pretending not to see her just so he could enjoy himself at the cabaret? Macy's gaze darkened for a moment, then thought of how Kane sent people to help dispose of the bodies, feeling a bit more comfortable. Fanning herself flirtatiously with the folded fan, she curled her lips and said, If so, why are you all standing here? Isn't the matter resolved? This statement made Alicia finally unable to contain herself, her face turning white, trembling all over. You killed people. That's 3 lives. So much blood. How can you act as if nothing happened? Macy's hand holding the fan froze, the smile fading from her face. Her gaze bored directly into Alicia as she took a step forward. Macy's features were usually soft and refined, but without a smile, she suddenly appeared eerie. Alicia clutched her chest and dared not continue her accusation. However, before Macy could speak, Dorothy interjected. Though her voice was small, everyone heard her clearly. If Sister hadn't acted, those people might have killed us. Sister saved us. How can you speak like this, Mother? Alicia couldn't stand her illegitimate daughter's boldness and angrily raised a hand to slap Dorothy. Macy's fingers twitched, reaching for her small purse. Just then, Mariana suddenly cried out in pain, Conroy, it hurts. Alicia's slap didn't land. Instead, she rushed to check on Mariana. She saw Mariana clutching her stomach in pain, her legs already wet, a sign that her water had broken. Macy raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, although Mariana hadn't been hit, she was still going into premature labor. Could it be that the power of this plot was so overwhelming? Gemmet Macy wasn't going to believe that. Alicia was frantic, shouting, Quick, call a car. Rush Mariana to the hospital. Conroy after all, Mariana carried her eldest grandson, nothing could go wrong with him. However, Macy knew that it would take more than half an hour to get to the hospital, and Mariana was having a premature birth, an urgent situation where even a minute mattered. Conroy's peculiar competitiveness welled up inside Macy, a desire to challenge the established plot. Suddenly, she loudly said, Don't take her to the hospital. There's no time. Jammering her back to the room, I'll help her deliver the baby. Her voice was firm, oddly persuasive, making Balder, who was about to call for a car, stop unconsciously and prepare to follow Macy's instructions. Alicia slapped her thigh, Levy no. You're going to kill my Grand Darius. How can you deliver babies? Macy sneered, unwilling to argue with Alicia. Without another word, she walked over to Mariana and lifted her up in one swift motion. Then, she strode purposefully toward the bedroom. The few people from the G family were stunned for a few seconds before rushing after her. Macy placed Mariana on the bed, gently touching her pulse. She whispered coldly in her ear. Do as I say if you don't want to die. Mariana was pale from pain, drenched in sweat, no longer caring about anything else but following the resolute voice beside her. Macy decisively instructed the others to prepare hot water, towels, and buy medicine from the nearest pharmacy. Though she was previously a surgery doctor, she had interned in obstetrics and gynecology, handling this kind of situation was well within her capability. Macy bent Mariana's legs and placed a pillow under her waist, then pressed on her abdomen while teaching her how to push. Her actions were professional. Alicia, who was initially terrified, watched silently as Macy indeed knew what she was doing. They quickly prepared everything according to Macy's instructions. Inside the room, Mariana's pained cries echoed, yet muffled by Macy's stern whispers. Macy's voice lacked emotion. Her actions stemmed not from kindness but from a determination to win against death. Yet despite her harsh tone, Mariana clung tightly to Macy's hand like it was a lifeline. Gemicats of bloody water were carried out, filled with panting and moaning sounds. Time outside felt endless. Finally, they heard the cry of a newborn baby. Everyone sighed in relief. Mariana's tears flowed, looking at the tiny red-wrapped infant, trembling as she whispered a heartfelt thank you. Macy wiped her blood-stained hands on the quilt, frowning slightly in distaste. Mariana, thanks to the medication, had stopped bleeding and was no longer in immediate danger. Macy ultimately altered the plot. This peculiar sense of victory made her lips curl slightly. Macy gracefully rose, raising an eyebrow at Mariana. Wish you and Philip many happy years together. Mariana was taken aback by these words, shuddering upon hearing them. She moved her lips but couldn't find the words, closing her eyes exhaustedly and guiltily. Just then, Philip's voice rang from outside. Conroy I Shu. Conroy I Shu. What happened? So much blood. It turned out someone informed Philip about the invasion. Worried, he rushed back home only to see buckets of blood water as soon as he entered. Terrified almost to madness, Philip pushed past everyone, barging into Macy's room. He saw Macy standing in the room, covered in blood, expressionless. Levin the bed, his beloved Conroy I Shu lay unconscious, her lower body soaked in blood. Philip felt his heart stop. He couldn't control himself and roared. Zhou Conroyna. You killed my Conroy I Shu. His face twisted in anger, he swung his fist at Macy's face. Chapter 104, Dazzling Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 12. Slap. Conroy resounding slap struck Philip's face. Philip could hardly imagine why a woman would have such strength. He stumbled back a few steps, feeling as if his teeth were about to shatter, dazed and disoriented. I've wanted to do that for a long time, Karina said, rubbing her wrist. Mariana also mustered the strength to speak, Zicheng. Miss Karina saved me, she helped with the delivery. Philip, covering his cheek and eyes wide open, couldn't believe this fact at first. Finally, he saw the little bundle of flesh in Mariana's arms. His eyes welled up instantly, forgetting the pain on his face. Conroy Shu, is this our Darius? Mariana nodded, and Philip rushed forward excitedly, kissing Mariana's forehead. You've worked hard. However, Mariana felt uneasy for the first time. Instinctively, she glanced cautiously at Karina standing beside them. When their eyes met, Mariana saw nothing but mockery in Karina's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly dared not look into those eyes anymore. Mariana whispered to Philip, Conroy apologized to Miss Karina quickly, you misunderstood her. Upon hearing these words, Philip felt his half-slapped face throb again. He didn't move. Though he had indeed misunderstood Karina, she had slapped him too, making it even Steven. Just as Philip hesitated, Karina sniffed lightly and spoke lazily. I'm not interested in apologies. Since you two are so in love and now have a Darius, I'll withdraw. Karina picked up a document from the table. Sign this, divorce. Philip stared wide-eyed. What did you say? You want a divorce? How will you live outside as a woman? Karina had lost all patience, especially as the smell of blood made her uncomfortable, urgently needing a bath. She was too lazy to argue with Philip and drew a gun directly. The silver pistol pointed straight at Philip. I don't want to repeat myself. Mariana was startled and hastily intervened. Miss Karina, calm down. Let's talk things out properly. She had witnessed Karina killing people with that gun. However, Philip laughed. Scaring me with a gun? Where did you get this toy gun, lady? Last time it was black, and now it's small and cute, silver. Jamang. The gunshot interrupted Philip mid-sentence. Mariana hugged the baby tightly and buried herself under the covers, while Philip looked at the shattered coffee table beside him, breaking out in cold sweat. It was a real gun. Karina spoke slowly, 10 seconds. 10, 9. Without hesitation, she started counting down. Philip's mind went blank as he dashed to the desk, grabbing a pen and trembling as he signed his name on the document. His hand shook so much that the signature came out crooked. Finally, when Karina counted down to 2, he jumped up as if scalded, signed. Good, Karina said expressionlessly, putting the gun back into her small bag and taking the document, walking away without looking back. Everyone watched dumbfounded as Karina walked out gracefully. Even covered in blood, she seemed like she was wearing a crimson battle dress. Her features appeared even more striking and vivid, her lips even more captivating. Drip, drip, drip. The high heels tapped crisply on the ground. Under everyone's gaze, Karina tucked her long hair behind her ears, smiling, a smile they had never seen before. Goodbye. In a good mood, she even bid farewell. Since then, the stunning face stained with blood was engraved in everyone's heart, impossible to erase. Walking onto the street, Karina first bought some clothes and then headed to a bathhouse. Not her teacher's blood, she found it unbearable. Finally freshened up, she planned to go to the bank to withdraw money and rent a house near the governor's mansion. Her dowry had long been converted to cash and saved. However, after withdrawing the money, she saw Dorothy. Dorothy, red-faced and panting, as if tired from running, saw Karina and her eyes lit up. "Gemig's sister, take me with you." Dorothy summoned the courage to ask. Karina hadn't expected an additional burden. Expressionless, she replied, "No." She simply didn't care about these people's lives or deaths. Gemmet Maddow suddenly spoke up. "Flint, why not take her along? Otherwise, she'll be given to nobles as a plaything in the future, living miserably. Karina, Gemmet, what does it have to do with me?" Maddow whimpered. "Gemmet, you reminded me." Karina spoke suddenly, "Since the original plot is like that, I might as well change it." From the moment she helped Mariana deliver the baby, she was driven by an overwhelming desire to change the predestined plot. So she approached Dorothy, looking down at this 15-year-old girl with a raised eyebrow. "Isn't it good to stay home?" Dorothy shook her head vigorously, "Not at all. They talk about freedom, but they are the ones who confine people most tightly. Sister, I want to go with you. From the first glance, I feel you're different from everyone else. Your eyes have that kind of light." She couldn't describe it clearly, but her gaze on Karina was firm and sincere. "Conroyed, even if I leave, they won't care about me anyway. They always treat me as non-existent." This was indeed true. Karina raised an eyebrow again and stuffed the money into Dorothy's hand. "Help me find a house near the governor's mansion, and if you do well, I'll take you with me." Dorothy's eyes lit up. She bowed deeply to Karina and happily ran off with the money. Matul was moved. "Wah, Flint, you're so good. I knew you were a kind person. Karina narrowed her eyes. "Matul, in fact, you still want to reform me, don't you?" Matul choked and stammered. "Conroy, no. Karina, I'll let it slide this time, but next time, I'll kill you." Matul closed its mouth in fear. What a terrifyingly intelligent psychopath. Indeed, nothing could escape her notice. Conroy, though Matul had been reformed by Karina, it was ultimately created by the Norbert, who always hoped to guide Karina positively. Now, with the Norbert gone, it must inherit the Norbert's will. Conroyed. Matul thought secretly. Fortunately, everything is developing in a positive direction. Karina seems to be slowly acquiring a bit of humanity. Before long, Dorothy did indeed quickly rent a nice place nearby. Despite her young age, Dorothy was charming and adept at reading people, handling things perfectly. Naturally, Karina's mood was also good. She threw all her belongings to Dorothy, instructed her to guard the house properly, and then put on a newly bought dark high-slit cheongsam, walking out leisurely. Tonight was the night of her debut at the Sakura Theater. Conroy, the Sakura La Vipra house, in a private box directly facing the stage on the 3rd floor. This was the best seat, naturally occupied by the most distinguished guests. Kane sat on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, smiling, lighting a cigarette for the man opposite him. "Why did Asif decide to visit me here?" The burly middle-aged man known as Asif was pleased with Kane's politeness. He took 2 puffs of smoke, leaned back contentedly on the sofa. "To see how well Governor Shen manages Alessiaching and learn a thing or two. I'm not worthy." Kane smiled. "I never considered myself a great commander, just a small-time governor. You are the real commander, the senior." They exchanged a few pleasantries, seemingly close and harmonious. In reality, everyone standing behind them was on high alert, hands resting on the pistols at their waists. Leaders' conversations are always indirect. While chatting idly, before getting to the point, they saw the stage light up. Asif turned his gaze to the stage, creasing his eyes into a sinister smile. "Great, let's listen to the song first. This biggest theater in Alessiaching, I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Kane wasn't interested in the music. His fingers lightly tapped his leg, discreetly observing every move of the people across from him. Just as the singer appeared on stage, Asif's eyes suddenly brightened. "Conroy beauty, truly a beauty. Such stunning looks, Governor Shen hasn't added her to your collection?" Kane laughed. "Asif knows, I have no interest in women." "That's perfect." Asif chuckled. "Then I'll take her." "Governor Shen wouldn't mind, would you?" Kane subtly frowned, shifting his gaze from Asif's face to the stage. The moment he recognized the performer's face, he tightened his fingers abruptly. Chapter 105, Dazzling Young Matron vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 13. Warlord Lu's name was Luis, the governor of Trinidig Province. In terms of origin, background, and power, he surpassed Kane. His ancestors were generals, and after the emperor was overthrown, the Lu family became a regional power through influence and connections, sending their descendants abroad to study in military academies. Conroy's the most ruthless member of his family, Luis quickly became a regional warlord. Conroy arrogant and lawless, yet cunning and sinister, challenging him would be a poor choice indeed. With external enemies invading and times turbulent, what could be Luis's ulterior motive for personally visiting Alessiaching to see Kane at this critical juncture? Kane couldn't discern Louis's intentions. To Louis, Kane, though young and without any significant background, had managed to carve out a bloody path to become a governor amidst chaos, the only one like him nationwide. Louis was shrewd and didn't wish to oppose Kane, provided the young man remained compliant. Louis sent someone to summon the singer. Just as Louis's subordinate took a few steps, Kane called them back. Smiling, Kane spoke, "For such trivial matters, there's no need for Warlord Lou to send someone himself. French, you go." French nodded, preparing to leave, but paused when Kane lightly tapped his collar. French's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. When Macy stepped on stage, she heard gasps from the audience. Her dark embroidered cheapao accentuated her stunning figure. With a willow-like waist and graceful demeanor, half of her long hair was pinned up with a blood-red jade hairpin, every gesture exuding charm. When had Alessia Ching seen such a beauty? None of the other singers came close to her perfection. Macy sang a song she had just learned, having scanned the lyrics and score twice. Conroy soon as her red lips parted, the entire hall fell silent. Pairs of fervent eyes watched her, but none of these gazes stirred her in the slightest. Like an observer outside the scene, she detachedly watched the varied crowd. Her sole focus was the private box on the third floor opposite the stage. She had a hunch that Kane was there. Conroy at the end of the song, everyone stood and applauded enthusiastically. Macy smiled gently but did not acknowledge the applause, merely looking down at the audience, her chin slightly raised, as if it were they who sought her favor. This haughty posture didn't offend anyone, instead, it seemed fitting. Someone in the audience started shouting, "Levine more song." The theater Norbert in the backstage grinned widely. Gemmet at that moment, a man in military uniform walked onto the stage. The audience fell silent, recognizing him as one of the most important subordinates of the governor, favored by Warlord Lou. Ernst approached Macy and gestured for her to follow. Macy arched an eyebrow and followed the man off stage. Disappointed sighs rippled through the audience. It seemed the singer had caught the eye of someone powerful. Levins taken by the elite, they might never see such a captivating beauty again. Conroy, another singer, came on stage afterward, also popular but now somewhat overshadowed by Macy. Following French for a few steps, Macy stopped in the backstage area where French hastily said, "Miss, please leave immediately." Macy blinked in confusion. Wasn't it Warlord Lou who wanted me to come over?" French hesitated. "For your safety, you must leave according to Warlord Lou's instructions. He will handle everything else." Kane didn't want to see her and hoped she would leave quickly. Macy's eyes deepened, but her smile grew wider. "Really? Then I must meet Governor Shin even more." "Miss Macy." French frowned deeply, stopping Macy from going upstairs. "Warlord Lou is willing to risk offending those not to be trifled with to ensure your safety. Please don't be reckless." Labeling her as reckless made Macy unhappy, though it was true. Her expression darkened as she grabbed French's wrist, her voice soft yet cold. "Gemmet, I am not someone who needs Warlord Lou to endanger others for my protection." French felt unbearable pain in his wrist, losing strength in his arm instantly. Macy then ascended the stairs effortlessly. Conroy alarmed, French shook his hand and chased after her, but Macy's speed was inexplicably fast. Just as he was about to touch her, Macy opened the door to the private box. Damn it. French thought, too careless, not expecting this woman to be a high-skilled eccentric. The moment the door to the private box opened, everyone inside turned to look at Macy. Macy took in the situation calmly and immediately guessed the general layout. She raised a bright smile. "Greetings, gentlemen." Her voice was as clear as water yet shimmered with allure. Louis's eyes sparkled even more. Seeing this songstress, he felt that his 19 concubines all turned into fish eyes, while the woman before him was the only pearl. Kane's face instantly darkened. His cold and menacing gaze swept over Macy's face, then shifted to French behind her. French nervously. Louis's voice broke the silence first. "Come, light my cigarette." Macy smiled lightly and slowly walked up to Louis. She picked up the matchbox on the table, bending her knee slightly to light his cigarette. Louis's eyes lingered greedily on Macy's body. Conroy, she finished lighting the cigarette, he prepared to grab her wrist. Kane watched the scene unfold, his brows furrowing tightly, ready to stand up. Suddenly, Macy deftly turned away from Louis's attempted move. Louis's expression darkened. Just as he was about to react, Macy walked swiftly to Kane. With delicate fingers pinching the matchstick, she raised an eyebrow at Kane, her smile vivid and seductive. "Does General Shen want to smoke too?" Kane's Conroymia's apple moved. He said nothing but picked up a cigarette from the table, holding it between his long index and middle fingers, placing it near his lips. This action clearly indicated he wanted Macy to light it for him. Macy's smile grew brighter. She brushed back her long hair and unexpectedly smoothed her skirt to sit on Kane's lap. Her pale, slender thigh was revealed through the high slit of her dress, the jade-like glow catching everyone's eye. Kane's body stiffened suddenly. He remained motionless, watching as Macy brought the lit match closer to his face, igniting the cigarette between his fingers. Macy tossed the burnt-out match casually but didn't stand up. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Kane's neck. In a soft voice, she asked, "General, are you still angry with me?" Her soft and tender body leaned close, causing Kane to take a deep breath. He reached out to grip her slim waist, his dark, intense gaze locking onto Macy's eyes. His grip was almost painful. Macy could feel the scorching heat of Kane's breath brushing against her lips. She thought she could hear his rapid heartbeat, and her own heart began to race. Everyone watching couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was well known that Kane kept his distance from women. Once, when a dancer tried to seduce him, he had kicked her leg until it broke. Yet now, this charming songstress sat on his lap, their eyes locked in a passionate exchange. Finally, Kane spoke hoarsely, "You're truly disobedient." To others, these words sounded like lovers teasing and scolding. Gemmet only they knew what Kane meant by those few words. Each word was accompanied by his hot breath, and the cigarette held between his fingers had already dropped some ash without a single puff. Luis watched the scene, his face darkening, wearing an ambiguous smile. General Shen always claimed he keeps his distance from women, right? Chapter 106, Gorgeous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 14. Kane's hand tightened, but before he could speak, Macy beat him to it. "Can't you tell? Lord Shen is a man of different words and actions. He pretended not to know me when I upset him a few days ago. It's truly heartbreaking." Luis's eyes roamed over Macy's body, narrowing slightly as he noticed the hand gripping her slender waist. He hummed coldly, ignoring Macy's words and instead turning to Kane. "General Shen actually has a treasured woman now." Kane replied, "Forgive me for embarrassing you, General Lu." Conroy speaking, he extinguished the unlit cigarette and leaned back on the sofa, but did not release his grip on Macy. This was the first time he displayed such an infatuated demeanor, causing shock among his subordinates. They knew well that their general wasn't this type of person, but this appearance, what kind of background did this woman have? Kane continued, "My apologies, General Lu. Except for her, feel free to choose anyone else, and I won't interfere." Macy giggled softly and leaned closer into Kane's arms. Her frail waist and beautiful features were truly captivating, drawing all attention. Meanwhile, Kane, broad-shouldered and long-legged, with striking facial features, wore a black belt cinched tightly at his narrow waist. Levine's arm held the beauty in his embrace while the other casually rested on the armrest, idly stroking his fingertips. The scene was surprisingly picturesque. Luis's smile grew colder. It wasn't that he had fallen in love with the woman at first sight, rather, he had encountered something he desired but couldn't obtain for the first time. For someone of his status, most things were given to him just by a look. Even if Kane was a governor, how could he compare in any aspect? Yet, he didn't obediently offer up something good? Moreover, Luis came here today intending to test Kane. He needed a compliant colleague. Luis signaled to his men and then smiled at Kane. "General Shen, what if I don't want others and only want this woman? She's just a plaything. You wouldn't begrudge me one woman after I've come all this way, would you?" Kane smiled apologetically. "I will personally visit and apologize to you, General Lu, someday." Which clearly meant no. Frustration surged within Luis, leading him to cough impatiently. Conroy at the same time, two of Luis's men suddenly drew their pistols, aiming them at Kane. Kane's men immediately stepped forward, raising their guns to aim at Luis's men. The room became instantly tense. Of course, Luis wouldn't be stupid enough to really shoot here. He only wanted to intimidate Kane. In this extremely tense atmosphere, Luis spoke slowly. "Your friendship can't be less important than one woman, General Shen." This put Kane in a very unfavorable position. Kane's hand tightened, his pupils contracting slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Macy moved. She adjusted her posture, positioning herself so her back blocked the guns aimed at Kane. Conroy complex surprise flashed in Kane's eyes as Macy spoke. Her voice carried an apologetic yet sincere tone that made anyone unable to stay angry. "My Lord Shen has always respected you, General Lu, but it's impossible. I carry Lord Shen's Darius in my belly." The room fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Kane's fingers around her waist tightened momentarily before loosening. Behind Kane, his subordinates nearly dropped their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't believe their ears. On the contrary, Luis laughed upon hearing this. Waving his hand, he signaled his men to lower their pistols. "I see. No wonder. Why so tense? I was only joking with General Shen." Luis's men lowered their guns, and Kane's men followed suit. Everything returned to harmony as if the tension had never happened. Kane laughed along, "My men are too easily alarmed. Please don't take it to heart, General Lu." "No, certainly not." Luis played with the ring on his finger and asked casually, "Gemmet, I have one question for you, Gemrother Shen. 3 of my men were killed in a lesiaching. What's going on?" He watched Kane intently, his tone gentle. "Surely it couldn't have been you, General Shen?" Kane remained unperturbed. "Such an incident occurred. I will ensure it's thoroughly investigated." Luis continued in a joking manner. "I'll leave it to you, Gemrother Shen. If you find the murderer, they must pay with their life for mine." Macy finally lifted her eyes from within Kane's embrace and looked at Luis. No one knew better than her who had killed those 3 men. The pistol used in the killings was still in her arms. Moreover, Kane had sent people to help her dispose of the bodies. He was her accomplice. This thought brought her a strange sense of joy and pleasure. She suddenly lifted her head, her lips brushing against Kane's chin, sending an electric shiver through him. Then, she whispered into his ear. Zhangyan is so good. Kane's Conroymia's apple bobbed as he adjusted his posture, but the hand that held Macy never loosened. Kane nodded respectfully and humbly to Louise, certainly. Louise gave a light hum and stood up. It's getting late, I'll return to the guest house first. Kane also stood up, and as he did, he gently lifted Macy off his lap, placing her lightly on the ground. Macy naturally looped her arm around Kane's. Kane said to Louise, I'll see you out, Asif. Louise half smiled, there's no need, I don't want to disturb Commander Shen and his beautiful lady. Kane nodded, dare not. Please walk slowly. Louise felt extremely uncomfortable because he noticed that although Kane appeared respectful, his back was always straight, different from everyone else he had met. Either obedient or an enemy. Louise didn't speak and strode out. Kane dispatched a subordinate to escort him while he watched from inside the room. Levin the first floor, the singer on stage was still performing the last song. Levin's everyone in the private room left, Kane suddenly reached out and tightly hooked Macy's slender waist. Her waist was even slimmer than it looked. Macy stumbled forward, crashing into Kane's embrace, their bodies pressed tightly together. Kane lowered his head, looking down at her with dangerous eyes, his voice hoarse. Conroy Darius of mine in your belly, Chapter 107, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 15. This was the first time Kane had initiated such intimate contact with her. The scorching heat penetrated through the thin fabric, and Karina licked her lips, tilting her head back to look at him seriously. If I didn't say so, wouldn't it be difficult for you, General Shen? Kane spoke in a hoarse voice, since you know it's difficult for me, why did you come up here? Karina laughed, even if I hadn't come up here, General Shen would still have some difficulty. I hope General Shen will never find it difficult because of me. Kane lowered his eyes and looked at her for a long time, tightening his grip on her waist as he gazed into her eyes. Finally, he opened his mouth, speaking in a hoarse voice. Haley, daughter of the richest landlord in Zhou family village, uneducated, engaged to Ji family since Dariushood, newly married, then she straightened her own bound feet, later helped deliver her husband's lover's baby, and then got divorced. He spoke each word distinctly, recounting her experiences. Karina narrowed her eyes, thinking that he had investigated her thoroughly. She cast a flirtatious glance, go on. Kane's Conroymia's apple moved up and down, his gaze deepening. Uneducated, yet the books bought home were all foreign, feet bound from Dariushood, pampered, yet firing a gun without hesitation, no family member in medicine, yet the prescription given during Darius' birth was extremely professional. Moreover, your first fall off my horse was intentional. The investigation found Karina's background clean, but everything he saw was full of doubts. The woman before him was like a mandrake growing in black fog, pure yet complex, contradictory yet shallow, making people unable to see her whole picture yet uncontrollably drawn to her. Karina's face showed not a hint of panic, she licked her lips smugly. Indeed, worthy of General Shen, who knows everything. Conroyfter saying this, Karina suddenly raised her hand and tapped Kane's Conroymia's apple. This bulge in front of her eyes had moved several times, and she had long wanted to touch it. Kane suddenly loosened his hand holding Karina, taking a step back, his ears red. Don't move around. He gritted his teeth. Karina looked innocent, it was you, General Shen, who hugged me first. Gemicides, I belong to the cat zodiac, can't resist touching moving things. Sorry. Kane took 2 deep breaths and slightly averted his gaze. What is your true identity? What do you want? Precisely because he had no suspicions in his heart, he asked directly. Karina thought for a moment, I am Karina. I don't want anything much, just simply want you. Kane's brows furrowed sharply, what did you say? I want you, Karina repeated earnestly, my skills aren't small, I'm also willing to work for you, and I will never betray you. Conroy as long as you belong to me obediently, these eyes. She pointed to Kane's narrow, dark, wild beast-like eyes. These eyes should only look at me. Levitherwise, I'll gouge them out. Kane stared at her, his gaze murky and deep. Conroyfter a while, he asked. What can you do for me? Karina smiled brightly, murder, arson, every evil act under the sun, as long as you wish. Kane, why should I believe you? Karina thought for a moment, don't humans always talk about true heart? Why don't I dig mine out for you to see? Conroyfter saying this, she turned around very quickly, brushed past Kane's side, and in the blink of an eye, pulled out the military knife from Kane's waist. If Kane had been prepared, he wouldn't have been ambushed like this. Gemma Karina's movements were too fast and unexpected, and he didn't react at all. In the next second, he saw Karina stab herself in the chest with the knife. His heart skipped a beat, without thinking, his body moved forward before his brain did, his left hand grabbing the blade. The military knife was sharp, and soon blood dripped from his knuckles, but he felt no pain and did not let go. He stared intently at Karina, you're crazy. Karina released the knife happily, thank you for the compliment. See, you already believe me. Kane then grabbed the handle of the knife, tucking it back into his waistband, the stinging pain from his torn fingertips slowly coming. He stared at Karina, breathing heavily, his gaze fierce, looking like he was truly angry. Gemma Karina approached cheerfully, pulling his bleeding hand. You wouldn't think I'd really stab myself, would you? I wouldn't do that. If you really wanted me to dig out my heart for you to see, I'd definitely dig out yours first and feed it to the dogs. Her voice was gentle and flirtatious, but the words were vicious. Kane remained motionless, letting Karina hold his hand, watching her actions. He thought Karina was going to use a handkerchief to wrap his wound slightly, but instead, Karina directly bent her head and licked his wound. Sizzle. That wet, hot, soft sensation was even more stimulating than a blade slicing open skin. Kane abruptly pulled back his hand, his heart racing wildly, a wave of heat spreading from his fingertips all the way to the tips of his ears. He stared at Karina intently. Karina's red lips seemed to looked even more striking. With her slightly raised phoenix eyes and fine long willow eyebrows, she was the most enchanting flower of luxury, with an extremely pure essence beneath her graceful appearance. He finally spoke, each word slow and clear. Deal. Karina, don't play me. Karina patted the gun loaded with bullets at her waist and strolled slowly in the direction of home. Just now, she had declined Kane's offer to send her home because she still wanted to wander around a bit. When she asked Kane what he needed her for, he only said one sentence. Not now. Conroy's he said this, he was still tall and handsome, the scar like a beast's metal on his face as fearsome as ever. In his dark eyes, Karina saw her reflection, alone in that deep black sea. Karina was very satisfied with this. If it weren't for Kane's sudden subordinate interrupting to report that documents had arrived from the governor's levifice, she would have liked to chat more with Kane. Karina strolled down the road, gazing at the deep blue sky. It had been dark for a while, and there were fewer people on the street. The neon sign of the Sakura La Vipra house behind Karina went out, leaving her alone on the empty street, like a moon fallen into the world of mortals. No one could pass by her without being drawn by her beauty. Thus, when Philip was out buying medicine for Mariana, he spotted her elegant figure from afar. To be precise, the moment Karina left the Sakura Theater, he noticed her. Conroy first, he couldn't quite believe it was Karina, but as she slowly approached, he realized it was indeed his ex-wife. When did his ex-wife become so beautiful? Philip stood rooted to the spot, forgetting what he was supposed to do with the medicine in his hand. Conroy the men passing by glanced at Karina, yet once upon a time, she belonged exclusively to him. It turned out she wasn't just an uneducated woman from the countryside, she was a precious gem. Why hadn't he noticed this before? Philip couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, then suddenly wondered, why did Karina go to the Sakura Theater? Was she looking for work as a songstress? It made sense. In this era, it was hard for women to find jobs, especially for a delicate, helpless beauty like her. He completely forgot about the slap that made stars burst before his eyes. Thinking of this, Philip felt a pang in his heart and suddenly strode towards Karina. Chapter 108, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 16. In Karina's small crossbody bag was the handgun that had just been reloaded with bullets by Kane. She decided to wander through the alleys. If luck was on her side, she could even kill a few people for fun. Karina. Conroy's familiar voice suddenly called out from behind her. Karina stopped and turned around to see Philip standing there, his eyes filled with passion and concern. This concern was something Karina never expected, and it struck her as somewhat amusing. When Philip met Karina's gaze, his heart raced and he actually blushed slightly. Conroy facing such a perfectly exquisite yet fiercely aggressive face would have the same reaction. Mulanchuan's voice sounded in Karina's mind. Conroy affection level of target character plus 15, current affection level 50. Wow, this is going so fast. Mulanchuan was extremely happy, feeling closer to becoming tangible. Karina also curled her lips into a smile and looked at Philip. Is there something? Philip took another step forward and asked, Conroy, you okay? Karina chuckled lightly. You stopped me just to ask this? She really didn't want to look at Philip any longer. Frankly speaking, Philip did have a handsome appearance. No wonder both the original host and Mariana were deeply infatuated with him. Gemmet, after seeing Kane's face, looking at Philip now felt like staring at something unpleasant. After saying that, Karina turned around intending to walk back. Gemmet Philip wasn't ready to let her go. He chased 2 steps and asked. I'm worried about you. How can you live outside as a woman alone? Karina found it ridiculous. Who says women can't live independently? Philip's face reddened either from worry or anger. You're even wearing makeup. Are you going to be a song girl? You know being a song girl is equivalent to selling yourself. Come back with me. Karina widened her eyes. What about Mariana? Philip clenched his fists tightly. Conroy Shu will understand. I truly love her, but I shouldn't let you end up in such a difficult situation. Karina raised an eyebrow. Levy, why is he saying these things now? In the original plot, it seemed he never thought about the original host at all. She covered her mouth and laughed with crescent-shaped eyes, as if she had heard something amusing. Philip, in her view, was clear. His affection level could only be increased by making him desire what he couldn't have. Just like in the original story, Mariana's early death meant Philip never married her as he wished, leaving her as his eternal love. Even in the grand finale, he only held respect and gratitude towards the original host, not love. Philip, I have no habit of picking up discarded items. Her every expression exuded charm, yet her words held no kindness. Philip's face flushed red and white, but he couldn't tear his gaze away. He was reluctant and wanted to say more when he suddenly saw a black car approaching nearby. Gemma, Philip and Karina were standing right in the middle of the road. Seeing the car, Philip quickly moved aside but noticed Karina hadn't budged. Karina. He shouted anxiously, move aside, that seems to be the governor's car. Without even glancing at him, Karina remained in the middle of the road, turning towards the vehicle. The headlights shone on her, casting a long shadow behind her. Philip's eyes widened, his heart leaping to his throat. The car stopped in front of Karina. Philip hurriedly ran over and bowed to the car. Sorry, she didn't mean to. She did it on purpose, came a deep, gravelly voice from inside the car, cold as ice. Philip's heart sank, a cold sweat breaking out on his back as he silently blamed Karina for being reckless. Conroy, that moment, Karina suddenly laughed and said. Conroy, at least the commander understands me. Get in the car, the voice from inside was short and sharp. Karina didn't refuse and walked leisurely to the car door. The driver immediately got out and opened the door for her. Inside, Kane sat in the back seat, his piercing gaze narrowed. You said you wanted to stroll around, but you were meeting your ex-husband? Despite the icy tone of his question, Karina felt delighted. No one could laugh under Kane's stern expression except Karina, and she felt genuinely and deeply happy. She smoothed her skirt, gracefully sitting down in the car, inching closer to Kane. Commander, weren't you heading back to work? Why did you come out again? Kane didn't want to speak. In truth, he never went back to the governor's residence. Conroy, after leaving the Sakura La Vipra house, the car had driven halfway before he frowned and told the driver to turn back. He still wanted to send Karina home. It was already night. Even though she had high combat skills and acted like a little madwoman, walking alone on the street was still not advisable. Fortunately, the document wasn't urgently needed to be dealt with right away, it could be reviewed later. Gemmed, as soon as the car returned, Kane saw the woman who had just touched his Conroymia's apple smiling at another man. Seeing Karina laugh heartlessly, Kane gritted his teeth, not saying anything to her. He directly instructed the driver. Drive back to the governor's residence. The car quickly turned around and headed toward the governor's residence. From start to finish, no one paid any attention to Philip. Philip clenched his palm tightly, feeling a sense of unprecedented humiliation. The car sped away, raising a cloud of dust that landed on his shoes. Philip stood there, staring at the dirt on his shoes, his face alternating between red and white. It was actually Kane. It was actually Kane. Karina was actually flirting with Kane. Mariana admired the man most, Kane too. Why? Just because he became the great commander by killing countless people? He never studied abroad and exuded such a bloodthirsty aura. How was Kane better than him? Breathing heavily, Philip clenched both fists. He took the medicine bought for Mariana and returned home. Conroyed home, Mariana was frowning while breastfeeding the Darius, sweating profusely from pain. Seeing her in this state, Philip helped her pour a glass of water and fed her the medicine, but his mind wandered. Conroy, after a moment of silence, he suddenly said. I saw Kane. Mariana's eyes lit up, and her chest pain seemed to ease. Where did you see him? I wanted to meet him when I first returned to the country. If possible, I even wanted to ask if he remembers me. Conroy, she spoke. She noticed Philip's slightly displeased expression, patted his hand, and smiled. Zicheng, after all these years, you're still jealous. You know, I only regarded him as my savior and admired him a bit. To talk about soulmates, lovers, and the other half of my life, it's definitely you. Philip felt slightly comforted, but soon, Karina getting into Kane's car reappeared in his mind. He suddenly said, Conroy Shu, someday, I will make him bow to me. Mariana glanced at Philip strangely, didn't respond, thinking it best not to dampen his enthusiasm. Kane's car stopped at the entrance of the governor's residence. Karina thought Kane would have the driver send her home, but upon arriving at the governor's residence, Kane got out of the car and walked directly to Karina's side, opening the door for her. Kane slightly bent down and extended his hand. Get out. Karina blinked. I want to go home. Don't go. Kane stared at her with dark eyes and lifted his hand to pinch her chin. To prevent you from meeting other men or randomly killing people, from today on, you'll live in the governor's residence. Chapter 109, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 17. Just as Macy was about to say that she had a younger sister waiting for her at home, Kane spoke up first. I will arrange for Dorothy. I'll sponsor her education. You don't have to worry about it anyway since she isn't your real sister. Macy raised an eyebrow. General Shen seems quite cold-hearted. Kane remained expressionless. Conroy, aren't you too? Macy. Macy curled the corner of her mouth and got off the car with Kane's hand as support. Kane wasn't wrong. He could indeed see through her thoughts, just like what she expected from the man who had stirred her possessiveness. Macy truly had no intention of caring for Dorothy. If not for her wish to challenge the plot, she would never have allowed Dorothy to follow her. Now that Dorothy was completely detached from the G family, the plot must have already changed, and there was no need for her to bother with her anymore. The governor's mansion was vast, featuring several office buildings, dormitory buildings, goose houses, and a small villa reserved exclusively for Kane. Kane had someone arrange a very luxurious suite for Macy in the villa. Once inside the room, Macy put down her small bag and leisurely sat on the sofa, waving towards Kane. General Shen knows me well, but I know nothing about you. Kane stared at Macy's face, feeling as if he were poisoned by some sort of spell. Though Macy's gesture seemed like summoning a puppy, he slowly walked to Macy, knelt on one knee to be at eye level with her, and said hoarsely, "What do you want to know?" The hem of his windbreaker touched the ground, his long legs bent, while the scarred face exuded a brutal beauty. Conroy's strange sensation stirred within Macy's heart. She stretched out her leg, letting her toes rest on Kane's shoe. He lowered his eyes to glance at her, eyebrows slightly lifted, but didn't speak or pull away, allowing her to step on him. "Tell me about the current situation, General," Macy asked. Despite the extremely intimate pose, the words she spoke were utterly formal. Kane found it unremarkable. He began. "Now that the foreign enemy has invaded, many regions have fallen. The terrain around Alessiaching is easy to defend but hard to attack, so the war hasn't spread here yet, but it won't be long." His expression quickly turned solemn, and his brows furrowed as if lost in thought. "I've been secretly enhancing our military strength recently, which Luis likely noticed. I'm unclear about his motives now, but according to informants, I suspect he has surrendered to the enemy and came to test my stance." Macy asked, "So, what are you thinking? Stand with him or resist?" Kane replied, "Conroy, what do you think, Macy? What's your stance?" Macy blinked indifferently. "I don't have any stance, your attitude is mine." She had always been an outsider, feeling neither love nor hatred for this country or its enemies. To her, everything in this world was like a reflection in a mirror or a moon in the water. She cared for no life, not even her own. In her understanding, concepts of invasion and resistance didn't exist. Now, she loved Kane, so naturally, she stood with him. Kane stared at Macy for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "Fine." Macy suddenly recalled something and looked at him with raised eyebrows. "In fact, the 3 people I killed in the G family, you wanted them dead too, didn't you?" Kane was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Macy to figure this out. "Why do you think so?" he asked. Macy laughed. "I don't believe General Shen would be kind enough to help dispose of bodies for me. Gemicides, General Shen has been monitoring me. How could you not know that Luis's men entered my house? Your men delayed acting because you wanted to use me to kill them." Her analysis was spot on. Kane felt his heart beat excitedly. However, Macy overlooked one point: if she was truly in danger, he would still act. He just hadn't expected her to kill so cleanly and swiftly. Kane leaned closer to her and whispered hoarsely, "You're right, I did use you to kill. Conroy, are you angry?" Macy smiled even more brightly. "Lev, of course not, I'm happy to oblige. Conroy, after all, killing gave her great pleasure." "So, why did Macy choose me?" Kane asked hoarsely. Macy said, "I don't know either. I just felt that you were the one when I saw you." She spoke sincerely yet casually. Kane narrowed his eyes at her without saying a word. With this strikingly handsome yet bloodthirsty face only 30 centimeters below her gaze, it was hard to ignore. Since that was the case, Macy suddenly leaned forward and kissed Kane on the scar on his cheek. Kane's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers clenched tightly in his palms, and a wave of scalding heat surged up his back. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Satisfied, Macy waved her hand, "I'm going to sleep." She appeared completely nonchalant and heartless again. Conroy's surge of inexplicable anger welled up in Kane's chest. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her up with him as he stood. His other hand gripped her slender waist firmly. He glared at her fiercely, pressing her soft body closer before lowering his head to kiss her face. Conroy, after the kiss, he quickly let go, leaving in a huff amid Macy's light laughter, without looking back. He felt he should take a cold shower before reviewing documents. Conroy woman moved into the governor's mansion, and she was personally brought back by Governor Shen. The next day, everyone knew this explosive news. Even the newspaper boys were excited. Today's gossip newspapers sold exceptionally well. What was the background of this woman? It was said she was a new songstress from the Sakura Theater. Macy was completely unaware of all these gossips. She slept soundly, and when she woke up wanting to find Kane, he wasn't around. Seeing Macy appear, one of Kane's subordinates hurriedly came forward. "Miss Macy, Governor Shen has gone out. He said you can do anything you want, please feel free." "Conroy, anything I want?" Macy curled her lips. "Can I go to his study?" Hardly anyone could enter the great general's study, so Macy didn't expect a positive answer. Unexpectedly, the subordinate wore an understanding look. "The great general said it's also fine if you want to go to the study." "Levy, really?" Macy raised an eyebrow, surprised that Kane trusted her to this extent. Conroy, he could predict she would want to go to the study. How well he understood her. Macy smiled at the subordinate and headed for Kane's study. Her appearance was strikingly beautiful, almost aggressive. The subordinate blushed and stepped back, thinking, worthy of being the great general's woman. The great general was a bloodthirsty ascetic. Ordinary people found him terrifying just to be near. This woman must not be simple either. To everyone, anyone favored by Kane was certainly not just a pretty face, and this turned out to be true. Macy strolled around and went to Kane's study. She wasn't really seeking any information, she just wanted to understand what kind of person Kane was. Unlike Marshall's meticulous and disciplined demeanor from the previous world, Kane's study looked rather casual, with a faint smell of tobacco in the air. Macy remembered how Kane had asked her to kill someone here. Macy sat down in Kane's chair. Imagining Kane issuing orders or lifting a hand to end lives from this armchair made her inexplicably excited. Tapping her fingers on the armrest, she suddenly noticed a pair of handcuffs under a pile of documents on the desk. Clearly often used, the edges of the handcuffs were worn bright. Seeing the handcuffs reminded Macy of the electronic shackles Marshall put on her in the previous world. In this moment, she thought she might understand Marshall a bit. Marking your possessions with your own symbol seemed really good. Levin impulse, she picked up the handcuffs and put them in her small bag. Chapter 110, Dazzling Young Matron vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 18. Karina felt that she was truly a dedicated professional. After leaving the governor's residence, she went straight to the Sakura dance hall. This was her first time engaging in such a novel profession, and Karina found it quite fascinating. She enjoyed observing the greedy or astonished gazes from the audience below while on stage. It was quite amusing. Theater Norbert Anise was taken aback when he saw Karina arrive. Yesterday, he had watched as people from the governor's residence took Karina away. While surprised, he also thought it made perfect sense. Though it was rumored that Commander Shin stayed away from women, someone like Karina, who was an exceptionally attractive beauty, would indeed be hard for anyone to resist. It wasn't unusual for Commander Shin to finally give in to temptation. Anise only felt regret. He had wanted to fully support Karina, perhaps releasing a record for her or having her appear on television. He was confident that if Karina cooperated, she would surely become the best singer in the country, and his Sakura theater would skyrocket in popularity. Unfortunately, after being taken by Commander Shin, Karina would likely become the commander's favorite and never return to sing at the theater. To his surprise, she actually came back. Anise was thrilled but cautiously asked, "Last night?" Karina smiled sweetly. "We just chatted and drank tea." "What's the matter?" "Nothing, nothing." Anise became even more attentive. "Did the commander agree to let you come here?" Karina thought about saying that whether or not he agreed had nothing to do with her, but fearing that Anise might not dare use her, she smiled and said, "Lev, of course, the commander really likes how I look on stage." Anise grinned widely, his face wrinkling up. "That's wonderful. Karina, from now on, you'll be our mainstay." "No, you'll be the beloved diva of all the people." Karina blinked curiously. "Diva?" Anise eagerly explained his plans to promote Karina. After listening, Karina herself became interested. She was intrigued by everything she hadn't done before. Thus, the plan to make Karina a star was set in motion. After discussing the details with Anise, Karina went backstage to look over some new song sheets. Conroy she approached, she noticed several female singers standing together not far away, glancing sideways at her and whispering among themselves. "Is this the woman?" "Yeah, she just has a pretty face, what's so special about her?" "They say she even lured the commander." "Frankly, I don't think much of the commander's taste." Seeing Karina approaching, they didn't lower their voices, instead, they raised them slightly. No one envied Karina. Before her arrival, everyone had equal chances to perform on stage and earn similar tips. Ever since Karina arrived, all the gentlemen who supported them shifted their attention to her, which united them against her. Karina glanced at the small group and slowly pulled out a pistol from her handbag, stroking it gently and muttering. "The pistol the commander gave me looks good. Should I try it out?" Before she finished speaking, the group of singers scattered instantly, each walking away with eyes downcast as if nothing happened. Karina chuckled softly and put the pistol back into her bag. Violence can't solve everything, but it can solve most problems. Thus, the plan to make Karina a star began. Anise hired photographers to take artistic photos of Karina, which soon appeared on TV commercials. He had invested all his resources into Karina, and the results were evident. That day, the Sakura theater was packed, tickets sold out, and Anise was forced to raise prices. Levin's Karina's fame spread, Anise started planning to release records for her. During this time, Karina performed every evening at the Sakura theater. Regardless of the thunderous applause or the jewelry and money thrown onto the stage, Karina never lingered on stage for an extra second. Each night during this time, Kane, sitting in a private box on the third floor, wore a grim expression. Watching Karina shine brightly on stage like the moon in the night sky, with everyone below coveting her, stirred a deep, unspoken fury within him. He desperately wanted to hide her away where no one could see her. For the first time, he seriously considered something he had once despised, using his status to forcefully take a civilian woman. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to handle Karina. Kane was very busy recently. Luis was constantly probing within his territory, gathering information everywhere. Meanwhile, countless documents and intelligence reports on the invading army kept him on edge without a moment's rest. Every day, only during this 1 hour at the Sakura theater, could he take a brief rest. Today, he came to the private box as usual, watching the figure on stage and listening to that perfect voice, his eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers tapping the armrest of the sofa bit by bit. However, at this moment, a spectator downstairs seemed to have had too much to drink and shouted excitedly. Miss Karina. How much would it cost for a touch of your hand? Just say it. Kane's expression darkened, slowly standing up from the sofa. 11th stage, Karina took a slow step back, her face expressionless as she looked down at the drunken man from above. Anise quickly sent a few people over to stop the man. Unexpectedly, seeing people trying to stop him made the man even more frenzied. He yelled, "It's just a woman. Conroy already a singer, yet pretending to be pure and chaste here. Don't come near me, I have a gun." He wobbled as he pulled out a pistol from his waist and waved it around. Screams echoed through the theater, everyone was frightened pale. Ernst laughed triumphantly, holding the gun as he tried to climb onto the stage. Suddenly, Karina let out a light laugh. Her microphone amplified that charming laugh, which soon reverberated throughout the theater, reaching everyone's ears. She stood still, watching the man climbing up, her fingers slowly reaching towards the small handbag on her wrist that looked like an ornament. "So what if you have a gun?" her soft, sweet voice said. "It sounds like you think you're the only one who has one." Ernst froze for a second, not fully reacting when there was a jamang. Conroy gunshot rang out. Ernst with the gun fell beside the stage, convulsing, a blood hole appearing in the back of his head, gushing fresh blood. Conroy. Everyone screamed, chaos instantly breaking out in the theater. Anise shouted to maintain order but secretly rejoiced that Karina hadn't fired the shot. If Karina had fired the shot, news might spread that no one would buy records from a heartless beauty. Gemmet, if someone else had fired the shot, it could be turned into a heroic tale of saving the damsel in distress, boosting Karina's record sales. Karina watched the chaos below, innocently blinking her eyes, then looked up at the private box on the 3rd floor, meeting those cold, bloodthirsty eyes. She smiled brightly at those beast-like eyes. Each time, before she could act, Kane already had. In the private box on the 3rd floor, Kane put away the pistol, his eyes dark, and said, "French, take some gifts and go apologize to Luis, tell him I accidentally killed one of his men." French nodded, saying yes, and just prepared to leave when he heard the commander add, "Gemma, for that, bring Karina upstairs first." Chapter 111, Dazzling Young Matron vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 19. Conroy. Soon as Macy entered the room, she saw Kane sitting on the sofa right in front of the door, giving her a sidelong glance. She curved her lips into a smile, untied her shawl, and hurled it directly at Kane. Kane's face darkened. He slightly turned his body to grab the shawl, and with a cold voice, he said, "Stop fooling around." Macy blinked but didn't say anything, pushing closer and forcing herself onto the same sofa with Kane. It was originally a single-person sofa, and when Macy squeezed over, half of her body pressed tightly against Kane. Kane took a deep breath, not willing to back down, wrapping an arm around her waist, lifted her slightly with a little force, and made her sit on his lap. The action appeared practiced, but in reality, the tips of his ears were already flushed red. Seemingly trying to change the subject, he started speaking. "That man who just left is one of Luis's men. Luis has lost 4 people in my territory, he might not be able to stay here much longer. Isn't that good news?" Macy leaned back very relaxedly, finding comfort in Kane's broad and warm chest. When Kane spoke, his hoarse voice transmitted through their closely pressed bodies, causing tingles all over her skin. Luis isn't the type to let go easily. If he can't achieve his goal, he'll certainly take more actions. So what? Macy turned around to look at him. "What do you want from me?" Kane said, "No more singing." Macy raised her eyebrows. "I refuse." Kane's eyes grew darker. "You demand that I only look at you, but you allow yourself to be seen by so many others. Isn't that unfair?" Macy replied, "Firstly, those people are no different from chairs and teacups in my eyes. Secondly, what is fairness? Humans always talk about fairness, but in all this time, I haven't seen absolute fairness in this world. The definition of fairness is always made by the stronger side. So..." She raised her eyebrows again. "If I think it's fair, then it is fair." Kane frowned, tightening his fingers around Macy's waist. "Jean, quiet. Come with me." Macy gasped softly, turning around while still seated on his lap. Her smile vanished, staring intently at him. "You're hurting me." Having finished speaking, she lifted her hand and slapped Kane across the face. Her slender fingers painted with bright red nail polish moved swiftly. The slap wasn't heavy, but it made Kane's head tilt to the side. His whole body stiffened abruptly, disbelief and anger flashing in his eyes. In the next second, his face was cupped by her hands. Macy leaned closer, pressing a gentle yet tender kiss on his nose. "Don't make demands on me, and don't hurt me either, or I'll get angry." Kane's pupils darkened like a poisonous snake lurking in the night. His scarred face twisted, revealing a cold-blooded and cruel aura that became evident with his quick breaths. It seemed that the arrogant yet fragile little fox would be torn apart by the beast at any moment. However, Macy became even more excited by this look. After kissing him, she remained nose to nose with him, looking deeply into his eyes and whispered, "Levy, you're angry? Do you want to kill me?" "Not yet, though. I'm not done playing." "Not yet, does that mean later?" The moment he received the slap, Kane had an instinctive reaction to strangle the woman in front of him immediately. Gemmet, for some reason, when that kiss landed, he felt oddly tamed. Conroy, actually, this slap wasn't painful, nor did it have any humiliating intent. Kane suspected that she might just find slapping convenient. Gemmet, this couldn't justify indulging her. The boiling anger in his heart strangely subsided at this moment. Kane closed his eyes, lifting his hand to grasp Macy's hand that had slapped him, biting down on it. He bit a little hard, but Macy didn't get angry. Instead, when her fingers touched his teeth, she bent her eyes smiling and rubbed them. Like inspecting the teeth of some large wild beast. Kane gave up, he felt helpless toward her. Conroy, right, Macy laughed. Kane's reaction pleased her. She preferred yielding to toughness. The harder the opposition, the crazier she became. Gemmet, when Kane showed that mix of anger, helplessness, and a hint of grievance, her state calmed, smiling at him. How about this, I'll release the record, and then I won't go sing anymore. How does that sound? Kane asked in a hoarse voice, how long will it take? Macy replied, Conroy, most a month. Kane took a deep breath. Fine. Macy laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. In the spacious room, only their breathing could be heard. Levy outside, chaos and agitation filled the crowd below. Macy licked her lips and happily opened her mouth. Great, take me home. Conroy's Kane had predicted, Louise proposed to leave. However, when he suggested leaving, Louise's face was not in a good state. He lost 4 of his men here, and all he got in return was a car and several guns as an apology. To others, these apologies might be considered extremely valuable, but to Louise, they were as insignificant as chicken ribs. What he desired was far more than that. Louise wanted to take the opportunity to express his anger, but Kane appeared very sincere and assured him that the deaths of his subordinates were accidents, with no connection to himself. Louise secretly investigated and found that indeed it wasn't Kane's men responsible, except for the last one. Though he felt discontent, Louise smiled when he looked at Kane. Gemrother, due to all these accidents this time, we didn't have a chance to chat properly. Next month, I will be celebrating my 50th birthday with a grand banquet. You must come. Kane lowered his head slightly and said with a faint smile, these days are not peaceful, and there are many affairs in Alessiaching. I'd rather not disturb you. Louise's expression darkened. General Shen, are you looking down on me and not willing to give me face? I wouldn't dare, Kane replied softly. Louise's face changed again into a smile, that's right. Conroy, a month later, Trinitaging is waiting for you. Conroy. After Louise left, Kane watched in the direction of Trinitaging with a blank expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. Clearly, it would be a banquet of feathers. Gemmet avoiding battle was certainly not his style. French, he said, get well prepared. Yes. Just as Louise's convoy exited Alessiaching's territory, they were stopped by a dusty-looking man. Great General Liu. Ernst bowed toward the car, I have returned from studying abroad and have long admired you. Can I join your ranks? Ernst was Philip. Philip worked for a newspaper, which had access to broad information sources. Conroy. Though Louise hadn't been particularly low profile, quite a few people at the newspaper knew about his visit to Alessiaching. Philip only knew that Louise was a powerful warlord stronger than Kane but didn't know the purpose of his visit. Philip's thoughts were simple. He originally thought that working at the newspaper upon his return to China was enough, using his pen as a weapon to fight. However, he now realized that if he didn't climb higher, Kane, whom he regarded as an enemy, wouldn't even notice him. Therefore, after learning that Louise was about to leave Alessiaching, he chased after him, hoping to gain a position, and he was confident that Louise would surely use him if he wished. Conroy. After all, it was rare for someone to study abroad during this era. Conroy's expected, Louise's people took over his study documents and then handed him a gun, saying, not bad. Pack up and report to the governor's office in Trinitaging in some time. Love overjoyed, Philip watched the dust raised by Louise's departing convoy, envisioning a bright future for himself. Chapter 112, Dazzling Young Matron vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 20. Macy's record was nearly finished. Anise had never seen someone as talented as her. Macy seemed born for the stage, learning everything instantly. Even the specially invited tutor could only teach Macy for an hour before conceding he couldn't teach her anymore. Just as Macy said, it took less than a month to complete everything. During this period, Kane, besides coming to watch her every evening at the theater for an hour and then taking her back to the governor's residence, did not make any decisive orders about her behavior. Gemmet every day, on his way to take Macy home after her sessions, he would lightly pinch her neck, using his thumb to wipe away the vivid red lipstick from her lips. Conroy's if he was viciously smearing away the adoring gazes of the audience members. 11 The day Macy's record was released, Kane came to find her at the theater and brought her to the private box again. In the familiar box, the first thing Kane did was to wipe off her lipstick, staring straight into her eyes. I'm going to Trinitaging in a few days, and you'll come with me. Really? Macy tilted her head. General Shen didn't need me when dealing with official business before? Kane's gaze turned fiercely predatory. The month is up. You must go with me now. Macy smiled, more than happy to. 11 The day they set out for Trinitaging, Macy wore a dark red cheapao, paired with a black silk embroidered shawl and a small handbag. Her blood-red lips, slender eyebrows like leaves, anyone who saw her would say, what a magnificent flower of opulence. Macy indulged herself by admiring her reflection in the mirror for a long time. Conroy, she walked out the door. Kane was waiting outside. The tall man stood upright, lowering his gaze to look at her with dimmed eyes. Kane approached and reached out to wipe away Macy's lipstick, but she turned her head to avoid him. Macy raised an eyebrow at him and smiled, no wiping this time. Her lip color and features were equally alluring, and Kane found her beauty almost blinding. Suddenly, he felt that bringing Macy out wasn't a good idea. She was too beautiful, and she'd become the center of attention wherever she went. Jemmett leaving her alone in Alessiaching while not having her by his side was also something he couldn't bear. Kane remained silent, walking ahead of Macy and silently opening the car door for her. Levins, both of them got in the car and started moving. Kane whispered, "Give me a kiss." Macy, huh? Those 3 words genuinely startled Macy. Kane suddenly seemed somewhat annoyed, frowning. "I said, if you're not letting me wipe your lipstick, then give me a kiss." His ears began to turn slightly red, but his actions were resolute as he gripped Macy's neck, holding her ruby earring in place as he leaned in to bite her lips. This was the first time Kane had initiated a kiss, and it was on the lips. Conroy fresh scent filled Macy's nose as she blinked excitedly, wanting to deepen the kiss, only to see Kane rubbing her lips roughly and then pulling away. Macy awkwardly licked her lips, thinking, he really doesn't know how to kiss. Just some lip rubbing. Half of her lipstick had smeared onto Kane's lips, adding a strange allure to his otherwise handsome and stern face. Macy wanted to laugh. Kane, with reddened ears, expressionless, wiped off the lipstick on his own lips and croaked, "That's much better." Macy pulled out a small mirror and saw that indeed, the seductive charm was reduced a bit without the lipstick. She touched her lips with her fingertips and looked at Kane with a smile. "General, that's not how you kiss." Kane turned his gaze away, looking out the window with bright red ears. "Shut up." Macy glanced at the stiff driver in the front seat and decided to let Kane off the hook. When they were alone later, she'd teach General Shin how to kiss, even though she hadn't practiced herself. Jemmett, even without practice, she had observed enough in her previous worlds. She picked up things quickly. This should be no exception. Jemmy, the time they arrived at the Trinitatian governor's residence, it was already late at night. Louis's birthday banquet was scheduled for the next day, and Kane and his companions were hospitably arranged in the luxurious guest house within the residence. Macy held Kane's arm as they got out of the car. Just as she caught sight of a young soldier staring at her with shock, Kane scooped her into his arms, shielding half her face with his large hand. From where Macy couldn't see, Kane coldly glanced at the young men who couldn't take their eyes off her. They immediately lowered their heads, breaking out in goosebumps and their hearts pounding. They thought, truly living up to being the youngest governor, his glare and presence were truly intimidating. However, the woman by General Shin's side does seem familiar. The night obscured most of Macy's face, and she was only glanced at briefly before her face was covered. The people around only felt that Macy was a beauty who seemed familiar, but they couldn't identify exactly who she was. Conroyfter Kane's group had their rooms arranged. Kane suddenly noticed he and Macy were placed in the same room. Louis's subordinates considered themselves quite adept at reading situations. With Macy being the only woman among them and always embraced by Kane, she must be the general's new favorite. Since she was the new favorite, naturally, they should be arranged together. It was an opulent suite with a living room and study, yet there was only one bedroom with a luxurious king-sized bed that looked incredibly comfortable. Macy didn't hesitate. Upon entering, she casually threw her shawl towards Kane, who caught it without expression and hung it up for her. Kane thought to himself that he hadn't done such serving tasks in nearly a decade. Yet Macy's every move was natural. She kicked off her heels and rolled on the soft, large bed twice, hugging the blanket comfortably. "Good night." Standing by the bed, Kane gazed down at her expressionlessly. "Where do I sleep?" Macy blinked and rolled from the middle to the side of the bed, lying down and patting the space beside her. "You sleep here." Kane lightly clenched his teeth. "Not afraid of what I might do to you?" Macy pondered seriously. "I'm more afraid you won't do anything." Kane was taken aback, his gaze darkening as he stepped forward abruptly, leaning over with his hands braced on either side of Macy's neck, staring down at her. "Is that so?" His towering figure cast a large shadow, his hot breath enveloping her with an air of danger. Originally, Kane wanted to intimidate this defenseless blossom, but unexpectedly, Macy reached out, hooked her arm around his neck, and smiled brilliantly. "Yes." Finishing, Macy tugged him closer, leaned up, and kissed his lips. Their lips barely touched, and Kane's fingers instantly tightened on the bedsheet. Jemmett Macy made no further move. She stayed in position, close to his lips, and whispered softly, "General, would you like us to practice what real kissing is like?" Her words stirred her supple lips gently against Kane's pursed mouth, the sweet and warm breath slipping through his lips into his throat, turning into a richly scented liquor. Kane's Conroymia's apple bobbed once, his voice hoarse. "Does Macy understand well?" "I don't." Macy curled her lips, "which is why I want to practice with the general." Her voice was like a siren's call, piercing straight from the ear to the heart. Kane realized he neither needed nor could resist. He involuntarily held his breath, slightly parting his lips, his teeth brushing her lips lightly. "Is it like this?" "No." Macy chuckled, her tongue flicking his lips. Like fireworks blooming in the silent night sky, Kane's heart pounded like drums. He raised his hand to grip the back of Macy's head. Knock knock knock, came the knocking sound at the door, causing Kane to freeze abruptly. His whole body stiffened, hearing Macy's teasing laughter. Levy, someone's here, General, go open the door quickly. Chapter 113, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Yesterly Tempting Warlord, 21. French, outside the door, shrank his neck when he saw General Shen. He had followed General Shen for almost a decade. He had seen all kinds of appearances of General Shen, ferocious and bloodthirsty, or gloomy and profound, but never this kind of appearance that seemed to be a mixture of anger and embarrassment. What happened? Daring not to look more, French lowered his eyes and said, "Following your orders, I sent all the gifts to General Liu." His subordinate conveyed gratitude to General Shen. Donnie's face was so dark that it seemed as if it could drip with water. There's no need to mention such trivial matters in the future. Yes. Closing the door, Kane took a deep breath, trying to hide the heat enveloping his body. Frustrated, he pounded the doorframe. Turning around, he strode back to the window and opened it. The night wind was icy cold, making him shudder as it brushed against his burning skin. Behind him came the soft voice of Macy, tinged with laughter. "Isn't the great general going to continue?" Clenching his teeth, Donnie growled, "Continue." He turned to glare at Macy fiercely, as if he wanted to devour her whole. However, Macy scrunched closer in bed, side-lying while hugging the quilt and closing her eyes, an innocent smile on her lips. "Gemmet, I'm sleepy, General Shen. Good night." Right this moment, Donnie nearly wanted to yank Macy off the bed, biting and strangling her at the same time. Yet, his hand loosened then tightened again and again, ultimately letting out a deep sigh before heading to the living room and lying on the sofa. Slightly curled up, he arched his body, only feeling better like this. Donnie forced himself to close his eyes, but once closed, he saw those upturned fox-like eyes and fiery lips of Macy. Tonight, it seemed impossible to sleep. Macy slept well, waking up refreshed. Conroy soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that slender figure. The black leather boots outlined long calves, the belt defined a narrow waist, and inside, the shirt was only partially buttoned up, while a black windbreaker was casually draped over broad shoulders. Leaning against the window in the bedroom, Donnie was wiping his gun with a piece of black silk handkerchief, brows furrowed. Hearing the movement on the bed, those deep-set eyes glanced up at Macy briefly before lowering again. During that fleeting gaze, they showed intense aggressiveness but also carried a unique springtime moisture, stirring something within Macy. Macy got out of bed and leaned toward Donnie's neck, taking a deep breath. His signature cold, fresh scent filled her nostrils, and Macy smiled contentedly as she went to wash up. Donnie exhaled, calming down the accelerated heartbeat. Noemi fingers discarded the handkerchief and caressed the glossy black gun barrel, which glinted with a hint of crimson in the sunlight, as if stained with blood. He returned the pistol to its holster. Tonight's banquet would be treacherous. Having a female companion meant he had to be even more cautious. When Macy emerged from the bathroom with lipstick on, Donnie was already dressed and waiting for her in the living room. With all the buttons fastened up to the top, the forbidden allure that kept others at bay reached its peak. Seeing him, Macy felt delighted. Walking beside him, she hooked her arm through his and tilted her head to look up at him. "Where are we going?" Donnie looked down at her. "If staying by my side might mean death, would you stay with me?" Macy replied, "Lev, of course, but if it must happen, I hope you're the one who kills me." Frowning, Donnie asked, "What?" Macy spoke normally, but her words sounded irrational. She raised her eyebrows at him. "I think only you are worthy of killing me, understand?" Donnie fell silent, unsure how to respond. After a while, he asked softly, "Did you bring the gun?" Macy nodded. "Lev, of course, General Shen's gifts are always kept close to me." Donnie instructed, "From now on, don't stay more than 3 meters away from me." Smiling, Macy tightened her hold on his arm. "Levi K." Feeling the softness, Donnie stiffened for a moment, coughed lightly, and forced himself to change the subject. "Let's go out for a walk." In the streets of Trinitaching City, despite the apparent prosperity, there were more beggars and ragged, hurried passers-by compared to Alessiaching City. Especially when Donnie noticed an increasing number of elegantly dressed foreigners walking the streets, he became even more convinced of his conjecture. Luis had most likely made some form of collaboration with external forces. Inside the car, Macy excitedly nudged Donnie. "Look, it's me." Donnie glanced at Macy. "I did see you." Macy clarified, "No, look outside, it's me." Donnie's gaze moved to the window, seeing Macy's gigantic poster hanging outside an image store nearby. Macy's records became an instant hit upon release, with many people contacting the Sakura Theater, willing to spend lavishly for a song from Macy. Even more influential figures came to Alessiaching City in search of her, hoping to catch a glimpse of Miss Macy. However, Macy remained oblivious to all this, as Donnie protected her so well. He couldn't stop posters from being put up. Seeing many people stopping to admire the posters or queuing up to buy the records, Donnie frowned and gently hooked his finger under Macy's chin, turning her face away from the window to look at him directly. Macy obediently turned her head with his guiding touch, blinking her eyes innocently. She was really very obedient, but Donnie still remembered how she had slapped him not long ago. Donnie gritted his teeth and said, "You're most beautiful in person. You belong to me." It was rare for him to openly express his possessiveness like this. Macy was delighted and leaned in to peck his lips. Donnie released her chin and calmly looked out the window as if nothing had happened, if not for the slight redness on his ear tips. The car stopped suddenly when it reached a major road. In front, there was commotion. Soon, a group of men in military uniforms hurried past them. "What's going on?" Macy stretched her neck out to look, only to be pulled back by Donnie. Donnie's expression was grim as he murmured, "Drive forward." The driver continued moving ahead. The unchanged streetscape outside abruptly darkened as they passed a raised platform. Conroy above a blood-red banner, a line of large text appeared before Macy's eyes. Protest convoy against the Levicuation troops. Students, countless students, stirred by the robed man on the platform, shouted fervently. The surrounding crowd watching curiously and numbly. Macy watched with interest at this stark contrast until the soldiers wielding batons and pistols rushed out and struck the middle-aged man's calves sharply. Pain spread across the man's face as he kneeled down on one knee, yet his back remained straight, his voice magnified. "Violence will never break us." His words fueled the students' anger. Suddenly, roars and curses mixed together, leading to shoving, screaming, and chaos. Macy's excited expression gradually turned cold. She was still watching. Jamang. Conroy gunshot echoed. The middle-aged man finally fell, drowning in his own blood. His pupils dilated while his eyes stayed wide open. From Macy's angle, she could clearly see his unblinking eyes, the blackness of his dilating pupils as if waiting for sunrise. The students screamed and were dispersed by the soldiers, while the body of the robed man was quickly removed. The banners written in blood were burnt into ashes. Macy's gaze shifted to the face of the one who fired the shot. "Conroy, bunch of savages. What are you all standing here for? Get lost." The voice was impatient and hoarse. It was Philip. Chapter 114, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 22. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Philip led a group away. Macy stared at the blood on the ground that had yet to dry, an inexplicable feeling welling up inside her, as if something profound had touched her heart. What were they doing? Macy looked at Donnie and asked. Donnie's expression was severely dark, his deep black hawk-like eyes stared at the banner reduced to ashes, but what reflected in his pupils wasn't ash, it was surging black flames. He moved his lips, they were rebelling. Rebelling? Macy felt puzzled. Gemmet had only cost them their lives without any effect. Great conflagrations always require countless sparks to burn. Perhaps at first there's just this little bit, flickering out immediately. Lever perhaps it ignites new sparks, or maybe not. Gemmet, even if the future is bleak, they still burn themselves for a light far too distant to be seen. This was the first time Donnie had spoken so many words to Macy at once. Conroyter finishing, he removed his hat and nodded toward the high platform, although no one but Macy saw it. For the first time, she sensed a profound loneliness from him, something heavier than anything else, swaying in the air as fragile as life hanging by a thread. Conroy's wise as she was, she couldn't empathize with it. Nevertheless, her jubilant mood seemed to sink all of a sudden. The car slowly moved forward, and in the rearview mirror, she saw several students biting their lips, tears streaming down their faces, evading soldiers to kneel on the ground, picking up the torn clothes and flyers, holding them close in their arms. Macy inwardly asked Matuan, "Why is Philip here?" seemingly becoming Louis's subordinate. Matuan checked diligently before replying, "Gemicause, you've altered many plot points, so I can't predict the subsequent development." Macy, "What about the current affinity?" Matuan, "It remains at 50. It hasn't increased nor decreased." Macy blinked, suddenly realizing something. "If I keep his affinity at this value, won't I be able to stay in this world indefinitely?" Matuan, "In theory, yes." Macy had never considered this question before because indeed, each world had nothing that made her linger. Gemmet now. She glanced sideways at Donnie's profile, having the thought for the first time to stay in this world until the end. She felt Donnie belonged to her, and since he was hers, she should possess him till the end. Macy asked again, "Matuan, don't you think the dimensional antagonist might be Dwight?" Matuan, "Why would you think that, Levener? The Conroy administrator is so kind, how could they be the antagonist?" Kind? Macy lowered her gaze, thinking seriously. Indeed, the Dwight was good. He treated everyone gently yet distantly, giving even the lowest creatures due respect, and he treated her exceptionally well, except for excessive discipline, almost fulfilling all her requests. Dwight was truly a very gentle person, always smiling. Gemmet Macy clearly remembered glimpses of madness in his eyes more than a few times accidentally. She liked the Dwight immensely, treating him as her possession, which is why she killed him when he rejected her. Conroy, the present Donnie, previously Marshall or Hamilton, gave her similar feelings. Macy tapped her fingers, her eyes reflecting a morbid excitement. If it were as she thought, she genuinely wanted to kill him again, numerous times, or be killed by him. "Macy," Donnie's slightly hoarse voice came beside her ear, "we have arrived at the governor's mansion, let's get out of the car." Saying that, he got off the car and came around to open the door for her. Macy stepped out, holding on to Donnie's hand, and the man tidied her hair, his shadowy eyes staring at her. It will be the banquet in less than 2 hours. Macy looked up and smiled at him. I'll definitely stun everyone, not letting the great warlord down. Conroy, hearing this, Donnie's expression became even worse. He whispered, don't stun everyone. Ignoring him, Macy waved at him, grinning, I'm going upstairs to freshen up. When are you leaving? Call me. Just as she turned her head, her wrist was caught by Donnie. Turning back, Macy saw Donnie pull out a silver bracelet from somewhere, slipping it onto her slender, fair wrist. The bracelet was exquisitely crafted, its patterns particularly stunning. Macy blinked, unsure why, but she felt that Donnie putting the bracelet on her was like cuffing her. Even if it were handcuffs, they weren't bad either. You lack an accessory. Donnie finished fitting the bracelet and then held her hand, lightly biting her fingertips. Leavenly after doing this did Donnie realize what he had done. He covered up with a light cough, released Macy's hand, and said hoarsely, go upstairs quickly. Macy giggled, sending a flirtatious glance at Donnie before going upstairs. Back in her room, Macy applied some lipstick, sat by the vanity table, and once again recalled Philip she had just seen. In this world, she had changed the most crucial plot point. Philip's ideal girl did not die. Since she didn't die, she was no longer his ideal girl. They had a Darius, and Philip wouldn't fall into despair but instead began to strive, which made sense. However, why did he choose to serve Luis? Luis collaborated with external enemies, being the type of person Philip despised the most. Yet now, this man who trembled at the sight of a gun muzzle was actually shooting people to help Luis maintain stability. Gemma was indeed a strange thing. Some were willing to dedicate their lives for it, while others betrayed it easily for profit. Conroy, this moment, Matuan suddenly spoke. Target character's affinity +5, current affinity 55. What? How could her affinity increase while sitting at home? Macy stared at her reflection in the mirror and laughed softly. She had a premonition that tonight's banquet would be very interesting. Conroy, this time, Philip stopped in front of a music store, gazing at the giant poster, stirring emotions within him. The person on the poster was so beautiful it seemed unreal. No one wouldn't want to possess such a treasure, and she had once belonged to him. Philip stared at Macy's poster for a long time, his eyes growing more determined. Since following Luis, he finally discovered the benefits of power. Most importantly, Luis was willing to heavily rely on him. Conroy's for Luis's poor reputation among the public, he no longer cared. He forgot that he had originally hated these kinds of tyrants exploiting the people, forgetting his initial purpose of studying abroad, to learn new ideas and liberate this corrupt country. Philip now only knew one thing, he was rising rapidly. Mariana didn't know what he was doing. Philip thought that once he stabilized himself and bought a house here, he would bring his family over. He would certainly follow Luis and show Mariana and Macy how he step by step crushed Donnie underfoot. He could definitely bring Macy back home. Inside, he felt she still had feelings for him. When the time came, owning a gorgeous beauty and a caring wife, wouldn't that be the most perfect thing in the world? This was precisely the freedom he pursued. Philip reluctantly tore his gaze away from the poster and headed towards the governor's mansion. Tonight was General Lu's birthday celebration, and with his newfound importance, he naturally needed to return early to prepare. He didn't know that Macy had come here, nor did he know how astonishingly captivating Macy was. Chapter 115, Glamorous Young Matron vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 23. In the banquet hall, apart from several warlords who similarly controlled various regions, there were also many high-ranking figures dressed in the uniforms of the invading army. Luis's intentions were already clear as day. He openly displayed his ambitions before everyone. I have collaborated with foreign enemies. Gemma at the same time, he was also telling everyone, I want to win you over. Some provincial governors had obviously already aligned themselves with Luis, seeking out those high-ranking officers enthusiastically and with eager looks in their eyes. They were all local strongmen and shrewd businessmen who would never do business at a loss. Conroys for the homeland or its people, they were merely tools used in their transactions. Philip was bustling about the banquet hall. He now served as both Luis's secretary and translator, deeply favored by him. Everyone treated him with particular courtesy when facing him. Philip enjoyed these honors but kept his eyes fixed on the entrance. He was waiting for his arch-nemesis, Cain. Not just him, many others were waiting for Cain too. Cain was the largest warlord after Luis, the youngest one, and most importantly, he was unmarried. If one could establish even a minor connection with Cain, the benefits would be immense. However, General Shen rarely attended such occasions, so while many had their eyes on this, opportunities were scarce. This time, it presented a great chance. There were rumors that General Shen suffered from a hidden illness, and others claimed that he was exceptionally brutal, enjoying killing for fun. Gemma, how did this conflict with sending women to him? Conroy, after all, women were just another tool. Finally, 5 minutes before the banquet began, a car stopped at the entrance. Conroy attendant opened the car door attentively. Conroy man in a black windbreaker got out but did not immediately enter. Instead, he walked around to the other side and opened the door. Conroy's slender hand adorned with a delicate silver bracelet rested on Cain's palm. General Shen brought a companion? Everyone's eyes widened, curious to see the woman who would soon appear before them, how special she might be. Leavenly Philip frowned sharply. He seemed to recognize who this woman was. Hiss. Miss Karina, someone beside him exclaimed in shock. Then more exclamations followed. Karina appeared before everyone. Her moon-white qipao shimmered slightly under the lights, accentuating her figure like a masterpiece from the hands of the finest sculptor. Her dark, slightly curly hair contrasted with her fiery red lips, making her face appear even more charming and captivating. Levine's hand looped through Kane's arm, the other holding a matching handbag. Each step she took was graceful and alluring. It was actually Karina. The mysterious singer who skyrocketed to fame had been taken in by General Shen. Indeed, General Shen was not an ordinary man. Karina felt those familiar gazes again, admiration, lust, and greed. She lifted her chin slightly, avoiding eye contact, not even bothering with basic pleasantries. Yet, the more aloof she was, the more she drew attention. Everyone's eyes were glued to her. Kane frowned, his expression turning cold, the scar on his left eye appearing more fearsome. Few dared to look directly at Kane's face, he resembled a bloodthirsty beast. Yet, with Karina standing next to him, there was an oddly harmonious vibe. Karina felt fewer of those sticky gazes on her body. She glanced sideways at Kane just as he cast a cold glance at someone. Conroy man who had been staring at her waist hastily looked away. Like a beast guarding its prey. Suddenly, Kane withdrew his arm from where she had it hooked. Karina was taken aback, and the next moment, Kane hugged her waist tightly. This was an even more possessive gesture. Karina tilted her head back to look at him. Kane met her gaze. Their eyes locked, and in Kane's dark, shadowy eyes, Karina curled her lips in pleasure. The interaction between this couple stung Philip's eyes. Seeing Karina again, she was far more beautiful than in the posters and his memories. That slim waist, meant to be held, should have been by his hand. Philip gritted his teeth and strode up to Kane. Leave a month ago, he was an ordinary citizen who would yield respectfully when seeing Kane's car. Now, he had the right to converse with Kane. General Shen, hello. On behalf of the Trinitigchen Governor's Levifice, I welcome your arrival. Kane glanced at Philip condescendingly, his expression disdainful. He ignored Philip completely and instead asked Karina, is this your ex-husband? Though his voice was low, it was clear enough for Philip to hear distinctly. Philip's face flushed red, he hadn't expected Kane to still remember this. Karina chuckled softly and gave a gentle mm. Kane added, he truly doesn't match you. It's good that you left him. Karina covered her mouth slightly with a delicate laugh, Commander is right. With that, Karina pulled Kane over to the nearest sofa, sitting down close to him in a flirtatious manner. I want cherries. Kane picked up a cherry and fed it to Karina's red lips, his gaze intense and fervent. Throughout all of this, Philip felt like a mere insect, not even granted a single glance. He had thought he now had the right to speak to Kane, but why was he being treated like this? Humiliation washed over Philip, his face burning as if slapped hard by Karina once again. He would have preferred being actually slapped by Karina rather than having her ignore him completely. Gripping his palms tightly, anger and humiliation made Philip tremble. Power, he must obtain power. Secretary G, Commander has arrived, a subordinate's voice snapped Philip back to reality. Taking 2 deep breaths to regain composure, he strode towards Luis. Luis emerged, surrounded by family members, looking radiant and amiable, just like an ordinary wealthy lord. Scanning the room, Luis spotted Kane not far away and smiled at him. Gembrother Shen, it's quite a journey for you to come here, you've been through a lot. Kane nodded, it's my duty. Luis's gaze shifted to Karina, lingering on her flat stomach for a moment before moving on. He laughed, Commander Shen, bringing a companion for the first time, indeed she's exceptional. Isn't this Miss Karina? How about letting Miss Karina sing a song for us? People around started chiming in eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, getting tickets for Miss Karina's live performances was almost impossible, and many present had tried without success, regretting deeply. They never thought they'd have the chance to hear Miss Karina perform here. However, Kane's expression darkened. His brows furrowed, eyes sharp as he cast a cold glance around, then tightened his grip on Karina's waist. His voice was not loud but carried an unyielding weight. Karina will only sing for me from now on. I apologize. Karina blinked, thinking, when did I say such things? Luis, being a seasoned veteran, maintained his smile despite feeling affronted internally. I didn't know Commander Shen was so possessive. Gemma, today is my birthday, won't you give your brother some face and let your lady sing a song? The atmosphere grew chilly, Kane stared into Luis's eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, remaining silent. Immediately, someone tried to ease the tension, laughing at Kane. Commander Shen, how about just one song? We all wish to see Miss Karina on stage. Exactly, General Liu is the guest of honor today, let's hear a song for him. Conroy's single glance from Kane silenced those trying to mediate, leaving them awkwardly rubbing their heads. Then, Kane turned back to Luis, his voice colder, I said, she won't sing. Luis's eyebrow twitched, the smile on his face wavering. Suddenly, a soft voice intervened. Dad, weren't you saying you wanted me to sing for you? Were you trying to make me lose face by asking Miss Karina to sing instead? Everyone turned to look at the young girl behind Luis. She wore a light pink long dress, appearing delicate and charming with almond-shaped eyes that were very lively. This was Luis's beloved youngest daughter, Tosha. Luis relaxed his brow, laughing and patting his daughter's hand. You always cause trouble. Luis did not intend to confront Kane here, so he smoothly changed the topic. Looking at Kane, he grinned. Commander Shen, among us here, you're the only unmarried one. Everyone knows you have high standards. Take a look, does my ease suit you? Having said that, he gently pushed Tosha toward Kane. Go greet Commander Shen. Kane remained expressionless, coldly watching the two. Karina's delicate brows raised. A familiar scene. Why did someone always covet her possessions at every banquet? No, this time it was different. Karina looked at Tosha, who showed reluctance when Luis instructed her to greet Kane. Gemmet when Tosha's gaze met Karina's, it became fervent. Chapter 116, Dazzling Young Matron vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 24. No matter how unwilling she was, Tosha still greeted Kane politely. She walked up to him and nodded with a smile. Hello, General Shen. Kane responded with an expressionless Tosha turned around and walked away quickly, as if there was something terrifying about Kane. This brief interruption ended soon amid Tosha's singing. Macy also joined Kane in taking their seats. The banquet was indeed luxurious, and the dishes were incredibly sumptuous. Many dishes were only tasted or untouched before being taken away and thrown into slop buckets. For some reason, Macy thought of those ragged people scavenging for food in garbage piles on the streets during the day. What are you thinking? Kane noticed Macy's mood and asked her in a low voice. Macy replied, suddenly, I feel that the differences in people's lives may be greater than the difference between humans and dogs. Not maybe, but it is. Kane lowered his eyes and looked at a delicate sweet dish on the table, then said, look at this dessert. Conroy tenant farmer works hard all year and hands over the sweet potatoes he grows as rent to the landlord. If the harvest is good, that's fine, and they can keep some to barely get by. When the harvest is bad, not only does a year's work go down the drain, but surviving becomes difficult. Sometimes, what one family has for a month becomes a single dessert on this table. Conroy, after finishing his speech, Kane put a piece in Macy's mouth. Is it delicious? He asked. It melted in her mouth, sweet and soft. Yes, it is, Macy answered truthfully. Lev, of course, it is because it's made from just a small part of the sweet potato in the middle. The rest is discarded. Even the parts thrown away are not given to the tenants but directly wasted. Because they believe it would be undignified to give the people their leftovers. Macy swallowed the dessert, but her tongue felt inexplicably bitter. Conroy around her, music filled the air, and elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies critically commented on the dishes and drinks while exchanging pleasantries. Levy outside, a middle-aged man who couldn't provide enough food for his family struggled to hand his 10-year-old daughter to a landlord's doorstep, accepting a silver dollar amidst her cries. This could let his wife and 2 Dariusren live for another half a year. She felt an unfamiliar loneliness and emptiness until Kane gently pinched her chin and looked into her eyes. This path is hard and might never reach its end. Is Macy willing to accompany me? Macy looked at him earnestly. Lev, of course. Conroe, though she had already answered this repeated question, she repeated it again seriously this time. Emotions flowing, Kane resisted the urge to kiss her, shifted his gaze, and sat up straight. He touched the gun at his waist, knowing that this night wouldn't pass quietly. Macy usually enjoyed gourmet food, but tonight she found herself eating mechanically. Pulling back her thoughts, when she glanced at Luis sitting at the main table, she unsurprisingly met Tosha's sneaking glance toward her. Macy smiled at her, and the young girl immediately lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed. Conroy's the dinner progressed, everyone toasted each other. They left their seats, and the light intoxication made conversations livelier. It was during this time that Tosha approached Macy. Kane looked at Tosha impatiently, ready to leave with Macy when he heard her speak. Miss Macy. See, can I chat with you? Macy raised an eyebrow. Lev, of course. With that, she nudged Kane. Go do your business. Kane tightened his grip on Macy's waist. Didn't we agree you shouldn't leave my side? Macy shot him a sideways glance. Not necessary to stick together. Realizing he couldn't persuade her, Kane hooked her chin and kissed her cheek. Don't stay more than 10 meters away from me. His kiss was done without any regard for the surroundings, and Tosha instantly blushed furiously, lowering her head and not daring to look up until Macy chuckled. He's gone. Leavenly then did Tosha raise her head and pat her chest. General Shen is so intimidating. Miss Macy. I really admire you. Tosha's face turned red with excitement. Finally meeting her idol in person, her joy was uncontrollable. I've loved singing since Dariushood, and Dad even hired teachers for me. I thought I sang well, but after hearing your records, I realized how far I lagged behind. Miss Macy, you're so amazing. Macy squinted slightly and sized her up, then smiled. Thank you. Her indifferent yet friendly attitude made Tosha nervous. Tosha suddenly remembered something and whispered. Don't mind my father, I absolutely don't want to marry General Shen, and I won't disrupt your relationship with him. Tosha was innocent but not stupid. She could sense the passionate affection between them, one that no one could intrude upon. Macy saw that she was speaking sincerely and smiled. I know. Tosha tightly clutched her small purse anxiously. Can you give me some advice on singing? Lev, of course. Macy took Tosha's hand and sat down on the sofa beside her. Tosha felt as if she were floating in the clouds, only thinking how beautiful Miss Macy looked when she smiled. Half an hour later, Kane couldn't resist coming to look for Macy. In that cold and terrifying gaze, Tosha pitifully walked away, and Kane sat down next to Macy. Macy leaned slightly toward Kane, catching a whiff of alcohol. "You've had quite a bit," she said lazily. "My alcohol tolerance is pretty good," Kane replied, taking her hand and playing with her bracelet. "How did it go talking with Tosha?" Macy nonchalantly replied, "She's innocent and sweet, completely unguarded around me, a thoroughly sheltered young lady. She told me everything without a hint of suspicion." Though Macy wasn't exactly kind-hearted, she agreed to teach Tosha with ulterior motives, using it as an opportunity to gather information. However, Tosha turned out to be even more innocent than Macy expected. This young lady was tone-deaf, wholly devoted to music while utterly ignorant of the outside world. She didn't know about the foreign invasion or what her father was truly up to. To her, the money that could sustain an ordinary family for a year was merely enough to buy a new imported guitar string. Conroy she would never know that the silk she wore and the sweets she ate came at the cost of flesh and bone from ordinary people. "Gemrother Shen." Louise's voice rang out from the main table. The crowd parted, and Louise approached Kane with 2 cups of wine, smiling broadly. "Come, drink this cup." Kane stood up to decline. "Sorry, I've had enough today." Louise laughed heartily. "Since you've already had a lot, what's one more cup?" "I'll finish mine, you decide." He finished his own cup before Kane could say anything. Conroyplause erupted from the surrounding crowd, praising Asif's generosity and urging Kane to drink. "If Gemrother doesn't drink, it means he looks down on me," Louise grinned, staring straight at Kane. With the birthday celebrant personally offering a toast, he couldn't refuse. Gemmet he had a premonition that drinking this cup would bring no good. Kane's eyes darkened as he gave a cold smile and was just about to take the cup when a slender white hand suddenly intervened. "Levier General Shen really has had enough. Let me drink this one for him." Macy said this with a charming laugh, then tilted her head back and finished the drink in one gulp, so quickly that even Kane couldn't stop her. Louise's smile vanished instantly, his eyes narrowing maliciously at Macy. Macy smiled even brighter. "Asif, are you looking at me like this because you think I'm not worthy to drink with you, or because you look down on me?" Chapter 117, Dazzling Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Military Governor, 25. Louis's words were cut off by Macy directly, leaving his face somewhat unpleasant, unable to laugh. Kane's expression was also very grim as he said, "I have a poor alcohol tolerance, so I'll take my leave first." With that, he clutched Macy's waist and started to walk out. "Gemrother Shen, what are you in such a hurry for?" Louise called out to Kane. "Unfulfilled, he would never give up easily. We've just finished a meal, there's more entertainment to come." "Gemrother, you're leaving already? Conroy, are you dissatisfied with me?" Kane took a deep breath. This was on Louis's turf, rashness would only make things worse. He tightened his hold around Macy's waist and said, "I will send Macy back first." Louise laughed. "Do you need to bother with this? I can send someone to take her back." "No need." This time, Kane made no further compromises. "I will take her." Finishing his sentence, he carried Macy away with big strides, gesturing to call the driver and his subordinates over. Louis narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Kane's silhouette as he loudly said, "Gemrother, your elder brother is waiting here for you." Conroe afterward, Louis looked at everyone else and laughed. "Don't worry, more exciting performances are coming up next." The grand banquet for the commander was far from just a meal. It included colorful performances and gambling venues to follow. Conroy's everyone drank until slightly tipsy, they grew bolder. When beautiful singers and dancers entered, many started to touch them freely, revealing the vile desires hidden beneath their elegant exteriors. It was also entirely normal to casually pull a pretty one into an embrace and kiss her. Sitting at the main seat, Louis half closed his eyes, watching the luxurious scene before him and beckoned to Tosha. Tosha approached. "Father, is there something you need?" Louis said, "When Kane comes back, sit on his lap and seduce him." Tosha's face changed. "Father, I don't want to." Louis snorted coldly. "I raised you this big, not for you to say no." Tosha was indeed his beloved daughter, but a daughter was just that. Her main function was to help him cultivate relationships. In front of power, what did a daughter matter? Conroy as long as he wished, there were plenty more. Tosha's eyes reddened. "Gemmet." Louise continued, "Now Kane is wary, maybe he won't drink anymore. So I need you to try hard and get him into bed. Jemmy then, whether he wants to marry you or not, he has to." Louise originally planned to put something in the wine to make Kane drunk, then have his daughter appear. Everything would fall into place the next day. Whether for the sake of saving face or under his pressure, Kane would have to marry Tosha. Gemmet unexpectedly, Macy drank that glass of wine. Macy ruined his plan and his mood, so he wouldn't let it go easily. "So, go touch up your makeup." Louise waved her away like chasing a pet. Tosha bit her lower lip tightly and walked away hastily. She suddenly realized she was nothing more than a tool to her father. Gemmet she dared not defy him. Since Dariushood, she had been told her father was sky high, the pinnacle of power, the one who set the rules. Moreover, she had seen those who defied her father meet miserable ends. Tosha wiped her tears, her whole body trembling slightly. In the car, Macy felt dizzy. She didn't know how much alcohol this body could handle, but she herself could drink endlessly without ever feeling drunk. Her first time experiencing this, she found it quite novel. However, Kane's face was dark and grim. Who allowed you to drink that glass of wine? Kane pinched her chin and asked. Macy retorted, I wanted to drink it. What's wrong? Do I need the commander's approval? Kane was so angry he felt suffocated. I don't need you to take risks for me, Macy. Macy smiled dazedly. What risk is this? Louise can't possibly offer you a cup of poison in public. It might be something to make you pass out or some strange drug, but none of it's fatal. So what if I drank it? Indeed, Macy's analysis was spot on. Kane looked deeply into Macy. Her upward slanting fox-like eyes appeared even more dazed and enchanting. Conroy blush crept onto her cheeks, making her look like a peach dipped in sweet wine. Suddenly, he felt thirsty, moving his lips slightly, just about to approach when Macy suddenly turned around, straddling his thighs. The rear space of the car was cramped. Conroyfter Macy sat on Kane's thighs, they were tightly pressed together. Kane instantly straightened his back, involuntarily holding his breath. How strange, this wine makes me want to kiss you so much, besides making one drunk, Macy murmured. Kane slightly widened his eyes, not having reacted yet when Macy's lips covered his. Conroy the moment their lips touched, Kane felt as if he had bitten into a juicy peach, with scorching sweetness rushing through his entire body along with each breath. This wasn't their first kiss, yet every time was shockingly intense. Kane thought this kiss would end quickly, considering Macy's muddled state of mind. However, in the next second, her soft little tongue directly slipped into his mouth. Kane's eyes opened wide in surprise. His hands tightened spasmodically, all his senses focusing on his lips and teeth. After several blank seconds, Kane suddenly grabbed the back of Macy's neck, deepening the kiss. It was like an intense downpour in a scorching summer, stirring up pulsating heat. The air around them seemed to turn into intoxicating liquor, filled with each other's breath and strong alcohol fumes. Macy acted purely on instinct, feeling this experience to be utterly beautiful and new. Leavenly when she tasted blood did Kane part from her lips. Gemmening hot all over, Macy wanted another kiss but was stopped by Kane's finger against her lips. Gem breathing heavily, Kane's voice was hoarse with desire. We're here. He opened the car door and carried Macy out horizontally. The cool evening breeze brushed against Macy's cheeks, somewhat dissipating the heat within her. However, drowsiness began to overpower her. Kane struggled to tear his gaze away from Macy and strode toward the room. Jemmy the time he laid her on the bed, she was already half asleep, humming softly and saying hazily with a smile. General, that's what kissing is. Kane's body burned, licking his bitten lip, where the sting should have sobered him up but only made him more aroused. Taking a deep breath, he called his subordinates. Guard Macy. I'm going to find Luis. Remember, stay alert. I suspect Luis will make a move on Macy tonight. French and the others acknowledged seriously, watching Kane leave. Unseen by anyone, one unremarkable subordinate behind French discreetly tucked his hand into his sleeve. Chapter 118, Gorgeous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 26. Macy was sleeping soundly, and Conroy de Bayo softly called in her mind. Macy, Macy. Flint? Macy didn't respond, which troubled Conroy de Bayo greatly. Now that it had upgraded, it became more sensitive to everything. Conroy, though it couldn't predict the future plot development, it could sense that its master seemed to be in danger. Even though its master wasn't a good person, it still didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Meanwhile, outside the door, French and others were guarding the entrance very seriously with their hands on the guns at their waists, not moving an inch. Conroy, after a while, the shortest man, seemingly tired of standing, yawned and asked. Do any of you brothers want some water? I'll get the kettle. French nodded, go ahead. The short man returned to his room to get the kettle and then came out, drinking a mouthful right before everyone, smacking his lips, and laughing. There's coffee brewed inside. This thing is a rare commodity from abroad. I've finally managed to order some to try after great efforts. It's said to help one stay awake, and it tastes pretty good. Do you want to try? His two companions found it novel too and took the kettle to drink 2 sips, commenting, it's indeed good. Hey, right, Conroy advisorly, do you want to try? French glanced at him and shook his head, I've tried it, I don't like it. The short man laughed, leader, just have a sip. Mine is different from what you've drunk. Forget it, French waved his hand, no need. The short man had to take back the kettle, his eyes flickering slightly. Soon enough, the two who drank coffee started feeling dizzy. Strange, this is supposed to keep them awake, why did they feel increasingly sleepy? Conroy at this moment, the short man suddenly stood up and whispered, listen, there seems to be movement outside. The other 3 instantly became alert, listening carefully and indeed hearing someone approaching. Leavenly Raoul's people were arranged to stay in this small building, so who would come here? The short man looked at French, Conroy advisorly, shall we too go check? Let them stay here to guard? French frowned but nodded, go. The short man heaved a sigh of relief and, along with French, cautiously went to the stairway, slowly descending. They circled around downstairs but saw no suspicious person. French looked at the short man. Did we hear wrong just now? The short man scratched his head. I don't know. Maybe we did, got too nervous. Not quite right, something felt off. French frowned deeply and strode upstairs quickly. In an instant, the short man suddenly leaped up, slamming the butt of his gun heavily onto the back of French's head. French stumbled and fell. Realizing it was bad, he struggled to turn over, swiftly drawing his gun aiming at the short man. Don't move. Yet, the short man wasn't afraid at all. It's okay, shoot me. Saying this, he directly lunged towards French. French hadn't expected that this Darius he saved would become a traitor. Conroyer and disappointment made him pull the trigger without hesitation. Gem at the gun didn't fire. Sorry, Gemrother, I switched the bullets for blanks. Conroyfter saying this, French no longer wanted to listen and turned to rush upstairs, but the short man grabbed him. The two men struggled together. Conroy at the same time, Louis's men quietly arrived at Macy's room door. The leader, Philip, had an excited expression. Louis and Philip talked about giving Macy a lesson. Philip volunteered immediately, swearing to ruin Macy's reputation. Louis trusted Philip's abilities somewhat and let him take people. Philip thought this was the perfect opportunity to spend a night with Macy. He and Macy had been married for so long, yet he hadn't even touched her hand. Thinking of Macy's dazzling appearance at the banquet, Philip felt increasingly restless. Maybe he could even make Macy pregnant, and then she'd have to be with him. Standing in front of the door, Philip led 4 people behind him. He opened the door with a spare key, encountering no obstruction. Upon entering, he rushed into the bedroom. Seeing the beauty on the bed, his body started burning. You guys wait outside. Philip spoke. The 4 men exchanged glances. The general meant for us to go in together. Though Philip was extremely unwilling, he was afraid these people would report back to the general, so he said. Then, you're only allowed to touch. Conroy at the same time, Conroy de Bayo screamed frantically in Macy's mind. Conroy, wake up Flint, Conroy. Conroy de Bayo was almost in tears. For the first time, it hated not having a physical form. If it did, it would certainly jump over and bite these bad men to death. Conroy de Bayo's frenzied calls really woke Macy up. This body couldn't withstand the effects of the drug and had passed out, but Macy's mental power was extremely terrifying. Even trapped in this body, she could struggle to regain consciousness. You're really noisy, Macy, unable to open her eyes, responded to Conroy de Bayo in her mind. Conroy de Bayo shouted excitedly, Conroy, hurry up and kill them, Flint. Levy, my God, that guy's hand is touching you, Conroy, stop it right now, you bad man, you dirty hands. Conroy's strange sensation suddenly touched her calf, and Macy's eyes snapped open. In an instant, she rolled over to dodge the hand. Then, with a speed no one could see clearly, she pulled out a gun from under the pillow and pulled the trigger. Jamang bang. 2 shots rang out, and the 2 men closest to Macy fell down, spurting blood that splattered onto Philip's face. Conroy, this happened in the blink of an eye, as no one expected the unconscious woman to be alert. Philip and the other 2 finally reacted, frantically drawing their guns, but Macy didn't give them a chance. She performed a beautiful roll and kicked Philip's ankle with such force that he immediately fell to the ground, crashing into the man behind him who was also fumbling for his weapon. Seizing this opportunity, Macy didn't hesitate to pull the trigger again. Conroyfter 2 more gunshots, everything went silent, leaving only Philip's terrified and heavy breathing. He lay on the ground, pants half off, unable to stand due to the pain in his ankle, staring at Macy's black gun barrel while sitting on the floor, trying to back away in terror. Macy looked down at him from above, her eyes still half closed with evident drowsiness. Relax, I won't kill you. Conroyfter all, I don't want to leave this world just yet. She slowly shifted the gun barrel from his head toward his crotch. Philip's face turned deathly pale. Macy, you're insane. Ignoring him, Macy asked Conroy de Bayo in her mind, if I cripple him there, will his favorability rating towards me drop to a negative number? Conroy negative rating would still mean leaving, which she didn't want. Conroy de Bayo carefully calculated and concluded, it might. Gemmet breaking his leg probably won't. Pity, then it'll be his leg. Macy raised an eyebrow, moving the gun to Philip's calf. Before Philip could scream, another gunshot echoed, followed by intense pain in his calf. The pain made his mouth gape open but no sound came out. His face paled as he writhed on the ground, yet he felt a strange relief. Thankfully Macy hadn't killed him or damaged his crotch. She must treat him specially. Conroyfter firing, Macy glanced at the nearly unconscious Philip bleeding profusely, then swayed back to bed and collapsed. Conroy de Bayo was stunned. Flint, you won't believe this, but the favorability rating didn't drop. Macy lacked the energy to respond. The mental power had barely held her through that moment. Now relaxed, she was overwhelmingly sleepy again. She shoved the handgun back under the pillow, closed her eyes, and drifted back to sleep. In the room, 4 bodies lay sprawled in a pool of blood, along with a man with a broken leg in a semi-conscious state. The thick, sticky air was saturated with the heavy scent of blood. Levin the bed, the unblemished beauty smacked her lips and nuzzled the pillow, sleeping soundly. Chapter 119, Glamorous Housewife vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 27. The gunfire was unmasked, causing the two men wrestling downstairs to look upward. Seeing nothing, after the gunshot there was only silence. The shorter man's heart skipped a beat. Why was there gunfire? Wasn't it supposed to be just playing around with a woman, no bloodshed, no evidence left behind? Moreover, 5 shots rang out. They had sent exactly 5 people. Conroy's premonition of dread rose within the short man. His face changed and he started to rush upstairs. French held him back, picking up a stone and smashing it hard onto the shorter man's head. Unable to break free, the shorter man also pulled out an electroshock baton and began retaliating. While they were grappling, the inn's personnel had already gone to the banquet hall to find Luis. Earnstagers and security of the inn did not know Luis's plan. They only knew that Adolf lived here. Upon hearing the gunshots, they did not dare inspect on their own accord and quickly went to report. Inside the banquet hall, tears welled in Tosha's eyes as she tightly clutched her fingers, standing beside Kane, at a loss of what to do. She feared him intensely, not wanting to get any closer, yet when her father's gaze fell upon her, she did not dare disobey. Tosha moved next to Kane, trembling as she called out, "Dasha." Kane coldly glanced at her, lifting his chin slightly to indicate that she should keep her distance. This attitude, which showed no regard for tenderness towards women, made Tosha feel even more wronged. She felt incredibly miserable, almost wanting to flee this place. Just then, Luis laughed and said, "Aren't you fond of Dasha? Why don't you get closer?" Tosha's scalp tingled with unease. She gritted her teeth and was about to sit down beside Kane when several people suddenly ran in from outside. Recognizing them as the security of the inn where he stayed, Kane's brow furrowed tightly. He stood up and strode toward these few individuals. Those people came over to Luis and reported the situation to him. Luis narrowed his eyes slightly and cursed inwardly. Wasn't it said not to alarm anyone? Could there have been an unexpected situation discovered by Kane's men? This was not good. Kane had also heard what those few people said. He sharply looked at Luis. "Did you arrange this?" Luis stood up. "What are you talking about, Gemrutherson?" "I didn't understand." Kane's body grew icy cold, his eyes red as he turned abruptly and walked out. Luis and others immediately followed. After all, this was Luis's territory. As the host, he naturally had to go check it out. Everyone exchanged glances. Something happened? Is there going to be a show? It wasn't far from the banquet hall to the inn. Shin Changyan, Luis, and company arrived within 10 minutes. Kane firmly gripped the handgun at his waist, anxiety and anger making his fingertips tremble. When he reached the lower floor, he heard French's weak voice. "The short one is a traitor." Turning his head, Kane saw French, who was covered in blood, badly injured. The short man was lying unconscious nearby. Kane's pupils contracted. He instructed his subordinates to take care of French and rushed upstairs. The higher Kane climbed, the heavier the smell of blood became. He quickened his pace, almost running, rushing towards the door. Finding 2 of his men lying at the doorway, he caught his breath, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, not daring to imagine what the scene inside would be like. Kane had never regretted so much before. His beast-like eyes turning bloodshot, he kicked open the door. Behind him, others followed closely. Everyone took a step back upon seeing the scene in the room. Even though everyone had seen blood and killed before, witnessing such a brutal scene in a luxurious room still caused immense impact. Luis saw this scene and instantly frowned. This was not right. Kane glanced at the corpses on the ground, discovering none of his own men, and stepped into the bedroom amidst the sticky blood. Upon seeing Macy on the bed, he finally felt alive again. His icy fingertips began to warm up, his stopped heart started beating again. "Macy," he rasped, walking to the bedside, lightly caressing her peaceful sleeping face with his thumb. Conroy at this moment, he did not want to know what had happened here, nor did he want to think about the stakes involved. Conroy he knew was that his Macy was safe, unharmed. Noise filled the room, waking Macy. Much of the sedative effect had worn off. She slowly opened her eyes, meeting Kane's red-rimmed eyes. She couldn't help but smile at him. "Why do you look like that?" Kane moved his lips silently. "Sorry." Macy sat up, looking at everyone and the pool of blood on the ground, shocked. "What happened?" Luis took the initiative. "Miss Macy, I should be the one asking you. What exactly happened here?" Kane gritted his teeth, just preparing to stand up and draw his gun, but was held back by Macy. Macy sat on the bed, looking innocent. "I don't know, Asif. What could a weak woman like me do? However, I seem to have an old habit." Macy paused, then looked at the mangled bodies on the ground and smiled. "I enjoy killing in my dreams." The entire room fell silent, everyone staring with wide eyes at the woman sitting on the bed. Just waking up, her hair was slightly messy, cheeks rosy red, her phoenix eyes alluring, making her look even more delicate. This was too absurd. A weak woman killed 5 grown men in her sleep. Kane spoke, his gaze piercingly focused on Luis, his voice so cold it seemed like it could drip water, no longer willing to conceal anything. "Shouldn't Asif explain this? Why were your subordinates found in Miss Macy's room?" "How would I know?" Perhaps they admired Miss Macy. Luis's expression remained unchanged. "Conroy admired?" Kane sneered. "Conroy admired enough to get into Macy's locked room?" Luis shifted the focus. "Regardless, my 5 generals died in Kane's room. General Shen should give me an explanation. Macy suddenly laughed. There's still one who isn't dead yet. If you don't save him now, he really will die. Hearing this, Louis's subordinates hurried to check and indeed found Philip still alive. They quickly carried him away. Conroy Twitch appeared at the corner of Louis's eyebrow. Whether it's 5 or 4 people, Miss Macy has indeed killed my men. Macy raised an eyebrow at Louis. Isn't the point that Asif sent people to gang rape me? She had bluntly said it outright. Louis's eyes turned vicious as his patience ran out. He waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately closed the door. Levi ver a dozen men armed with guns stood in the room, their gazes fixated on Donnie and Macy on the bed. Louis spoke coldly, Gemrother, I intended to cooperate with you, hence treated you with utmost respect. Now, it seems you're ungrateful. Conroy as he spoke, he threw a document onto Donnie's lap, then drew his pistol and aimed it at Donnie's forehead. You won't leave this room today unless you sign this agreement. Donnie glanced down and saw the title. This was a territorial cession and power transfer treaty. His eyes sharpened, calculating the possibility of escaping with Macy safe. Gemmet just then, Macy placed her hand on his back, her fingertips trailing slowly along his spine. Donnie shuddered, somehow feeling he understood Macy's intentions. In an instant, as Macy pushed forward, Donnie abruptly stood up. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden movement. Conroy dozen guns pointed directly at Donnie, and everyone's attention was fixed on him. Seizing the moment, Macy darted out with ghost-like speed, appearing behind Louis in an instant. Startled, Louis barely reacted before being seized by Macy's slender fingers around his throat, her icy-cold pistol pressing against his temple. Louis had never imagined a woman's fingers could be as sharp as a blade. Conroy and his subordinates were stunned, aiming their guns at Macy, but she only smiled. Don't move. I'm easily scared. If I'm startled and my hand shakes, your commander might end up dead. Chapter 120, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 28. Louis felt suffocated, his face turning beet red. It had been a very long time since he last felt the terror of death. When Macy spoke, her breath sprayed against his ear, and it was as if he heard the call of ghosts from hell. Kane nodded toward the door. Macy, you go first, I'll cover your back. Macy kicked Louis's knee with immense force. Stumbling, Louis followed the force and walked out of the room. Kane followed Macy out and coldly ordered his subordinates, follow closely. Louis's men followed closely behind, guns aimed at Macy's back but were blocked by Kane. Kane used his body as a shield for Macy. Even if someone fired, they would hit him first. Conroyed before dying, he would definitely kill everyone here. Thus, they stepped out of the building one step after another. Downstairs, Kane's car was ready, its doors open. Conroy Kane's subordinates found this situation unexpected. They were not particularly shocked. They were all loyal to him, having followed him for many years and witnessing too many of his wild actions. Macy grabbed Louis's neck and pulled him into the car. Strangely enough, despite being twice as large as Macy in size and shape, Louis was effortlessly dragged into the car. Waiting until everyone was in the car, Kane scanned around with his sharp, cold eyes and said, If Shin can leave safely today, your Supreme Commander will remain unharmed. He then opened the car door, sat next to Macy, and whispered, Drive. Kane's convoy headed towards the road leading out of the city, with 7 or 8 cars from Louis following closely behind. Louis's people were so close that Kane's driver frowned. Once we let Louis go, we'll certainly be riddled with bullets. Kane sneered coldly, I know. Looking at Louis whose face was red with pain, he took out a dagger from his waist and, without expression, stabbed it into Louis's thigh, who looked at him in terror. Ugh. Were you mad, Kane? The intense pain made Louis tremble all over, his face pale white. Gemmet Kane didn't pull the dagger out, he even twisted it in the wound. Conroya. Louis screamed like a pig being slaughtered, nearly passing out. Kane looked into Louis's eyes coldly. Since Asif and I have already broken our truce, this stab is for my Macy. If it weren't for the fact that killing Louis wouldn't get them out alive, Kane really wanted to flay him inch by inch. Macy blinked at Kane and complained with a frown, Chang'an, when can we throw him out? He smells awful. Kane pulled out the dagger from Louis's leg, splashing blood, soon. He pulled Louis like a dead pig, pressing his elbow on Louis's neck to make half of his body stick out of the window. Tell your men to stop and not follow us. If I see their cars in 1 minute, we will all die here. Kane's voice was icy and bloodthirsty. In pain, Louis, who had fought through numerous battles, smiled coldly with trembling lips. Commander Shin cares for women. Didn't expect you'd choose to die together with such a creature now. Conroy soon as these words left his mouth, Macy's delighted voice sounded from behind Louis. Why not? Let's die together. It actually sounded rather cheerful. Madness, they were all mad. Kane pressed harder, I'm giving you 3 seconds to decide. 3. Stop. Don't follow anymore. Louis shouted at the top of his lungs with half of his body hanging out the window. Kane very cooperatively pointed his gun at Louis's head from inside the car. It worked effectively, and Louis's people stopped. In 3 hours, tell them to find you on Mountain River Road. Kane said. Louis hurriedly repeated it. 3 hours later, when Luis's subordinates found him at the agreed location, Kane's people were long gone. Luis, who thought everything was set up perfectly like inviting guests into a trap, never expected Kane to have a secret weapon. That ghost-like woman. Clenching his teeth while the doctor bandaged his wounds, Luis's venomous eyes burned with rage. When we attack Alessiaching next time, kill everyone directly, but that woman Macy must be captured alive. When the time comes, let all the brothers in the army taste her. Kane looked at Macy beside him. Macy had buried her head in his chest and fallen asleep. Conroy's faint smell of blood lingered in the car. Kane pinched the bridge of his nose hard, wanting to light a cigarette. His fingers paused, ultimately lowering down. No one knew how panicked he was when he thought Macy had run into trouble. In that instant, he even doubted the faith he had adhered to, with a mad desire to destroy everything surging through his body. Fortunately, Macy was fine. Kane tried to calm his heartbeat and planted a trembling kiss on Macy's hair, devoutly. It turned out that unconsciously, she had long become his faith, the light on his path ahead. He had once said this road was unbearably dark, without any sight of what was ahead. Gemmet now, his future seemed brighter. When they arrived at Alessiaching governor's mansion, it was already broad daylight the next day. Kane hadn't slept all night, faint stubble appearing on his chin. The moment Macy opened her eyes, she saw his strong, handsome jawline. Seeing Macy awake, Kane didn't let go but carried her straight into her room. After settling Macy, Kane gathered all his confidants for a meeting. He had completely broken ties with Luis, and the invading army's attack on the country became more aggressive. Alessiaching was the last line of defense. Once it fell, the entire nation wouldn't be far from falling too. Unite all resistance forces and defend Alessiaching to the death. Yes. He looked out the window, sensing the impending storm. When Macy woke up, someone was knocking on the door, saying there was a young girl outside looking for her. Macy was confused for a while, trying to figure out who might be looking for her. When she saw the silhouette of the young girl, she remembered she had an adopted sister. Gemak then, she had brought Dorothy from the G family to compete against the plot, but she had completely forgotten about this matter later. In the original plot, Philip fled and sent Dorothy to a notorious collaborator to save his own life, and Dorothy was soon tortured to death by the collaborator. Now, Dorothy had been taken away from the G family, deviating entirely from the plot and apparently living well. Dorothy's face was red. Sister Macy, I came to say goodbye. I have a boy I like, and I want to leave with him. Macy raised an eyebrow. Who? Dorothy, we met in school. His name is Gaspard, 3 years older than me. We've been together. It's not peaceful now, and his family is moving to Yun City, inviting me to go with him. Sister, this box contains a gold necklace I bought with the money I earned from handcrafts, please take it. She held the small box with both hands and presented it to Macy. It was indeed a gold necklace, likely Dorothy had exhausted herself to buy such a necklace. Macy glanced at it and showed no interest. I don't want it. Here, I can get anything I need, and your necklace doesn't appeal to me. Dorothy bit her lower lip, awkwardly taking the necklace back. Gemmet, I have nothing to repay you, sister. You don't need to, Macy said. Don't become a collaborator's concubine, that will be the greatest repayment. Dorothy's eyes widened. How could that happen? Indeed, Dorothy had completely strayed from the plot. Macy waved her hand. Go. She didn't care much about Dorothy's departure. After Dorothy left, the G family moved to Trinitaching. It seemed Philip finally remembered his wife and Dariusren. Kane was getting busier, the lines between his eyebrows growing deeper. Leavenly when he came to Macy did he manage to sleep a few hours each night. Macy was quite dissatisfied. She had an unusual possessiveness towards Kane, often thinking about handcuffing him when he was asleep, using the handcuffs she had taken from his desk earlier. Gemmet, she never did it. Something seemed to be changing gradually. She wanted Kane to win. After he won and everything ended, she would lock him up. 2 months passed quickly. Macy often drove around when Kane was busy, driving until she reached the border with the neighboring city one day. That area had long fallen into the hands of the invaders, full of refugees and corpses on the streets, with debaucheries frequented by collaborators and enemy troops. Macy disguised herself and sneaked into the largest theater. She liked such activities, treating gathering information as an interesting game. This wasn't her first visit here. If Kane knew, he would definitely stop her, but she was good at counter-reconnaissance and had never been caught. Sitting in a corner, Macy ordered a cup of coffee and stared at the people coming and going through the entrance. Soon, a plump man walked in. Macy recognized him, one of Luis's capable lieutenants, responsible for cleaning up this area, and one of the notorious collaborators. Ernst was holding a coquettish woman. The moment Macy saw the woman, her hand froze with her coffee cup. She felt suddenly furious and restless. A sense of failure surged up. She had lost to the plot. That woman was indeed Dorothy. Chapter 121, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 29. Though Dorothy had only left not long ago, she seemed to have changed a lot. She wore high heels and a cheapao with an extremely high slit that revealed her long, fair thighs as she walked. Her makeup was heavy, and when she hung on the greasy man's arm, she seemed bonelessly limp. Macy's fingers caressed a surge of savagery. She wanted to kill Dorothy. How unfair it was. She had changed everything, so why did the plot still return to its original course? Wouldn't killing her outright make things easier? Macy touched the dagger at her waist, staring intently in Dorothy's direction. The brain-shaped mass sensed Macy's murderous intent and spoke nervously. Flint, please calm down. Maybe Dorothy is being forced. Macy, so what? Realizing it couldn't reason with Macy, it tried another approach. Killing is bad, and it will get your hands dirty, making you easy to be discovered. Flint, you can try asking Dorothy if she wants to come with you. Wouldn't that change the plot again? Macy took a breath irritably and didn't respond. Her gaze remained fixed on Dorothy. When Dorothy lit a cigarette and stood up from beside the man, walking away, Macy also rose and followed her out. Her fingers gripped the dagger at her waist, quietly following Dorothy from behind. Dorothy walked to the rooftop terrace and leaned lazily against the railing, deeply inhaling the cigarette at her fingertips. Under the cold moonlight, light blue smoke hovered around her face. It had to be admitted, Dorothy was indeed very beautiful. Macy humped softly, "You've become prettier." Dorothy suddenly turned around. Upon seeing Macy, her eyes widened with panic. Like a Darius caught in wrongdoing, she quickly hid the hand holding the cigarette behind her back, standing stiffly, and opened her mouth. "Sister Macy, how did you end up here?" Macy didn't want to talk. Just as she prepared to pull out her dagger and stab Dorothy to death, the mass screamed in alarm. "Flint, Master. You said you wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Is she innocent?" Macy asked mentally. "She made me unhappy. Is she innocent?" The mass was taken aback, thinking frantically before its voice became more Darius-ish. "Flint, Master, please don't kill anyone, I beg you." Macy was always slightly lenient towards her pet, and the babyish voice improved her mood a bit. So, she decided to give Dorothy a chance. "Come with me," Macy told Dorothy. Dorothy bit her lip hard, lowered her head, and refused. "I don't want to leave, it's very good here, the food and clothes are the best, and Anthony treats me well, sorry, sister." Macy narrowed her eyes and said to the mass in her mind, "See, I gave her a chance." Having said that, just as she was about to take out her dagger to finish it, a drunken voice came from behind. "I was wondering where my little flower went. She ended up here." Dorothy hurried over, her voice coy. "Levy, Anthony, I just came out for a cigarette. Let's go back right now." Anthony squeezed Dorothy's slender waist contentedly and looked at Macy. "Hey, there's another beauty here?" Macy did a little disguise, concealing her original appearance, but even just by her silhouette, it was clear she was beautiful. However, Dorothy sounded somewhat displeased. "Conroy, am I not beautiful enough? Isn't looking at me enough for you, Anthony?" "Enough, enough." Anthony wrapped his arms around Dorothy's waist and went downstairs. Macy stood there, licking her lips. Dorothy sure had good luck. If that person had been a moment late, she would have become Macy's next victim. Conroy the mass breathed a huge sigh of relief. "It's great, no killing happened." Macy's current judgment about killing was too casual. It must properly guide her. Finding herself losing to the plot, Macy was in a bad mood. However, on her way back, after killing a man who attempted to bully a female student, her mood improved somewhat. This time, the mass did not stop her. Macy's emotions came quickly and faded just as fast, soon putting this matter out of her mind. The war situation was getting increasingly dire, and the flames of war were approaching Alessiaching. Macy hadn't seen Kane for several days, and the number of refugees on the streets was increasing. More and more people were packing their belongings and fleeing to the rear, trying to stay farther away from the battlefields. Everyone knew that once Alessiaching fell, the fall of the entire country would be inevitable. Therefore, more people picked up weapons and went to the front line, knowing they might never return, but determined all the same. Because behind them lay their homeland, their loved ones, and those they cherished. They were using their bodies as the last line of defense. Conroy, as long as one person didn't fall, their homeland and country would still exist. Macy couldn't sit still anymore. She decided to look for Kane. Kane was hers. How could he be away from her for so long? Macy sneaked into Kane's study, flipped through a few clues, and almost pinpointed where Kane had gone. The front line before Alessiaching was Shangcheng. Conroy being ambushed, Shangcheng suffered heavy casualties. Kane must have gone there to reinforce. For a great general to go to the front lines meant the situation was extremely perilous. Macy wouldn't care about that. She merely wanted to find Kane with her handcuffs. Just when Macy was preparing to depart quietly the day before, someone suddenly came looking for her. Conroy, a young man in the Resistance Army uniform, came with a small box and a newspaper to find Macy. He handed the little box to Macy with both hands and said, "You are Comrade Dorothy's closest companion. She wanted to give these things to you." Macy blinked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" The young man sighed softly, lowering his eyes. "She didn't tell you." "Yes, they're all like that." He gently unfolded the newspaper and handed it to Macy, saying softly, "We are deeply grateful for Comrade Dorothy's sacrifice. We will always remember the torch she lit. Torches may fall, but the flame will always rise upward." Conroy speaking, he left. Macy looked down at the news on the newspaper. Special report. GEMIG collaborator Lee M. assassinated. The killer was shot dead on the spot, revealed to be a delicate yet strong flower. Lev opening the small box, inside was the gold necklace. Macy suddenly remembered Dorothy giving her the necklace and saying goodbye, with a careful expression full of aspirations for future life. Gemak then, Dorothy's eyes sparkled with light, brimming with youthful anticipation and bashful joy. Conroy the last time they met, her heavy makeup concealed her weariness. Had she already made her choice? What was her mood when she spoke those words back then? Was sacrificing without seeing the way forward really worth it? Macy stared at the necklace in her hand, her fingers gripping the box turning pale. Conroy after a long while, she took out the necklace and put it around her neck. Then she removed her cheapao, donned military attire, and walked out determinedly. Chapter 122, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 30. The closer they got to the front line, the more palpable the fear brought by the war became. Panic was etched on everyone's faces as people were fleeing for their lives. Macy witnessed people smuggling all their family assets away in a bid for survival, leaving their elderly and frail parents behind, while others huddled with their families, supporting one another no matter how bleak the situation, just to stay together. In the face of life and death, all daily trivial disputes and conflicts turned to dust. Leavenly at such moments did people realize how precious the things they once had were. Macy was going against the flow, along with many others who chose to move forward just like her. Eventually, civilians vanished from sight. Nearly half of the houses here were destroyed, and amidst the ruins, a few orphaned Dariusren, unkempt and grimy, were rummaging for food. Macy continued observing everything around her. The more she saw, the less her excitement grew over meeting Donnie soon, and gradually, she began to reflect. Conroy boy, looking about a dozen years old, dashed up to Macy, stretching out his hand. Macy wore clothes prepared by Donnie, indicating a captain level in the resistance army. She was tall and not slim, yet she appeared delicate compared to those fighters. She stared at the Dariusren expressionlessly. What do you want? Food, money. You must have them. The leading kid lunged forward after seeing her reluctance to give. Macy sidestepped. Get lost. The other Dariusren also pounced when they saw this. Macy frowned, reaching for her gun but hesitated as her fingers touched it. During this brief pause, a pair of hands reached out and stood in front of Macy. Following the hands, Macy saw a woman dressed similarly to her but in clothes that looked much older than hers. The woman held several steamed buns which she distributed among the Dariusren. They snatched the buns, stuffing them into their mouths hurriedly. Slow down, the woman said to the Dariusren. Follow the sister behind me to Tsiang where you can get education and meals. With buns in their mouths, the Dariusren looked at the woman suspiciously, finally nodding and sluggishly following behind. Then, the woman turned to Macy and asked, Hello comrade, may I ask? I'm looking for Kane, replied Macy. The woman's eyes widened slightly. Commander Shen? You are. I've only heard of Commander Shen but never seen him, nor have I had the privilege. Seeing you so weary from your journey, would you like to rest in our church? Macy nodded and followed behind her. During the conversation, Macy learned that the woman named Roni was a doctor who had been abroad for further studies before returning home due to the war. She has been working at the church-supported Tsiang, taking care of orphans while serving as a military doctor. Soldiers who could still be saved after being withdrawn from the battlefield were moved to the church hospital for treatment. Macy covered her face slightly, but her elegant features were still recognizable. Her demeanor was especially unique, even carrying an air similar to soldiers tempered by the battlefront. Roni guessed she might be some capable subordinate under Commander Shen. There was no distinction between genders in times of war. Roni knew a female sniper, thus she had no doubts about Macy's military identity. Conroy approaching the church gate, Macy heard hurried footsteps nearby. Turning around, she saw a group of blood-stained soldiers carrying a stretcher rushing toward them, urgent concern on their faces. Doctor Yu, take a look at our squad leader. Roni's expression immediately turned serious as she quickened her pace to check. The bullet is in the thigh but likely hit an artery, there's too much bleeding. Quickly donning gloves and picking up a scalpel, Roni instructed her subordinates to bind the injured soldier's thigh with a belt to stop the bleeding. No more morphine, came a nurse's voice. Roni paused, gritting her teeth as she spoke to the still conscious patient. Endure it. The squad leader winced in pain but tried to open his eyes wide. Thank you, doctor. He then glanced at the adjacent soldier. I failed to save that Darius. Is anyone else going to rescue him? The soldier nodded hard. Don't worry, Commander Shen has personally gone. Ugh. The scalpel pierced into the wound without any anesthesia, making the squad leader bite the cloth and struggle unconsciously, while bystanders held him down tightly, red-eyed. Macy stood beside, watching the struggling man on the makeshift surgical bed. Levidly, humans are selfish, yet why did he care more about others' lives instead of his own? Her eyes flickered when she heard Donnie's name mentioned. She asked, where is Kane? Conroy's soldier glanced at Macy, sizing her up from head to toe, before replying. He's in the 4th bunker to the southwest. Macy nodded. The soldier, sensing Macy's intent, added, Comrade, it's dangerous over there. Macy clicked her tongue. That's perfect. This body was strong and agile, not using it on the battlefield would be a waste. Conroy she moved forward, gunshots and explosions could be heard. Wounded soldiers and corpses were being carried down while bandaged soldiers rushed ahead. Macy did not spot Kane but saw that Darius instead. Conroy midst thee, she sat helplessly on the ground, sobbing loudly. Jamams occasionally fell around her, causing the 5-year-old to tremble uncontrollably. Rescuing her would mean exposing oneself entirely to the enemy's view. Macy narrowed her eyes slightly, observing several attack points on the opposite side. After counting them clearly, she slowly bent down. In her mind, she meticulously calculated the timing and position of the enemy's shots, mentally counting down from 3 before charging out. Jamadal was Macy's instinct, after all, she had been treated as a weapon from the moment she came into existence. Each step, every subtle movement seemed reckless, yet had already been precisely calculated in her mind, becoming muscle memory. Gemelit struck just beside her feet each time. She reached the Darius with ghostly speed and picked her up by the back of the neck, moving forward without looking back. Just as she was about to run behind the bunker, she caught a faint glimmer of light from an extremely hidden spot on the opposite side out of the corner of her eye. She was startled. Someone had covered the muzzle with a towel, something she had initially failed to notice. If this were her original body, she surely could have dodged it, but this body was merely an ordinary human. Right that very moment, someone suddenly charged over, enveloping her in a hug and rolling on the ground with her. Macy's face was buried in his chest, where she smelled a fresh, cool scent mixed with gunpowder. The bullet struck exactly where she had just been, narrowly missing death. Yet, Macy's heartbeat did not quicken even once. Joy welled up inside her. She smiled, then happily bit down hard. Chapter 123, Dazzling Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 31. Hank grunted and tossed the Darius he had saved from Macy into his subordinate's arms, then retreated a few steps backward with the little girl still in his embrace. Even after reaching a safer place, Hank did not let go of her. He held her tightly, his heartbeat rapid and his breathing heavy. Macy felt intense pain from his grip on her arm. She struggled slightly but then heard him speak near her ear, concealing his anger. "Why did you come here?" Finally releasing her, as Macy touched the ground, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes burning intensely, yet coldly indifferent even to war. She curled her lips and licked away the taste of blood at the corner of her mouth. "Wanting to see you, is that a problem?" Lev, of course, it was a huge problem. Hank suppressed his fury, his eyes rimmed with redness. He looked somewhat worn out, stubble showing up on his chin, scars on the side of his face appearing more terrifying. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, resembling a wolf king who had killed mercilessly for territory, covered in blood. "Even the slightest mistake here can lead to total annihilation, and you dared to come?" There was an almost imperceptible tremor in Hank's voice. He had planned to sneak around from the flank to devise a plan to save the Darius, but unexpectedly saw a familiar figure dart out from the opposite direction. Right that moment, his heart nearly stopped. Macy blinked indifferently. "So what if it leads to total annihilation?" "Anyway, I just wanted to find you." Hank's body stiffened. He felt his heart beating even more fiercely than gunfire. In the girl's eyes, cool detachment and burning passion intertwined, blurring into something he could not see clearly, yet could not help but sink into. Suddenly, he raised his hand and clutched Macy's waist firmly, kissing her passionately. This kiss was wilder than the one in the car. Hank's tongue pried open Macy's lips, diving in to explore the faint sweetness within. The next second, he was bitten hard by her sharp teeth, instantly breaking through his lip. Pain only excited the beast further. He breathed heavily on Macy's cheek, swallowing the pain along with the blood on his tongue, invading once again. Conroined Macy matched his fervor. Skilled in responding and intertwining, she took control, becoming the aggressor. Gunfire echoed, the sky gray, the ground stained red, death and blood spreading everywhere. They bit and gnawed at each other in this extreme danger, trying to swallow each other whole. When Macy finally gasped for breath, pulling away from Hank's lips, her previously pale lips were now vividly red. Hank's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze dangerous and murky. Macy licked the corner of her bitten lip, feeling an intense thrill. "Didn't expect Chang'an to be so good. You're much more skilled than last time." Hank's voice was hoarse, thanks to Macy for teaching well. After speaking, he pulled Macy tightly against him, looking toward the enemy soldiers' guns nearby and whispering. "This battle should end soon. Their ammunition is running low, and ours isn't much better. Levine final concentrated fire, I'll direct, you wait for me." Macy shook her head. "No, I want to go with you." Her eyes gleamed with excitement, not for homeland or country, but for the thrill. Time was tight on the battlefield, that passionate kiss was already an unprecedented indulgence. Now, there was no time to bargain with Macy. He frowned deeply. "Fine, but you must stay right behind me." With that, he strode toward where the platoon leaders were positioned, preparing for the final round of suppression fire. Macy glanced across at occasional cold shots, squinting slightly. She drew her pistol, standing behind Hank, silently aiming at an extremely hidden gun muzzle. Just as the enemy reloaded and looked through the sight, Macy pulled the trigger. Without blinking, her hand was eerily steady. Conroy burst of blood blossomed on the forehead of the man behind the sandbags. He fell straight down without realizing what happened. In the pocket over his chest, there was a photo of a family of 3. Right before he was about to shoot, he kissed this picture. Levine, Macy murmured softly, shifting her aim to another hiding spot. With another pull of the trigger, another enemy fell. 2. She licked her lips, her beautiful face showing subtle madness. Conroy de Bayo sensed something wrong and hastily interjected. Flint, don't shoot anymore. Why? Macy asked, since it's life or death now, why shouldn't I kill? Conroy de Bayo couldn't argue but knew Macy wasn't quite herself. It seemed as if the dormant factors of killing deep in her mind were slowly surfacing. Macy had lost control twice while at the planar Conroy administration Jamuro, and it took significant effort to contain her. Conroy afterwards, she was placed in an environment where she wouldn't encounter killing, gradually becoming more stable. Later, when she arrived in the small world, her attention was diverted by things she had never seen before, making her more and more like a normal person. Gemmet now, those buried elements seemed to be slowly returning. Conroy de Bayo, Flint, this war is just for you to observe, you don't need to get involved. Macy, Kane belongs to me. Since he's involved, of course I should be too. Conroy de Bayo was startled, thinking that its master seemed to have genuinely taken a liking to the antagonist, perhaps even more than she liked plush toys or sparkling gems. Before it could try to persuade her further, Macy had already killed another person during their conversation. 3. Her voice was gentle, but the curve of her lips grew wider, her black pupils deepening as if turning into a dark vortex from which nothing could escape. Just as she aimed at the fourth target, a large hand grasped her gun. Conroyfter assigning the task, Kane turned back just in time to see Macy kill her third victim. Shocked by Macy's inhuman marksmanship, he was alarmed by the look on her face. You don't need to do this, he pressed down on Macy's gun forcefully, looking straight into her eyes. I can handle the bloodshed. Macy only needs to do what she wants. Macy blinked, Gemmet, this is exactly what I want to do. Extreme innocence can turn into extreme evil. Her face radiated a pleasure and madness that was out of place amid the terror of battle, yet strangely fitting. Kane felt a jolt in his heart, wrested the gun from Macy's hand with force, then grabbed her shoulders, pulling her into his arms. Listen to me, he said hoarsely, lowering to kiss her forehead. His embrace was scorching, his lips soft, and Macy's inner violence suddenly subsided a bit. She blinked innocently, suddenly finding killing uninteresting. Conroy de Bayo, who had been extremely tense, finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how formidable this antagonist was, quite skilled indeed. Chapter 124, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 32. In the final intense counterattack, the enemy seemed to also grow enraged and started attacking frantically, even resorting to suicide attacks. When a man covered in explosives charged over, Kane's gun ran out of bullets just at that moment. Shen Changyan's expression turned grave as he suddenly pounced on Carissa. Soon after, the explosion sounded. The noise hurt the eardrums, but Carissa, being hugged in his arms, did not sustain any injury. Kane let out a muffled groan. Shrapnel from flying rocks had struck his back, but fortunately, no ribs were broken. He stood up swiftly and shouted loudly. Retreat. The enemy seemed to have received orders to attack until death, going mad and exchanging lives for lives. Kane was a commander who cherished his subordinates and decisively issued the order to retreat. There were still many enemies charging through the heavy gunfire, so Kane shouted loudly for everyone to fall back. However, Carissa saw that two people did not move. They sat closest to where the enemy was attacking, smiling at Kane. Commander, quickly go. You all leave the grenades behind, we can't walk. Carissa's gaze fell on their legs. They hadn't avoided the previous attack, and their legs had been blown off. Kane's eyes turned bloodshot as he wanted to rush forward to carry the two away, but was held back by a squad leader. Commander, it's too late. The two waved at the retreating crowd and then picked up the grenades beside them, eyeing the invaders rushing over. The one with the grenade seemed to remember something and looked at his comrade. They seemed to exchange some words, and one handed the grenade to the other who hooked the pin with his ring finger. Their lips curled into what looked like smiles. The pin was pulled by the ring finger, the explosion sounded, flesh and earth flew everywhere, cutting off the suicide attacks by the invaders. Carissa was dragged forward but kept looking back at that direction. That scene made her heart tremble slightly. When the ceasefire finally came, it was already dark. When Kane brought Carissa back to base, there was no time to rest as he immediately called a meeting with his subordinates. Carissa wanted to stay with Kane but was stopped by him. Despite his exhaustion, Kane stood firm with pride, smiling and patting Carissa's head. Can you help look after the wounded, please? Thank you, Carissa. Conroyfter stepping down from the battlefield, he dropped all his thorns before her, like a tamed wild beast pleading. Kane's eyes moistened slightly as he looked down at Carissa, Levi K? Carissa blinked, realizing that Kane seemed to know how to handle her. Since she slapped him, every command he gave made her feel incredibly comfortable. This feeling wasn't bad either. So Carissa nodded, Levi K. She was led back to the church again, and Deshawn greeted her right away, startled by her blood-stained clothes. Comrade, are you alright? Carissa shook her head, I'm fine. Were there any extra scalpels and gloves? I can help. Deshawn hesitantly fetched the equipment and helped her put it on, just as a wounded soldier with an abdominal wound arrived. When Carissa made her first incision, her face set with concentration, Deshawn's expression instantly turned serious. Conroy's Carissa skillfully removed the bullet and sewed up the wound meticulously. Deshawn's expression became one of deep respect. She was already the best doctor here, but compared to Carissa, the difference was enormous. Where did you study? Deshawn asked cautiously, amazed at Carissa's exquisite technique. Carissa mentioned her professor's name from her past life. Deshawn gazed at her in admiration, though I haven't heard of him. He must be an extraordinary professor. Carissa nodded without saying more. Deshawn didn't have much time to chat. The wounded were numerous, and both nurses and doctors worked non-stop, wiping sweat from their eyes as they could. Even the women who volunteered as support staff helped out. Everyone seemed to blend into one. Conroyfter completing another surgery, Carissa looked up and saw everyone's faces etched with war-induced anxiety and fear, yet each face also carried a glimmer of hope. She found herself unable to look away. Though she had lived in this world for 2 lifetimes, she realized she didn't understand humans at all. She daydreamed for a while before lowering her head to continue working. Conroyfter an unknown amount of time, she heard a weary, raspy voice behind her, Carissa. Then, arms reached around her, holding her loosely. Eve had just finished stitching and twisted her stiff neck, relaxing her body as she leaned back. You're here. In fact, Kane had been watching Eve for quite a while from the doorway. Her posture was too beautiful, her eyes too captivating, her slightly pursed lips too enchanting. Her unadorned profile was more perfect than any work of art he had ever seen. He leaned against the door, gazing at her intently, suddenly finding it perfectly reasonable that Eve possessed medical skills. He even dared not speak, for fear that this might be nothing more than a beautiful dream. Now, he hugged the person in his arms tightly, letting out a content sigh. Yun. How much he wanted to hide away with her, creating a little world of just the two of them, but he knew he couldn't. After careful consideration, Kane decided to retreat. The civilians here had already evacuated, and this city wasn't as significant as Alessiaching. Holding it to the death held little meaning. Moreover, the invaders were far superior in terms of weaponry and resources compared to the resistance forces. Returning to Alessiaching, preparing adequately, waiting for reinforcements, and staunchly defending the last line of defense. Those orphaned Dariusren who lost their families were sent to safer places further away. Eve had only been here for a short time and was now heading back. On the way back, she turned to look behind her. The gray sky was filled with dark clouds, not a sliver of sunlight visible. She snuggled into Kane's embrace and couldn't help but ask him. Why is everyone unafraid of death? Kane, everyone fears death, but there are many things that transcend death. Eve lowered her gaze, touching the necklace around her neck, and said. Dorothy died. Kane paused. I know. The day Dorothy sacrificed herself, his subordinates reported everything to him. Eve, I think I shouldn't be sad, but why do I feel like I want to kill someone so badly? She looked up at Kane, her expression not sad, but her eyes inexplicably moist. Was her sacrifice worth it? Kane looked into her eyes and answered earnestly, it was. Eve nodded vigorously. What she didn't expect was that on the way back to Alessiaching, she encountered someone who told her what Dorothy experienced after leaving Alessiaching. Chapter 125, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 33. They encountered a group of people with vehicles and horses, likely relatives of some warlord or wealthy family. That group was also heading to the rear of Alessio City, probably fleeing for their lives. Kane's party did not pay much attention to this group, as they had seen many such groups on the road. However, that night when Kane's group set up camp, the other group, seeking safety, also camped near the military area. Thus, Karina inadvertently overheard a name, Gaspard. She suddenly paused in her steps, changed direction, and walked towards the group. Still dressed in military uniform, the group greeted her obsequiously, smiling and asking how they could assist her. Karina scanned the crowd, then looked at a young man walking nearby and smiled. Conroy you Gaspard? Her smile was charming, and Gaspard was flustered. Yes, it's me. How do you know me? Karina laughed, not answering the question, then casually chatted about something else. She was skilled in conversation, easily extracting information from others. Within a few sentences, she learned who they were. It turned out this group was distant relatives of the major warlord Luis. Originally, they had been comfortably relying on him in Trinidig City, but recently, Trinidig City had become unstable. There were more unruly soldiers on the streets, and robberies and murders were frequent. So, they decided to move to Alessio City. Gaspard was Luis's distant nephew and a well-educated intellectual. Karina seemed particularly interested in him, and Gaspard was flattered, becoming quite talkative after just a few exchanges. Conroy's they spoke, Karina subtly guided the conversation to someone he once liked. Well, her name was Dorothy. I really liked her, she was beautiful and gentle, like a little kitten, and very obedient. Unfortunately, she didn't listen to me on something important, and now I don't know what happened to her. Karina asked, what happened? Gaspard sighed, Gemac in Trinidig City, when those gentlemen came to eat, drink, and play, I was ordered by Uncle Luis to accompany them. Levine time, they made me find a female student to send to them. Karina, did you agree? Gaspard, I couldn't refuse. Gemicides, even if we didn't provide one, they would have forcibly taken several girls. Dorothy taught at a high school, so I asked her to find someone. Karina kept smiling. Then what? Gaspard had been worried Karina might disapprove, but she didn't show any disgust, which relieved him. He thought resistance soldiers weren't as scary as he imagined. He continued, later, Dorothy insisted on going herself. I definitely refused, but she was insistent and slapped me. Then she put on her school uniform and went. Karina stared at him intently. If you hadn't agreed to send a girl, she wouldn't have ended up in that wolf den, right? Gaspard felt uncomfortable. You can't say that. He tried to argue but found no words. When he looked up at Karina, he was startled by her gaze, cold and terrifying, like an evil spirit from hell. Suddenly, he felt icy all over. Conroy's male voice called out from nearby, Karina. Karina turned around to see Kane walking over. Karina stood up and smiled at Gaspard. Goodbye. Gaspard, blushing at Karina's smile, thought it must have been his imagination earlier. Kane grabbed Karina's wrist and walked back, his expression grim. Why did you smile at him? Do you fancy him? Karina, I'm somewhat interested. Kane's face darkened further. Levin's inside the tent, he couldn't resist gently biting her lips. Conroy, am I not handsome enough? Karina laughed. I only like you. Kane was momentarily stunned by her straightforwardness. Now, he could kiss Karina without changing expression, but hearing such words still made his ears flush. He tightly embraced Karina, his chin brushing her head, whispering softly. Conroy, this is over, let's go somewhere far away, and stay together forever. Karina found it acceptable since Philip's affection level remained steady at 50, neither rising nor falling. Conroy, as long as Philip didn't die, she could be with Kane indefinitely. So, she nodded obediently. Leave IK. I'll lock you up so you can't leave and can only see me every day. Kane was surprised to hear his own thoughts spoken first. He chuckled softly, his lips brushing her ear, nipping gently at her earlobe, his hoarse voice full of tenderness. Leave IK. I belong to Karina. Conroy, this moment of tenderness, Karina seemed to see her teacher. Kane held Karina and closed his eyes. Since coming to Shang City, he had barely slept. Now, he could finally rest briefly. With his treasure nearby, he fell into a deep sleep. When the moon rose to its highest point, Karina rose like a ghost. She slowly left the tent and silently approached where Gaspard was sleeping. She squatted down and looked at this young man. His features were handsome and refined, seeming like a gentle person. Yet when talking about Dorothy, his tone was as if he had lost a pet. She took out the dagger from her waist, the cold silver gleam flashing in the moonlight. The icy blade tip pressed against Gaspard's face. Gaspard suddenly woke up, staring into those beautiful yet chilling eyes that seemed possessed by evil spirits. Terrified, he tried to scream, but Karina was faster, covering his mouth tightly. Karina's strength was astonishing, and her combat skills were exquisite. Gaspard couldn't move an inch, only watching fearfully as Karina's lips moved. Karina whispered softly, I want to see if your heart is black. With that, she plunged the dagger straight into his chest. MMH. Gaspard jerked up, only to be pressed back down by Karina. His eyeballs bulged from pain and terror, unable to make a sound with his mouth covered. Karina carefully cut open his chest cavity, skillfully avoiding arteries. She then forcefully broke his ribs. The pulsating heart appeared before her eyes. What was most terrifying was that Gaspard still had a breath left. Red? Why? Karina murmured softly, finally stabbing the beating heart. Blood splattered all over her face. She pulled out the dagger, looking at the body with unseeing eyes and smiled faintly. Footsteps approached behind her. She turned around to see Kane walking up to her, pausing and staring straight at her. What's wrong? Karina tilted her head. Is the commander here to scold me for killing randomly? If that's the case, I'll kill you too. Before Karina finished her thought, Kane gently lifted her hand. He wiped the blood off her fingers with his own clothes, then lifted his hand to wipe the blood off her face with his thumb, treating her as if she were the most precious thing in the world. He said, No, Karina. Let me do the dirty work. Chapter 126, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 34. Trinitaching, the governor's residence. Tosha wiped away her tears and made a final plea, Dad, I don't want to marry. You have no other choice, Louise said with a firmness that masked his own reluctance. General Thatcher will not treat you poorly. Conroy arranging for Tosha to marry was an order from the invading forces. Initially, Louise had merely planned to collaborate with them, helping the invaders conquer Trinitaching in exchange for being propped up as a local puppet ruler. However, as time passed, he gradually realized he was being placed in an increasingly disadvantageous position. Their relationship had shifted from one of partnership to dependency. Louise understood that he had been bargaining with a tiger right from the start. The tiger had hidden its ambitions well at the time, while he himself, blinded by profit, had overlooked many warning signs. Now, there was no turning back. When they proposed marrying off his daughter, he could only agree. Tosha cried harder. I'm scared. Louise shot her a stern look. Pack your things. You leave tomorrow. Tosha had no means to resist and was quickly sent away. Sometime later, Luis was invited to tour the invaders' military base. The tour was actually a form of intimidation. The invaders wanted Luis to become more submissive. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Luis listened absent-mindedly to Stefan's translation, nodding randomly. Stefan, leaning on a cane and being Luis's most trusted aide, worked diligently as an interpreter. Conroy as they wandered, they unexpectedly heard a woman scream from behind. Luis, having had his share of women, knew exactly what this meant. He gave it a cursory glance and laughed. There's no need to visit here, is there? Since we're already here, why not take a look? An invader officer grinned, leading Luis's party through. Luis managed to keep his composure, but Stefan frowned, staring fixedly at his feet, wishing he could be deaf rather than endure this torment. Just as Luis's group was about to leave, a disheveled woman on the ground suddenly grabbed onto Luis's ankle. Luis scowled in disgust and kicked away the pale hand. They turned their backs and left without looking back, escaping the hellish scene. Conroyed another banquet hosted by Thatcher, Luis noticed his daughter was not present and asked where she was. Thatcher laughed. Governor Lou must have forgotten. Didn't you already see your daughter? Luis paused. When? Thatcher patted him on the shoulder with a laugh. Your daughter has already dedicated herself to our great cause. There's no need for you to worry. Luis frowned, watching Thatcher walk away, perplexed for a moment before abruptly widening his eyes. He began to tremble, his face growing ashen, a vivid image flashing in his mind. During the earlier visit to the military base, the woman who clung to his leg had a crescent-shaped birthmark on her hand, just like his daughter. Suddenly, everything around him blurred, his ears started ringing loudly, and his heart clenched painfully. He finally collapsed, all noise fading into silence. Conroy handling everything, Stefan returned home, exhausted. Luis had fainted and was hospitalized, apparently suffering a stroke. The governor's residence, once appearing formidable and influential, had now become nothing more than a hollowed-out puppet controlled by the invaders. Seeing his wife and Darius run each day was Stefan's greatest joy. Gemmet today, returning home, he found an eerie stillness. Where were his wife and Darius? Spotting a letter on the table, Stefan felt an ominous premonition welling up inside him. With trembling hands, he opened it. The handwriting was heavy, clearly written in anger. Skimming through it, he slammed his fist against the wall and limped out in a rush. The letter, penned by Mariana, was full of rage and despair. Stefan, when you said you were doing business here, I believed you. Gemmet, I never thought you would become a collaborator. Have you forgotten the lofty words of reviving our nation? I despise you. I hate you. We shall never meet again. Levin the street, Mariana, carrying her Darius and luggage, walked towards Alessiaching, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to return, far away from this despicable traitor. However, she hadn't gone far when she bumped into several soldiers dressed in invader uniforms. Seeing Mariana's face, they smiled. How pretty. When Stefan finally found his family, he felt as if he had descended into hell because of his sins. The woman was completely naked, her body covered in bruises and knife wounds, bleeding from below, lifeless. She clung tightly to a dead infant, her eyes wide open even in death. Stefan felt dizzy, trying to wake himself up from this nightmare. Gemmet, the voices in his ears told him that this was real, the consequence of his choice. He didn't know how he managed to return home, or how he watched helplessly as his wife and Darius were cremated. It wasn't until many days later that overwhelming sorrow and anger surged through him, nearly consuming him. When he finally stepped out of his house again, he was once again the fawning lackey Stefan. No, even more fawning than before. Now that Luis had collapsed, as the top official at the governor's residence, he acted more like a dog for the invaders, almost willing to kneel and polish their shoes. Thatcher was very pleased with Stefan's compliance and began to rely on him even more. Many people had already seen through the true nature of the invaders, many had died resisting them. Stefan became increasingly despised by others. Gemmet he didn't care at all, continuing to be their running dog. Every night, when all was quiet, he would write a secret letter and hide it in a bun, then casually drop it into a beggar's bowl on the roadside the next morning. Alessiaching, the governor's residence. Kane carefully read the decoded secret letter several times, then burned it to ashes. Kane hadn't expected Stefan to defect to him. Gemmet, when Stefan mentioned his wife and Darius, Kane realized he could indeed trust him. Stefan was now one of the most trusted men by the invaders, and his information was extremely valuable. Conroy at the end of the letter, however, Stefan wrote, "How is Conroyna? Can you apologize and greet her for me?" Kane's eyes darkened as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Just then, Conroyna walked into his office, took off her coat, and twisted her sore neck. "Where are the bullets?" Kane detected the scent of blood on her, frowning slightly. "Did you sneak out again?" Conroyna slammed her gun on Kane's desk, raising an eyebrow at him. "This gun isn't as good as yours. How about giving me yours?" "No." Kane stood up, gently pinching her chin and kissed her softly. He whispered, "Do you remember Stefan?" Conroyna nodded. "How could I forget my ex-husband? He seems to have become an even bigger traitor than Luis, doing quite well for himself." "What's going on?" Kane's fingers curled slightly, rubbing against Conroyna's cheek. "Nothing much." Chapter 127, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 35. Regardless of whether it was selfishness or not, Kane did not want to tell Macy about Philip. Moreover, Philip had indeed done many evil deeds. All the consequences now were solely his doing and could not be blamed on others. Kane knew he wasn't a noble and upright person either. He hugged Macy in his arms, lowered his head to nuzzle her scalp, and whispered, "Let's go back. Don't wander around tonight, I'll sleep with you." Macy stepped on Kane's foot and stared at him mysteriously. "What do I need your company for?" She was not someone who relied on others emotionally. When she needed Kane, she would get him no matter what. Gemmet when she didn't, she wouldn't even spare him a second glance. Kane choked a bit and changed his approach. "Macy, I'm so tired." He bent his waist lower, almost burying his face in her neck, the warmth from his breath touching her skin, making her slightly shiver. His voice turned sticky, deep, hoarse, yet carried a hint of coquettishness. "Stay with me, okay?" Macy narrowed her eyes slightly, lifting her chin like a cat. "Conroy right then." She reached out and stroked the back of Kane's head as if smoothing down his fur. Even amidst the war, despite the shortage of supplies, she still painted her nails a vivid red. The war did not dim her beauty but rather refined it into something even more breathtakingly stunning. Kane carried Macy to his room, placing her on the sofa before snuggling beside her. He hugged her waist and sighed softly. Now it's calm before the storm. The invading army knew that Alessiaching was a tough nut to crack. Conroy direct assault would come at a great cost. If they could occupy Alessiaching by other means, the invaders preferred not to use force. Ideally, they wanted Kane to cooperate just like Luis did initially. During this time, both armies would need to regroup, and the dark clouds on people's faces seemed to slowly dissipate. Especially with the appearance of a mysterious roving knight in Alessiaching, rumored to be genderless, always striking at midnight. No wrongdoer could escape their justice. No one had ever seen this person because those who did met an unfortunate end. That person, of course, was Macy. Unaware of her folkloric title, she simply found herself with a perfect body and decided to utilize it fully. Geming a killer was, in a sense, also her old trade. Macy picked up this skill again and enjoyed it. Her actions made Alessiaching safer, attracting more refugees seeking a safe haven. Gemmet whether Alessiaching could truly be such a place remained unknown. The room was quiet after Kane spoke. He merely held Macy quietly, closing his eyes. His long eyelashes gave him a softer look without that usual cold, bloodthirsty gaze. His features were actually very delicately handsome. Countless times, exhausted, Kane only needed to think of Macy to push through. Now, holding his treasure felt like holding the entire world. "Macy." His voice was sticky, drowsy, murmuring her name. Macy licked her lips and kicked Kane's calf. Wearing military boots, she didn't hold back. The direct hit made Kane gasp. He finally lifted his head, eyes a little red, looking pitiful. "Why did you kick me?" Macy raised an eyebrow. "I just found out this governor's mansion has a wine cellar." Kane nodded, "Yes." Macy laughed, jamming up a few bottles. "Let's drink." Since the last banquet at Luis's where Macy drank that cup of wine for Kane, she had remembered its taste. Though that glass contained something extra, she found alcohol quite delicious. Since then, she had long wanted to really taste it properly but never had the chance. Kane thought about it. Today's affairs were already settled, and upcoming matters couldn't be solved overnight. He nodded in agreement. Several bottles of wine were brought up. Macy curiously opened one and took a sip directly from the bottle. Furrowing her brows, blinking, "It's a bit sour." "Kane, it's red wine, not drunk that way. It needs to breathe." He took the bottle from Macy, poured it into a goblet, gently swirled it, then raised the glass, tapping it lightly against Macy's, giving her a slight nod. In the dim light, shadows fell under his eye sockets, and his perfect, handsome face revealed a crazy tenderness. Feeling thirsty, Macy wasn't sure if it was due to the person in front of her or the wine in the cup. She mimicked Kane's actions, swirling the glass. The dark red wine trickled from the corner of her lips and dripped down her perfect jawline, landing on her collarbone. Kane couldn't help but glance at that drop of red wine, his Conroymia's apple moving up and down as he poured another glass for Macy decisively. He knew his alcohol tolerance was good. Macy definitely didn't match up to him. He had never been a gentleman, and taking advantage of others' vulnerability was something very normal for him. Macy didn't refuse at all, accepting everything without hesitation. 40 minutes later, Macy supported her face with one hand, watching the man lying on the table in front of her and rolled her eyes. Wasn't it just a few bottles of red, white, and foreign liquor? Why did Kane collapse like this? She felt dizzy but only slightly so. Walking in a straight line was still no problem. Sitting at the table hurt her back, so Macy stood up, stretched, and sat down on the sofa, slowly swirling the last bit of red wine in her glass. Hearing her movements, Kane wobbled up from the table, only to fall flat on the floor immediately after standing. Commander Shen had probably never been this embarrassed in his life. His military uniform clung tightly to his back, accentuating his perfectly sculpted muscles. Kneeling half on the ground, he shook his head vigorously, only to feel even more dizzy. After several failed attempts to stand up, Kane simply crawled over to Macy. Macy watched his actions with interest, never thinking of helping him up. Watching him crawl toward her, Macy paused in her swirling of the wine glass and swallowed hard. It seemed like something that shouldn't exist had come to life. Kane reached her feet, sat on the carpet beside them, then reached out to hug Macy's slim waist tightly. His upper body almost completely rested on Macy's thighs. With his face buried in them, he emitted a sound akin to a small animal's whimper. Macy raised her hand to touch the top of his head, and Kane moved his head to rub against her palm. Her palm tingled. Kane had never been this obedient before, and Macy was absolutely delighted, giggling. "Feels like I've adopted a big dog." Conroy, she spoke. She curled her fingertips to play with the short hair on his head. Just then, Kane finally lifted his head and looked at Macy. His face was flushed, his nose tip red, and the corners of his eyes tinged with a deep crimson. His eyes, half open, were misty and deep, with long lashes casting shadows, creating an intoxicating gaze. He seemed to be processing what Macy said, then tilted his head, hoarsely uttering, "Woof." Chapter 128, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Military Governor, 36. Karina. Her eyes widened slightly, her heart leaped abruptly, and suddenly the last sip of wine in her hand seemed uninteresting. She brought the wine glass to Kane's lips, a sly smile tugging at her lips as she narrowed her eyes, like a cunning fox. "Jeem good, finish the last sip for me." Kane blinked innocently, obediently opened his mouth, but did not touch the wine glass. Instead, he tilted his head back waiting for Karina to pour the red wine into his mouth. Karina slowly poured the wine from the cup. He swallowed with an effort, frowning uncomfortably, leaving half a sip undrunk. The crimson liquid trickled down the corner of his mouth. Karina tossed the glass aside, leaned down, pinched his chin, her perfectly arched eyebrows sparking an ignited flame. Didn't drink it all." Kane obediently raised his head following her force. Hearing her words, he lowered his gaze with an aggrieved look, licked the wine residue off the corner of his mouth with his tongue. His voice was hoarse, filled with a thick drunkenness. Well, now. He must be unaware how irresistible he looked at this moment. Unable to resist, Karina pulled out the dagger from her waist. Conroy flash of cold light, and the icy blade pressed against his cheek. Suddenly touched by something cool, Kane's flushed cheeks felt comfortable and couldn't help but move closer. Karina watched the scar on Kane's face, swallowing hard. This scar should have been inflicted by her own hands. How could she allow anyone else to damage what belonged to her? Slowly, her dagger moved towards Kane's scar. Kane continued to raise his head and look at her, like a tame wild beast exposing its belly, allowing the owner to do anything. When the dagger gently brushed past his left eye, he instinctively closed his eyes. Karina wanted to make the scar belong to her. She excitedly licked her lips, just ready to slide the knife down when Kane suddenly trembled all over, his expression turning strange. Karina paused her hand. In the next second, Kane pushed her away forcefully and vomited. Karina jumped up from the sofa like a fluffed-up cat, stepping back a few steps with disgust, looking at Kane who was vomiting on the floor with a twitching mouth. Fortunately, it didn't get on her body, otherwise, she might really stab him to death right away. Karina, pained, put the dagger back in her waistband and strode out of the door. "The commander has drunk too much and is throwing up, please take care of him." She said this sentence to the people downstairs and walked out. In an extremely bad mood, she needed to go kill a few people. When Kane woke up the next day, the room had already been cleaned. The feeling after a night of heavy drinking was unbearable. He drank the hangover tea placed beside the bed in one gulp and found his voice unusually hoarse. "Karina." He called in a raspy voice, noticing Karina wasn't by his side. Strange, weren't they drinking together last night? Then what happened? Commander Shen finally realized that he had blacked out from drinking. For the first time in his life experiencing a blackout, he hoped he hadn't done anything inappropriate to Karina. He certainly didn't lock Karina up or anything. Kane quickly got up, washed up, changed clothes, and the first thing he asked upon leaving the room was, "Where's Karina?" His subordinate replied dutifully, "Miss Karina went out after saying the commander drank too much last night and didn't return until nearly dawn. She is resting now." Karina was back to her nocturnal habits. Kane frowned, finding it odd. Last night, Karina had promised to stay with him. Why did she go out again? Did he do something that upset her? Kane really wanted to apologize, but afraid of disturbing Karina's rest, he could only go to the office first. However, once engrossed in work, he became the deep and stern commander controlling everything. Today, there was extremely important news. Philip was coming to Alessiaching to seek peace with Kane. Just as Kane predicted, before the enemy launched a real strong attack, they would definitely try some persuasion tactics. Conroy, their choice of sending Philip showed significant trust in him. French frowned angrily. "They actually have the nerve to come seeking peace, even wanting us to host them? Commander, should we directly tell them to scram or kill them when they arrive?" Kane kept a straight face as he put away the paper, calmly speaking. "No. Prepare well and welcome them properly." Not long after, Philip arrived. Commander Shen went personally to meet him. Their gazes met. Philip was the first to look away, revealing his signature ingratiating yet arrogant smile. "Commander Shen, long admiration." "Kane, please." Conroy, the people on Kane's side, glared at Philip, and the citizens on the streets knew all too well about Philip's infamous traitor status. If not for Kane's presence, someone would have hurled a rotten egg at Philip's carriage. Many secretly speculated why Commander Shen agreed to let this major traitor come to Alessiaching. Could it be that Commander Shen was planning to betray them as well? Of course, no matter how the citizens speculated, the decisions of the higher-ups would never change. The group arrived at the meeting room of the Alessiaching governor's residence, where each side left only their most trusted individuals for the first round of negotiations. Everyone behind Philip was from the invading forces, so he and Kane couldn't openly discuss secret matters. To outsiders, it seemed like an ordinary persuasion negotiation, but only Kane and Philip knew what kind of information they were truly exchanging. Conroy's successful surrender negotiation would definitely not be achieved in just 1 or 2 meetings. After the first round of talks, Philip, under Kane's arrangement, was housed in a separate villa within the governor's residence, while his people surrounded the villa so tightly that not even a fly could get in. What seemed like protection was, in reality, also surveillance. The invaders absolutely could not fully trust a native, and General Thatcher sending Philip here this time was also a test for him. Philip understood this but acted as if he knew nothing about it. After dinner, he went downstairs and wandered around the governor's residence casually. The people he brought followed closely behind him. Just as Philip approached the gate, his steps suddenly halted. Karina had just returned from outside. Her dagger, freshly cleaned after killing, shone brightly. Though there were many soldiers guarding the border between Alessiaching and Trinitaching, there would still occasionally be refugees escaping over. These people carried all sorts of things, but she relied on her instincts to kill, and she never missed. She seemed to always be able to see who bore innocent blood on them. De Bayo was initially terrified by this, but with more occurrences, it became routine. The moment Karina stepped into the governor's residence, De Bayo, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Goodwill towards the target increased by 10, now at 60. Yay! Chapter 129, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 37. Macy was taken aback, raising her eyes to look not far away. Philip was leaning on a crutch, staring straight at her. Macy's gaze swept coldly over his crippled leg, and she sneered. She had broken this leg with her own hands. How did he dare to show up in front of her again? Kane would never allow a traitor to enter his territory. Since Philip appeared here, could it be that? Conroy thought flashed through Macy's mind and was firmly grasped. Gemmet, no matter what, seeing Philip still made her feel like she should wash her eyes. Macy changed direction, walking away from Philip. However, Philip panicked, hobbling closer with his crutch and calling out again. Macy! He didn't expect to see Macy again, nor did he expect her to become even more dazzling. She seemed to have been tempered by blood, becoming sharper and more glamorous. Even wearing extremely simple men's casual clothes, she couldn't hide her brilliance. Why had he been so blind before? If given another chance, he wouldn't do those ridiculous things. Macy turned back impatiently. Take one more step forward, and I'll chop off your other leg. Philip froze, not daring to move any further. Seeing Macy's look of disgust, his heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Philip struggled to speak. Macy. I'm sorry. I was a scoundrel in the past. Truly, I am sorry. Macy raised an eyebrow, surprised that Philip would apologize, but she felt nothing about it. In her view, the damage was already done and wouldn't change because of his repentance. His belated remorse only made her feel sick. Macy scoffed, none of my business. Macy. Philip called out hastily, then lowered his voice. I asked the general to apologize to you for me, do you know? Macy paused, then suddenly laughed. She didn't say anything, unwilling to look at Philip any longer, and walked away quickly. Looking at Macy's tall, slender figure, Philip suddenly felt like he was just a pile of mud on the ground, not worthy even to touch the hem of her dress. When Kane approached Macy again, he was met with a cold glance from her, stopping him from coming any closer. Macy. He called her name, sounding a little aggrieved, not knowing what he had done wrong. Macy had a blank expression. You seem to be hiding something from me. Kane immediately turned serious. Conroe, absolutely not. Macy, what about Philip? Kane choked. How should he explain? Was he supposed to admit that he envied Philip's past marriage to Macy and thus didn't want to say anything good about him, hoping Macy would always hate Philip? Kane fell silent for a moment, then stammered, did you see him? Macy, does it have anything to do with you? Conroy's surge of rage suddenly rose in Kane's heart. For a moment, he even wanted to kill Philip without a second thought. He took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Macy, bringing a wave of chilling aura. Yes, it does, Macy. You belong to me. Macy raised her eyebrows curiously. No, you belong to me. Kane's Conroymia's apple moved as he stared deeply into Macy's eyes, where he saw a heavy sense of possessiveness, but very little affection. Suppressing his emotions, he spoke hoarsely. So, Macy is upset that I didn't tell you about Philip? Macy nodded. It wasn't that she cared about Philip at all, but she disliked when her possessions acted deceitfully. Gemmet clearly, Kane misunderstood. His eyes reddened as he suddenly grabbed Macy's wrist. Even though Macy was highly skilled, she couldn't resist Kane's strength. Macy's face darkened. Kane. She pronounced his name deliberately. Kane caught his breath, feeling pain in his heart that almost made it hard to breathe. His eyes became terrifying, filled with madness, despair, and intertwined contradictions and suffering. I didn't want to hurt you, Macy, but I really can't be so magnanimous. He suddenly pulled out handcuffs from his waist and snapped them onto Macy's wrist. Macy raised an eyebrow emotionlessly, then with incredible speed, pulled out another set of handcuffs from behind her, snapping them onto Kane's wrist at the same time. Within seconds, both stopped moving. Kane lowered his eyes, their hands were cuffed together, short chains crossing between them. They couldn't separate. Kane's brows twitched. Where are the keys? Macy found it amusing, not giving them to you. Kane paused for a moment, deciding it was wise to yield. Macy, help me unlock, and I will do the same for you. Don't do that, Macy said expressionlessly, shaking her head. What if you don't unlock me? Then wouldn't I be at a great loss? Kane actually wanted to be handcuffed with Macy forever, but definitely not at this moment. He quickly calmed down, thinking about what to say, when Macy spoke first. Kane, I have always hated being restrained. Haven't you learned your lesson? Her voice sounded dangerous. Kane's heart skipped a beat, and he remained silent. Macy, you belong to me, yet you were so disobedient. You should be punished. Kane stared at her, speaking in a hoarse voice. What does Macy want to do? Macy licked her lips and smiled. I want to carve this scar again. Kane froze. What? Macy looked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You belong to me, so any wounds or blood should come from me. This mark is so beautiful, I love it, so of course, it should be inflicted by me. Who else has the right to leave a mark on you? After saying this, Macy seemed worried Kane would refuse, and added. If you behave, I'll unlock you after we're done, and... She thought carefully, do you have any other requests? Kane said word by word, don't see Philip, and don't care about him. Macy looked puzzled. I've never cared about trash like him. Kane looked at Macy's expression and suddenly realized he had misunderstood something. He asked tentatively, so, Macy is upset that I didn't tell you about it, but it has nothing to do with Philip, right? Macy, love of course, why else? Kane held his breath, looking into Macy's eyes, then laughed suddenly. Fine, Macy, I agree to everything. Saying this, he took out a dagger from his waist and handed it to Macy. Then, he slowly knelt on one knee, looking up at Macy with crazed eyes filled with a bizarre reverence. He even seemed to eagerly anticipate Macy's next move. Macy licked her lips excitedly and slashed without hesitation. Following the old wound, a new, fresh wound inflicted by Macy gradually covered it. The sharp pain of the knife cutting through flesh made Kane bite his lip and shudder slightly, but he didn't blink an eye. Gemla dripped down the perfect line of his jaw and fell to the ground. Macy withdrew her hand with satisfaction, her gaze intense. She couldn't resist bending down to lick the still bleeding wound, then, with the taste of sweet blood, bit down on Kane's lips. Her heart raced as if something was about to burst and fill her up. He must be the Dwight. Conroy she bit into his lips, Macy thought. Leavenly the Dwight could make her feel such a strong sense of possession, and only the Dwight would indulge her like this. The handcuffs clicked open, but no one cared anymore. The woman bent over, kissing her possession fiercely amidst the smell of blood. Ernst in military uniform knelt on one knee, tilting his head back as if awaiting execution, with a satisfied smile on his blood-stained face. Chapter 130, Glamorous Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 38. When Donnie emerged with a bloody face, French was taken aback, thinking Donnie had been attacked. Commander. What happened? Donnie's face was expressionless. Conroy's old wound reopened. French choked on his words. Commander, don't lie to me. Can a knife wound from over 10 years ago still reopen? Donnie hastily treated the wound and then went back to work. Caitlin got her wish and was in a great mood, immediately forgetting the previous unpleasantness. Then came several more rounds of negotiations in the open, which ended in failure as usual. Philip returned home this time without Donnie seeing him off. The crowd on the street, seeing the vehicles of the invaders, couldn't hold back. They threw rotten vegetables and eggs at the cars, cursing them as big traitors. Philip's subordinates pulled out their guns, ready to teach these unruly civilians a lesson, but were stopped by Philip. This is not our territory, don't cause trouble. Conroy amidst his subordinates' suspicious gazes, Philip said coolly. Wait until we occupy here, and then we'll get revenge. The group hurriedly returned to the base camp of the invaders in Trinitaching. General Thatcher saw Philip come back dejectedly and knew immediately that the dog hadn't done the job properly. Thatcher kicked him, causing Philip to stumble and fall to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he put on a sycophantic smile again when he looked up. Sir, you should know, Donnie is impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Thatcher sized up Philip, narrowing his eyes before speaking. I do indeed know Commander Shin well. I didn't expect you to complete the mission, but I also didn't think you'd return alive. Strange, why didn't Donnie kill you? Philip tensed inside but kept a calm expression, quickly replying. Sir, you know Donnie has a woman he particularly favors, named Caitlin, the singer. She used to be my ex-wife. Donnie wanted to kill me, but if it weren't for my ex-wife pleading for mercy, I wouldn't have been able to see you, sir. Thatcher closely observed the kneeling Philip and laughed. Conroy, all right, stand up. You are one of my key men, how could I doubt you? Just asking. Indeed, the person he sent to follow Philip reported having seen him talking to an extremely beautiful woman. Philip smirked, standing up. I know. Thatcher remarked, I saw your ex-wife at the banquet before. She is indeed beautiful. Levens we occupy a Lesiaching, we will capture that woman and let the brothers have some fun. Philip's expression stiffened for a moment but quickly smiled again. Lev of course, but after we're done, can I take over? They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Donnie received very accurate information. The invaders would attack in 10 days. It would be difficult to defend just with the military power of a Lesiaching alone. Donnie quickly informed the reinforcements. There were battles of varying scales all across the country. Sending reinforcements here meant abandoning somewhere else. Gemmet a Lesiaching, as the most critical stronghold, must be defended with all efforts. Under Donnie's arrangement, a Lesiaching began evacuating civilians. Many people were moved to the rear, but many more stayed behind. Donnie wanted Caitlin to leave too, but when he merely mentioned it, she narrowed her eyes and raised her brow at him. Sure, I can leave if you give me your body. So Donnie remained silent. He thought Caitlin didn't know how much he wished to escape with her, away from everything. Gemmet he knew he couldn't. He bore the responsibility for the homeland, for his hometown, for countless lives. Fortunately, he obtained enough intelligence for this battle. With weapons acquisition and reinforcements, they could successfully defend a Lesiaching. However, on the 5th day, Philip brought news. The invaders had moved up the attack by 3 days. Thatcher seemed to have realized there was a traitor among his subordinates and changed the operation time. Luckily, he didn't know that the traitor was Philip. Donnie's heart skipped a beat upon receiving this news. The reinforcements were on their way, and seeking help now wouldn't make it in time. This meant they had to hold out for 3 days with the current forces. His slender fingertips gripped the intelligence report tightly. After a while, Donnie looked up at French, his eyes fierce yet resolute. French instantly understood Donnie's intention and lowered his eyes. Wherever the commander is, I will be. Donnie slowly stood up. Call all class leaders and above over. Yes, sir. Inside the auditorium, Donnie stood on the stage, looking down at the resolute faces below him, and said solemnly. This will be an extremely difficult battle. Gemmet as long as I live, a Lesiaching will have one last line of defense. Just 3 days, if we can endure these 3 days, there is hope for a Lesiaching, hope for our country, and our loved ones will not become slaves. He paused for a moment, then added. If any comrades wish to go to the rear, I will not stop you. This will be a battle where 9 out of 10 will die. No one stood up. Even though some had tears in their eyes, their expressions remained unwavering. Donnie stepped back and shouted loudly. Rather die by a bullet with open eyes than become a foreign slave even in death. Though we may die today, it will be as if we live forever. After saying this, he faced everyone and gave a standard military salute from junior to senior. His heart felt heavy, his eyes stung, and the hand he raised took a long time to lower. Everyone stood up and returned the same military salute. Leaving outside the auditorium, the wind picked up suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead. That night, Caitlin slipped into her room and was surprised to find Donnie there. She wore high heels, an inside layer of dark red cheapao, and an outer black trench coat stained with a bit of blood. Caitlin took off the bloody coat, threw down the dagger and pistol, and asked curiously. Today I secretly went to the land leased by the invaders. I found they were missing quite a few people, leaving me no one to kill. Why? Donnie smiled faintly. I don't know. He stood up and walked toward Caitlin, his gaze lingering intensely on her like a venomous snake wrapping around its treasure. The fresh scar on his face hadn't fully healed yet. Caitlin reached up to touch it. The sensitive new flesh twitched slightly from her touch, sending an electric sensation through his entire body. His heart ached terribly, as if countless sharp knives were slowly flaying him alive, but he still wore a smile on his face. Do you like it? He asked hoarsely. Caitlin, I do, of course I do. The marks that belonged to her brought her immense satisfaction. Donnie's body trembled slightly as he lifted his hand to slowly unbutton his military shirt. Conjoined Caitlin, his voice was low and torn, filled with the desperate fervor of a moth flying into the flame. Would you like to leave more marks on me? Chapter 131, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 39. The night breeze carried the bloody smell of war and slipped into the room along with the curtain. Macy heard a heartbeat, unable to distinguish whether it was her own or Kane's. His eyes were truly deep and beautiful. In those eyes, she saw only herself, nothing but herself. The scar across his handsome features was left by her own hands. Macy couldn't help breathing heavily, lifting her hand to choke Kane. She felt Kane's Conroy's apple tremble under her palm, unable to resist tightening her fingers. Conroy's slight suffocation came, and Kane couldn't help but slightly open his lips, lifting his hand to grip Macy's wrist. Gemmet he didn't apply any force, merely caressing with his fingertips. The cool night breeze seemed to turn scorching, and Macy released her grip on Kane's neck. In the next moment, her fingers moved downward, grabbing his tie. This time, her strength was heavy, causing Kane to stagger directly. Macy took advantage of the situation, sitting down on the sofa behind her while pulling Kane down by his tie. Kane bent over following her pull, until finally, he knelt before her on one knee. Macy shortened the tie in her hand, forcing Kane forward as if an animal had its neck chained tighter bit by bit. Yet he accepted it willingly. Macy. He called out again, his voice growing hoarser, with a wild love akin to sacrificial devotion in his eyes. It was like being brushed by a tiny brush over Macy's heart, making her finally kiss him deeply. Her believer had been waiting for a long time. They never knew what tenderness was. Every time their lips met, it felt as if they wanted to swallow each other whole. The faint sweetness from their tongues surged up to their throats, bringing even more intense excitement. How she wished to kill him, eat him, forever possess him. Macy's lips left Kane's mouth, moving to his neck, then biting down hard. Kane curled his fingers, emitting a muffled groan. Pain spread, yet it brought more thrilling sensations. Sharp teeth pierced through skin, causing him to shiver all over, his eyes narrowing slightly. His large hand grabbed the back of Macy's head, pushing her to bite deeper. When Macy finally raised her head, her lips were now bright red. She gazed satisfyingly at the wound she made, licking her lips, so beautiful. Kane stared straight into Macy's eyes, lifting his hand to unbutton his shirt. Macy watched intently, her gaze burning intensely. This made Kane feel a trace of embarrassment. He had never done such a thing before, his ears turning red, yet he didn't stop. With graceful fingers, he undid each button one by one. Soon, his shirt was thrown aside, revealing broad shoulders, a narrow waist, 8-pack abs, and exquisite collarbones that looked especially tempting. He revealed himself without reserve. Kane bore many scars on his body, each representing his achievements. Kneeling half before Macy, he leaned forward slightly, his deep, husky voice carrying a hint of enticement. Do you want to leave more marks on my body? Macy felt her breathing quicken. Conroying indescribable excitement spread throughout her body like a web, making her sit on the sofa and lift her leg. Her toes touched Kane's kneeling knees. Kane nearly pressed against her legs. Macy's shoe tip slid upward from his knee, reaching his thigh root, and nudged the gun at his waist. The gun dropped to the floor, and Macy used her toes to hook it between Kane's legs. This gun, which he never parted with, was his belief and symbol. Now, this black pistol was pressed under her high-heeled foot, and its owner seemed not to intend to stop her. Kane even straightened his back, offering his collarbone to Macy's lips. Would you like a taste? Macy took a deep breath, biting down forcefully. Kane tilted his head back, the tight jawline remarkably handsome. He suddenly lifted his hand to support Macy's thigh, abruptly standing up. He effortlessly picked her up, striding towards the bedroom. Macy seemed not surprised by Kane's actions. She happily hooked her arms around his neck, smiling brightly. What does Commander Shin want to do? Kane walked to the bed, dropping Macy onto it, then leaning over her, bracing his hands on either side of her. He said word by word, to be completely yours. Macy found this answer very satisfying but wasn't pleased with his position. She suddenly lifted her legs, wrapping them tightly around Kane's waist, then gave a sudden flip. Though her strength was less than Kane's, her technique more than made up for it. With Kane offering no resistance, their positions were easily reversed. Macy straddled Kane's body, her long, fair thighs emerging from the slit of her cheepow. Her once-up black hair had fallen loose at some point, making her skin seem even whiter and her lips redder. She resembled a poisonous rose covered in thorns, unhesitatingly tightening her vines around prey she fancied, using its blood to nourish her roots, merging with it as one. She looked down, her fingertips tracing inch by inch over Kane's scars, each touch sending shivers through his entire body. Conroy beast tempered in blood never allowed anyone to touch its most vulnerable underbelly. Gem at this time, he suppressed his instincts, surrendering everything. If Macy chose to kill him at that moment, he would have been helpless. Conroy's whole body blazed with fire, he finally could not help but grip Macy's slender waist tightly, seeking to regain control. Gem at Macy suddenly tightened her grip on his wrists. Then, pulling on Kane's wrists, she lifted his hands above his head and pressed them into the bed. Macy? He breathed heavily, red coloring the corners of his eyes, hoarsely calling her name. Macy smiled, excitedly retrieving a pair of handcuffs from behind her. In seconds, she had shackled Kane's hands to the bed frame. The cold metal against scorching skin only fanned the flames within her heart more fiercely. Kane had never felt this kind of restriction before. He instinctively struggled but seized the chain of the handcuffs when his eyes met Macy's. Macy was finally satisfied. She bit down on Kane's Conroymia's apple, feeling his tremors, chuckling indistinctly. So be it. Unbeknownst to Wen, it began raining outside the window. Raindrops trickled down the wall's crevices, landing on a wild rose bud about to bloom. The wild rose trembled, shaking off glistening droplets into its stamen. The wind howled, carrying the humid night air. Even though dark clouds filled the sky, threatening to descend and destroy the world, that rose bloomed fervently amidst the gloomy rain. Leaven the wall where roses bloomed, there was a window glowing softly. The curtains blocked the view inside, but the coquettish laughter mixed with hoarse gasps entwined, melting into the rainy night. Chapter 132, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 40. Macy hugged Kane's waist and fell into a sweet sleep. Never having done these things before didn't matter, Macy, with her extremely animalistic nature, had instinctively managed to make the mighty commander's eyes redden. Gemeth parties were incredibly sated. Conroy at some point, the handcuffs had been unlocked, and Kane held the treasure in his arms tightly. His body was covered in red marks and bite marks, some still oozing blood droplets, causing sharp pain. This pain made him almost leavenly at this moment did he feel entirely possessed. Though tonight had been special, he had gained a satisfaction he had never experienced before. Kane never closed his eyes. The sleeping Macy in his arms was very peaceful. She was most obedient when her eyes were closed in sleep. When she was awake, no matter how obedient she appeared, those eyes were always splitting. Kane looked down at her. His gaze moved slowly from her forehead, down her nose, to those red lips. His eyes were deep, almost crazily devout, filled with the most desperate attachment. It wasn't until the rain stopped and daylight gradually brightened that he blinked his sore eyes. Those eyes were full of bloodshot veins, with redness at the corners. Kane lowered his head and kissed Macy's forehead, then moved his arm. He took out a syringe from under the pillow. Commander Shen, who handled guns with great steadiness, now had slightly trembling fingertips. He felt as if something was choking him tightly, making it hard to breathe, his chest aching as if torn apart. Gemmet he just kept looking at her, watching her, his fingertips lightly stroking her neck. Then, the fine needle was inserted directly into the back of Macy's neck. She barely felt any pain. Macy merely furrowed her brows slightly, let out a soft hum, and sank back into deep sleep. This would have been absolutely impossible before. Macy, with her animal-like instincts, could react instantly to even the slightest disturbance. Gemmet now, without realizing it, she had completely trusted the other person. Conroy's Kane emptied the syringe. He had already bitten through his own lips. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He discarded the syringe, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and gently smeared his blood on Macy's lips. The stunning girl breathed steadily, her lips curling slightly as if dreaming a beautiful dream. Remember me. Kane's voice was hoarse, choked with emotion. He used his blood to make Macy's lips even more alluring. Conroy's daylight fully brightened. Kane finally stood up slowly. He put on his military uniform, looked at Macy lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and helped her put on her nightgown before wrapping her in a blanket and carrying her out in large strides. In his arms was a treasure, ahead lay the motherland. Macy woke up in the car, immediately feeling a pain in the back of her neck, as if someone had struck her there. The car was spacious and comfortable, a luxury limousine. Macy had been sleeping in the back seat. If not for the slight jolting, she would have thought she was still in the room. Seeing Macy awake, a woman nearby leaned over with a smile. "Miss Macy, you're finally awake. Conroy, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Macy blinked and found it was Roni. They had met briefly at the front line, and Macy didn't dislike this woman. She nodded, and water and cookies were handed to her mouth. Conroy, after eating a few bites, Macy rubbed her neck and sat up. "Where are we going?" Roni glanced out the window. "To retrieve medical supplies from the rear. Miss Macy, since you're also a doctor, please take care of me in the future." Macy blinked again. "Where is Kane?" Before closing her eyes, Kane had been breathing heavily and calling her name in a daze. Now, she had just opened her eyes and he was gone. Roni replied, "Commander Shen is arranging matters at the front. He asked us to pick up the supplies and meet him later." Macy nodded. Feeling satisfied after eating and drinking, she recalled the madness of last night. Conroy actually, she didn't know what to do, but seeing Kane looking so tempting yet restrained, and being cuffed by her, it was truly delightful, and she wanted to do even more. She couldn't help licking her lips, as if she could still taste the remnants of Kane's blood. She suddenly realized that completely possessing someone didn't necessarily mean killing them. There were many more things worth exploring. The car continued driving, and Macy frowned as she looked out the window. "How long will we be in the car?" Roni said, "It should only take a few more hours. Commander Shen has already arranged accommodations for us." Macy lowered her eyes and calculated the time. Kane had told her that they received news the enemy would launch their attack on the 10th. Eating Kane was on the 5th, and today should be the 6th. Gemmet, why, if it rained last night, were there no signs of water on the road? Macy furrowed her brow. "How far are the supplies from the front line? Will we make it in time?" Roni didn't look at her, still gazing out the window. "We will, Miss Macy." Something wasn't right, she felt it. Macy glanced at the elegant small bag beside her, her favorite one. She picked up the bag and opened it, finding a few dresses she loved to wear inside, nothing particularly unusual. Just as she was about to put the bag down, her fingers brushed against something hard. Macy paused, pulling out the object. It was a handgun. The handgun gleamed black and polished, with a slightly extended barrel. The safety catch and trigger showed signs of wear, suggesting its owner took great care of it. This was Kane's gun. Macy remained motionless, staring at the gun for a long while. Silence filled the car as the driver continued moving forward and Roni struggled to hold back her sobs while looking out the window. Suddenly, Macy raised the gun and pointed it directly at Roni's temple. Roni stiffened, her eyes wide with disbelief. Macy's voice was soft yet icy. "What's the date today?" Roni stammered, "It's the 6th. "Tell me the date again," Macy repeated, flicking off the safety. Roni finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Conroy, her restrained emotions collapsed in an instant. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Today is the 7th, the first day of the invasion. We have no reinforcements. They're fighting for their lives to defend Alessiaching. Macy stared fixedly at the distraught Roni. Her first reaction was laughter. Her eyes crinkled with amusement. So that's it. You guys really went too far. I hate being deceived. With that, she slowly tightened her finger on the trigger. Flint. Calm down, they are innocent, please don't be angry. In her mind, Conroy de Bayo's frightened but coaxing voice echoed. Macy took a deep breath, turning the gun toward the trembling driver. Stop the car and get out. To her surprise, the driver gritted his teeth and said, Sorry, Miss Macy, General Shen ordered us to deliver you to a completely safe place. Before he could finish, Macy delivered a sharp chop. The driver was also a soldier, but he never expected Macy to be so skilled. His vision went dark as he fainted instantly. Macy leaned forward, grabbed the steering wheel, and pulled the handbrake. The car came to a stop. Macy opened the door, dragged the unconscious driver out, and then yanked Roni out as well. Miss Macy, don't go back. Roni cried, unable to resist. Macy's expression remained cold as she got back into the car, flooring the gas pedal, driving straight toward the front lines. Chapter 133, Jamadaful Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, complete. The return journey was even farther than Macy had anticipated. After all, when she woke up, this vehicle had already been traveling for 2.5 days. With a blank expression, she drove with one hand while the other rubbed her aching nape. No one could harm her without her noticing, except Kane. How infuriating. When she saw him, she would kill him right away. He was not obedient at all. Macy drove very fast, and all she saw along the way were people fleeing in the opposite direction. She clenched Kane's gun tightly. Using his own gun to kill him must be excellent. Commander, 2nd Platoon and 3rd Platoon have been completely annihilated. Conroy amidst the gunfire, the platoon leader ran over, his face smeared with blood mixed with tears, gritting his teeth and loudly reporting. Kane squeezed his palm tightly, let the kitchen staff take over. I'll go with you. Having said that, he picked up the sniper rifle and strode forward. French stopped him. Commander, no. Kane looked at him. My brothers in the army are all the same. Everyone had done their best to protect Alessiaching with their lives. Everyone knew that this was the last line of defense. Their loved ones were behind them, and they couldn't retreat. The invading army had prepared this attack for a long time. Their equipment and weapons were far superior, aiming to capture it within 3 days. However, it was already the 3rd day, and Alessiaching remained tenacious. Everyone pushed forward. Even if a brother who had been joking and laughing just yesterday died right before one's eyes, one still had to trample over their comrade's body and rush forward. Conroy had were the enemy's guns and blades, and beside them were continuously falling comrades. When a person died, they were hastily buried in the ground, leaving people thousands of miles away who would never see their loved ones or sweethearts again. Even if everyone died under gunfire, there would be logistics personnel risking their lives to replenish. If logistics personnel died, then the wounded would crawl forward too. They had witnessed countless desperate situations and countless grim scenes, but not one thought of retreating. French looked at Kane's side profile and stepped forward again to stop him. Commander. You can't go. French's eyes reddened. His best brother died, and there wasn't even a complete body left. He didn't even have time to grieve. Before Kane could speak, more men dragging their injured bodies, covered in blood, came to report. Conroy members of Squad 15 have perished. The 2nd Company has only 3 communications officers left. Horse, Kane shouted loudly, keep moving forward. French was almost breaking down. Can we really hold on to Alessiaching? Can we really wait for reinforcements? Kane took a deep breath and looked at French. We can. Conroy actually, he wasn't sure whether they could or not, but he had to believe it. Once Alessiaching fell, the fall of the entire country would only be a matter of time. Therefore, even if the abyss ahead was utterly hopeless, he still had to move forward. Because behind him, there was something that needed to be protected. Without saying another word, Kane shouldered his gun and walked out. French clenched his teeth and followed without hesitation. Stepping on the broken bodies of their comrades, they moved forward step by step. The gunfire sounded so loud that it felt like their eardrums would rupture, and their noses were filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood as Kane advanced step by step. On the opposite side, General Thatcher listened to the reports of the battle outcomes and frowned. Why are they able to hold on for so long despite having no reinforcements? Philip laughed and said, what else, filling the gap with lives, I guess. Strange, Thatcher looked at Philip. Do all your countrymen not care about their lives? Philip scratched his head and grinned flatteringly. I don't know about them, but if I were working for the general, I would definitely give my life. Thatcher was satisfied with Philip's answer. He nodded and spoke into the radio in his hand. Move the big treasure over and make the final strike. I'm losing my patience. Yes. Philip heard the conversation and gripped his palm tightly. Kane, can you really hold Alessiaching? Conroy's huge explosion echoed instantly, and the invading army cheered. They rushed forward through the black smoke, attempting to be the first to enter Alessiaching. However, a bullet came straight from the black mist, hitting one man directly between the eyebrows. Damn! How do they still have people alive? Watch out for ambushes. Dead bodies formed walls, and the invading army simply couldn't understand why they were so resilient. Jemmy, the time Macy finally drove to the front lines, it was already the 10th day. She furrowed her brows looking out the car window. Why wasn't there anyone around in the rear? Where were the doctors, the wounded, the supplies, the communications officers? The car couldn't drive any further. She got out of the car and ran forward hurriedly. She ran faster and faster, feeling as if the oxygen in her lungs was being squeezed out, replaced by a burning pain as if seared by war. She didn't see a single living person. Was this mutual destruction? The bodies beneath her feet grew more numerous. Conroyed first, she tried to walk around them, but eventually, there was nowhere to step except on the mangled corpses, inching forward bit by bit. In the smoke-filled air, Macy stood atop the pile of bodies, suddenly feeling disoriented. She never imagined she would witness such a gruesome scene. Blood soaked past her ankles. She still wore the cheapao, her exposed delicate calves were stained with dark red blood. In the distance, it seemed that the invading army was advancing, but she suddenly squatted down, beginning to search through the bodies. This isn't him. Neither is this one. Her face showed no expression, and her long hair fell loose, also stained with blood. She loved cleanliness. Even a small drop of blood during killings felt disgusting to her, but now, she was drenched in blood from head to toe. Examining each corpse, something sharp cut her fingertips, mixing her blood with that of the warriors. None of them are him. Her movements quickened. Finally, after crossing a trench, she stopped. Not far away, in the silent smoke, a shattered red flag had not fallen. That flag, covered in dust and smoke, barely revealed its original color. In the bitter cold wind, the tattered flag stirred, embracing the souls of the fallen warriors. Conroy's hand clung tightly to the flagpole. The owner of that hand lay on top of the pile of bodies, half his body a bloody mess. The visible half of his face bore the most familiar scar she had carved herself. Macy stared at that direction, taking one step after another. Conroy around her, the sound of the invading army's renewed attack echoed, but she couldn't hear anything. Conroy mid the dim world, it seemed only she remained. Though it was only a few steps, they felt exceptionally long. Finally reaching him, she slowly squatted down, poking at his wound. This time, he wouldn't blush and look at her with those wild, entwined eyes anymore. His pupils were fully dilated, fixedly staring ahead. Macy elegantly crouched, grabbing Kane's collar to face her. She narrowed her eyes, parting her lips. Why won't you look at me? No one could answer her. Conroy's sudden wave of inexplicable anger surged within her, and she raised her hand, hesitating mid-swing. She saw Kane's other hand gripping something. He held it so tightly Macy couldn't pry it open, yet she recognized what it was. It was her favorite hairpin. Levine's hand clutched the unyielding flagpole, the other holding her hairpin. What was he thinking? Macy tilted her head. No one could answer her question. Flint, don't be sad, Conroy-DeBeo's voice was soft. Sad? I'm not sad. Macy shook her head, looking at Kane. She suddenly smiled, poking his mouth. You look really ugly now. Conroy's drop of water landed on her hand. Looking up, Macy saw no rain. Touching her face, she found it wet. Such a strange feeling. She felt an overwhelming emptiness. Not far off, the invading army finally recovered from the suicidal resistance and began to approach. There were no living people left on the front lines. The invading army charged recklessly, getting closer and closer. Macy pulled out the gun from her waist, knelt down, stared at Kane's blood-covered face for a moment, then hugged him into her arms. Like countless times before. She raised the gun behind her back, her arm circling Kane's body, her thumb pressing the trigger, the muzzle against his back. The invading army stormed over without any hesitation. Jamang. The gunshot echoed. The bullet pierced Kane's heart and Macy's chest, splattering blood. The gun fell to the ground, soaked in blood. Macy's cheapao was no longer recognizable in color. Using her last bit of strength, she buried her head and bit Kane's neck fiercely. Her fangs punctured his throat, and the bloodied long hair entwined the two together. How infuriating. Just before her heart stopped, Macy thought, next time, I must kill him with my own hands. Conroy's their bodies fell, the invading army halted their advance. In the next second, they began to retreat. Light pierced through the layers of clouds, shining on the blood, the bodies, and Macy's drooping lashes. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 134, The Gem-Breathtaking Demon Consort Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 01. Macy suddenly opened her eyes, breathing deeply. The people around her immediately knelt down and whispered softly, Please spare us, Your Majesty. However, Macy didn't have the energy to perceive her surroundings. She touched her chest, the intense pain from the bullet piercing her heart seemed to linger, making it hard for her to catch her breath. In her mind, Conroy-DeBeo asked cautiously. Flint, are you okay? How do you feel? Macy closed her eyes and responded mentally, Didn't you say that as long as the target didn't die, I wouldn't enter the next world even if I committed suicide? Conroy-DeBeo, yes, but right after you committed suicide, Philip was also shot. He was discovered as a spy by the invading army. Macy remained silent with her eyes closed for a moment before asking suddenly, "Did we win?" Conroy knew what Macy was asking about and answered seriously, "We did." Macy said no more. Her anger had not subsided, and she felt that in this world, the teacher definitely needed to be punished properly. Making decisions for her without permission and then dying on his own accord, how unreasonable. Macy tapped her fingertips on the armrest, her perfectly maintained nails producing a crisp sound, which made the 4 maidservants kneeling on the ground even more frightened. The pain in her chest finally eased a little. Macy opened her eyes and saw an extremely magnificent palace. This scene was something she had only seen in TV dramas in the first world. Another new world she had never seen before. How nice. She lowered her gaze to her fingers, smooth and tender. Then her eyes fell upon the maidservants kneeling on the ground. "Go out," she said lazily, her voice carrying an air of aristocratic charm. Those maidservants felt like they were granted a reprieve. After bowing, they backed out. They had been massaging and fanning the Melanie earlier, who appeared to be sleeping but suddenly opened her eyes violently as if waking up from a nightmare, startling everyone. Thankfully, the Melanie was lenient and didn't hold it against them. If the Curtis had seen this, he would certainly have had them caned. After all, the Melanie enjoyed much favor. The Curtis would become furious over a single strand of her hair falling out. Inside the hall, Macy stretched on the soft couch and stood up to approach the bronze mirror. With just one glance, she was very satisfied with this body in this world. Looking to be around 16 years old, she had slender willow eyebrows, upturned phoenix eyes, crimson lips naturally unadorned, and a waist so slim it could barely fit in one hand. Every smile and frown exuded alluring charm, just like those bewitching concubines seen on TV. This moment, Conroy chimed in timely. "Flint, don't let your looks fool you. In reality, the original host is incredibly gentle and virtuous." Macy blinked at her reflection. What does her being gentle and virtuous have to do with me, Macy? Conroy was momentarily speechless. Just as Macy was about to ask Conroy to transmit the plot details, a voice came from outside. "We greet your majesty." The maidservants' voices sounded, the palace door opened, and a man in bright yellow robes strode in. The eunuchs lighting the lamps bowed and withdrew, closing the palace door again. Standing where she was, Macy sized up the man before her expressionlessly. The emperor was tall and upright, handsome with a face radiating an imperial demeanor. But Macy wasn't fond of him. Seeing Macy's appearance, the emperor was somewhat surprised. Why hadn't she greeted him formally today? He had never seen such a direct stare. Was it because he had never touched her and thus she had switched tactics? The emperor scoffed and shook his head. "Right, Melanie, you may retire." "Macy?" She felt completely baffled. "This is my quarters." Without any respect or formality. The emperor paused, astonished to hear such words coming from Macy's mouth. "Melanie," his face darkened, "I thought you had reconsidered." Macy stared at the emperor and laughed suddenly. When she smiled while staring at him like that, it was almost mesmerizing, breathtakingly beautiful. She had never given such a direct look to a superior figure like this. The emperor's heart skipped a beat when he heard Macy say, "I don't understand what His Majesty is talking about. Would His Majesty like to play a game with me?" Finally losing patience, the emperor frowned. "Put away your tricks and fulfill your duties." He didn't have time to waste with the Melanie here. His beloved should be waiting anxiously. Saying that, he lifted his robe and walked into the inner chamber with familiarity, pressing a night pearl embedded in the wall. Instantly, a hidden door slowly opened. The emperor strode inside. Watching the bright yellow figure disappear into the darkness, Macy sighed regretfully. He actually didn't want to play a game with me. I wanted to play rock paper scissors, and whoever lost would stab the other with a knife. Conroy. Cough, Flint, I will now send you the plot. Conroyna was the legitimate daughter of art, a noble identity. Soon as she came of age, she was welcomed into the palace and became Curtis Enrico's most favored concubine. Curtis Enrico was not yet old, he was only 28 when he bestowed upon Conroyna the title of imperial concubine. Enrico's family background was not prominent, and his foundation was unstable, needing the support of the Mu family. To secure the Mu family's unwavering loyalty, he gave Conroyna incomparable favor and glory. Without an empress in the harem, Conroyna as the imperial concubine stood at the top. But this was all just for show. Enrico spent almost every night in Conroyna's palace, but only Conroyna and Enrico's chief eunuch knew it was merely a facade. Inside Conroyna's palace was a secret passage. Every night, Enrico used this passage to spend time with his true love. Everyone believed Conroyna was the emperor's favorite, having monopolized his attention since her arrival, making everyone in the harem hate her. Thus, Enrico's truly beloved, just a minor concubine, went unnoticed by all. Conroyna served as both the link to bring the Mu family into line and a scapegoat to protect his true love from prying eyes. Yet, she deeply loved Enrico, swallowing all her grievances, and always said to her family that the emperor treated her well whenever asked. In the end, she met with the fate of being discarded like a useless tool once her usefulness was over. When Enrico finally secured his power, it was also the day the Mu family was stripped of their wealth and exiled. Though it was clearly his plan that brought down the Mu family, he still pretended to spare them out of respect for Conroyna, changing the sentence from execution to exile. Conroyna did not know the truth and genuinely believed it was due to her family's mistakes. She became even more humble, even feeling unworthy to stay by Enrico's side. Gemma Enrico elevated her to Amanda, gaining a reputation for kindness. People all knew the Empress was jealous, unaware that the truly envious one was that Maven. Even so, under guilt, Conroyna devoted herself to educating Enrico's and Maven's Dariusren. Managing the harem, enduring envy and blame, while teaching Hawkins, call Zhong Wu Yan when there's trouble, call Zhou Ling Chun when there's peace, most of her life was spent as a tool. The truly favored Maven lived happily ever after, until she died in Darius' birth at 40, leading to Conroyna suffering suspicion and wrath from Enrico. After years of physical and mental torment, Enrico finally realized Conroyna's sacrifices and showed her the respect due to an empress. Leavenly in her 40s did Conroyna receive the acknowledgement she deserved, becoming content to witness the prosperity of the nation alongside the emperor. Chapter 135, The Jamadi Who Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 02. Conroyfter Danielle transmitted the plot, she couldn't help but cursed. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. What the hell is this target? Macy was amused by Danielle's mildly angry voice. Conroyfter the plot transmission, she naturally gained the original host's memories and knew that this hidden door led to Maven's palace through a secret passage. Every night, the original host would wait respectfully here for 1 or 2 hours for Enrico to return. Then help him change clothes and send him out from the main gate of the palace. Macy chuckled softly, walked to the side of the hidden door, and pressed the night pearl. The hidden door slowly closed, separating the room from the secret passage and completely cutting off Enrico's way back. Macy stretched lazily. Danielle, tell me who the antagonist in this world is. While asking, she walked out, preparing to stroll around. This world was entirely new to her, and she was curious about everything. Danielle, the antagonist is a prince from the enemy country. If I'm not mistaken, he is 2 years younger than you. Macy nodded, her eyes brightening even more. Conroy soon as she stepped out, the maidservants outside greeted her, Your Majesty. Macy waved her hand lazily, I will stroll around casually. You don't have to follow me. The maidservants responded and looked at each other when Macy left. Strange, wasn't His Majesty just inside? Why isn't Her Majesty staying overnight and instead wants to go out alone? It wasn't too late yet. Conroy bright moon hung in the clear night sky, and the air was much fresher than in the previous world. Macy curiously observed these buildings, which were entirely different from the last world. Elaborately carved beams and painted decorations, winding corridors, upturned eaves, every detail exuded absolute power and nobility. Macy walked along like a visitor, admiring everything. Conroy the palace ladies and eunuchs she encountered knelt and greeted her, not daring to look directly at her beauty. However, as Macy deeply inhaled the fresh air here, she suddenly smelled a faint scent of blood. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she walked toward the direction where the bloody smell came from. Inside a desolate palace, a young man was tied to a tree trunk. The young man wore black robes, his head hanging low, and his scattered long hair almost completely covered his face. 12-year-old Andrew Zen was holding a long whip with a glossy black surface, laughing as he flicked it forward. The whip whistled and lashed onto the tied-up young man's body, instantly leaving a bloody mark on his chest. The young man tensed up from pain but made no sound. No one knew what expression was hidden under his long hair. Zen pouted, looking at the whip in his hand, murmuring, Mother said this new whip she got for me is very powerful. Why isn't he begging for mercy? The 2 eunuchs beside him laughed, perhaps the Andrew's strength is not enough. Not enough? Zen frowned, putting all his strength into raising his arm and whipping again. The young man trembled but still remained silent. Hey, dog. Zen shouted loudly, Gemig me, and I won't hit you. There was no response from the young man after hearing this. Zen felt a surge of anger and was about to raise his hand again to strike with all his might when he suddenly heard a soft laugh. The 2 eunuchs beside him immediately knelt down. Greetings, Melanie Moo. Zen was startled. Seeing the newcomer, he reluctantly lowered his hand and bowed. Greetings, Melanie Moo. His birth mother was only a Shu-E, far below Melanie Moo in rank, so he had to bow respectfully. Gemmet, why did Melanie Moo come here? Macy ignored Zen and looked at the bound young man. She couldn't see the young man's face clearly, so she walked over and pulled his hair to lift his face up. TSK, really beautiful. In that moment of being forced to look up, his pale and delicate face showed an extremely venomous expression, but quickly lowered his gaze to hide those snake-like eyes. With deep-set brows and a high nose bridge, a tear mole near the corner of his left eye added a touch of exotic beauty to his already delicate features. He bit his lower lip hard to endure the pain, a drop of blood seeping out. Seeing this face, Macy laughed. She licked her lips, her fingers twitching. Then, she released the young man's hair and walked toward Zen. Do you want him to beg for mercy? Zen felt puzzled, unsure of Melanie Moo's intentions. He had rarely seen Melanie Moo and only knew from his mother that she was a gorgeous vixen who monopolized their father emperor. He stammered, Macy held out her hand to him, smiling seductively. Give me the whip. Zen hesitantly handed over the whip, thinking Macy was going to discipline him by taking away his toy. To his surprise, after taking the whip, Macy turned toward the bound youth. Her slender, white fingers stroked the handle of the whip a couple of times before she suddenly raised her hand and lashed out. Smack. The bone-chilling sound tore through the air, striking with far more force than when Zen had swung it. The black, snake-like whip mercilessly lashed across the youth's body, instantly tearing through his clothes and flesh. Ugh. Ha. Finally, a gasp of pain escaped the youth's lips. This blow was excruciating beyond words. The youth's vision went black from agony, and the fingers tied behind his back dug into his palms until they bled. Macy smiled as she watched the stunned Zen beside her. See? You should do it like this. Were you just tickling him earlier? Without waiting for the youth to recover, she struck again. Smack. Conroya, The youth emitted a hoarse cry of pain, trying to hold back. Since arriving here, he had endured countless injuries and humiliations, mostly at the hands of princes. Jemmet none of that compared to this agony. He had never felt such unbearable pain before. Pain so intense it brought tears to his eyes, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, his vision blurring. Zen couldn't help but admire, Your Majesty, you are incredible. You're the first one to make him cry out. Macy's smile remained on her lips. Is that so? Then I'll be the first to make him beg. She looked at the youth, her voice like a mesmerizing siren, Jemeg me, and I will let you go. The youth didn't respond. Macy raised her hand once more and delivered another strike. Smack. The agonizing pain spread throughout his body. Veins popped on the youth's forehead as he panted rapidly, feeling like he was being torn apart. He was terrified by this terrifying force. He suddenly realized that if he didn't speak up, he would truly die under this woman's hands. He couldn't die yet. Finally, before the fifth lash fell, he spoke. His voice was broken and filled with suppressed hatred beneath his submissive plea. Please, please you. Macy dropped the whip and walked forward happily, grabbing his hair and lifting his face again. His face was covered in tears and blood, looking as if he was about to faint from the pain. Now, he seemed much more obedient. Chapter 136, The Dazzling Jamadi Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 03. The youth's gaze was beginning to blur, his breathing faint. If not for the occasional light coughs, Macy would truly believe that he had already died. Macy licked her lips in satisfaction and untied the ropes on the youth's body. She had expected him to collapse limply onto her since he seemed exhausted. Unexpectedly, the youth only staggered slightly, gritted his teeth, and held himself up, with his spine surprisingly straight. Macy raised an eyebrow. It was then she noticed that this slender youth was actually a bit taller than her. Macy reached out to pull at his garment but heard Zen's cautious voice from behind. Your Majesty, you don't need to bother, just give him to me. Surprised, Macy turned back. You're still here? Zen choked. Waving her hand as if shooing flies away, Macy said, Scram now. Zen was very unhappy with Macy's tone. He thought, just as his mother had said, this woman is indeed a wicked and vicious person. It looked like this wicked and evil woman intended to continue torturing Ishan. He felt regretful inside. Not because he cared about Ishan being tortured to death, but because if Ishan were dead, there would be no more entertainment for him, and he would also be scolded by his father, the Emperor. Zen cautiously reminded, Your Majesty, he can't die. Conroy cold, icy glare from Macy silenced Zen. Zen looked at the whip in Macy's hand and thought, she hasn't returned it to me yet. Wanting to say something more, he felt the grand eunuch beside him tugging at his clothing. Deeming 12 years old, Zen knew when to keep quiet, swallowing his dissatisfaction and bowing to leave. Macy ignored the people behind her. Tilting her head slightly, she stared at the blood-covered youth before her who was about to pass out, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. What's your name? Ishan, his voice was hoarse and broken, filled with heavy breaths. Ishan probably guessed the identity of the other party. Someone whom Zen revered so much yet was so arrogant could only be the most favored Melanie. To survive here, he couldn't offend her. Ishan. Macy repeated his name, laughing as she pinched his chin, forcing him to look up. You didn't even know how to greet me properly when you saw this palace? Ishan's vision was blackening, having lost too much blood. If it wasn't treated soon, he really would die here. The ground where he stood had already turned dark red. Gemmeting his lip hard, the pain barely kept him conscious. Taking a step back, he gasped for breath and prepared to kneel when suddenly his vision went black again. He finally fainted, falling onto Macy. Macy took a step forward and embraced him, feeling his bony frame. She deeply inhaled, her nostrils filled with the strong smell of blood mixed with a faint, cool scent that penetrated every part of her body. Such a familiar smell. Ishan had a long dream. In his dream, he was entangled and bitten by a beautiful poisonous snake, powerless to struggle. Every instance of pain was so real that it made him tremble uncontrollably. Gemmet due to his extreme weakness, he didn't wake up until the next day when the sky was bright. His eyelashes fluttered, and his narrow eyes slowly opened. Consciousness returning, his memory paused at the moment before he fainted last night, on that woman's face. It was too dark, and the pain blurred his vision, so he didn't see her clearly, only knowing those eyes were full of wickedness, dazzlingly bright. Then, he was still alive. Moving his body, Ishan was surprised to find himself completely dry, and his wounds didn't hurt much anymore. With effort, he propped himself up and looked at his body. His clothes were almost completely removed, only leaving him with a pair of trousers. His body was wrapped in white bandages. It seems someone tried to bandage his wounds, but the method was overly casual. Some wounds were exposed, and some places were bound tightly, making him feel numb. However, the exposed wounds were starting to heal, indicating that excellent medicinal ointments had been used. Who? Could there be such people in this palace? His first reaction was that the person treating him wanted something from him. When Macy walked in, she saw the battle-damaged handsome youth sitting on the bed, his eyes lowered in deep thought. His long hair cascaded down, covering his slender back crisscrossed with wounds, giving him an extreme beauty filled with melancholy. Upon sensing Macy entering, Ishan immediately reacted. He curled his fingers tightly, and the lash wounds from last night seemed to hurt again in that instant. Macy found him unbearably beautiful. She strolled leisurely to Ishan's bedside, saying nothing, merely tilting her chin slightly, looking down at him from above. Ishan lowered his head, hiding his face with his long hair, getting off the bed to kneel and greeting. Greetings to Melanie, your majesty. Satisfied, Macy said lazily, get up. Ishan stood up, head bowed in silence. How old are you? Macy asked. 14, Ishan replied. Macy laughed. You're 2 years younger than me. This was the first time she encountered a villain younger than herself. Macy found it intriguing. The whipping last night had greatly relieved her frustration from her previous world. In this world, she held a high position and would never let this young wolf have any chance to escape. She raised her hand to pinch Ishan's chin. The youth instinctively stepped back, avoiding Macy's fingers and tensing his body into a defensive posture. Macy's voice turned cold as she missed him. Not obedient, huh? She took out the whip from behind her waist, gripping it tightly and flicking it in her palm. Want another round? Macy laughed again, saying, sure, I have plenty of good medicine to keep you breathing but alive. Ishan clenched his fists tightly, feeling a mixture of fear and uncertainty. So she was the one who treated his wounds? Why? She caused him excruciating pain and then gave him the best medicine. Was it to humiliate him or merely for her own amusement? Yes, he was never treated as a human being. His eyes burned with hatred, yet his voice was low and submissive. I wouldn't dare. Afraid to dirty your hands, your majesty. I don't mind dirt, Macy replied, pinching his chin again, forcing him to look up. She gripped his chin hard, making his mouth fill with the taste of blood once more. Conroy's he lifted his head, he couldn't suppress his hatred. His eyes, sharp like those of a venomous snake, trembled when they focused on Macy's face. Macy smiled delightedly, so beautiful. Ishan quickly lowered his gaze, suddenly feeling a burning sensation in his chest, where hatred mixed with something else threatened to overflow. He hadn't seen her clearly last night in the dark, not realizing she looked around his age, with beauty that stunned the heart. In that moment, he thought he saw the sun in the sky, while he was just mud beneath the earth. Macy released Ishan's chin and scanned his room with a sneer, living in such a place, how pitiful. Ishan didn't speak, waiting for more humiliation. Unexpectedly, Macy said, come with me. Ishan froze, unable to understand Macy's meaning. Macy was in a good mood and wrapped the long whip around Ishan's neck, tugging him like a puppy, causing him to stagger. He had been trampled before, this humiliation was bearable for him. Ishan kept his eyes lowered, enduring the suffocating feeling around his neck, while keeping his spine straight. The next moment, he felt warmth on top of his head. Surprised, he looked up to see Macy standing on tiptoe, smiling as she stroked his head. Her exquisite eyes showed an almost unhealthy possessiveness, sending a chill down his spine. He heard her laugh lightly, Jean Good, come home with me, and never run away. Chapter 137, The Jamadi Consort Who Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 04. Ishan followed behind Macy, his eyes fixed on the hem of her gown adorned with opulent embroidery, concealing the tremor in his heart with a lowered gaze. The warmth that brushed past him just now unexpectedly made his eyes sting. Gemmet, that heart-wrenching tenderness was fleeting. In the next second, Macy tugged at the whip wrapped around his neck once more, pulling hard. His face flushed from suffocation. Step by step, he followed her lead as she commanded him to walk forward. Perhaps deeming the sight of him being led by the whip too conspicuous, Macy eventually untied it and casually tossed a black coat from the wardrobe to Ishan, instructing him to wear it. Ishan put on the coat in silence, a bitter smile creeping into his heart. Should he be grateful? After all, she treated him more like a human being than an animal. Levin their way, the eunuchs and maidservants who saw Macy still knelt in respect, yet shock flickered in everyone's eyes when they noticed the lowly hostage following behind her. What could her ladyship possibly be planning? Not only were the servants puzzled, but Ishan was also speculating about Macy's intentions. He wasn't naive enough to believe this woman had suddenly developed a kind heart. The excruciating pain from last night was still fresh. Someone who could wield a whip so effortlessly would never be kind-hearted. Conroy, apart from whimsically treating him like a pet, he couldn't think of any other reason. Hatred surged within him, yet he had no right to refuse. If he couldn't refuse, then he might as well use the situation to his advantage. That way, at least when she grew tired of him, he'd gain something out of it. Ishan clenched his palm tightly, watching Macy's light footsteps, feeling every step she took crush his heart. Conroy, soon as Macy returned to her chambers, she saw several maidservants anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing Macy, they hurriedly knelt down in greeting. May, who stood at the front, had accompanied Macy from the general's residence. She held the highest status and was closest to Macy. Conroyfter performing the salute, May anxiously helped Macy enter the room. Ishan lifted his eyes to glance at the lavish interior of the hall, where tiger fur carpets covered the ground. Silently, he stopped and stood outside the door. Taking a few steps forward, Macy suddenly sensed something and turned back. Come in. With a hoarse voice, Ishan softly said, I might dirty your excellency's palace. He lowered his head, displaying humility, his youthful beauty almost tempting one to destroy it. Macy responded coolly, I don't like repeating myself or hearing refusals. Despite her soft tone, it sent chills through everyone present. Gemiting his teeth, Ishan stepped inside. May was quite astonished but dared not inquire further, merely whispering. Your Excellency, the Curtis visited you before he went to court today. Macy paused, recalling the existence of the Curtis. Yesterday, she shut the hidden door, leaving her to wonder what interesting expression the Curtis must have worn when he found his retreat blocked. Lazily reclining on the imperial couch, Macy lifted her hand, and May promptly served her a cup of excellent imperial tea. Conroyfter sipping, Macy slowly asked. Why did His Majesty come looking for this concubine? May respectfully replied in a soft voice, he seemed, in a very poor mood, asking me where your Excellency was. I told him you were out enjoying the scenery. Macy raised an eyebrow, well done. May was even more surprised at Macy's lack of concern. Previously, Her Excellency's admiration for the Curtis was obvious. Why did her attitude change so dramatically after last night? Thinking for a moment, May added. There are rumors in the palace that His Majesty left Neve's quarters this morning. Should I stop these rumors, Your Excellency? The news of the Curtis visiting Macy last night and emerging from another lesser-known concubine's quarters today was indeed a slap in Macy's face. Unexpectedly, Macy laughed. That's not a rumor, it's the truth. Startled, May dared not speak further. Checking the time, May whispered. Your Excellency, it's time for the other consorts to pay their respects. Conroy's the holder of the Phoenix Seal, Macy was the supreme lady of the palace, receiving daily homage from everyone. Glancing at her delicate fingertips, Macy smiled. Let them wait. First, I'll have breakfast. No need to serve me during my meal. Unable to resist, May glanced at her mistress, only to meet Macy's deep, dark eyes, which startled her so much that she dared not look again. Suppressing her doubts, May backed away and summoned breakfast. Left alone with Ishan, Macy sat quietly in the hall. Ishan stood silently from beginning to end, his gaze lowered, head slightly bowed, and spine straight. No wonder he was the future villain. At this age, he could already endure to such an extent. Clearly a treacherous little wolf, full of scars but waiting for the right moment to strike, and when he did, it would be fatal. Weak as he was, he still maintained an air of pride. She really wanted to break him apart and piece him back together into her desired form. Macy licked her lips and laughed, beckoning to Ishan. Come. Have a meal with me. Ishan's first thought was that Macy intended to test the food on him. He wasn't unfamiliar with poison. In his homeland, he had been poisoned by princes before, almost costing him his life. To this day, the monthly of cold poison still caused him excruciating pain. Conroyfter arriving here, his condition deteriorated even further. Conroy, as long as it wasn't a deadly poison, he could endure it. This time, Ishan didn't refuse. He slowly approached the table and then knelt beside Macy's feet. Macy's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Ishan, waiting for your majesty to grant me food. This demeanor was also instilled in him by those princes. Jimak then, he had been starved for 7 days. If he hadn't knelt down, he truly would have starved to death, so he finally knelt. He couldn't die, he had to live on to bite each one of them back. Ishan thought this was going to be another humiliation. Gemet, why was this time more unbearable despite having gotten used to it? The sweet scent of the young girl entered his nostrils, and he bit the soft flesh inside his mouth. However, Macy's actions were unexpected. She smiled, lifting his chin with her fingers, her dark phoenix eyes locking onto his, her curled lips burning like fire. That's right, you should be obedient. Gemet, sometimes, a little dog can be a bit playful in front of its master. She released him, pointing to the chair next to her. Sit there. Ishan's body stiffened for a moment before he slowly stood up and sat down. He picked up the chopsticks, expecting Macy to let him eat first. Instead, Macy moved quickly, taking a large bite of a dish before Ishan could react. Ishan's eyes widened slightly as he watched the beautiful concubine close her eyes in pleasure, coquettishly exclaiming. Not bad. Ishan looked at the dishes on the table with a rigid expression, a wild thought forming in his mind. Was she mad? Chapter 138, The Peerless Concubine Who Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 05. If Macy knew what he was thinking, she would probably whip him again. It was fine for her to call herself a madwoman, but not others. Especially not the teacher who made her angry. Macy ate very happily, and Ishan also quietly ate a lot. Since there was no poison, he just had to seize the opportunity to consume as much food as possible. After all, not every meal could be eaten to fullness. He ate quickly but elegantly, his long fingers holding the chopsticks gracefully, exquisitely beautiful. When Macy was full, she stopped and rested her cheek on her hand, watching Ishan eat. Gemmet when Macy put down her chopsticks, Ishan also put his down. He respectfully lowered his eyes. Thank you, Your Highness. His appearance was obedient, and Macy felt extremely pleased. She raised her hand and patted his head again. Ignoring the sudden stiffening of the young man's body, she said, I'll have a servant prepare clothes for you. From today onwards, stay here obediently. You can do whatever you want, except leave. Her fingertips gently stroked from the top of his head to the back of his neck, then lightly hooked behind his ear. Ishan suddenly tensed his back muscles. That gentle touch sent a shocking tremor through him, like a fire burning throughout his body. Then Macy noticed that the young man's ear tips had turned red. She released her hand, stood up, and walked out of the inner hall. I'm going to appreciate His Majesty's beauties. Conroy's Macy walked out, the door closed, and the room became quiet again. Ishan didn't move. He remained seated in his chair, gripping his palm tightly. Fear welled up in his heart. In that moment, he even wished that hand would linger on his body longer. In the outer hall, dozens of concubines were growing impatient. The Melanie, whose rank was second only to Macy, was proud because she had given birth to the Emperor's princess. She spoke first. What's wrong with Her Highness today? Could it be that she's sad because His Majesty left Neve last night? The virtuous consort and others couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. What are you saying, sister? Is precious consort this kind of jealous person? May bowed her head and apologized. Her Highness is unwell and may be delayed. The Melanie snorted, relying on His Majesty's favor to act haughtily. My several sisters have accompanied His Majesty for 5 or 6 years, yet she, who has been in the palace for only 1 year, thinks she can behave so arrogantly. May said nothing. Conroy concubine tried to mediate. Since precious consort is unwell, being delayed is understandable. Perhaps we should ask Neve why His Majesty came from her quarters this morning. Neve, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, stiffened, looking bewildered. She opened her mouth but hesitated. The Melanie was taken aback. I've never paid attention to Neve before. I didn't expect that she doesn't even know the most basic etiquette, calling herself I. Neve bit her lower lip and softly said, Your Highness, please forgive me, then lowered her head. In her heart, she was frantically repeating, Enrico, hurry up, Enrico, hurry up. These poisonous women are too nasty, and I really don't know how to navigate palace politics. However, the Melanie wasn't about to let her off the hook. The Melanie asked, I didn't think Neve, who usually stays quiet, could snatch His Majesty away from precious consort. Why don't you share your method with us? Conroy cold sweat dripped down Neve's forehead. She cursed these women silently over and over but was too timid to show it. Just as she was torn, a lazy yet charming voice sounded. Conroy, my dear sisters have waited long enough. The attention of all the concubines finally shifted from Neve to Macy, who was gracefully walking towards them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Macy, filled with awe, jealousy, and hatred. Gemmet, no matter who they were, none could deny that Macy was breathtakingly beautiful. Even without wearing grand formal court attire, merely dressed in a red dress, she outshone everyone. Moreover, today's precious consort seemed very different. If her previous beauty was like an ornament, today's beauty was lively and aggressive, like a sharp sword piercing the heart. The Melanie suppressed her jealousy and said, aren't you at ease? The Melanie always had something sharp to say to Macy. The former host would endure it without retaliating despite feeling wronged. Gemmet Macy was different. She glanced sideways at her, as if looking at an insect. Yes, I am indeed at ease. The Melanie choked, her face turning extremely ugly. Macy ignored her, scanned the gathering of beauties below, and her gaze settled on a woman in a pink dress in the corner. Perhaps due to her sensitivity to anomalies, Macy knew instantly that this must be Neve. No wonder Enrico was so special. Indeed, she carried something different. She asked Marchuan in her mind, well, did you feel it? Marchuan's voice was filled with surprise. I felt it. Conroyfter, you upgraded me. I can see that this Neve doesn't seem to be an original inhabitant of this world. She is from 1,000 years later. Conroy, she seems to have some kind of flotation system. Speaking to this point, Marchuan's small, sweet voice was full of disdain. Pfft, calling that garbage a system? It's just a bunch of junky programs. In the myriad worlds, besides the most advanced and comprehensive systems personally made by the administrators, there were many impure forces born in the void. Some of them needed to parasitize on hosts, obtaining certain things to survive. To Marchuan, these things were like single-celled organisms in the eyes of humans. Macy nodded thoughtfully, staring at Neve, her eyes shining. Suddenly, Neve felt a chill down her back. She looked up and caught Macy's gaze directly. Startled, she hastily lowered her head, suddenly feeling like she had been seen through. Macy laughed, saying casually, Conroyfter all, now that His Majesty's favorite is no longer this concubine but Neve, this concubine naturally has nothing to do. Conroy, soon as she finished speaking, all eyes focused on Neve again. Neve trembled, panicking internally. What should I do? The system didn't respond, it only mechanically guided her to flirt. Neve was both anxious and angry. She felt everyone viewing her as a thorn in their side, and it was not a good feeling. Enrico said this new concubine would be very obedient and would definitely help her deflect attacks, so why did this happen now? Neve's back tingled. Noble Magin's voice also sounded coldly. Conroy, you mute, Neve? Just then, a eunuch announced from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Conroy the concubines rejoiced inwardly, quickly straightening their appearances, putting on their most alluring expressions, and assuming the most charming kneeling postures, hoping to capture more of the Emperor's attention. Neve finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon entering, Enrico immediately said coldly, except for concubine Mu, everyone else, leave. Melanie Shu's eyes welled up. Your Majesty, you haven't. Enrico cast a cold glance at Melanie Shu. Leave. Melanie Shu shivered, lowering her head, feeling resentment but not daring to say more. Gemmet, just as everyone was about to exit the hall, Macy smiled and spoke up. Neve stays. Enrico's eyes widened, looking at Macy in disbelief. What did you say? Neve froze, unsure whether to stay or go. Macy raised an eyebrow at Enrico. Your Majesty, you will thank me. Chapter 139, The Peerless Demon Concubine Tames the Enemy Nation's Tyrant, 06. Ultimately, Maggie stayed behind. When only 3 people remained in the hall, Curtis Enrico finally dropped his pretenses. He stepped forward, towering over Macy with a piercing gaze, his voice icy cold. Why did you lock the secret passage last night? Mu Conroyna, are you out of your mind? Conroyna gave a cold laugh. She looked up at Curtis Enrico languidly, not even bothering to stand from her seat or bow as befitting an imperial consort addressing the Emperor. Your Majesty, for one so young, how have you become so senile? There was still a hint of amusement in Conroyna's voice. Enrico's face darkened and he raised his voice. Impudence. Conroyna narrowed her eyes and scratched her ear. Loudness doesn't make you right. Enrico, do you still not understand the situation? You need my help, not the other way around. With that, she finally stood up, staring straight into Enrico's eyes. Despite being much taller than Conroyna, Enrico suddenly felt like he was being looked down upon. Conroy's an emperor, your position in court is precarious and needs my family support. You can't protect the women you love in the palace, so you need me to divert attention. Whichever it is, you should be the one begging for my help. Why now does it seem like it's my duty? Enrico stared at Conroyna in disbelief, his breathing becoming more rapid. His face flushed red with fury. Impudence. Conroyna couldn't help but burst out laughing. Those are the only 2 words you know? Lover, are you enraged by the truth of what I've said? Fire flared in Enrico's eyes, wishing he could strangle Conroyna right then and there. Mu Conroyna. Have you finally shown your true colors? Conroyna had no patience to argue with him any further. Her expression turned serious. Watch your attitude. You may be the supreme emperor before others, but not before me. She pointed toward Maggie, who stood frozen in place. Everyone already knows that Maggie took you from me, but I can extricate her from this mess. If you ask nicely, Enrico, I might continue to cooperate with you. Enrico looked at Conroyna, incredulous yet slightly awed. What do you want? Enrico quickly regained his composure and asked coldly. Then he added, Gemmet, having me favor you is out of the question. Conroyna's face contorted in disgust as she glared at Enrico. My first condition is that I will raise Ishan. Ishan? Enrico paused, trying hard to remember before realizing, that hostage, what do you want him for? Though he's lowborn, he cannot die. Conroyna wondered why everyone assumed she wanted Ishan dead. Gemmet, she didn't bother explaining. I won't kill him, don't worry about it. In return, I'll handle today's matter for you. Enrico stared intently at Conroyna, trying to use his imposing presence to force more concessions from her. Gemmet, it failed. He took a deep breath. Deal. Good, Conroyna waved her hand. Take your precious one and go. Enrico opened his mouth, the anger fading, leaving a complex mixture of emotions. The imperial concubine used to be so gentle and accommodating, always happy with just a glance from him. Why did she now treat him like dirt? Enrico wanted to say something else to Conroyna, but then a warm, soft touch came from beside him. He looked down to see Maggie leaning close, speaking softly, Your Majesty, let's go. Enrico's eyes softened instantly, nodding and striding out of the hall without looking back. He didn't hold Maggie's hand, it was broad daylight and outside, and he didn't want to draw attention, making her a target. Maggie bit her lip, hiding her inner pain, determined to increase Enrico's affection tonight. When Conroyna arrived at her own quarters, the sight inside stopped her in her tracks. The youth had taken off his clothes again, unraveling the bandages that revealed a network of wounds on his pale body. He was applying medicine to a deep wound on his lower back, biting down on the bandage as he struggled to tend to himself. His method was brutal, using a small knife to carve away necrotic flesh. The tensed, twitching muscles showed how much pain he was in, sweat drenching his forehead, lips turning white, and a drop of sweat falling from his prominent nose. Gemmet, he made no sound. Conroyna deliberately walked quietly, while Ishan, consumed by pain, didn't notice her approach. Until a hand caught his wrist. Ishan's whole body stiffened, his mind not reacting quickly enough, and out of instinct, he thrust his hand forward. Moon Conroyna's fingertips gently pressed, and he suddenly lost strength, dropping the dagger to the ground. Leavenly then did Ishan realize what he had done. The pain from the wound on his waist seemed less significant. Conroy chill spread through him as he realized he might endure even more terrible pain. Gemmet unexpectedly, Moon Conroyna laughed. She sincerely exclaimed, very sharp, very good. Conroy after that, she released Ishan's wrist, looking at his slightly trembling back, licking her lips. How inconvenient it is to treat your own wounds. Let me do it for you. Ishan's heart tightened, he opened his mouth in despair, intending to refuse, but then remembered her saying she didn't want to hear any refusal. Thus, he forcibly swallowed his words. Moon Conroyna took out high-quality medicine and clean bandages, grabbed Ishan's dagger, and sterilized it with the candle flame nearby. Then she lifted her hand toward Ishan's wound. Ishan clenched the cloth in his mouth tightly, bracing himself for the impending intense pain. Unexpectedly, when the warm blade touched the wound, besides a slight tingling sensation, there was no pain at all. Moon Conroyna had once been a doctor, so her skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Conroy she cut away the necrotic flesh and applied the medicine, her movements were surprisingly gentle. If it were pain, Ishan could have endured it. Gemmet this gentleness caused a tingling sensation along his back. The waist is a very sensitive area, and he could even feel Moon Conroyna's breath as she leaned close to his waist. His fingers gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, using all his strength to resist the urge to flee, enduring this long and exquisitely tender torture. Jemmy the time Moon Conroyna finished bandaging the wound, she looked up and found the young man drenched in sweat, face flushed red, eyes tightly shut. What's wrong? She reached up to touch Ishan's forehead. The moment she touched him, Ishan's eyes flew open, recoiling abruptly, eyes full of panic, nothing. He glanced at the perfectly bandaged wound on his waist. It must have been intentional how she bandaged it last night. Ishan gritted his teeth and whispered, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Moon Conroyna stroked her chin. "This wound is the most severe on your body." "Who did this?" Ishan paused for 2 seconds. "You did." Moon Conroyna choked slightly, then clapped her hands happily. "Great, only I can leave marks on your body in the future." Ishan's heart trembled violently, almost unable to breathe because of those words. However, Moon Conroyna gave him no time to overthink. Moon Conroyna stretched lazily, stood up, and lay down on the bed. Then, like calling a puppy, she beckoned Ishan with her hand. "Come, sleep with me." Chapter 140, Detained the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 07. Having not slept the previous night, Macy held Ishan and slept in. Levine of Macy's arms was draped over his abdomen, feeling the thin layer of muscle that was very pleasant to touch. Even in her sleep, Macy would occasionally rub against him. Ishan lay stiffly on the bed. The soft, shallow breaths from Macy tickled his shoulder. Beneath him was the most luxurious and plush quilt. His nose was filled with the sandalwood scent of yen shen, and the wounds on his body had all been treated, the pain almost completely gone. He had never lain so comfortably in a bed before, if it weren't for the girl beside him. Ishan thought he would rather be whipped half to death by Macy than endure this kind of torment. He forced himself to close his eyes and cut off all sensation. In the past, when he was being abused and couldn't fall asleep, this is what he would do. He thought he would definitely not fall asleep today. Unexpectedly, when Ishan opened his eyes again, the sun was already westward. Realizing how long he had slept made cold sweat break out on his back. He actually fell asleep while someone was next to him. Macy was no longer on the bed, but her fragrance still lingered at his nose. Thinking of something, Ishan's ears suddenly turned red, and he abruptly bounced up from the bed. Right that moment, Macy walked in from outside. Startled, Ishan's ears flushed red uncontrollably. He lowered his head, ready to kneel and pay respect, but saw Macy come straight toward him. His mind went blank for a moment, actually reaching out to catch her. Leavenly when the girl's fragrance filled his embrace did he realize what he had done. Instantly letting go of her, he knelt on the ground and said hoarsely, "Pardon me, Your Highness." Even though he hated her, he couldn't stop thinking about how noble and dazzling she was, how filthy and scarred he was. He didn't think he should touch her. The deepest wounds came from her, as did the gentlest touches. His hatred intertwined with too many complicated things, and he desperately controlled himself, putting himself in the position of a plaything. Macy kicked his knee lightly. "Get up." Ishan stood up silently. Macy said, "You don't have to kneel unless I tell you to, and that applies to anyone, including the Emperor." "So, don't call me Your Highness." "I don't want to be called that." She pondered for a bit and suddenly perked up, leaning closer and pinching Ishan's neck to make him look up at her. "Come on, call me sister." Ishan's face stiffened momentarily, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Macy's hand around his neck wasn't tight, and even her fingertips gently caressed him. Gemmet Ishan felt like a wild beast tightly bound by thorny vines, dizzy and disoriented, his nose filled with her fragrance. Dazedly, he thought he might die here from excessive blood loss. Fortunately, Macy, now in a good mood, let him off when she saw he really couldn't say it. Letting go of his neck, Macy raised her chin and looked at the whip hanging on the wall. "That's yours now. Remember, nobody can hurt you from now on except me, not even yourself." Indeed, this whip was excellent. The moment she held it last night, she knew it was a great item. It seemed Lady Marianne truly doted on her son. This whip wasn't an ordinary one, getting it was quite an achievement. However, now it belonged to her. Since she was born into a prestigious family with enough capital to act domineeringly, why not be more domineering? Ishan didn't move, trying to gauge whether Macy was testing him. He found it hard to figure out the Amanda consort's thoughts. Every word and action of hers was bizarre and unpredictable. Yet, oddly enough, he didn't feel it was out of place. Ishan shifted his gaze from the whip, cautiously looking at Macy, only to hastily lower his eyes when he saw her astonishingly bright eyes. He closed his eyes, trying to calm down, and spoke softly, "Thank you, for the gift." Conroy, at least now there was a good opportunity. Getting as much as he could would suffice. Conroys for what needed to be exchanged, Ishan was prepared. He speculated that perhaps this Amanda consort had some sort of sadistic fetish, and he just looked easy to beat. During their first meeting, Macy left indelible pain on Ishan, and the young boy found it hard not to think along those lines. Conroy, as long as he didn't die, as long as he could return alive. Conroy, after giving the whip to Ishan, Macy left. She wanted to find someone. When the maidservants asked, Macy just waved them off, telling them not to follow. The few close attendants were alarmed seeing the Amanda consort suddenly becoming overly active and handling everything herself, fearing they had displeased her. At the Amanda consort's expression didn't seem so. She looked as though she was in a very good mood. In the end, only May followed behind Macy, as she still needed someone to guide her. Zen, as the Andrew, had a mother who rose in rank due to his birth. Lady Marianne held a position second only to Macy and the 4 consorts within the palace. Conroy and Lady Marianne's family also soared to prominence because of the birth of this prince. Now, Lady Marianne's father was already the Minister of Rights. May cautiously introduced Lady Marianne's background as she led Macy to Lady Marianne's place. May couldn't understand why Her Majesty wanted to see Lady Marianne. Previously, Her Majesty had never taken the initiative to visit any concubine, especially with such an excited expression now. When Macy arrived at Lady Marianne's place, the eunuchs and maidservants standing at the door were greatly surprised to see her appearance. Just as they were about to bow and announce her arrival, Macy stopped them with a glance. "There's no need." Macy's voice was lazy. "I just came to ask Lady Marianne for something. I won't stay long." With that, she stepped into Lady Marianne's chamber. Conroy, soon as she entered, Macy heard Zen's voice. "Mother, that demonic woman actually snatched my whip." "Demon?" Conroy's charming female voice suddenly interrupted, causing Zen to get goosebumps all over his back. Lady Marianne abruptly stood up, staring at Macy as if she had seen a ghost, her lips trembling as she gasped. "Amanda concubine?" Macy raised an eyebrow. "Did you think I wouldn't hear?" Lady Marianne's heart raced from Macy's sudden intrusion. Why was this woman here? What did she want? Why was she so out of character? Would she tell His Majesty? These lethal questions made Lady Marianne's face turn pale. She immediately pulled Zen down to kneel before her. "We pay our respects to Amanda concubine." Macy slightly raised her chin, looking down at them like observing ants. "I came here to borrow something from Lady Marianne." The distinguished concubine actually said borrow. Would she really return it? What could she possibly need to borrow when everything was within her reach? Lady Marianne nervously asked, "May I ask what your highness needs?" Macy pointed at Zen, him. Zen's first reaction was, "I am not a thing, your imperial highness." He then froze, realizing his mistake, and his face turned even more unpleasant. Lady Marianne quickly covered Zen's mouth, forcing a smile. "Your highness is truly witty." Macy's patience had limits. "If you don't lend him, I will tell His Majesty that Andrew Zen and Lady Marianne conspired against me, calling me a demoness and attempting to remove me. Jemmy the way, I'll ensure father pays extra attention to the Liu family." Lady Marianne looked up in disbelief. "Your highness? Please." Macy raised a hand to stop her, adding, "Don't worry, it will only take a couple of hours, and I'll return him to you very soon. Conroy and I promise nothing will happen to the Andrew. I just need him to do one thing for me." Lady Marianne felt both anxious and relieved. She believed Macy wouldn't dare harm her precious son. Conroy, after all, Zen was the Andrew, with hopes of succeeding to the throne. Even if the Emperor favored Macy, he wouldn't allow her to hurt his own son. "May I ask what the Andrew needs to do?" Macy's voice turned cold. She impatiently rubbed her fingertips inside her sleeve. "Will you lend him or not?" Zen couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. "I'll go with your highness." Conroy, mere concubine, what could she do to him? Macy was pleased. She walked out confidently, followed by Zen, who had a resentful look on his face. Zen stared at Macy's back, gnashing his teeth in hatred. He didn't know what he was about to face. Chapter 141, The Unparalleled Jamadi Subdues the Rival Nation's Tyrant, 08. Zen followed behind August Conroyna, arriving at her courtyard. Conroy, soon as he stepped through the gate, Conroyna clapped her hands, ordering all her subordinates to leave and then locking the gate securely. Conroy, wave of ominous premonition surged in Zen's heart. "What is your highness planning to do?" Conroyna chuckled, rubbing her chin as she gazed at the splendidly clad adolescent boy before her. "Stay right there, don't move." Then she walked towards her inner chamber. Zen stood rooted to the spot, eyeing Conroyna's retreating figure suspiciously, wondering what this eccentric imperial concubine was up to. Conroyna entered her inner chamber to find Ishan stroking a whip in his hand, caressing it gently. Conroy, the sound of footsteps, Ishan immediately prepared to kneel. Then he remembered Conroyna's order not to kneel. His bent knees stiffened for a moment, but ultimately he remained standing, waiting silently with downcast eyes for Conroyna's command. Conroyna sounded quite pleased as she called out, "Come out here." Ishan nodded silently, his heart pounding faster, thinking that this might be when the imperial concubine decided to torment him. He gently set down the whip, pursing his lips and taking a step forward, only to hear Conroyna say, "Pick up the whip." Ishan smiled bitterly to himself. Was he still going to be whipped? That pain, he really didn't want to experience it again. Yet he bent down to retrieve the whip from the ground, following Conroyna step by step into the courtyard. Conroyna stopped, leaning leisurely against a pillar on the corridor. She nudged Ishan's calf with her foot. "Why are you hanging your head? Look quickly, I've brought something good for you." Lifting his head, Ishan saw that Zen was also staring at him, looking astonished and filled with disdain. Conroyna laughed. "Go ahead and whip him until he begs for mercy." Ishan's fingers tightened abruptly. He did not move. Conroyna raised an eyebrow and held out her hand to him. "If you don't whip him, I'll whip you." Ishan stiffened, his pale fingers gripping the whip handle tightly. He bit down fiercely on the soft flesh inside his mouth, taking 2 steps forward and finally raising the long whip. Snap! Conroy! With a sharp crack of the whip, Zen let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Zen hadn't expected the lowly hostage to dare strike him. Such soul-wrenching pain was far beyond what a pampered prince could endure. Zen tried to run, but where could he go when the courtyard gates were locked? Another crack of the whip struck his thigh, instantly leaving a bloody welt. "Ishan! You worthless slave, have you gone mad? How dare you hit me, you're courting death!" Zen yelled while running. Gemmet before he finished speaking, another whip strike landed on his back. Conroy! It hurt too much. Tears streamed down Zen's face as he fled wildly, but how could he escape the long whip? In one glance, Zen met Ishan's eyes. Somehow, Ishan's eyes had turned bloodshot. The thin boy's gaze was icy and bone-chilling, like the depths of a frigid, blood-soaked hell, with a vengeful ghost dragging all witnesses into the abyss. Zen felt an indescribable terror rise within him. He had never known Ishan to be such a deranged dog that would turn on its master. Gemmet Zen had no time to think more, as another whip struck his body. The cries of agony grew weaker over time until finally, Zen stopped running. He had no strength left to run. The ever-arrogant Andrew realized he might die here. The pain drove Zen nearly mad. He looked pleadingly toward Conroyna. Gemmet seeing her expression, he knew he was doomed. Her fox-like face showed no pity or fear, only the amused satisfaction of someone playing with a small beast. Ishan stood on the ground, gripping the whip so hard his palms bled, yet he felt nothing. The beast within him was unleashed in this moment. No more holding back, no more caution, he didn't even consider the consequences. He didn't know what was happening to him, only realizing one thing, he could finally be utterly unmasked before Conroyna. She had released the devil he kept hidden deep within with her delicate hands. Step by step, Ishan approached Zen who was kneeling on the ground. Zen trembled all over, his fear seeping into every part of him. Finally, with his last ounce of strength, he cried out in despair. "Please let me go. Let me go. I'll never dare again." Ishan stopped, lowering his eyes to look impassively at the spasming Zen on the ground. Ishan's consciousness began to blur, and the intent to kill had long been burning within him. Right this moment, he even wanted to destroy everything. He slowly raised his arm, and it seemed as if deadly claws were extending from his deep black eyes. "Are you going to kill him?" a lazy yet charming female voice echoed. This voice was like an extremely glaring ray of light, forcefully tearing apart the layers of dark fog surrounding him, and firmly occupying all his emotions. Ishan stopped his actions, blinking his eyes, finally realizing what he had done. Conroyna clapped her hands twice. "Not bad. I originally thought I would have to teach you how to use the whip, but who knew you're quite talented." Ishan was breathing heavily, his heart racing fast. For some reason, he didn't dare to look back at Conroyna. Lev on the ground, Zen was still muttering for mercy, seemingly already half-conscious. Ishan clenched his teeth tightly and suddenly felt a soft touch on his shoulder. His whole body stiffened, his hand trembled slightly, and the whip fell to the ground. Conroyna patted his shoulder, walked next to him, and smiled. "You can kill him if you want, but I suggest you don't do it now." Ishan took a heavy breath and said, "I understand." "Wow," Conroyna turned her head, looking at him with surprise. "So you also find it boring to kill someone with a whip?" "I think cutting flesh with a dagger might be more satisfying." Ishan choked. He stood there in shock for a while, then hoarsely whispered, "I don't want to kill him." Conroyna stroked her chin, looking a bit regretful. "Conroy, right, then next time." With that, she clapped her hands. The guards and maids outside entered and almost died of fright at the scene inside. The two culprits, one expressionless with red earlobes, the other looking innocent and uninterested. Conroyna waved her hand, packaged Zen and sent him back. Then, she grabbed Ishan's wrist and returned to the inner chamber without looking back. Ishan's body stiffened, and he looked down at the hand that Conroyna held onto his wrist with. That hand was pale, tender, exquisite, and beautiful, like fine jade. Conroyna's wrist was covered in scars, splattered with blood, and mixed with dirt from wielding the whip. Gemmet that hand grabbed him without any hesitation. Levi, your imperial concubine. His gaze moved from his wrist to Conroy's slender neck. Do you know what you are doing? Conroy monster that has already fallen into the mud should not be saved. Chapter 142, The Peerless Demoness Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 09. Inside the palace hall, Macy looked at Ishan, and blinked at him. Do you like this gift? To her surprise, Ishan didn't lower his gaze but stared straight at her. His narrow eyes resembled a winter night's mountain stream, cool and about to overflow with emotions long hidden. His voice grew deeper. Arno likes it. Arno? Macy's eyes lit up. Ishan whispered softly, yes. Arno. His voice was strangely gentle. She didn't expect this wolf pup to have such a tender tone in his words. Arno. Macy licked her lips and repeated the name. The sound fell on Ishan's ears like a spark landing on dry wood, instantly igniting a blaze. He licked his teeth inside his mouth, not deliberately holding back for the first time. What do you need me to do exactly? He had been patient for the sake of normal people, but this girl before him was clearly not one. Because he distinctly saw that when she saw Zen covered in blood, her eyes held not fear but mockery. Macy thought for a moment, I need you to be mine. She then reiterated firmly, you belong to me. Conroy she spoke, she gazed intently into his eyes. Ishan suddenly clenched his fingers, hearing his heartbeat deafeningly loud. He felt he must be insane. Conroy after restraining himself for so long, he was bewitched by her, losing all pretenses. Gemmet, why did he feel everything happening so naturally? Ishan heard himself struggle to speak. Gemmet, why? Macy laughed. Gemmet, 'cause it's you. Whatever you want, tell me, and I will help you achieve it, as long as you're obedient. She raised her hand and hooked Ishan's neck. Her smile was the most dazzling flame. For the first time, Ishan felt unworthy under her gaze. Macy gradually leaned closer to him, their breaths intertwining. Startled by Macy's actions, Ishan's mind went blank, filled with complex and indescribable emotions. He began to tremble slightly. Conroy, that moment, a familiar eunuch's voice came from outside the door. His Majesty has arrived. Ishan abruptly took a step back, bowed his head, and knelt down on one knee. Macy pouted and looked towards the entrance. Enrico lifted his robe and strode in hurriedly. Macy, he said, I need your help. Seeing Ishan standing to the side, he frowned. Did you really bring him back? Ishan remained bowed, his spine straight, without any reaction. However, Macy became somewhat displeased. Who I bring back is any concern of His Majesty. She reached out and grabbed Ishan's nape, lifting him up forcefully. The pain in his nape disappeared along with the gloom covering his heart due to kneeling. Enrico was pricked by Macy's tone, wanting to flare up, but remembering his request to Macy, he swallowed his anger. Macy, ask the irrelevant ones to leave. I need to talk to you about something important. Macy replied, Arno is not irrelevant, Your Majesty. Please say what you need quickly, or I'll make someone leave. Enrico took a deep breath and spoke. The Right Chancellor's influence has grown too far. I need art to take action. Indeed. Macy raised an eyebrow and agreed readily. Conroy, right. I'll go home in a few days and discuss it with father and Gemrother. Enrico breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that Macy responded so readily. It seemed Macy still cared for him. These recent changes were merely tantrums. Just as Enrico was about to console Macy with some sweet words, he heard her continue. Conroy's in exchange, let Ishan study with your princes and allow him free access to the library and training grounds. Ishan's breath hitched. Enrico frowned. Conroy, are you serious? He glanced disdainfully at Ishan. He's just a Jingwa hostage. Jingwa will eventually be annexed by me. Jemmy then, he won't even be a slave. If you want to raise a prince, why not raise my eldest son instead of caring so much about a hostage? Macy insisted, just answer if you agree or not. Enrico sighed, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Fine. Macy smiled, lifting her chin at Enrico, then it settled. Go on, have your rendezvous with your beloved. Enrico felt quite vexed by Macy's sarcastic tone. He thought to himself, when he secured absolute power, the Mu family would fall. Conroy, that moment, Ishan suddenly looked up and gave a quick glance at Enrico. Enrico didn't notice Ishan's gaze, swallowing his dissatisfaction as he swept his robe aside and strode towards the secret chamber. When the room fell quiet once again, Ishan suddenly spoke. You, be careful of His Majesty. Macy raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ishan, when the hare is dead, the hounds will be boiled. When the birds are gone, the bow will be put away. The Mu family is now a support for His Majesty, but in the future, they will become thorns in his eyes. Just now, he saw ambition, resentment, and suppression on Enrico's face. For some reason, he felt he should say this out loud. He thought he had made it clear enough. Even if Macy didn't believe him, she should at least be a bit more vigilant. However, what he heard was a very alluring light laugh. The laugh fell on his chest, resonating in his heart. Macy suddenly leaned close to him, tiptoed, and gently bit his chin. Conroy amidst the shudder of the young man, she laughed brightly. Wow, Arno is concerned about me? Ishan almost jumped in surprise. Those beast-like eyes widened dramatically, giving off a startled deer's impression. His ear tips instantly turned red, and he took a step back, stammering as he spoke. You don't. He couldn't form a complete sentence. Macy finally saw the youthful innocence in him. For some reason, her heart pounded fiercely, finding him incomparably beautiful. Ishan almost bit through his lips to force out a coherent sentence. I am eternally grateful for everything you have given me, my lady. This was indeed true. No one knew how much impact Macy's demands to Enrico had on Ishan. Those things he yearned for, even those he would endure humiliation and torment to get, were now presented before him by Macy. Did he hate her? He still did. The whip scars hurt too much, and begging for mercy was humiliating. Gemmet, why did she become his only lifeline? Was this still just a game and amusement for the powerful? Was she not afraid of his retaliation? Ishan's long lashes covered his pupils, hiding the alarming malice, wildness, and intense heat in his eyes. That was the precursor to a tamed beast. Gemmet Macy paid no attention to the turmoil in Ishan's heart. She laughed jubilantly. Wow, so grateful. Call me big sister then. Ishan clenched his lower lip hard, his Conroymia's apple trembling, unable to control his panting breaths. Gem breathing erratically, he felt his ears burning hot. Just as Macy thought he wouldn't be able to speak, the young man hoarsely managed to say, like a small animal trembling in surrender. Gemig, big sister. Chapter 143, The Unparalleled Jamadi Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 10. The hoarse voice brushed against Macy's heart like a small brush. She made no effort to hide her fondness, letting out an Conroyu as she pounced on Ishan, wrapping her arms around his neck excitedly. That's perfect. Call me like that from now on. Ishan staggered back a step from her impact, feeling as if the wound on his waist had split open again, burning with pain. Gemmet, even this pain could not divert his attention away from Macy's body. He stood there stiffly, like a wooden statue. Fortunately, Macy released him after only a brief embrace. She said, wash yourself up. I have some matters to attend to. With that, she walked out, leaving Ishan flushed and flustered. Leavenly, when the hall grew quiet, did Ishan finally heave a heavy breath. Indeed, he urgently needed cold water to clear his mind. Otherwise, he might forget how to breathe. Meanwhile, in the front hall, Macy was dramatically throwing a tantrum, smashing many things and deliberately making a loud noise. Sure enough, within less than an hour, news spread throughout the palace. The imperial consort flew into a rage because His Majesty spent the night at Maggie's quarters. To pacify her, the emperor immediately put Maggie under house arrest and bestowed many treasures upon the imperial consort. Thus, everyone's attention shifted away from Maggie. Who cared about a mere Maggie anyway? Even after receiving imperial favors, she ended up like this. Indeed, the one most envied and hated was always the imperial consort. For a moment, some in the palace cursed while others were anxious, but none suffered more than Rita. Seeing her bloodied son almost caused her to faint. She cried bitterly and summoned the imperial physician, her eyes glaring at the direction of the imperial consort's palace, filled with utmost hatred. Since having her son, Rita no longer competed as fiercely as before. Her son was the apple of her eye, her life. From a young age, she taught Zen that as the crown prince, he held a noble status above all others, able to do whatever he wished as long as he didn't offend the emperor. Levens, when the nursemaid caring for Zen accidentally left a barely visible red mark on his arm, she was executed on the spot. Under her influence, Zen grew up to be arrogant and domineering. In a state of collapse, Rita stayed by Zen's side, relieved only when the imperial physician assured her that her son was not in danger. Then she stood up, disheveled her hair, and rushed toward Macy's palace. Knowing the emperor was inside, she was determined to report this matter and demand justice for her precious son. However, Rita never imagined that she couldn't even enter Macy's courtyard. Through the courtyard gate, Terry respectfully said, I apologize, but Her Majesty is already asleep. If Rita has any business, please come back tomorrow. Rita angrily screamed but was immediately dragged away by Macy's guards, covering her mouth. What lawlessness! What lawlessness! Rita nearly went mad with anger but could do nothing about it. She thought, I must see His Majesty tomorrow. Terry watched as this madwoman was dragged away, and sighed in relief. She looked at the inner hall, where the lights were already out, furrowing her brow. Her Majesty seemed like a different person, almost excessively domineering. Gemmet. To be honest, she had the right. Thinking of her former lady's suppressed and restrained demeanor, Aries suddenly felt that this version of Her Majesty was actually better. Terry had been Macy's personal maid since Macy was 10 years old, serving the general's manor. She watched helplessly as her lady transformed from a beloved pearl to a suffering and aggrieved imperial consort. Everyone thought the imperial consort was domineering and jealous, but only she knew the truth and was extremely distressed over it. Gemmet now, Her Majesty had finally come to terms with it. Terry's frown smoothed out. Regardless, everyone from the general's manor stood by Her Majesty. Including the guard who just dragged away Rita, they were all assigned by Art. Macy simply never used them before. Now, everything was different. After a busy day, Macy slept deeply. Ishan, fresh from his bath, was held by the sleeping Macy, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, his body burning with heat. It was too torturous. The sweet scent of the maiden entered his nostrils, the touch of her arm was incredibly soft, and he could hear her gentle breathing in his ear. He wished he could shut down all his senses. Since enduring that heart-rending whipping, everything changed. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Impulsively, he suddenly lowered his head, lightly touching Macy's hand resting on his chest with his lips. He was so startled by his own action that his heart shrank as if he had committed some great sacrilege. A surge of self-loathing, never felt before, rose in his chest. How presumptuous and audacious. He closed his eyes, scolding himself. However, with his eyes shut, he soon fell asleep. Macy woke up naturally when the sky was bright. The young man beside her had already vanished, but she felt that her quilt still retained the fresh and pleasant scent of Ishan. Macy blinked, slowly thinking for a moment, then recalled that Ishan had probably gone to class. Now he enjoyed the same treatment as Hawkins. With such ambition, he would seize every opportunity. Macy lazily called out for Terry, who immediately came forward to help Macy wash up. While combing Macy's hair, Terry softly chuckled and said, "Mistress seems radiant and lively, much like your appearance back in the general's manor." Macy closed her eyes contentedly. "Isn't that wonderful? Your servant also thinks it's good." Terry smiled as she adorned Macy's head with an elaborate phoenix hairpin, then helped her change into a red palace gown embroidered with a golden phoenix poised to fly. In the past, Macy would never have worn this somewhat overstepping color. Gemmet now Macy loved this color most, she felt this deep red suited her perfectly. Indeed, it was true. When Macy reappeared in the front hall, there was complete silence. She was a phoenix spreading its wings in the flames, and no matter how elaborately dressed the other women were, they could not compare to even one of her tail feathers. Her upward slanted phoenix eyes swept over the room and paused on Rita. Unexpectedly, Rita had actually come. Macy ignored her and lazily sat down, supported by Terry, appearing boneless. Conroy the concubines stood up, concealing their various malicious emotions, respectfully offering greetings. Originally, the morning court greetings were held before His Majesty attended court, but since the first day Macy arrived in this world, she had never woken up on time. Today, the greetings were finished just as the court recessed. Hearing the eunuch's voice from outside, Macy didn't find it strange. Enrico sought her help and feared she wouldn't act, so he would surely come as soon as possible to urge her. Meanwhile, upon hearing the Curtis's arrival, Rita's eyes widened and she clenched her fists tightly. The Curtis had actually come. When Enrico entered, seeing a crowd of beautiful women, he found it absurd. He had thought these people would have long left, leaving only Macy so they could discuss matters of the former dynasty. He frowned impatiently, ready to dismiss the concubines, when suddenly, a piercing cry reached everyone's ears. Rita rushed to Enrico, falling to her knees with a thud, pale-faced and tearful, looking utterly heartbroken. "Your Majesty. You must uphold justice for me. Maggie wants to kill our crown prince. Your Majesty, save Zai Cheng." Chapter 144, The tames the enemy country's tyrant, 11. Conroy. Soon as these words were spoken, silence fell over the grand hall. Conroy's eyes, including Enrico's, turned to Macy. Gemmet Macy merely leaned back on the reclining couch, took a sip of tea, and with a curled lip, spoke. "What? Zen is dead?" Lady Marionet's eyes lit up, and she howled even louder. "Your Majesty, did you hear that?" No one expected Macy to be so brazen. She wasn't like this before. Gemicide's shock, Jennifer and others had malicious delight in their eyes. To them, the more arrogant and brainless Macy appeared, the more it worked in their favor. Moreover, this was happening right in front of His Majesty. It seemed that this Melanie truly lost her mind, having gone mad. Enrico furrowed his brows tightly, staring at Macy who was seated above all. Macy raised her eyes and smiled lazily and casually at him. That single smile made Enrico's heart skip a beat. She was radiant as fire, piercing through one's soul, breaking down all barriers of desire, reaching straight into the depths of the heart. He had never realized how beautiful she was. So beautiful that he forgot what Lady Marionet had just said. Leavenly, when Marionet tugged at his trousers again, did he snap out of it. Enrico coughed lightly and, looking down at Lady Marionet kneeling by his feet, coldly asked. What exactly happened? How could Melanie possibly harm Zicheng? Marionet was taken aback. She hadn't expected His Majesty to not question the Melanie but instead question her first. Swallowing her in resentment, she wiped her tears and said. Last night, Her Excellency came to my palace and took away Zicheng. After an hour and a half, Zicheng was returned, his body bruised and battered. If I hadn't summoned Physician Li, Zicheng wouldn't have survived. At this point, her tears flowed endlessly, this time genuine. Enrico found it hard to believe. How could Macy do such a thing? He looked up at Macy. Melanie, is this true? Lady Marionet suddenly lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Macy, wishing she could tear her apart with her eyes. This incident had plenty of witnesses, and Lady Marionet didn't believe this vixen spirit could come up with any lies. Macy slightly widened her eyes, her phoenix-like eyes showing a hint of youthful clarity and bewilderment. What is Lady Marionet talking about? This palace cannot understand. In disbelief, Marionet shouted loudly, Your Excellency. Her shrill voice made Enrico's head ache, prompting him to sternly ask, Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Marianne felt incredulous. Your Majesty, go see Zicheng. He's still lying in bed, uncertain if he'll survive. The injuries on Zicheng's body are the evidence. Conroilso, yesterday when your excellency took Zicheng away, all the maids and eunuchs in my palace witnessed it. Macy smiled as if listening to a funny joke. What is Lady Marianne talking about? I did leave the palace last night, but not to find you. Is your place somewhere I need to visit personally? Macy wasn't wrong. It was indeed unreasonable for a high-ranking Melanie to personally visit a lowly Jennifer's palace in the middle of the night. Marianne knew this was implausible, yet this was the truth. Before she could say more, Macy spoke again. Conroys for the testimonies from the maids and eunuchs in Lady Marianne's palace. They aren't very credible, after all, they are your people. Can Lady Marianne find other witnesses? Marianne's eyes widened, and she couldn't utter a word. Looking into her eyes, Macy laughed like a cat playing with its prey. You won't find any. Marianne trembled, suddenly realizing why Macy came to her palace last night. Macy intentionally did something irrational, leading to Marianne sounding like she was telling an extremely poor lie when recounting the truth. Led on the way to Marianne's palace, Macy had the guards clear the path, ensuring no one saw her. Marianne felt a chill run down her spine. From the start, it wasn't Macy's spur-of-the-moment decision. This terrifying and vicious vixen spirit had everything under control. Did Macy also foresee that she would come crying to the Emperor today? Trembling, Marianne turned her pleading gaze toward Enrico. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Please go see Zicheng. Enrico looked at Marianne suspiciously, then glanced at Macy. Macy spoke first, her voice full of pity. Your Majesty, you should go see for yourself. After all, to gain your Majesty's attention, Lady Marianne was willing to hurt her own son. Mu Conroina. Hearing Macy's words, Marianne's blood rushed to her head, causing her to shout uncontrollably. Losing her mind, she actually crawled off the ground, trying to rush at Macy. The next moment, Marianne was seized by the wrist by Enrico and thrown to the ground hard. Marianne, you are confined to your quarters for 3 months. Zen will be entrusted to Jennifer for upbringing. Enrico coldly declared this, then waved his hand. Everyone leave. Marianne felt as if struck by thunder. Your Majesty. Please don't take away my Zicheng. She finally started panicking, desperately pulling at Enrico's robes but was kicked away by Enrico. The eunuch swiftly dragged Marianne away. Soon, the grand hall was emptied. From start to finish, Macy hadn't changed her posture at all. Hearing the fading cries from outside, she clicked her tongue. I think I'm doing a good deed. After all, someone like Marianne raising such a son really didn't deserve to teach a prince. Enrico sighed deeply. He had been dealing with the minister's arguments in the morning, which gave him a headache. Now here, another woman's noise was causing him more pain. He felt utterly drained. Enrico originally had little affection for Marianne and did not particularly like his eldest son. Furthermore, Marianne's accusation was too far-fetched. Seeing Macy's composed and slightly surprised expression earlier, he had mostly believed Macy. Did you indeed not do what Lady Marianne claimed? Macy blinked. Lev, of course not. If I wanted to cause trouble, there are many ways. I wouldn't be stupid enough to leave so much evidence behind. True, Enrico nodded. He came here intending to ask Macy if she could hurry back to invite Art to help, as he felt the right chancellor was becoming increasingly unreasonable recently. Just as he was about to speak, Macy glanced at the sky, patted her belly, and said sweetly. It's lunchtime. Your Majesty should return now. This dismissal was utterly merciless. Enrico's face darkened for a moment, but when he saw Macy's lively and cunning eyes, his thoughts shifted, and he said. Today, I will have lunch here with you. Macy. She looked disdainfully at Enrico, not expecting this emperor to have such thick skin. In Macy's mind, Conroy de Bayo quietly reminded, Jemika's his fondness for you has increased. It's now 35. Your charm is unbeatable. Conroy de Bayo's flattery was endless, her voice soft and sticky, making Macy feel very happy. When she saw the young man walking through the door, her mood became even better. You're back, she smiled brightly. Come, just in time for lunch. Enrico was taken aback, turned around. Conroy's slender and aloof young man stood at the doorway, sunlight shining on his back, casting shadows on his face. For a moment, Enrico thought he saw an icy, chilling evil in the young man's expression. The next second, the young man lowered his gaze. Ishan unconsciously tightened his palm and softly said. Yes, Your Majesty. He gave a shallow bow to Enrico but did not kneel. Enrico furrowed his brows tightly. Chapter 145, The Peerless Beauty Tames the Tyrant from the Enemy Country, 12. Conroy at the dining table, the atmosphere was extremely strange. The small kitchen of the imperial concubine's palace was on par with His Majesty's, and every dish served was the most exquisite and delicious. However, Curtis Enrico felt very, very uncomfortable. To think that a mighty emperor had no one to serve him dishes was bad enough, but he also had to dine at the same table with a lowly hostage prince? When Macy told Ishan to sit down just now, Enrico expressed his dissatisfaction. Is this imperial concubine diminishing her own status? Macy completely ignored him and beckoned to Ishan. Come here. Ishan obediently moved forward and was pressed into his seat by Macy. No one knew what kind of storm was brewing beneath the calm surface of the young man. He dared to act so boldly, not even bowing to his majesty, and there was actually no punishment for it. He had thought he would have to endure humiliation and kneel, only to be treated like a dog and chased away by the emperor. He had assumed Macy's previous words about not having to bow to anyone were just spoken in the heat of the moment. Gemmet, when Macy placed both hands on his shoulders, he felt those hands seem to bind his heart as well. Ishan quietly took 2 bites of food. Looking up, he saw the emperor had already put down his chopsticks and was staring in Macy's direction. Ishan turned to look at Macy again. Probably the only one seriously eating at the table was Macy. When the girl lowered her gaze to chew, her white, slightly flushed cheeks moved, resembling an extremely adorable baby animal. Her long lashes fell, covering the defiant arrogance in her eyes, adding a hint of girlish innocence instead. Ishan's heart skipped a beat. He roughly understood why the emperor was staring at Macy. Her beauty was truly captivating. Suddenly, Ishan stood up, fetched a new set of utensils, and stood behind Macy. "Lady, Jim Rendon will serve you your dishes." Then, he picked up a piece of braised shark fin, which Macy reached for most often, and gently placed it in her bowl. Macy blinked happily, thinking that Ishan was quite observant, choosing all the things she liked. Little did she know that since their first meal together, Ishan had observed what Macy's favorite dishes were. Thus, Ishan served 1 piece, Macy took 1 bite. Enrico watched this scene before him, his brows furrowing more tightly. It was uncommon for a lowly hostage prince to serve dishes to the imperial concubine who temporarily housed him, but it was still within the bounds of propriety. Gemmet, why was that boy standing so close? The chopsticks were almost feeding directly into Macy's mouth. Gemending slightly, his hair even brushed against Macy's head, intertwining with her long hair. Conroy, the way that young man lowered his gaze seemed gentle. Enrico slapped the table. Gemang. Macy, who had been eating contentedly, jumped in surprise and glared up. "What are you doing, Enrico?" Standing up, Enrico looked extremely displeased. "I didn't know when my beloved concubine became so intimate with a hostage prince." Macy was full anyway, so she laid down her chopsticks and stretched lazily. "Serving dishes is called intimacy? Enrico, aren't you managing too much?" Enrico was incited by Macy's attitude and raised his voice. "Mu Conroyna, you are my imperial concubine. Why shouldn't I manage you?" Macy's eyes welled up. In the next second, she appeared genuinely aggrieved. "So, your majesty, does still remember I am your concubine?" Her sudden change in expression left Enrico stunned for a second, and the anger that had surged up instantly vanished. Perhaps Macy's beauty was too overwhelming. Looking at her tear-filled eyes, Enrico suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yes, Macy had done so much for him, yet, he had never really regarded her as a concubine. His earlier show of sternness probably stemmed from hurting her feelings. Conroy, Emperor, who had never known guilt, suddenly felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Wow, affection increased by 10 points instantly. "You're amazing, master." Wiping the corner of her eye, Macy's voice was tender yet filled with sadness and choking sobs. "Your Majesty, please return. I know why you came here. Tomorrow, I'll go home and ask Father to help your Majesty." Touched even more deeply, Enrico couldn't help but step forward, wanting to hold Macy's hand. Gemmet, before he could move, Ishan stumbled forward, blocking Enrico's hand perfectly. Enrico paused, feeling an odd sensation rising in his chest. Before he could dwell on it, he heard Macy say, "Your Majesty, please return. I'm tired." With that, Macy stood up and slowly walked toward the back hall. Ishan remained where he was, obstructing Enrico's view of Macy. He repeated softly in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, please return." Enrico coldly looked at Ishan, as if looking at an insignificant insect. "Ishan, remember your place." Ishan lowered his eyes, and no one could see his expression. He slightly lowered his head, keeping his back straight, never having anyone bend his proud spine. Yes. Enrico felt intense aversion toward Ishan and didn't want to look at him any longer. Conroy, at the same time, though he felt guilt towards Macy, he couldn't force himself to show concern. Thus, he directly turned on his heel and left. Ishan slowly raised his head after Enrico left, staring expressionlessly at Enrico's retreating figure, licking the sharp canine in his mouth. Ishan strode into the rear hall and walked up to Macy, suddenly kneeling down before her on one knee. Macy paused while removing her hairpin, looking curiously at the suddenly obedient Ishan, meeting his beautiful narrow black eyes. Just a few days ago, that stubborn little wild animal now seemed to have changed his nature. When he looked up at her, his eyes were moist. "I'm sorry," Ishan whispered softly. "If not for Jim Rendon being too presumptuous, there wouldn't be tension between you and His Majesty. It's all my fault." Jemmy, the end of his words, his eyes drooped slightly, and his voice became softer, concealing a hint of grievance beneath his meekness. Macy felt something stir within her, suddenly finding the boy in front of her extremely tempting. She licked her lips. "So what?" Ishan bit his lower lip. "Jim Rendon doesn't want to ruin the relationship between you and His Majesty, but it seems like His Majesty despises me. I'm sorry, sister. If necessary, Jim Rendon will leave whenever His Majesty comes hereafter." He bit his lower lip tightly, tasting the metallic flavor of blood. He held his breath, clenching his palms, gambling. Gambling on divine favor. Macy laughed, lifting his face, pinching his cheeks with her curved eyebrows. Why do you look so pitiful? Since that's the case, I'll just never let Enrico enter my courtyard again. Ishan's throat caught, and for a moment, his nose tingled. He had one. The young man lowered his head slightly, rubbing against Macy's hand, as gentle as a dog craving affection. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, rolling up his long sleeves, revealing the scars and bruises on his arm. His voice was very soft. I'm sorry, sister, I got hurt again. Macy squinted her eyes. Who did this? Ishan. It's the Gaylord. Macy. Return it to him tenfold. Ishan lifted his gaze, pleasantly surprised. Can Jemrendan really do that? Lev, of course you can. Macy, entranced by his moist puppy-like eyes, couldn't help but pat his head. Do whatever you want, I'll take responsibility. Ishan lowered his head, unable to suppress a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His self-inflicted wounds hadn't been in vain. Hiding his smile, he looked up at Macy again, his eyes filled with cautious pleading. It hurts. If sister applies medicine, it won't hurt anymore. Chapter 146, The Peerless Demon Concubine Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy State, 13. In that moment, Macy felt as if she saw a vicious young beast cautiously testing. Lowering its guard, tearing open the wound, exposing its belly. The wound was gruesome, indicating that whoever inflicted it did not hold back. Macy held his wrist. Shall I help you teach him a lesson? Ishan pursed his lips, and the corners of his eyes dipped in a docile arc. No need. Jemrendan doesn't want to trouble sister. Conroy's long as sister agrees for me to punish him back, that's enough. How obedient he looks. Macy licked her lips in pleasure, fetched the medicine, and applied it to Ishan little by little. The girl bowed her head slightly, revealing her perfectly arched slender neck. Macy was very serious about treating the wound and naturally didn't notice Ishan's deep and obsessed gaze tightly fixed on her. Ishan felt the gentle touch on his wrist, and a passionate flame ignited within him. He listened to his own heartbeat, licking his sharp canines. In the afternoon, Ishan didn't have classes. He took a few books from the library and sat in Macy's study to practice calligraphy. Almost as if driven by some unseen force, he started searching for traces of Macy's handwriting, but after a long search, he only found a few sheets of paper. The handwriting on them. For some reason, he felt it wasn't Macy's writing. Just as he was deep in thought, a hand gripped the one holding the brush. Ishan stiffened all over, and that soft body with a faint fragrance draped over him. Looking for something, huh? Macy lay on his back, gripping his hand, and casually wrote Ishan on the paper. The strokes were bold and elegant, not at all like those written by a woman. Such beautiful handwriting might even surpass that of the emperor. Ishan suddenly felt relieved. Yes, this was the scent. This was Macy's handwriting. He tried hard to ignore the warm, soft sensation against his back and said softly. Looking for a model script to copy. Unfortunately, I couldn't find one I liked. Macy's eyes lit up. Do you like my handwriting? Ishan's heart skipped a beat, and his voice grew louder, tinged with embarrassment and excitement. I love it. Macy was delighted too. She grabbed Ishan's hand and wrote a few lines of poetry. These aren't bad either. Come to think of it, you taught me this. Macy murmured, leaning on Ishan's shoulder. What? Ishan didn't quite catch what Macy said and tilted his body slightly, asking quietly. Macy looked at Ishan, smiling warmly. Nothing. If you like it, I'll write more for you to copy. Ishan's eyes widened slightly, feeling his heartbeat accelerating. Too presumptuous, he thought. He was truly becoming overly confident and spoiled, like a delinquent believer who had lost sight of his place. Yet, he opened his mouth and said, I like it, really like it. Thank you, sister. Pausing, he continued softly, Jemrendan never learned these things. Please don't despise Jemrendan, okay, sister? Having once played the victim, he became even more adept at it. Conroy faint sorrow filled the boy's eyes, along with a cautious unease, like a dog fearing its owner would discard it. Yet, Macy always fell for such acts. Conroy, the teacher is so cute and pitiful. Her heart raced, and she couldn't resist leaning in to kiss his cheek. I love Jemrendan the most. Jamum. Ishan turned bright red, completely flustered, feeling as if fireworks were blooming in his dark world. Suddenly realizing that Macy's feelings towards him seemed very abnormal. Levine was a concubine, the other an enemy state hostage. Such a dangerous relationship. Why did it make him feel an unprecedented excitement and submission? He wasn't a righteous and rule-abiding person to begin with. Could it be that she was just like him? His eyelids turned red, not daring to look at Macy, lowering his gaze and holding his breath. That light kiss lingered on his cheek as if still there, and he squeezed his palm tightly. Fortunately, Macy's attention was on writing. Macy thought, since Ishan hardly ever made requests and did so with such an endearing tone that no one could refuse, she naturally wanted to satisfy him. Macy concentrated on writing. Ishan sat quietly beside her, watching Macy without blinking, even though his eyes were stinging. Conroy that moment, Conroy de Bayo whispered. Flint, why do I feel like you're being manipulated? Macy paused her pen, huffed lightly. We're manipulating each other. What's it to you? Conroy de Bayo, wah. It clearly just wanted to give a reminder. Why did it end up receiving unwanted sweet nothings? Feeling wronged but not daring to speak. Conroy after Macy left, Ishan picked up the brush Macy had used and clutched it in his hand. Her body heat still lingered on it. Conroy after a while, he picked up the brush and carefully wrote his name on the paper. Ishan. Jem Rendon. His handwriting was now almost identical to Macy's, as if she herself were meticulously writing her own name. Ishan smiled happily, his ears turning red. That night, Enrico came on time, intending to enter the secret passage through Macy's inner chamber to meet his beloved. Jem at this time, he was stopped by Macy at the gate of the courtyard. Enrico glared from the railing. Amanda, do you know what you're doing? Macy waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away ducks. Your Majesty, please change the location of your secret passage. Don't come to my hall anymore. Why? Enrico had never felt so frustrated. Jem, because you're ugly and dirty my hall. Without looking back, Macy walked away and instructed the guards to close the door, making sure the Emperor couldn't get in. The mighty Emperor stood outside the courtyard of the Melanie, dumbfounded as Macy's figure disappeared into the hall. Meanwhile, inside the study, the slender, tall youth leaned against the window, watching the scene unfold. He raised his hand to cover his heart. He didn't want to feel this way, but why was his heart beating so fast? He really did it, because of his deliberate act of victimization. He successfully kept the Emperor out. Since that was the case, he would have to defy authority. Just as Macy entered the inner hall, Ishan came out to greet her. These past few days, with good food and sleep, the youth looked much better, the shadows of melancholy disappearing, replaced by youthful vigor. Macy felt an overwhelming sense of achievement as if raising a Darius. Sister, Ishan called. His adaptability was remarkable. Since the first time he spoke those words, they became more natural. Sister, Jem Rendon wants to go out and teach those who bullied me a lesson. Sister, will you accompany me? His requests were becoming more daring. He was deliberately testing her limits. Like an insecure wild animal, even after being tamed, it would still try to determine its place in the owner's heart. Jem and Ishan didn't know that Macy had no boundaries. Moreover, this request suited her perfectly. Macy's eyes lit up, and she smiled, sure. Saying this, she grabbed the stunned youth's wrist and dragged him into the room. We'll change clothes and sneak out. Conroy, she spoke. Macy naturally took off her outer robe. Chapter 147, The Unmatched Demon Consort Tames the Rival Kingdom's Tyrant, 14. Ishan was so startled by Macy's actions that he nearly jumped. Macy, however, didn't feel anything was amiss. She and her teacher had long shared intimacy, so what was wrong with changing clothes in front of him? Just as Macy was about to take off her last undergarment, Ishan finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Jemik's sister. Macy paused, turning back to look. Ishan had his back to her, shoulders tensed. Jemik's sister, do you act like this in front of other men? His voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing something. Macy blinked innocently. Lev, of course not. No one else can enter my palace. Levinly, you can. She said it with complete nonchalance. Ishan, facing away from Macy, suddenly widened his eyes. Conroy's if a silent hurricane swept through his world, everything became barren, leaving only an uncontrollable yearning. Why? He croaked out hoarsely. Macy tugged at his waistband. Jemika's you're mine. Ishan stumbled backward from her tug, then his waistband fell loose. Ishan quickly gripped his robe, not daring to turn around. Macy let go after pulling him once and began changing her clothes. Ishan stood stiffly, like a piece of wood. He couldn't open his eyes but became extraordinarily sensitive to sound. He heard Macy's garments fall to the ground, the friction of her skin against silk, the swish of hair, and the sound of buttons fastening. Imagery seemed to flash in his mind. Ishan bit his tongue sharply and shook his head vigorously. Right that moment, Macy spoke up. What are you spacing out for? I'm done changing, you can go now. Ishan opened his eyes, biting his lip, but still didn't dare turn toward Macy. He bent down slightly as if to hide, saying hoarsely, Conroy right. Siaji, what should I wear? Macy giggled. Conroy's ominous feeling spread in Ishan's heart. In the next second, a pink silk dress was thrust before Ishan. Wear this. Ishan's mouth twitched. He looked at the dress Macy handed him and dropped his gaze. Jemik's sister, can we, not? Macy, no can do. Ishan's face flushed again, this time with embarrassment and anger. He was someone who never showed his emotions, but ever since being by Macy's side, he didn't know how many times she had made him blush. However, when he met Macy's bright and mischievous eyes, he suddenly felt deflated. Gemmeting his lower lip, he took the dress, preparing to walk behind the screen. No. Macy called him back. Right here. You saw me change without turning away, didn't you? Ishan stopped, almost crying out of shame. His alluring eyes glistened with moisture. Though he could have stubbornly refused like before, he couldn't say no this time. Meanwhile, Macy pushed further, don't just stand there. Hurry up. Ishan clenched his teeth until they bled. He took a deep breath, steeled himself, and started unbuttoning his clothes. Though his eyes were closed, he felt every move scrutinized by a searing gaze. His fingers trembled, taking forever to undo each button. Thankfully, he didn't need to take off his final layer of clothing, or else Ishan might truly die here. Jemmy, the time he finally put on the dress, his back was already drenched in sweat. He had never felt more tormented than this. Jemmet, he didn't really want to refuse. Macy watched him with glowing eyes, looking completely forced into prostitution. She found this incredibly amusing. What fun it's like opening a door to a new world. Jackson, stunned, sighed silently in Macy's mind. The world's villains would likely suffer in the days to come. Macy hadn't expected Ishan to look so good in women's clothes. Macy was tall, and Ishan, being 2 years younger, was only slightly taller. So, wearing her dress suited him surprisingly well. Most importantly, Ishan's features were already exceptionally beautiful, especially those upward slanted, alluring eyes and the beauty mark at the corner, making him captivating even with disheveled hair. Macy excitedly fetched some lipstick and applied it to Ishan's lips. When she rubbed his lips, the poor boy hunched over, twisting his body uncomfortably. Leavenly, when Macy finally released him, did Ishan breathe out. Macy took his hand. Let's go. Ishan nodded, looking at their intertwined hands. Leave IK. In the courtyard, Macy nimbly leaped onto the wall. Do you want me to carry you? Ishan, surprised, hadn't expected Macy to be skilled in martial arts. He curved his lips, shaking his head. No need. Conroyter speaking, he mimicked Macy's movements and also lightly landed on the wall of the courtyard. This was his first time revealing his martial arts skills in front of Macy. He nervously awaited her inquiry but found that Macy didn't seem to care about this at all. Macy, great, let's go beat someone up. With Macy's guards silently leading the way, the two of them easily arrived at the palace of the Gaylord. The Gaylord was now 10 years old, extremely unruly, and had bullied Ishan quite a bit in the past. He especially enjoyed personally inflicting violence. Conroy, that moment, the Gaylord was in the courtyard punishing a maid who accidentally let one of his crickets escape. The maid knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, blood seeping through her clothes. However, just as the Gaylord raised his stick high, preparing to deliver the final blow, he suddenly froze, his arm going numb. Clang. The stick fell to the ground, rolling toward the feet of the two maids. In the next second, the taller maid picked up the stick and walked straight toward him. What was happening? Before the Gaylord could react, he was already being pummeled mercilessly. Conroya. There are assassins, He screamed frantically, only to have his mouth covered by Macy before he could finish. Ishan didn't use any combat techniques, it was purely a one-sided beating fueled by pure venting. Each strike came down without mercy, leaving the Gaylord pale and eyes wide with terror. Macy, an accomplice, adeptly covered the Gaylord's mouth and pressed down on his neck, leaving him no chance to escape. When Ishan finally threw down the stick, the Gaylord could barely breathe. While beating the Gaylord, Ishan's expression remained blank, his eyes cold and filled with malevolence. At the moment he threw the stick away, his eyes became watery. Ishan extended his hand toward Macy, his voice hoarse and tearful. Thank you, sister. Macy released the Gaylord, thrilled by the sister call, and directly embraced Ishan. Ishan stumbled back a step from the impact but this time firmly held onto the girl in his arms. His body was burning, yet when he looked at the half-unconscious Gaylord on the ground, there was a cruel mockery in his eyes. Conroictually, the Gaylord hadn't bullied him for a whole month. Everything just now was made up, including the wounds. What did it matter? Nothing could be happier than becoming an accomplice with one's deity, right? Chapter 148, The Peerless Jamadi Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 15. When Majin saw her own son lying gasping in the courtyard, she was almost enraged to the point of fainting. However, she couldn't blame anyone for failing to protect her son. It was she who had personally dismissed the maids and guards to facilitate her son's caning of those maids. Majin had always maintained an image of kindness and compassion towards subordinates and naturally did not want anyone to see the violent side of her son. She never expected this to happen. When Gaylord woke up, Majin, wiping tears, asked him who hit him, but he could not explain clearly. He only knew it was two palace maids. After Majin asked many people, no one had seen the so-called two palace maids. Conroyed based on the description from Gaylord, there was no one in the palace matching that description. How absurd. The next day during greetings, she wanted to confront Karina about this matter. Now that Karina was in charge of the harem, such a major incident occurring in the harem was certainly her responsibility as a noble consort. To her surprise, Majin did not see Karina at all. Karina had returned home. Sitting in the luxurious carriage back to the general's mansion, Karina stretched lazily with delight and picked up a delicate pastry by her side, popping it into her mouth. The faint tea fragrance filled her palate. For some reason, the face of Ishan with moist eyes flashed in her mind. She suddenly felt very curious about seeing him cry. Karina licked her lips, finding the cake even more fragrant. The carriage stopped before the general's mansion, and the steward, who had been waiting for a long time, eagerly came forward to help Karina lift the curtain. Welcome back, madam. Karina curved her lips, holding Terry's hand to get off the carriage. Before she could react, she was embraced in a warm, soft hug. Levy, my Karina, you're finally back. Did you miss Mama? Were you wronged? Did you discipline that dog emperor well? Karina's face was forcibly buried in General's lady's bosom, blinking bewilderedly. This general's mansion seemed different from what she imagined. Lady, let go of Karina. Look how stuffy you're making her. Conroy's commanding voice sounded, and Kelsey reluctantly released Karina. Karina stood firm, raising her small face and calling, Mama, which immediately brought a smile to Kelsey's face. The stern middle-aged man nearby coughed loudly. Turning her head, Karina said, Daddy looks more handsome and debonair. Art instantly beamed, Levy, how charming my youngest daughter is. Come in, come in. We've prepared all your favorites for you. They escorted Karina inside. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hoofbeats echoed outside. Then, a tall youth dismounted, rushing in. Little sister is back? Why didn't you tell me, parents? Karina turned around, seeing eldest gembrother Turig striding over, visibly delighted upon seeing her, flashing his white teeth and waving, signaling the servant behind him carrying a large bundle of things. Little sister, I found a lot of fun things these days. You'll definitely like them. Do you want to take a look? Humph. It's only you who knows how to please little sister. No wonder you didn't tell us. Conroy's graceful, pleasant voice came from behind Turig. Second gembrother Coleman, dressed in a white robe and fanning himself, looked like an unmatched young master. Coleman smiled gently at Karina, Little sister, don't listen to Turig. His things are vulgar, mine are. Art interrupted, enough, all of you shut up. Tims were to be disciplined, daughters pampered. He beckoned Karina, don't listen to them, dear. Come sit by Daddy and tell me about your recent life. Karina sat down obediently, touched by this effusive love. She had never experienced such familial affection. The unfamiliar emotion made her heart feel warm, and surprisingly, she didn't dislike this feeling at all. With such wonderful family members, why was the original owner so foolish? Was this the charm of the world's leading male character? Karina took a sip of tea and winked at her parents. Daughter has been fine lately, just too arrogant. I slapped a few consorts and princes in the palace. Will father, mother, and gembrother Noemi blame me? Upon hearing this, Art's eyes widened in fury. What? Karina was stunned. Art continued, my daughter hitting people? Karina, does your hand hurt? Karina was speechless. Wow. She chuckled, not at all, I'm happy. Art, good. Karina, let alone slapping consorts, even if you slapped the emperor, it wouldn't be a problem. Stunned, Karina muttered to herself, unable to comprehend the current situation. She mumbled, I nearly slapped the emperor. Great, Veronica held Karina's hand. Karina, you finally came to your senses and won't cling to that dog emperor any longer, right? Karina. Veronica continued, when you wanted to enter the palace, we disagreed. Unfortunately, you liked Enrico, and we couldn't do anything about it, so we had no choice but to follow your wishes. Even though you always said he was good to you, I feel like you weren't as happy as you were at home. Conweltho Enrico treats you decently, which your mother reluctantly accepts, I still believe he isn't worthy of you. Karina opened her mouth, indeed. Art snorted coldly, that boy Enrico was groomed by me, if he dares to treat Karina badly, I'll just replace him with another emperor. Karina widened her eyes, suddenly understanding why Enrico had eventually insisted on destroying the Mu family. That was too audacious. Gemmet, she liked it. Karina smiled, so, father and mother have always been on my side? Veronica responded, Lev of course. The Mu family can provide you with all the luxuries you desire. Art added, stay for a few more days this time, Karina. Your eldest brother has gone out to suppress bandits, but upon hearing of your return, he is already on his way back. It might take a few more days for him to arrive. In the past, Karina would stay at home for at most 2 days because staying longer would mean many affairs in the harem needing her attention, not to mention providing fodder for gossip. Gemmet this time, Karina intended to stay as long as she pleased. She nodded firmly, sure. Karina settled down happily at the general's mansion. Her living quarters there were even more exquisite and luxurious than those within the palace. The large private hot spring in the backyard was specially constructed under Art's instructions. The dining standards and daily supplies were on par with those inside the palace, no wonder countless people criticized the Mu family. Gemmet the Mu family paid no heed. Art controlled the military power of the entire Dolyang kingdom, while Veronica was the late emperor's younger sister, a first-class consort. Eldest son Ephron took over from Art, decisive and influential, with public reputation almost surpassing the emperor. Second son Coleman, serving as the Minister of Justice and concurrently as the Grand Judge, appeared as a refined scholar but was, in reality, a ruthless demon, known for cracking every case. Third son Turig, carefree and unconcerned with politics, possessed a sharp business acumen, now controlling nearly half of Dolyang's livelihood industries. They cared little about others' opinions, not even minding the emperor, caring only for their youngest sister. Karina soaked comfortably in the hot spring, reminiscing about the original plot involving the Mu family, feeling quite sentimental. If she didn't like the Mu family, it wouldn't matter. Gemmet never did she expect the Mu family to be so to her liking, and thus, she decided to change that absurd and foolish ending. While Karina enjoyed her stay at the general's mansion, she was unaware that chaos reigned in the harem. Enrico watched as a group of consorts cried and complained before him, feeling utterly frustrated. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Now, his eldest son was mysteriously beaten and not yet recovered, while his third son was beaten half to death. With Karina back at the general's mansion, many ambitious consorts began vying for his attention, crying, tempting, feigning helplessness. He really wanted to walk away. Conroy that moment, he began to miss Karina. Thinking of Karina, Enrico suddenly frowned. Within the entire harem, the only person who could pull off something mischievous without being caught seemed to be Karina. Could it be her doing? Chapter 149, The Peerless Beauty Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 16. Enrico still could not believe that all this was done by Macy. Conroy, though he did not like Macy, he saw her love and sacrifices for him with his own eyes. If Macy started to oppose him, his throne would be even more precarious. Enrico shook his head and clenched his palms. He must endure, even if Macy really did this, he could not blame her. He still needed to rely on Macy to get the Mu family to do things for him. Now that Macy had returned to discuss matters with Art, this was very important. It could make or break their chances to overthrow the right chancellor. He had to stabilize Macy. With this thought in mind, Enrico lifted his head and said gravely to those concubines. I know everything. Conroy, my consorts can return. Majin looked incredulously at the Emperor, Your Majesty. This must have been done by Amanda consort you. That is your own flesh and blood. Enrico cut in, enough. I will compensate you. Go back. His voice turned cold, carrying a bone-chilling cruelty. Majin shivered all over, gritted her teeth, and retired. She bore no grudge against His Majesty but rather became increasingly resentful of Macy. His Majesty must have fallen for this vixen. Conroy leaving, Majin did not return to her palace but went to Rita's place, who was under house arrest. To bring down the Amanda consort, she needed everyone's strength. When Macy finished soaking in the hot spring and snuggled into the fragrant soft bed, she felt something was off. It felt like something was missing. Conroy, after some consideration, she realized what it was. Clem was missing. Before Macy left, she instructed the guards to look after Clem and not let anyone bully him. Plus, the Emperor wouldn't dare touch her people for now. Clem should be very safe in the palace. Clem carried a familiar and pleasant scent that Macy truly liked. Moreover, she hadn't seen the young man's enchanting, enticing eyes all day and suddenly missed him. TSK, perhaps she should fetch Clem? Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Macy suddenly sat up and hopped out of bed. She was always one to act on impulse. Levins decided, she naturally took action. She changed clothes quietly, without disturbing anyone, and silently climbed over the courtyard wall, heading toward the imperial palace. Mao too puzzledly commented. Flint, why do I feel you have become stronger? This body was also just an ordinary girl's body, so why did Macy seem so formidable, especially her agility? It was somewhat reminiscent of her days at the Plains Conroy Administration Jimuro. Mao too was startled by its own thoughts. Macy lazily responded in her mind, I don't know either. Just feels like, my power has recovered a bit. She had sensed this since the second world. Each time she passed through a world, her sealed power grew slightly stronger. Of course, it couldn't compare to her peak powers capable of destroying heavens and earth, but her agility far surpassed ordinary humans. She thought it might be related to Dwight. How wonderful, the stronger she got, the easier it would be to plunder when she met Dwight again. Hee hee. The night was deep, with a full moon hidden behind clouds, casting only a cold glow. Macy's face appeared ghostly under the light, her lips curving perfectly. Mao too shrunk back, daring not to ask any further. Macy leaped between rooftops like a spirit awakening under the moonlight. Conroy, she rounded a high wall, she spotted a black figure darting not far away. That figure seemed almost one with the night, vanishing like a wraith around the corner. Macy's eyes lit up as she followed. This silhouette was too familiar. Wasn't this the little pitiful one who should be studying diligently in the palace? Macy silently trailed behind Clem, noticing his uncannily excellent agility. Clem came out of the palace without being noticed by anyone, and definitely not for the first time. It seems he had many secrets from her. Conroy, after many twists and turns, the young man entered. Conroy brothel? Macy narrowed her eyes. Though it was late at night, the red light district was still brightly lit, faint sounds of revelry echoing within. Clem entered through a rear window, his lithe figure slipping gracefully into the illuminated window, followed by muffled voices inside. Macy concealed her presence, her expression darkening. She unconsciously rubbed her fingertips, feeling itchy. So mischievous, huh? Gemlishing and screaming, sister, during the day, then coming here at night? Macy flicked her wrist, revealing a gleaming dagger from her sleeve. Her gaze was void of warmth, fixed intently on the window as she slowly approached. However, at this moment, the voices inside ceased. Macy's eyes narrowed, and she flashed up onto the adjacent rooftop. The next second, Clem jumped out, looking around with a frown. He had sensed something amiss just now. Conroy's low voice came from the window. Flint? Clem frowned and replied in a hoarse voice, nothing. Let's go. He swallowed something he held in his hand and left by the same path. Macy watched Clem's back, thinking how sharp his senses were. It seemed he wasn't here for pleasure. Perhaps the poor boy could save himself from death. Macy put away her dagger and followed him again. Clem appeared to be heading back to the palace. Judging by his actions, he was very cautious. He had hidden in the palace for so long without being discovered and had been extremely patient. Indeed, he was quite capable. Macy licked her lips, finding him more intriguing. However, on the way back to the palace, Clem suddenly slowed down. He stood on a tree, head lowered, seeming hesitant. Macy observed him from a distance, curious what he would do next. After a while, the youth took a deep breath and stepped forward, heading toward Art's residence. Macy widened her eyes slightly and followed him. Clem felt like he was losing his mind. The guards at Art's residence were even tougher than those in the palace. Everyone said that if the capital ever fell, Art's house would remain unharmed. Each step he took was like dancing on thin ice, allowing no room for mistakes. Leaving the palace every 15th night of the month was already risky, but he had always managed to hide and never drew suspicion. Gemmet today, he actually wanted to visit Art's residence. If caught, it would mean eternal ruin. Conroy, the humiliation and restraint would become a joke, and he would die in excruciating pain. Reason told him to return quickly and maintain his disguise. Yet, his body uncontrollably moved toward Art's residence. Just one look, just to see her. Clem reassured himself. He concealed himself fully, carefully avoiding patrolling guards, and sneaked into the courtyard of the young lady of the Mu family. Leaving the banyan tree by the courtyard wall, he peered into the window, but it was pitch black, showing nothing. Clem clenched his palm tightly. An absurd thought popped up. Why not go in for just one look? He crouched down, watching the guard pass once more, his cold and sinister eyes like a predator waiting to pounce. Just as he prepared to jump down, a light laugh echoed behind him. It felt like a thunderclap beside his ear. His hair stood on end, his face turned pale, and before his brain processed it, his body swung the dagger at his waist, stabbing fiercely backward. Chapter 150, Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 17. Karina did not even dodge or block him, standing there with a smile playing on her lips as she stared straight at him. The moment Ishan saw Karina clearly, his face turned pale. He forcibly withdrew his strength, twisting his wrist so that the dagger in his hand barely grazed past the strands of hair by Karina's cheek. Conroy, a wisp of black silk drifted to the ground. Ishan's eyes widened, his lips trembling, his whole body turning icy cold. It's over, he thought. Conroy's pretenses vanished in an instant. Although he had prepared himself for the worst outcome, never did he think that there would be an even worse one. Moreover, just then, he had almost killed her. Ishan felt as though his heart was about to stop beating. The girl he adored stood under the moonlight, the cold blue light casting a divine beauty onto her exquisite and flawless features. Right this moment, he felt like a vile creature in hell who still dared to yearn for the moon above. Seeing Ishan's stunned and pale appearance, Karina couldn't help but laugh again. She nimbly jumped down from the wall into her courtyard. After taking 2 steps forward, she looked back at Ishan, who remained motionless, and gestured for him. Come here. Ishan trembled all over, as if suddenly awoken, with no color returning to his face, only fear growing more intense. He dared not imagine what he had to face next. Reason told him that he should escape before the guards of the general's mansion discovered him. Gemmet, his body moved against his will, jumping down and following Karina step by step. Unlike Ishan, who was fearful and desperate, Karina felt unusually cheerful. She hadn't expected that while she was about to find Ishan, he came looking for her instead. This feeling made her exuberant. Even the knife Ishan had thrust at her didn't make her angry. Entering the room, Karina turned to face Ishan, who was still looking down and prepared to invite him to sleep with her. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Ishan stepped forward 2 paces and, thudded, knelt before Karina. The sound of his knees hitting the ground was heavy, without any reservation, as if his body didn't matter at all. Karina raised her eyebrow. Ishan's voice trembled. Like a criminal coming forward to confess while sentencing himself to death, he spoke word by word. Siaji is guilty and deserves death, but I have never, ever thought of harming you. Ishan kept his head low, hearing nothing from Karina for a while, which made him feel even more hopeless. However, in the next second, his chin was gently lifted by delicate fingers. Scent rushed to his nose, and he timidly lifted his gaze along with the force, meeting Karina's eyes. Karina tilted his chin up, saying, I know. If you had intended to harm me, do you think you'd still be alive? Before Ishan could react, Karina winked at him. I saw you go to Wanhua Tower and eat some strange things. Conroy, she spoke. Karina pinched Ishan's cheeks. Her fingers pushed them inward, forcing him to pout, making it hard for him to maintain his despairing and gloomy expression. Karina found that Ishan looked particularly adorable this way, smiling brighter. I could follow you without you noticing. Do you really think you could kill me easily? Ishan stared at her blankly. His brain was overwhelmed with too many stimuli at once, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Karina released his face and touched the top of his head. Don't kneel, come, sleep with me. Saying this, she directly pulled him up by the hand. Ishan, as if in a trance, followed Karina's lead and was pressed down by her shoulders, lying on her bed. Upon lying down, the fragrance of the young girl became even more intense, causing him to shiver and finally realize what had happened. He had anticipated being beaten or seeing disappointment in her eyes. Yet, not only was he not thrown into a deeper abyss, he had embraced the moon. Karina had seen through his disguise, knew he was deceiving her, and even allowed him to cut a strand of her hair, yet she wasn't angry. Moreover, Karina's skills were actually better than his. He had been tempered among the dead, but what about her? Ishan stared at the slightly swaying tassels above the curtain, feeling utterly confused. Karina comfortably laid down, casually draping her arm around Ishan's waist. Ishan stiffened, his breathing becoming rapid. You don't want to ask me anything? Karina closed her eyes, rubbing her cheek against Ishan's shoulder. I'm sleepy, just one question. Did you go to the pleasure quarter to look for women? Ishan paused, Lev of course not. Karina, good, nothing else. I'm so sleepy. She yawned softly, inhaling the fresh, spacious fragrance of Ishan, and drifted off to sleep contentedly. Ishan's eyes widened in the darkness, hardly believing everything that had happened tonight. Her question implied, her focus was actually on this? So she really didn't care what he did? Ishan felt something swell up inside him, a sudden thought sprang to his mind. Was his reason for existence merely to meet her? Karina slept until she naturally woke up. This time, the boy beside her didn't run away. The moment Karina opened her eyes, she caught Ishan sneaking a glance at her. Their eyes met for an instant, causing Ishan's ears to turn red, hastily shifting his gaze. He looked like a frightened little rabbit. Completely different from the wild wolf pup running under the moonlight last night. Karina stretched lazily, sat up under Ishan's bashful expression, and spoke drowsily. Can anything you're hiding from me? Tell me, I have the energy to listen to stories now. Ishan bit the soft flesh inside his cheek, got out of bed, and stood by with downcast eyes. Siaji, will tell you, but Siaji must return to the palace. If anyone finds out. No one will find out, Karina raised an eyebrow. I'll handle the palace, I can just say I brought you out. Gemicides, you look like you're up to no good, it's inconvenient for you to be in the palace. Ishan looked up in shock, you. Before he could finish, a gentle, clear male voice came from outside. Little sister, are you awake yet? Startled, Ishan almost turned to jump out of the window, but Karina quickly grabbed his sleeve. Karina blinked at him and whispered, don't panic, since you're all dressed in black, you look like a guard anyway. Before Ishan could react, Karina called out to the door. I'm up. Coleman, who had been waiting in the courtyard to eat breakfast with his sister, immediately pushed the door open with a smile. That's great, I found a sweet treat you've never had before, even the Emperor hasn't. He froze mid-sentence, staring wide-eyed at the black-clad youth beside Karina as if he had seen a ghost. Conroy man in his dear sister's room. Dazed, Coleman almost drew his sword to stab over, only to realize he wasn't carrying one. Seeing Coleman's angry and shocked face, Karina nearly burst into laughter. Second Gemrother, this is a little guard I found. He's very loyal and very capable. Why are you so tense? Coleman steadied himself, guard? The palace has already provided you with plenty of guards. Karina slightly widened her eyes, her moist fox eyes making her look particularly pitiful when expressing such sentiment. Gemmet, I like this one I picked up the most. Coleman deflated instantly. He was usually decisive, but he couldn't resist his sister's coaxing. Yet, looking at the black-clad youth, his eyes remained critical. Jiming chosen by my sister means he must have some skill, but we don't know how much. Little sister, come out to the courtyard for breakfast, and I'll test this little guard's skills. If Coleman's martial prowess were ranked second, no one would dare claim first place. Even his elder brother Ephraim might not gain any advantage against Coleman. Gemika's Coleman wasn't just skilled, most importantly, he was ruthless. He never played fair, and every move he made was lethal. Ishan's heart pounded anxiously, feeling Karina push him from behind. Go ahead, don't be afraid. These two words, don't be afraid, suddenly lifted Ishan's head. His long, delicate almond eyes looked earnestly at Coleman as he said quietly. In that case, I respectfully comply, second young Flint. Chapter 151, The Peerless Demon Concubine Tamed the Rival Country's Tyrant, 18. In the courtyard, the sunshine was bright and peach blossoms were fluttering. Macy was happily having breakfast, served by Silas, while enjoying the performance in front of her. Conroy, refined gentleman in a white robe, wearing a jade crown and holding a jade-handled folding fan, displayed elegance in every movement. Yet his attacks were surprisingly ruthless, each one aimed at the vital points of his opponent without any mercy. The black-clothed youth he was sparring with had his hair tied high into a ponytail, gripping a dagger and pursing his lips slightly. Miraculously, he could block every assault from this killing god. Initially, Coleman didn't take it seriously, teasing the youth like playing with a pet, merely wanting to show him his place. After all, the youth looked no more than 15, too young to be exceptionally skilled, right? However, after a few moves, Coleman became serious, and his strikes grew even sharper. Gemeth fighters had top-notch posture and looks. Macy felt she had never enjoyed such delicious breakfast. After several dozen exchanges between Coleman and Ishan, even someone as critical as Coleman couldn't help but admire. Levine must admit, to possess such skills at such a young age indicates a strong will. He indeed deserved to stay by the little sister's side. Coleman decided to end the session, intending to affirm this young guard. Unexpectedly, as he was about to stop, the youth seemed distracted, leading to a major mistake, directly colliding with the sharp jade bones of Coleman's fan. Coleman frowned, putting away his fan, looking at the blood on it disdainfully. I was about to praise you, yet you make a fatal error. If I were an enemy, you'd be dead. The wound on Ishan's arm was deep, bleeding profusely, but he didn't touch it, standing there respectfully with his head lowered. Second young Flint's instruction is noted. Coleman nodded approvingly, then changed his expression upon seeing Macy. He smiled and approached her. Little sister, where did you find such a promising little dark guard? Impressive. Lev, of course. Macy lifted her chin slightly. Your younger sister has impeccable taste. Gemmet, where I found him. I won't tell you. No matter how many times Coleman looked at his sister, she always appeared cute, especially with that proud cat-like expression. He couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Levy, my little sister is growing up. He indeed shows potential. With more training, he might surpass me. Macy, good. Since I'll be staying at home for longer, why don't you train him during this time? Ishan stood silently on the side, choking up upon hearing these words. He had always trained on his own, without a teacher. Coleman was far more skilled, and he knew Coleman had been going easy on him. Having a teacher was something he had never dared to dream of. Macy. He couldn't help but glance at her secretly. Her profile in the sunlight was so beautiful it felt like a dream, tightening his heart. Was there really a deity who could redeem him? Coleman had official duties, agreeing to teach Ishan daily before leaving. Levin's only Macy and Ishan remained in the courtyard. Macy finally beckoned him over. Come here, sit down and eat. Tell me your story. Ishan's heart raced, suppressing the urge to run away, slowly approaching her. Instead of sitting, he knelt beside Macy's feet. He couldn't guarantee she would still want him around after hearing his story. So he chose to humble himself completely, hoping for some leniency from this deity. Even the wound on his body was intentional. Gemmet Macy didn't want him kneeling anymore. That setup felt off, any ulterior motive would ruin the mood. Macy tapped the table edge, her voice softening, sit. I don't want to repeat myself. Ishan's heart skipped a beat as he sat down, head bowed, like a Darius waiting for punishment. Macy, what exactly is that place you went to in the brothel district? Ishan closed his eyes. Macy asked a direct question right away. Logically, he should have died rather than reveal this secret, but for some reason, he felt he couldn't hide it from Macy. Even if it meant destroying everything by his rashness, he spoke. It's the Tamika G Pavilion. Just as Macy was about to ask what the Tamika G Pavilion was, her mind provided an explanation through Daniel Leo. It's an intelligence organization, very mysterious. It said they know which underwear an official wore today. Since Daniel Leo began upgrading using Macy's luck, he had learned more and more. Eve suddenly understood and nodded. So that's how it is. Then I heard someone call you Pavilion Flint. You're actually the Pavilion Flint? Ishan held his breath, tightening his palm. Yes. Eve, wow, impressive. Ishan was taken aback. Why such a reaction? He was a Jean Prince hostage. Jean and Daliang would eventually become enemies. With his sensitive identity being the Pavilion Flint of Tamika G Pavilion in Daliang, didn't she find anything wrong with this? Eve, so, you want to overthrow the Emperor of Daliang? The next question caught him off guard again. He froze for a moment, unsure of what to say. His situation was too complicated. Even if he told the truth, would she believe him? Eve seemed to sense Ishan's hesitation. She licked her lips and rephrased her question. Tell me where you stand. What do you want to do? Tell me everything. Conroy, she spoke. She leaned closer to Ishan, lifting his chin to look into his deep, dark eyes. Tell me everything you want to do, and I will help you achieve it, as long as you behave. Ishan was almost bewitched. Grasping the last bit of his sanity, he managed to speak with difficulty. Gemmet. I am a Jean Prince hostage. They were not on the same side. Eve raised an eyebrow. Do you think the Mu family is loyal to Daliang? Since yesterday, Eve had observed the Mu family's attitude and knew they were certainly not loyal subjects. Gemicides, Curtis and Rico wasn't entirely legitimate either. The Mu family does not pledge loyalty to anyone. The Mu family only pledges loyalty to itself. Looking at Ishan, Eve smiled and said, my stance represents the Mu family's stance, and your stance is mine. Thump, thump, thump. Ishan could hear his heart pounding deafeningly. Conroy's strong wind blew, blurring his vision as he heard himself say. Conroy, right. Jim Rendon will never hide anything from you. Jim Rendon loves you. Chapter 152, The Peerless Demon Concubine Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 19. When Basil finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he had said. Terrified, he shrank his neck backward sharply, his face blushing as if it were on fire. He was extremely afraid that he had been too disrespectful, and Macy must be angry. The sudden confession also stunned Macy. She hadn't expected that Basil's feelings for her would progress so quickly. After all, it hadn't been long since she whipped him. When Macy came back to her senses and savoring it, she laughed happily. Now you're behaving. If you had been like this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to whip you. Basil froze, pressed his hand hard against his chest, and pinched his wound fiercely. The intense shaking in his chest and the tearing pain from his wound told him that this wasn't a dream. He seemed like a Darius who had been struck by the bright moon, completely stunned. Until Macy poked his cheek. Hurry up and tell the story. Leavenly then did Basil manage to recover. Using the pain to sober himself up a bit, he spoke with a hoarse voice. Jim Rendon is indeed working for the Gene Kingdom. Gemmet compared to making Enrico die, I want the Gene Kingdom's emperor to die more. He lowered his eyes, perfectly controlling his emotions, making his voice sound more normal. I'd been trained as an assassin since Dariushood. Thrown into a room to fight with peers, I had to kill everyone to survive. Later, the people locked up with me became stronger and stronger, but I always survived. Fearing that I might not be controllable, they poisoned me and sent me to the Great Liang, becoming the hostage of the Great Liang. This world will eventually unify, either the Gene Kingdom will annex the Great Liang, or the Great Liang will destroy the Gene Kingdom. The Emperor of the Gene Kingdom is my brother. He is very ambitious. Conroy's the most useful tool in his hand. I became the head of the Tamakaji Pavilion in the Great Liang, relaying messages for him. Conroyed every month, he sends someone to deliver the antidote to the Tamakaji Pavilion. If I don't take it, the cold poison will flare up on every full moon night, making me lose consciousness from the pain, damaging my body each time until I finally die, intestines torn apart. I'm not afraid of death, but I hate him. I will definitely kill him. So I can't die. Conroy, now having met you, I cannot die even more. Conroy's Basil finished speaking, an unintended bloody taste crept up his throat. Everything had proceeded according to his plans. Hiding his true abilities in the palace of the Great Liang, lowering everyone's vigilance, letting everyone think he was merely a useless pawn. He secretly left the palace monthly, handled the affairs of the Tamakaji Pavilion, took the antidote, and pretended to be loyal to the Gene Kingdom. When he reached the end of his journey, he would turn into a mad dog and bite off everyone's necks, then die on a full moon night. Even if the world fell into chaos, he didn't care about such things. He was just a madman, a monster. Macy was an unforeseen variable he had never thought of. Conroyed in this unexpected change, despite his efforts to restrain himself, he still sank into it, even giving rise to inappropriate thoughts. How could this be? Basil suddenly looked up at Macy boldly and greedily. She was the bright moon in the sky, the most revered existence cherished by everyone. It was indeed a desecration. Not knowing how long he could look at this face, since he had already revealed everything, there was nothing to fear anymore. Meeting Basil's gaze, Macy suddenly stood up, lifting his chin and looking down at him. Basil looked up at her, his eyes moist with a look of sacrificial reverence. Macy felt her heart beating faster. Was it pity, or love, or perhaps just a strong possessiveness? Macy didn't want to ponder further. She bowed her head and kissed his lips before he could react. In an instant, the world turned silent, and in the white vastness, only the two remained. Gemrillion fireworks exploded, blinding Basil's eyes. He forgot to breathe, unable to feel his own existence, leaving only the warm and soft touch of his lips. With closed eyes, Macy rubbed her lips on his pleasurably and then opened her mouth, biting down without hesitation. She felt Basil tremble all over, tasting the blood in his mouth. She advanced further, extending her tongue. Abelardo was stiff and awkward. The bright moon that felt sacrilegious even to gaze upon had marked him. Caught off guard for a moment, Basil was thoroughly overwhelmed. When he finally realized what Macy was doing, he steeled himself and began to respond shyly. Lips entangled, making sticky and ambiguous sounds, their breaths filled with wild love and devout sacrifice. They twisted. Basil indulged for the first time, holding the back of Macy's neck. After the lingering kiss, Macy's lips were rosy. She looked at Ishan, who now seemed even more like someone who had been severely bullied. Gemlud stained his lips, which were swollen, and his eyes glistened with shimmering moisture, looking pitiful. The tips of Ishan's ears were practically dripping blood as he hastily withdrew his hand, lowering his head, unsure of what to say. Gemmet, Macy chirped in satisfaction, you're quite a quick learner. Next time, let's have more kisses, you'll get even better at it. Ishan belatedly started blushing furiously, wishing he could punch himself. Macy, so, Jim Rendon endured so much pain in the past? Then let me kill everyone to make you happy. When Macy said this, her tone was just like saying, then I'll step on all these ants. Ishan croaked out in a hoarse voice. Don't. Macy? Ishan, don't let Macy get her hands dirty. Conroy, as he spoke, he gently held Macy's hand. Those hands were fair and soft, like fine white jade, unlike his calloused and scarred ones. He cradled her hands as if they were invaluable treasures, lightly placing a kiss on her fingertips. I don't want you to get your hands dirty. Cough, cough, cough. Conroy's voice, not belonging to either of them, suddenly sounded. May had just entered the courtyard to deliver something to Macy and witnessed the scene, nearly choking on her own breath. Ishan sharply turned his head to look at May, his gaze instantly cold as if looking at a dead person. May was so shocked she ignored Ishan's venomous glare. Looking at Macy, she suddenly stepped forward and exclaimed, Miss. You've finally come to your senses. Macy, still thinking about how to deal with May? May, when you first entered the palace, I advised you that even if you kept dozens of male favorites, no one would dare gossip. Pity Miss didn't listen then, but now you've finally realized. I'm so happy. Macy. For some reason, she wasn't surprised. Indeed, May, having grown up in the general's residence, truly had the same mannerisms as those from the household. Macy happily waved at May. All right, but May, you must keep this secret for me. I know. May patted her chest. Conroyter putting down the items, May left the courtyard door with an elated air, as if she had found treasure, closing the door behind her. Ishan stared incredulously at everything before him, suddenly realizing that Macy was right. They really didn't care about the Emperor at all, they only remained loyal to themselves. Coming back to his senses, Ishan kissed Macy's fingertips once more. His kisses were always so devout. Leave the bloody matters to Jim Rendon. Chapter 153, The Peerless Jamadi Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 20. When Coleman came to the Macy courtyard the next morning, he felt that this young man named Jim Rendon seemed different from yesterday. Yesterday, his face was pale, but today it had a rosy hue, especially at the tips of his ears. Moreover, his martial arts moves were more rigorous and earnest. Though there were still some minor flaws, he could immediately understand and apply them when pointed out. After teaching him for the day, Coleman appreciated Ishan even more and couldn't help but find Macy. Little sister, this little shadow guard of yours is really gifted. Why don't you give him to me? I can take him to the temple, maybe he could succeed me. Macy pursed her lips, no way. Right, as long as you has such a close bodyguard by her side, eldest Gemrother is reassured. It's a pity he isn't a girl, if so, she would be closer to you, providing better protection. Macy thought that actually Ishan was closer to her than May. Macy dared not say that out loud. If she did, she was sure Coleman would slash Ishan to death right away. When Macy was to marry the Emperor, if not restrained by elder Gemrother and third Gemrother, Coleman, as the ultimate Siscon in the family, almost went to kill the Emperor. Macy lived comfortably in the general's mansion for a long time, teasing Ishan every day, enjoying an incredibly relaxed life. However, Enrico couldn't wait any longer. He needed Macy to discuss plans against the Right Chancellor with Art instead of disappearing upon returning home, giving no news at all. Enrico finally couldn't hold back anymore and sent people to escort Macy back to the palace. Those who were sent couldn't even enter the gate of the general's mansion, directly discouraged by the steward's polite yet dismissive words. Upon receiving this news, Enrico smashed several cups and wrote an imperial edict summoning Macy back. The general's mansion claimed Macy was unwell and refused to accept the edict. Unless she wanted to go back herself, no one could make the daughter of the general's mansion return to the palace. May told Macy this while she was curled up on the soft couch like a boneless cat, eating snacks while watching Ishan practice calligraphy. The youth tilted his head slightly, his lips pressed together as he held the brush seriously, a truly noble sight. Except for the slight blush on his earlobes under Macy's gaze. After hearing May's report, Macy stretched and stood up, saying, May, your reminder makes sense. I should indeed go back. Soon as she said that, Ishan's hand trembled, leaving an ugly mark on the paper with the brush. He suddenly looked up at Macy's back, feeling a chill in his heart. Perhaps because these days were too happy, he almost forgot that Macy was still Sue's wife. Ishan stared almost obsessively at Macy's slender neck, his eyes deep. Macy didn't realize Ishan was beginning to feel insecure, happily squinting her eyes, anticipating something interesting waiting for her. Enrico's favorability rating wasn't high enough yet, and her little pet needed upgrading. Levy yes, the low-level seduction system in the palace intrigued her too, she hadn't studied it yet. Macy told May, I heard eldest Gemrother is coming back tomorrow. We will prepare to return to the palace after dining together. May agreed and left. Just as Macy was about to continue munching on snacks, a slightly aggrieved voice behind her interrupted her. Are you tired of Jim Rendon? Macy turned back, puzzled, not understanding why Ishan asked such a question. Ishan lowered his eyes, biting his lower lip, revealing a pathetic expression as if being abandoned. Do you want to go back because you don't wish to stay with Jim Rendon all the time? Indeed, Jim Rendon doesn't talk much and isn't strong enough. It's reasonable that sister prefers his majesty. He sniffed, cautiously lifting his eyes, only to catch Macy's mocking gaze, shocking him into shrinking his neck but continuing resolutely. Regardless, Jim Rendon will never betray sister. Just think of Jim Rendon occasionally. The puppy looked pitiful. Macy pounced forward, pinching his cheeks and pulling them apart. What do you mean, puppy? Her voice was sweet, with a rising intonation in a lifted corner of her eye that made Ishan shiver slightly, struggling to control his facial expression. In that instant, Ishan thought Macy saw through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he whispered softly. Fearful that sister likes his majesty and dislikes me. Macy leaned in eagerly, her lips almost touching his trembling ones, smiling crookedly. I like you, but I like you so much that I want to kill you. If anyone else heard this, they might have been frightened stiff, but Ishan wasn't ordinary. His heart raced as if it might leap out of his chest, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to clasp the back of Macy's neck. Then, what about Enrico? Macy, he is just a tool, still useful. Ishan finally smiled, his downturned eyes curving into an youthful arc, carrying a hint of malevolence. If anyone could see both their expressions at the same time, they would have been greatly surprised. The wild malevolence spread over their delicate features, eerily matching each other. The next day during lunch, Macy finally met her weary eldest brother. Ephraim exuded a martial aura, his battle robes still stained with blood, not even returning to the palace for duty. His first move was coming home to see his sister. Macy took a step back in disgust as her brother strode towards her, preparing to hug her. "You're dirty." Ephraim halted and tooted. Conroy's expected, little sister is still so delicate. While scolding her delicateness, he promptly returned to his room to change clothes. He brought Macy several of the most complete tiger skins. Even the emperor did not receive such treatment. Conroy at the dining table, her three brothers vied to sit beside Macy. In the end, eldest gembrother and second gembrother sat on either side while third gembrother looked mournfully at Macy until she placed a pair of chopsticks worth of food on his plate, making him cheerful again. Ishan continued playing Macy's hidden guard, standing obediently in the corner. His head was slightly lowered, but his gaze remained fixed on Macy. He had never felt warmth from family. To him, people related by blood only ever caused him profound pain. Looking at Macy, envy shimmered in his eyes. How nice, he thought. Just stay as a little princess. After all, he would protect her forever. The moon that should be held in hands shouldn't get touched by wind or snow. Conroy eating to her heart's content, Macy began discussing the main topic. Enrico wants to take down the right chancellor. What do you think? Art frowned. That Brad is using you as a tool again? Macy laughed. Why don't we treat Enrico as a tool? He does borrow our hands to remove the right chancellor, but on the flip side, we also use his hands to remove the right chancellor. Yes, Coleman nodded. I detest that old man, always saying the temple oath is full of wicked people, and even submitted a memorial saying the temple's methods were cruel and violated royal dignity. I think he's stupid. Seeing the Mu family's attitude, Macy felt more at ease. Dad, why don't we completely bring down the right chancellor this time, but put the blame on Enrico? What do you say? Coleman agreed first. Sister is right. Ephraim picked up on Macy's disdain and disgust in her tone and frowned. Macy, by undermining Enrico like this, are you planning to dethrone the emperor and become Amanda? Macy blinked. Not really. Ephraim, Macy, if you're serious about this, it isn't impossible. Gemma, it's not easy. It needs careful planning. Macy, eldest gembrother, I really don't have such thoughts. I just want to undermine Enrico, nothing else. Ephraim nodded. Conroy, right, when you've made your mind, talk to me. Art coughed, gemmeled. Then, he stroked his beard and looked at Macy. Whatever makes Macy happy is fine. Macy grinned. I love father, mother, and my brothers the most. Having achieved her goal cheerfully, Macy got into the carriage under her family's watchful eyes and slowly drove towards the palace. She had a premonition that upon returning, she would encounter some very interesting events. Chapter 154, The Unmatched Jumati She Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 21. Upon learning that Macy was on her way back, Curtis Enrico, who was accustomed to taking an afternoon nap, went straight to Ashland's palace gate and waited there. Conroy, an uninformed person, might think he was the concubine waiting for the emperor's return. Without Macy around in the palace these days, he also dared not visit Maggie's palace frequently. With Macy absent, all his actions would stand out more obviously. Naturally, he could not expose his beloved to the eyes of those women. Conroy, at such times, Enrico missed Macy even more. Enrico stood under a tree in the courtyard, frowning as he pondered affairs of the former dynasty. Finally, a splash of bright red caught his peripheral vision. Enrico abruptly lifted his head. Macy was being escorted by a group of people. The girl in red was more dazzling than the spring sun. Even from afar, he felt as if he saw the captivating eyes of Macy, drawing him into dizziness and making him feel that nothing in this world could compare to Macy. Conroy, at the same time, Conroy de Bayo spoke up. Flint, master, the dog emperor's favorability increased again. It has reached 60. Conroy's expected of my master. I feel like your favorability will soon surpass that foreign woman. Macy raised an eyebrow and walked faster. Ishan, who had been following half a step behind Macy, lowered his eyes with his pitch-black long lashes slightly covering his emotions. He greedily wanted all of Macy's attention, but now, it was clear that Macy still devoted some of her energy to that dog emperor. Ishan curled his fingers and looked down at Macy's steps, silently counting them in his heart. Gemma, before Macy even reached the door, Enrico couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward 2 paces. Consort, you're back. This endearing address sent a chill through Macy's heart. She had never allowed herself to be treated unfairly. Immediately, she responded. Sire, please don't call me that anymore. Leavenly, your beloved deserves the title of a consort. Macy merely stated the facts, but to Enrico, it sounded like jealousy. Lev, originally worried about whether Macy would be disobedient, Enrico was instantly reassured and laughed. You are the Melanie, the most senior in the harem. You don't need to worry about these things. Conroy, saying this, Enrico glanced at Ishan standing to Macy's left rear and frowned. He returned with you? This is improper. Macy replied, I want him to. What's wrong with that? Enrico choked. Conroy's an emperor, he had never been talked to in such a manner before, yet for some reason, if it was Macy, he felt somewhat used to it. Enrico took a deep breath. Everyone, leave. The emperor needs to have a serious conversation with her. The maids and eunuchs bowed and retreated, but Ishan remained unmoved. Enrico's frown deepened, feeling a murderous intent toward Ishan. Gemmet fearing Macy's discomfort, he did not order Ishan to leave. Enrico asked, regarding the right chancellor, "Love, how did Macy and Art discuss it?" Macy sighed, a hint of sorrow crossing her delicate brows. "I discussed it with father for a long time. Father doesn't want to do it and even argued fiercely with me, saying I was being frivolous." Enrico's face changed, a chill running through him. "Art didn't agree?" Macy sniffled, her eyes turning red. "Father finally agreed, but he said he was very disappointed in me." Conroy tear from such beauty seemed to fall into everyone's heart. Enrico felt excited yet tender-hearted. "Macy, it's all right, I will make it up to you. Whatever you want, just say it." Macy replied, "I want valuable treasures." Enrico choked. He had thought Macy might want his company, but instead, she asked for material things. Conroy's a high-ranking general's daughter, what precious thing had she not seen? Enrico felt mixed emotions, sometimes thinking Macy didn't seem to care about him, other times thinking Macy was different from anyone else. Conroy after much consideration, he concluded, Macy knew he deeply loved Maggie and certainly wanted to avoid making things difficult for him by dropping the request for his company and asking for material items instead. Thus, the dog emperor became self-satisfied, standing up and saying, "Very well, Macy, the emperor will satisfy you. Conroy de Bayo, 5 more points of favorability, now at 65. Macy wanted to laugh, but held back. She waved her hand in a grievous manner. "I'm tired, your majesty, please go back. Father will handle everything regarding the right chancellor promptly." Conroy Enrico actually wanted to stay longer. Upon realizing he hadn't spent time with Maggie for a while, he finally walked out in big strides. The moment Enrico stepped out, Macy's expression changed instantly. Her eyes turned cunning, like a little fox who had watched its prey walk right into the trap. Macy twisted her neck, and immediately, a pair of slender hands covered over, gently kneading her nape. Conroy along with the extremely comfortable sensation came the cool fragrance. Macy leaned back in comfort as she heard Ishan's low, hoarse voice by her ear. Why are you so nice to Enrico?" The young man's voice carried just the right amount of fan jealousy. He seemed to know exactly what Macy liked, always hitting that spot. Macy chuckled softly, "Because he is still useful. Don't worry, he's nothing more than a bit of trash that's still somewhat useful unlike you." Conroy she spoke, she grabbed Ishan's hand on her shoulder and bit down hard. The sharp teeth caused a shiver-inducing pain, yet Ishan's mouth curled up in excitement. Macy said, "You belong to me, only to me." Ishan half knelt behind her, repeating, "I belong to you." Conroy after dinner, Macy used all the accumulated favorability points to upgrade Conroy de Bayo. Conroy de Bayo went off the radar for some time and reappeared with an even more enthusiastic voice. Flint. Thank you, I love you so much. I've learned even more things. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." Macy sat in the courtyard basking in the moonlight, drinking tea, and eating snacks while watching Ishan practice swordsmanship. The youth's posture was graceful and elegant, like a startled swan or a flying dragon, beautiful beyond compare under the moon. Macy smacked her lips happily. "So, does little Conroy de Bayo know about that system for luring men?" "Conroy de Bayo, that's the one attached to Neve. That system is like a parasite floating through the worlds, attaching to suitable hosts. It needs imperial aura to survive. So it will do everything it can to make its host seduce the emperor, and it seems it can provide some benefits to the host, like a fragile and tender body, sweet scent, limited mind-reading abilities, and such. Wow, Macy became interested. It's even stronger than I imagined. Upon hearing Macy's tone, Conroy de Bayo felt alarmed. "Flint, it's just a super trashy system. Really very trashy and low-level, Connie can't compare to me. I was made by the Norbert personally." Conroy de Bayo's voice was soft and milky, and Macy indulged him. "In all the systems, I only like Conroy de Bayo." Conroy de Bayo was delighted, hee. "You're so good, Flint." Macy waved to Terry not far away, "Go and bring Neve here." Terry acknowledged and left with a few maids and guards. Just as Ishan finished his last move while practicing swordsmanship, he took 2 steps forward and half knelt before Macy, looking up at her. Those deep, beautiful eyes and the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye resembled the most delicate glass in the moonlight, wonderful yet fragile. Unable to resist, Macy lightly pinched his neck and kissed the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. Chapter 155, The Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 22. Even though he had been kissed many times, Ishan could not help but breathe heavily. He admitted that he did it on purpose. He knew Macy would like it when he made this expression. Conroy at some point, he had become someone who sought affection. However, he was completely unbothered by this fact. Conroy as long as it was Macy, he felt like he could do anything for her. Conroy after Macy kissed him, he stood up, hung the long sword at his waist, and positioned himself behind Macy. Ishan bent slightly, whispering softly into Macy's ear. "If Neve comes over later, Jim Rendon should leave. You don't want to cause trouble for yourself." Macy turned around, hooking her fingers around his neck, as if she were a proud queen. "Cause trouble?" Conroy at some point, Ishan had grown taller than her by a head. The frail, pale, and thin boy from their first meeting now stood tall and handsome like a pine tree in the mountains, unmatched in his pride. Yet, this very boy bent before Macy, submissively trapped in front of her, offering everything. When Maggie entered the courtyard, what she saw was Macy hooking Ishan's neck. She was startled, forgetting to lower her head, staring straight at the scene before her, a daring guess forming in her mind. Macy knew she was seen but didn't care, slowly loosening her grip on Ishan's neck, then turning to Maggie. You came, but no greeting? Maggie bit her lip, inwardly cursing. System, can you get rid of this imperial concubine for me? System, this system can only seduce the emperor and cannot enable palace intrigue. Maggie, Conroy, how useless you are. Forget it, I can only hope the emperor arrives soon. Levin's favor peaks, I will make sure the emperor gets rid of this concubine. Maggie lowered her head, silently conversing with the system, barely enduring her inner disgust while giving Macy an imprecise bow. Unaware of her raised head, Macy watched her intently, eyes wide in excitement. Earlier, Maggie's conversation with the system had been heard by Macy. Macy, excited, asked, Muanshuan, why can I hear this? Muanshuan's voice sounded proud, Because I've upgraded, and all low-level systems are within my grasp now, so naturally, you can hear them too. Macy once again felt the benefits of having a pet, especially one as useful as this. Looking at Maggie before her, she spoke lazily. Do you know why I summoned you here? Maggie cursed internally but dared not show it, responding lowly, no idea. Macy, stroking her chin, rose and slowly walked towards Maggie. Maggie tightened inside. Macy's gaze gave her goosebumps, making her feel like prey before a predator. Before Maggie could react, Macy kicked her knee. Did I give you permission to rise? How disorderly. Clutching her humiliation, Maggie gritted her teeth, silently cursing Macy. Just as she prepared to kneel again, the system in her head interrupted. The target emperor is approaching, please prepare. Maggie felt relief, standing straighter. She suddenly seemed emboldened. Your Majesty promised me I wouldn't have to kneel to anyone. Macy also heard the system's message in Maggie's mind and saw her fearless demeanor, finding it amusing. It seemed Maggie hadn't quite understood the situation yet. Even if the emperor favored her, Macy could dispose of anyone she wanted. If not for the interesting aspect Maggie brought, Macy wouldn't have wasted time playing with her. Macy smiled, well done. Then she raised her hand, ready to teach Maggie a lesson. Before Macy touched Maggie, the latter let out a pitiful cry and fell. Conversing mentally with the system, Maggie commanded, Conroe activate vulnerable skill. System, Conroe activated, duration 10 minutes. Make good use of this opportunity. Macy watched in amazement as Maggie suddenly appeared heartbreakingly vulnerable, especially those misty, teary eyes, evoking uncontrollable pity. Macy. Wow, this system is actually pretty interesting. Maven's timing was perfect, Enrico had just arrived at the courtyard gate. The first thing he saw was Macy with her hand raised while his beloved was falling to the ground, a scene that instantly tugged at his heartstrings. Enrico immediately felt both heartache and fury. He strode over quickly and shouted at Macy. Presumptuous. What are you doing? Macy slowly withdrew her hand and poked her ear, don't shout. With Enrico's support, Maven slowly got up, but her pale face suggested she was in some kind of pain, causing Enrico even more distress. His anger toward Macy grew. Conroy this moment, Maven communicated with the system in her mind. Conroe activate soft voice skill. Her voice became completely different, now sounding in a way that made people uncontrollably want to protect her. Your Majesty, don't blame her. I must have said something to upset her. Maven leaned weakly against Enrico, like a fragile white flower trembling in the wind. Enrico wrapped an arm around Maven's waist and glared fiercely at Macy. Mu Conroyna. In consideration of art, I have been very tolerant of you. Gemmet, you dared to do such a vicious thing. Did you push her? Macy stood still, watching Maven's performance. She casually brushed her hair and said with a smile. Yes, I did push her. Conroyed, I wanted to kill her too. How does it feel, Your Majesty? Enrico was taken aback. Conroyed Maven was even more stunned. What situation is this? The script is all wrong. This woman should be denying it vigorously. Then she could put on an act of being weak yet magnanimous, which would naturally make the Emperor pity her even more and despise this woman. Gemmet, why did this woman admit to something she didn't do? What was the point of her acting then? Enrico was dumbfounded for a while before regaining his senses. He looked at Macy with complex eyes and asked. Gemmet, 'cause you love me, so you wanted to kill her? Macy suppressed her laughter, thinking this dog of an emperor was starting to imagine things again. She remained silent, raising an eyebrow. Go away, all of you. Surprisingly, Enrico's anger subsided. He took Maven's hand and marched out of the courtyard gate, leaving behind a promise. Conroy, as long as you don't harm Maven, anything else, I will agree to. Held close by Enrico, Maven left in a daze, suddenly realizing that Mu Conroyna was far more formidable than she thought. Macy watched them leave with interest and heard Jackson exclaim in her mind. Why, Master, despite what you did, the dog Emperor's goodwill hasn't decreased at all. Macy, maybe he thinks I'm madly in love with him and jealous of Maven, so I acted like this. TSK, how pitiful. The courtyard fell silent as this not-so-impressive drama came to an end. For Macy, understanding the function of that seduction system was quite a gain. However, from Ishan's perspective, a low-class woman had unjustly slandered Macy. He had been silently standing in a corner, saying nothing. After Macy went to bed, he found an excuse to practice martial arts and left the room. Changing into night gear, he directly headed towards Maven's palace. Chapter 156, The Jamadi Concubine Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 23. After a session of intimacy with Curtis and Rico, Maven felt relaxed both mentally and physically. She bid farewell to the Emperor and was about to wash up for bed when she suddenly heard some commotion outside. Maven was puzzled and thought it might be the Emperor returning. She stepped out of the courtyard gate. Just as she stepped out, she saw her maid sprawled haphazardly at the entrance. Her heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. Just as she turned to head back inside, a pair of hands tightly wrapped around her neck, and a piece of cloth was stuffed into her mouth, muffling her cries. Conroy's powerful force dragged her outside. Maven struggled frantically but felt like a small chick being lifted effortlessly. Fear of death surged within her as she was dragged to the pond's edge. Her body began trembling as she heard a clear yet low voice beside her ear. "Didn't you say someone pushed you? Well, since you said so, let's see if you really get pushed." The voice, though melodious, sounded like an ominous ghost to Maven. Her eyes widened in terror as she was lifted without any resistance, then thrown directly into the pond. The pond was deep, and she couldn't swim. Maven struggled desperately, trying to scream but making no sound. Her arms flailed helplessly on the water's surface until she finally lost strength and sank down. In the last second before losing consciousness, Maven saw a pair of cold, piercing, pitch-black eyes that resembled an abyss. Ishan stood by the shore, expressionless, watching Maven sink. To ensure she wasn't faking death, he waited another quarter of an incense stick's time at the shore. Leavenly when the water's surface remained completely still did he turn and leave. Back at Conroyna's palace, he changed into new clothes, burned the ones he had worn, took a bath, and gently lay down beside Conroyna. The moment he lay down, Conroyna clung to him. The girl's voice was drowsy, not like her coquettish and seductive self during the day, but sweet and soft like a soft rice cake. "Where have you been?" Ishan moved closer, kissed her forehead lightly, and said in a hoarse voice. "Dealt with a fly." He gently hugged Conroyna's waist, afraid to apply too much force, as if handling an extremely precious treasure. How could his deity be made to suffer? Even if she didn't care herself, he couldn't allow it. What Ishan didn't expect was seeing that woman, Maven, standing in the hall during the morning audience the next day. Ishan was shocked, staring straight at Maven as if he'd seen a ghost. How was this possible? He had watched her drown with his own eyes last night. Moreover, even if she hadn't died, why did she appear as if nothing had happened? There wasn't even a hint of fear on her face after experiencing death. Ishan's mind raced with confusion. Conroyna, however, was unaware that Maven had already died once. Looking at the obediently bowing Maven, Conroyna sensed that something seemed different from yesterday. Indeed, just as she started questioning, she heard Maven conversing with what sounded like a system. "Maven, so, you call yourself a man-seducing system, right?" Conroy amazing. "I never thought I'd encounter a thing, and now I'm bound to a system. What do I need to do?" "System, you need to seduce the Emperor. I will grant you skills required for seduction. Step by step, with my help, you will become the most honored woman in this world." Maven, holy crap. That's awesome. This woman I'm paying respects to is apparently the most powerful concubine here. She looks like the nastiest villain in a palace drama, and I just can't stand her. I want to get rid of her. System, I'm not a palace intrigue system. Maven, no worries, I've acted in palace dramas before, so I got this. Listening to this conversation, Conroyna blinked. Seemed like the person inside this body had changed. The new person appeared to be a third-rate actress who had acted in palace dramas, showing no visible emotion while talking to the system, seeming more composed than the previous one. Lev of course, both shared one common trait, they both disliked her. Conroyna didn't care whether others liked or disliked her. Lev on the contrary, she enjoyed watching people despise her but unable to harm her. She couldn't resist licking her lips, sipping tea, and listening to Maven's conversation with the system. "Maven, what skills do you have?" System, soft and tender voice, mesmerizing eyes, subtle fragrance, enchanting dance, supreme instrument. Maven, wow, so cool, let me try them out. System, each skill lasts 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Host, do you wish to activate now? Maven thought for a moment, let's give it a try, after all, I need to familiarize myself with the effects. With that said, the system activated the skill. Conroyna watched as Maven suddenly became exceptionally captivating. Conroyna observed Maven's performance with great interest and before she knew it, she had finished her pastries and tea. She raised her hand, signaling Ishan to pour her a cup of water. However, after a few seconds, no one came to take the cup from her hand. Turning her head, Conroyna saw Ishan staring intently at Maven. The young man's entire attention was on Maven, who was testing the skills, and he hadn't even noticed Conroyna's gesture. Conroyna's face darkened. She slammed the teacup down with a loud bang, startling everyone. Leavenly then did Ishan finally look away from Maven, noticing Conroyna's empty teacup. His heart tightened as he hurriedly prepared to take it with both hands. However, Conroyna waved her hand. "Conroy of you, get out." The concubines who had come to pay respects left in single file, visibly relieved. For some reason, recently, Melanie Conroyna had been different from before, moody and unpredictable. They no longer dared to be as carefree as they used to. The palace emptied quickly, leaving only Conroyna and Ishan. Ishan bit his lower lip, feeling uneasy. He could sense Conroyna's anger but didn't know why. Was it because he hadn't poured her water? He cautiously walked up to Conroyna, lowering his head and whispering softly. "Sister." Conroyna abruptly grabbed his collar, yanking him towards her. Caught off guard, Ishan stumbled, almost falling onto Conroyna. He braced himself against her soft sofa, afraid of crushing her. Lifting his damp eyes, he asked nervously, "Sister, what's wrong?" Conroyna's cool fingers trailed up his neck, like a venomous snake spreading over his body. "Jim Rendon, you seem particularly attentive to that Maven." Her fingers slowly moved up from his neck to his eyes. Ishan instinctively closed his eyes, feeling Conroyna's fingers press lightly on them. His closed eyes throbbed painfully. In a calm yet mad voice, Conroyna said, "Since you enjoy staring at others so much, let's gouge out your eyes." Chapter 157, The Peerless Beauty Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 24. Ishan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyeballs, touched by Macy, were watering physiologically, but he still endured the instinctive reaction to close his eyes, staring at her motionlessly. "No, sister, no." He spoke hoarsely, trying hard to look into her eyes seriously. Under Macy's dark and insane gaze, not only did he not feel afraid, but he even felt a hidden pleasure. Her possessiveness over him seemed really strong. He became delighted with this discovery and moved closer to Macy rather than dodging her fingers. "Don't gouge out my eyes, sister, I still want to see you." Physiological tears streamed down his face, yet he was unwilling to blink once. Macy said nothing, so he kept talking. "I looked at Neve because I saw her die yesterday, but now she is actually alive to greet you." Macy paused, pulling back her hand. "You went to kill her last night?" "Yes," Ishan knelt before Macy, nodding. "I didn't tell you not because I wanted to hide it, but I didn't want you to waste any of your energy on her. She doesn't deserve it." Macy stared straight into his eyes and suddenly laughed. Indeed, he was telling the truth, his eyes never lied. Macy was instantly cheered up. When she laughed, her eyebrows curved gracefully, showing no trace of her earlier madness. "Why didn't you say so?" She wiped the tears from Ishan's face and gently hooked his chin. "Tell me what you found." Ishan craved Macy's touch, lowering his eyes and rubbing against her fingertips. He whispered. "I threw her into the lotus pond last night. It's deep, and she couldn't swim. I stayed for a while after she sank, afraid she wasn't dead enough. After all, she slandered that you pushed her." Ishan obediently leaned his cheek into Macy's palm, rubbing and then kissing her fingertips lightly. Conroy gentle wolf pup showed sharp fangs to everyone else but offered everything to her alone. Macy patted his head and asked, "Did you notice any changes in her today?" "Changes?" Ishan pondered. When he stared at Neve, all he could think about was, why is she still alive? What might she do to Macy? How can I kill her again? Conroy's for any changes in Neve, he hadn't noticed any. Ishan shook his head honestly, "It just doesn't seem reasonable, but I didn't notice any specific changes." Macy felt utterly relieved. No wonder someone else had taken possession of Neve's body. Apparently, Ishan had killed her once already. This time, it was another outsider. The outsider thought they were the chosen one, unaware that they were merely a host for a parasite. Macy remarked, "Don't worry, I know what she is. Just reincarnation." Ishan was still slightly uneasy. "Could she hurt you? Should I go kill her again?" "She can't be killed." "Quite interesting," Macy replied. She roughly understood the situation. This body couldn't die, probably due to the system's power. Conroy, as long as the system existed, no matter how many times it died, new souls would come through. Standing up, she tugged at Ishan's clothes. "Get up. Go to class, I'll go play with her." Ishan stood up. "Will sister be in danger?" Macy smiled. "What do you think?" "Lev, of course not." Ishan bit his lower lip. Conroy right. He indeed had much more to learn. He needed to grow stronger to stand by Macy's side. So even though he wanted to stick to Macy forever, he forced himself to separate desire from reason, gradually making himself stronger. After Ishan left for class, Macy called May happily and headed out. The Emperor should be dealing with official business in the Imperial study room, giving her a perfect opportunity to visit Neve and observe her system closely. If she could seize that system, maybe it could benefit Conroy de Bayo too. However, shortly after Macy left, several palace maids brought plaques and gifts into Macy's palace. They claimed they were delivering treasures from His Majesty, and indeed, behind them were items granted by the Emperor. The maidservants of the Imperial Consort's palace allowed these people in. These palace maids entered Macy's chambers, placed the gifts, then silently searched Macy's room. They took a silver hairpin engraved with Macy's name and one of Macy's belly bands. When Macy arrived at Neve's chamber, the servants loudly announced the arrival of the Imperial Consort. Neve was startled, unsure why the imperial consort would suddenly visit her. From the system, Jaylene had heard many tales and legends about this Melanie. She knew that the Melanie was arrogant and ruthless, showing no respect for others, and even beating two princes into serious injury. Despite this, she was still deeply favored by the emperor. Lasciviously, the biggest obstacle to her ascent was likely this Mukun Roina. Gemmet, so what? No matter how powerful Mukun Roina was, she was just an ordinary woman in this world. After all, Jaylene was an actress from 1,000 years in the future. Could she really not match wits with such a mere Melanie? Jaylene tidied her appearance and opened the door to greet her guest with a standard bow. Roina observed Jaylene's current behavior and thought that indeed, this new core was much smarter than before. Hearing that you fell into the water yesterday, as the head of this palace, I naturally have to come and check on you. Conroy, she spoke. Roina naturally took the upper seat. May, carrying tea and sweets, placed them beside Roina's hand. Jaylene was taken aback. Strange, she hadn't told anyone about falling into the water yesterday. Why did the Melanie know? There were only two possibilities. One, that nothing in the palace could escape the Melanie's notice, as her influence spread everywhere. Lever 2, the incident last night was orchestrated by the Melanie herself. Neither scenario was beneficial to her. After a moment of reflection, Jaylene said softly. It was just an accidental slip into the water, nothing serious. There's no need for your majesty to worry. Roina beckoned her with interest. Why stand so far away? Come closer. Feeling uneasy, Jaylene approached cautiously. Suddenly, Roina hooked her chin, forcing her to look up into Roina's eyes. There was no jealousy between women in those eyes, but rather a trace of ardor. What kind of look was this? Conroy, what sort of ambiguous gesture was this? Conroy, bizarre idea suddenly struck Jaylene. Could it be that this Melanie actually liked her? Summoning her courage, she looked at Conroyna again, confirming that the gaze was definitely not one reserved for a rival. This made her increasingly believe that her suspicion was true. She tested the waters. Your Majesty, after falling into the water yesterday, I feel unwell. Conroyna narrowed her eyes. Unwell, huh? May, return and arrange some tonics to be sent here for Neve. Jaylene's eyes widened slightly, masking the shock and exhilaration within. This was perfect. Now she had another tool to exploit. Chapter 158, The Peerless Beauty Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 25. Macy was now in a pleasant mood, and naturally, she had the interest to play with Maven for a while. The day she grew tired of this game would likely mark the end of Maven and the Charm Man system. Her malice was hidden under a sweet smile, deceiving not only Maven but even the system. Conroy low-level system could not sense Macy's danger. Even when Macy approached Maven, it still whispered in her mind. Host, this concubine has high status. If you can gain her support, your efforts will be much more effective. Maven, that's exactly what I think. She was unaware that these words had been overheard by Macy long ago. Macy stood as if watching an insect perform, staying longer than necessary before leaving, seemingly finding particular interest in it. Returning to the palace, she suddenly halted, sniffing the air, her expression turning grave. Who has been here? The maids quickly responded, Your Majesty, it was a lady official delivering items for His Majesty. This explanation made perfect sense. If concubine wasn't present, items from His Majesty were often delivered directly. Macy narrowed her eyes, silent, then proceeded to her room. Conroy, apart from a hint of unfamiliar scent, nothing seemed out of place. Several chests filled with priceless treasures awaited her to open them. Gemmet Macy couldn't be bothered, simply waving her hand. May, arranged to send them directly to General's mansion. Isn't eldest Gembrother into business? Send it to him. There was no one else who dared to dispose of items from His Majesty so casually. Gemmet May thought everything reasonable. So, shortly after these chests arrived, they were moved again. Just finishing a lesson, Ishan was preparing to sneak back to see Macy. He suddenly noticed a few officials who looked suspicious on his way back. These women seemed hurried and guilty, walking briskly towards the palace exit. They held permits for exiting the palace, as if they had urgent matters. Though Ishan usually never asked about the dirty affairs within the palace, he suddenly noticed that these women came from the direction of the concubine's residence. With his excellent memory, he identified them as people belonging to Virtuous Consort. The third prince had been beaten by him, and Virtuous Consort harbored deep hatred towards Macy, surely planning some harm against her. Even without solid evidence linking these people to Macy, Ishan frowned and decided to follow them closely. He silently trailed behind those two women. Levins outside the palace, they changed their clothes, winding through the streets until they reached a house at the outskirts, handing something over to a man inside. Ernst nodded greedily and lustfully, pocketing the items. After the women left, Ishan waited for the man to step out, then sneaked into the room, opening the small bundle. Upon seeing the items inside, Ishan's pupils contracted. It was Macy's hairpin and undergarment. In an instant, his heart filled with wrath, drawing a dagger ready to chase down the man, intending to punish him cruelly. Gemmet then he paused, resheathing the dagger, placing it at his waist. He tucked the hairpin and undergarment into his robes and swiftly leaped back toward the palace. These people must die, but not yet. Conroy's idea struck him, a way to make them reap what they sowed. Ishan entered the virtuous consort's palace, disdainfully stealing a hairpin and undergarment from her, placing them into the man's small package. Jemmy the time he completed everything, it was past lunchtime. Hurriedly arriving at Macy's courtyard, he faced a fierce wave of sword energy. Ishan curled his lips, sidestepping and gently pulling his opponent's wrist, bringing her close. Sorry, he whispered, I returned late. Don't be angry, sister. Macy hummed softly, brandishing her sword. The dog emperor sent me this good sword, so I'm giving it to you. If you don't like it, I'll keep it. I love it. Ishan hurriedly said. Conroictually, he wasn't skilled with long swords, preferring close combat, but he wouldn't allow Macy to use anything from Enrico. Conroicter expressing his fondness, Ishan took the long sword from Macy, as if fearing another second would contaminate her. Walking into the hall, Macy asked, What did you do? Ishan opened his mouth, ready to tell Macy everything that had just happened. Gemmet then he suddenly thought of the stomacher he was holding in his arms and abruptly changed his mind, not wanting to say a word. If he spoke up, he'd have to return it to Macy. If he didn't say anything, wouldn't it become his? Ishan moved his lips but only managed to say, I went out of the palace, dealt with some matters at Tamakaji Pavilion. Conroytracted by today's lunch menu, Macy hadn't noticed anything unusual about Ishan's expression and did not suspect anything amiss. Conroy, right, come join me for lunch. Ishan sat down with a smile, his ears slightly flushed. How shameful, how despicable, how disgraceful. He berated himself in his heart, picking up a piece of food Macy had just touched, feeling today's dishes were particularly delicious. In the afternoon, when Terry came to give Macy a shoulder massage, she asked, Your Majesty, do you have any special requests for the upcoming Lotus Gemanquet? Macy, what Lotus Gemanquet? Terry, aren't you the one who prepares it every year? You forgot. Macy searched her memory and finally managed to recall the original owner's memory of this banquet. The Lotus Gemanquet was held every June, where not only all the concubines of the harem attended, but also many daughters of officials would come. It was an excellent opportunity for everyone to make an impression on the emperor. Every year, there were always contests of beauty and talent, creating quite a lively scene. This year, Macy had completely forgotten about it, and Terry felt it wasn't necessary to remind her, so she had made all the arrangements without telling Macy. Macy lazily replied, I don't have any requests, but I have a premonition that something interesting will happen at this Lotus Gemanquet. For example, last year, a she disgraced herself publicly during the banquet. Even though she claimed it was due to someone's plot, she was still despised by His Majesty and sent to the cold palace. Thinking about these women making a show of themselves excited Macy. Conroy the most interesting one would surely be Maven. Coming from 1,000 years later, she must have some entertaining talents to showcase. Meanwhile, inside Jolyon Fei's palace. Jolyon Fei looked at the two female officials kneeling before her and whispered. Everything is prepared? Conroy absolutely foolproof? The two female officials bowed their heads, Conroy absolutely foolproof. Jolyon Fei sneered, Levins, this plan succeeds, not only will your families be unharmed, but they will also receive rewards from this palace. The two female officials hurriedly thanked her and took their leave. Jolyon Fei stared at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, tapping her fingers lightly on the table with long nail covers. This was a chance seized together with Marianne and several other concubines who detested the Amanda Dowager. They would certainly ruin that wicked woman's reputation. Chapter 159, The Peerless Jamadi She Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 26. Levin the day of the Lotus Gemanquet, all the concubines and noble young ladies went to great lengths to adorn themselves. They had to be unique in their attire and accessories, and their makeup and demeanor must be top-notch. When Macy was dragged out of bed by May, her eyes hadn't fully opened yet. Last night, she unintentionally teased the little cutie a bit too much, especially when the teenager's fox-like eyes glistened with moisture and her corners of her eyes turned red. That was when she felt most attracted. It seemed like Dwight's charm had grown on her even more. Because she teased a bit too much last night, Basil got up early in the morning, took a cold shower, then ran to the training ground without coming back for breakfast. Macy squinted her eyes and let May draw her eyebrows and apply lipstick. After a while, May sighed. No matter how the Amanda dresses up, she can never look better than her natural self. Macy smiled. Then it settled. Pick an outfit for me. I'm already looking forward to the show. Just as Macy finished changing into the palace dress selected by May, the voice of a lady-in-waiting came from outside. Amanda, the Lotus Gemanquet is about to start. Hearing this, Macy stood up. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a soft and gentle voice. It was Maven. Maven bowed to Macy and whispered, I have met you, Your Majesty. You always make me feel close. Conroy's, this is my first time attending the Lotus Gemanquet. I boldly asked if I could go with you. I hope you won't blame me for being impolite. There was an element of gambling in Maven's words. She believed Macy liked her but was unsure based on only Macy's recent actions. So today, she came to test again. If Macy agreed, it would confirm her feelings for her. Meanwhile, Maven would get noticed by other concubines and declare herself under the protection of the imperial concubine. Even if Macy found her presumptuous, she wouldn't do anything bad to her. In short, it was a win-win situation. Macy laughed gently. Sure, come along then. Maven felt overjoyed and lowered her head shyly. You are so kind to me, can I call you sister? Sister, I didn't prepare anything, will I embarrass you? Macy raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's fine. I'm not prepared either. I'm just there for the fun, to watch others perform. Maven lowered her head and followed Macy obediently. No one could see the gleam and ambition in her eyes. Levin the way, Maven asked casually, Sister, do you think His Majesty will come? He loves you so much, he'll definitely come to watch you, right? Her voice was sweet and innocent with a touch of respect, but who knew how much malice it hid? Macy replied, he might come for a look but won't stay long since many unmarried young ladies are here. Maven was relieved. Conroy, as long as His Majesty came, she was confident enough to attract attention. After all, she still had some tricks up her sleeve. Conroy, soon as they entered the Imperial Garden, everyone's gaze focused on them. Macy was like a bright moon that suddenly fell among thousands of stars. Instantly, all the other lights paled in comparison. Macy wore a red palace dress embroidered with golden phoenixes about to take flight. Levin, her head was a golden hairpin decorated with peacock stones, which were rare and legendary. Such vibrant colors and extravagant jewelry usually would overpower anyone, but when worn by Macy, they only accentuated her beauty. Conroy, the concubines and young noble girls were astounded by her beauty. She was as striking as the most intense flame, captivating everyone's attention. The Amanda's attire far exceeded the standard set for even the Amanda. Though there was no Amanda at the moment, no one else would dare to dress like this. Macy never cared for such rules. Noticing others' gazes, Maven suddenly regretted following Macy. She shouldn't have been behind Macy. She had also dressed carefully today, wearing a green silk dress, making her look like a fresh sprout on a branch, pure and adorable. Each accessory was chosen with care. Without Macy, she indeed would have been the most eye-catching one. Gemmet next to such a blazing flame, a fresh sprout became nothing. Macy sat down at the front without hesitation amid numerous envious glances. Summer concubine Jiayu also sat down where she was supposed to, but now everyone looked at her differently. When did Summer concubine Jiayu start accompanying Melanie Gouet? Conroy, looking at Melanie Gouet's expression, it didn't seem like she disliked Summer concubine Jiayu at all. Could they have a relationship? Eve and Summer concubine Jiayu were the last to arrive. Blakely felt displeased but was more gleeful. They were confident their plan was foolproof, and today they would certainly ruin Melanie Gouet's reputation. Thinking of Eve's pitiful appearance, Blakely showed a gentle smile on her face. Eve noticed Blakely's expression, raised an eyebrow, and returned an extremely dazzling smile. For some reason, when Blakely saw this smile, she suddenly felt startled and lowered her eyes, taking a deep breath. It wouldn't go wrong. Blakely cast a covert glance toward Lady Marianne. Lady Marianne had been under house arrest but still managed to get back on good terms with His Majesty, who eventually lifted her confinement and returned the crown prince to her. Though Lady Marianne now had her freedom, she despised Eve deeply. The plan targeting Eve today was co-conspired by Blakely and Lady Marianne. Levin's Eve saw everyone seated. She spoke casually about the sisters gathering to appreciate the lotuses and declared the lotus banquet began, asking several young ladies to compose poems about the lotus. Upon hearing the topic, Summer concubine Jiayu's eyes brightened involuntarily, feeling both alarmed and delighted. She was surprised that she guessed right, and delighted that she had already prepared. Coming from the 21st century, even if one didn't study much, they knew a few poems about the lotus. If she could surprise everyone now, even without His Majesty present, it would reach his ears, surely increasing his favorability. Thinking this, Summer concubine Jiayu looked at Eve with pity. Eve lazily sat in the chief's seat, half closed her eyes, and watched the lively scenes below. What intrigued her most was Summer concubine Jiayu. After several concubines finished composing their poems, Eve couldn't help but speak first. Summer concubine Jiayu, I've heard you are talented. Can you recite a poem? Summer concubine Jiayu was delighted, confirming that Eve liked her. She stood up and bowed gracefully. Your Majesty, I know a little. Very well. Give me a poem on the lotus within half an incense stick's time, and if it's good, I will reward you, Eve said with a smile. Summer concubine Jiayu deliberately pondered for a moment before lifting her head. Your Majesty, your servant has thought of something. Eve raised an eyebrow. So quickly? Recite it then. Summer concubine Jiayu revealed a confident smile and started reciting. In Westlake 6th month indeed the scenery is unlike any other season. Endless green leaves stretch skyward, while the lotus blooms blush in the sun's red hue. Conroy, soon as she finished, everyone except Eve showed expressions of astonishment. This poem was truly marvelous, astonishing everyone. Eve took a sip of tea from her cup to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Levithers hadn't heard this poem, but she had. It was famous in all three worlds she had seen. Was Summer concubine Jiayu not ashamed at plagiarizing so shamelessly? Seeing Summer concubine Jiayu's proud yet reserved expression, Eve thought she wasn't just unashamed but even proud. Eve couldn't help clapping for Summer concubine Jiayu's thick skin. Conroy, wonderful poem. Summer concubine Jiayu blushed modestly. Your Majesty, please excuse my inadequacy. Then the other noble girls also composed poems, but none could compare to Summer concubine Jiayu's. In the first round of poetry recitation, summer concubine Jiayu almost became the focus of the banquet. Levi, their concubines, now looked at summer concubine Jiayu differently. She used to be ordinary and never stood out, but now how did she become so excellent? Did this mean that even if Melanie Gui fell, there was still summer concubine Jiayu above them? Summer concubine Jiayu appeared humble. Feeling the jealous or admiring gazes around her, she felt incredibly pleased inside. In her previous life, she was merely an 18th-tier actress known through social media hype, black materials, and marketing. Her acting was mediocre, and she had plastic surgery. True fans were scarce, mostly consisting of haters. Yet she never blamed herself, instead believing others lacked vision. What she enjoyed most was this feeling of being envied by others. Moreover, she was very confident in her abilities. How could these noble maidens from feudal times compete with a modern woman who was smart, accomplished, and educated? Just then, the system in summer concubine Jiayu's mind suddenly spoke. Detected target approaching, please prepare. Maven felt a surge of joy in her heart. She quietly said to the system in her mind, Conroe, activate the Dazzling Grace skill. System has activated Dazzling Grace. The skill will last for 10 minutes. Due to the host not sharing the Emperor's chamber for 3 days, the system's energy is low. If the Emperor's favorability does not increase after activating this skill, the host will be punished. Chapter 160, The Jamadi from a Foreign Land Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 27. Conroy's the announcement of His Majesty has arrived sounded. Everyone stood up and bowed toward Enrico. Each woman wore a coy smile, subtly shaking their head ornaments to reveal their fair and slender necks, trying to catch even a glance from the Emperor. Yet they had forgotten that no matter how dazzling the stars are, once the moon appears, no one will pay attention to those stars. Enrico's eyes were fixed on Macy, feeling that the red dress she wore seemed to set a passionate fire in his heart. Even though the imperial concubine had been in the palace for 2 years, why had he only now noticed her beauty? Enrico took 2 steps forward and sat down next to Macy. Then he raised his hand, saying, "Gem at ease." Since Macy was already seated at the head table, it wasn't unusual for Enrico to sit beside her. Yet when Macy saw Enrico sitting next to her, she glanced sideways at him, then imperceptibly moved a little away from Enrico. Maven activated her captivating skill, hoping to catch the Emperor's eye. She was certain that if the Emperor met her gaze, his favor would increase again. Yet what she didn't expect was that upon entering, the Emperor's gaze immediately fixed on Macy, not sparing her a second look. Conroe anxiety welled up in Maven's heart. If she couldn't quickly raise the Emperor's favor, she would be punished. Gritting her teeth, Maven stood up, greeted the Emperor and Macy with a graceful bow, and said softly, "Recently, I have learned a new dance. Might I have the opportunity to perform for your Majesty and sister?" Her voice finally caught Enrico's attention. Meeting Maven's captivating eyes, Enrico felt a stir in his heart. Conroy at the same time, the system in Maven's mind spoke up. Target affection increased by 5 points. Current affection, 70. Macy also heard this voice, raising an eyebrow as she thought aloud in her mind. Precious, I didn't expect Maven's system affection to be only 70, while mine is already at 60. How did she manage that? Precious sighed, "My lord, it's not because Maven is inadequate but rather that you are extraordinary. Conroy, among my previous hosts, it took several years, or even a lifetime, to raise someone's affection by just a few points. Yet you managed to reach 60 in just 1 or 2 months. Do you know what 60 points of affection mean? In ordinary people, 60 points of affection is enough for marriage in Dariusren." Macy nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Speaking of which, besides testing the target's affection, can Precious also test the villain's affection towards me?" Precious's voice carried a hint of grievance. "My lord, many of my abilities have been locked away. In the past, I could have done so, but I cannot now." Macy chuckled, "No problem, I'll help you upgrade." Conroy amidst Precious's excited thanks, Macy looked back at Maven. With implicit permission from both, Maven rose gracefully and walked to the center of the banquet hall. In the next moment, Maven began to untie her waist sash. Some of the consorts couldn't help gasping in surprise at her sudden boldness. Yet when Maven loosened her outer green silk gown, everyone saw that beneath it, she wore a pure white pleated skirt. The material of the skirt shimmered like a dragonfly's wings, flashing pink or purple in the sunlight. Many of the consorts stared in amazement. Yet Macy knew this effect was called polarization, clearly a technology from another world created by that system. Sure enough, the mechanical voice rang out. "Host has used the fairy dress skill." Macy watched Maven with interest, finding the dress truly beautiful, making her appear like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Maven raised one hand over her head, forming a delicate finger gesture, while the other lightly touched her cheek. The fairy dress accentuated her slim waist and perfect curves without appearing frivolous, instead giving off an air of purity. Skill, Dance of Conroy activated, duration 10 minutes. The sound of strings and flutes filled the air as Maven began to dance gracefully, her movements light as a swallow, every step elegant and refined. Macy widened her eyes slightly, admiring the performance. Indeed, it was magnificent. This system was far more capable than she had imagined, piquing her interest even more. The Emperor was similarly captivated. Enrico stared intently at Maven, whom he loved deeply. Conroyal Maven seemed different from before. The current Maven made his heart race even more. If Sue performed this dance, it would be even more. Enrico was startled by his own thoughts. Why did he think of Sue? Unable to resist, Enrico turned his head to glance at Macy sitting next to him. He noticed Macy watching Maven's dance with a burning gaze and intense eyes. It was as if she were the one being bewitched by the Emperor. Furrowing his brows, a strange feeling welled up in Enrico's heart, causing him to momentarily forget about Maven's dance. Conroyter finishing her dance, Maven didn't hear the system reporting an increase in the target's affection. She couldn't help but ask uncertainly. System, what's going on? Why hasn't the affection increased? The system's voice was cold and emotionless. This system does not make mistakes. The target's affection has indeed not increased. The host has used 3 skills, yet the target's affection has only increased by 5 points. The system will initiate punishment within 24 hours. If the host successfully shares the night with the target tonight, the punishment will be cancelled. Maven felt a chill in her heart. She never thought her first attempt to entice the target would fail so miserably. Using 3 skills only managed to raise the affection by 5 points. No, tonight she must find a way to get the Emperor to her room. Maven's dance failed to captivate the Emperor but instead earned her many enemies. She wished she could slap herself for her mistake. Macy watched this performance unfold with great satisfaction. Waving her hand, she smiled and said, "Let's continue, my sisters." The Lotus viewing banquet continued, but everyone now had different thoughts in mind, barely maintaining a superficial festive atmosphere. Before long, the banquet reached the moment Macy had been looking forward to, the meal. Conroyal. The dishes served at this banquet were related to lotus flowers, lotus flower beauty porridge, crispy fried lotus flowers, lotus red bean pastries, black chicken stewed with lotus seeds. Many of the dishes were unfamiliar to Macy, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she began to enjoy her meal heartily. Just as the last dish was about to be served, a young palace maid serving the food suddenly stumbled forward. The bird's nest and lotus seed soup splashed toward Macy's clothes. Macy raised an eyebrow, thinking, what a cliché plot. Before anyone could react, Macy suddenly lifted her hand and gently hooked the waist of the little palace maid. The maid felt a strong force come over her. For some reason, she couldn't control herself and turned around, causing the lotus seed soup that should have spilled onto Macy's dress to directly fall onto the Emperor's body. Chapter 161, The Peerless Demon Concubine Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 28. Enrico did not expect this to happen either. Even though he quickly stood up, it was too late for him to dodge. He was directly splattered with lotus seed soup. Enrico's face darkened as he glared at the little palace maid kneeling on the ground in panic and trembling. He said coldly, "Take her away." The little palace maid trembled, her face deathly pale, filled with despair. Seeing that the young girl was about to be taken away, Macy suddenly smiled and spoke up, "Wait." The 2 Imperial guards stopped in their tracks, hesitating as they glanced at the Melanie and then at the Emperor. Macy asked, "Little girl, tell me who sent you?" Conroyed these words, Majin and Conroy Tendant Marionet's expressions changed. The palace maid on the ground closed her eyes, finally saying, "No one." It was just this servant's carelessness. Macy's gaze deepened, "What a pity. I gave you a chance." Having said that, she waved her hand, "Take her away." The little palace maid was dragged away like that. Enrico's originally wonderful mood was ruined. He frowned as he stared at the stains on his clothes and said coldly, "I will go change." Macy laughed charmingly, "Your Majesty, please take your time leaving." Her bright eyes under the sunlight were like a deadly blade. Jamadi could kill. Enrico's heart raced sharply. Muanshuan, the devoted system, reported, the target's favorability has increased by 5 points. Now it has reached 65. Well, the Neve system said its favorability reached 75, and you always fell short by 10 points. Gemmet, now it seems even the best system can't match your charm. Macy couldn't help but laugh, Muanshuan is so eloquent. Conroyal, though she knew the little thing was flattering her mood was indeed very good. Macy's smile was so captivating that one couldn't look away. Enrico paused in his steps, taking a deep breath to calm his heartbeat before walking briskly toward the rear palace. He thought, why not stay in the Melanie's chambers tonight? Majin and Conroy Tendant Marionnet heaved a sigh of relief, exchanging a glance. Fortunately, the little palace maid didn't speak. Since this method didn't work, there was always another. Conroy Tendant Marionnet quietly stood up, whispering something to a servant, then walked out. Macy kept her eyes forward, feeling no sense of danger, even somewhat thankful to Majin. If it weren't for this bowl of lotus seed soup, she would have had to sit next to such an annoyance as the Emperor. If it were her beloved, she wouldn't mind his presence, but what was an Emperor? With him gone, she could finally have peace. Macy focused all her attention on the food in front of her. In her mouth was exquisite cuisine, and below her was melodious singing and graceful dancing. Conroy, this moment, Macy suddenly felt the joy of being an Emperor. Conroy, after half an hour, just as Macy thought Majin and Conroy Tendant Marionnet only had this much skill, a female official whom she found familiar walked over confidently. That official talked to Mutin, and Macy recognized her as someone working near the upper study hall. The upper study hall was where her beloved studied. Did something happen to him? Indeed, after Mutin heard the official's report, she frowned, then came to Macy's side, bending down and whispering in her ear softly. Madam, it's rumored that Micah had some conflict with Andrew in the upper study hall and was injured. Would you like to see? Win Z, being a hostage, had a status lower than the palace servants, but he was still called Micah. Macy squinted her eyes, remaining expressionless for a while, then stood up. Lead me there. She raised her chin at the female official. Guide me. Daring not to meet Macy's eyes, the official bowed respectfully and answered, yes, then walked out. Conroy's Macy left, Enrico returned after changing his clothes. Not seeing Macy, Enrico felt a bit puzzled. Mirren told him, Her Majesty will be here momentarily. Enrico then sat in the seat of honor. His gaze fell on Neve below. He had to admit, he still loved Neve the most. No matter how many beauties were around, his eyes would always land on Neve's face when she was seated. Lev originally, he intended to love only Neve. Gemmet now, he thought Macy was also very suitable as his wife. After all, as an emperor, he should naturally have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Now although he had a harem, only Macy and Neve received his favors, and both of them should be deeply grateful. Once he solidified his power and eliminated the Mu family, he would certainly make Macy the Amanda and Neve the Melanie, thus ruling the world with his 2 favorite women. On one side, Enrico was having a sweet dream, while on the other, Macy followed the female official to a courtyard. Macy was invited into a room by the female official. Looking at the somewhat dimly lit room, the curve of her lips widened. Ishan is in here? The female official nodded, yes, because he had a conflict with the Andrew and was injured. So Micah ran to this place himself. He did not want you to know yet, but I thought it necessary to inform you. Very reasonable. Macy nodded and stepped into the room. Conroy she took 2 steps forward, the door behind her suddenly closed. The sound of a lock being turned came from outside. Macy wasn't surprised at all, she chuckled softly, what kind of drama is this? Leavey outside, the voice of the female official trembled with a hint of crying, Your Majesty, don't blame me, I had no choice. After saying this, the voice and footsteps of the female official grew more distant. In the dimly lit room, Macy smelled an odd fragrance. The scent grew stronger, a tall man staggered out of the inner chamber. When the man saw Macy, his eyes brightened, and he was momentarily stunned. He had heard that the Melanie was extraordinarily beautiful, but he hadn't expected her beauty to be like a celestial fairy. Conroy's sense of unworthiness suddenly surged in the man's heart, but the next second, he realized that no matter how beautiful this woman was today, she would become his, Lu Chun's woman. Ernst touched the belly warmer in his arms and smiled wickedly. He opened his arms and took a step toward Macy. Macy lowered her head slightly. In the dim light, her exquisite and radiant features were unclear. The man approached within 3 steps of her. Macy abruptly lifted her head. Ernst faltered in his step, a sense of inexplicable fear suddenly rising in his heart. Enrico grew impatient waiting for Macy. Didn't she say she'd be back shortly? Why hasn't she come yet? Just as Enrico was getting impatient, a female official suddenly stumbled in, shouting. It's not good. The Melanie, she. Enrico didn't get a chance to speak before Jolienfi stood up first, looking worried. Tell us, what happened to the Melanie? The female official knelt on the ground, seemingly suddenly realizing something, hesitating. I don't know. Enrico sensed something was wrong and stood up. Where's the Melanie? The way the palace maid stammered only heightened Enrico's sense of foreboding. This also made everyone present exchange glances, some excited, some uneasy. Tell us quickly, what happened to the Melanie? Don't you see we are all very worried? Finally seeming unable to bear the pressure, the palace maid pointed to a nearby courtyard. The Melanie is inside. Right, said Jolienfi, lead the way. The palace maid clenched her teeth, stood up, and nodded. Enrico followed the palace maid, and so did Jolienfi, Lady Marianne, and several other concubines with higher ranks. Jolienfi kept her head down, suppressing her elation. She thought to herself. Indeed, that rumor was true. The Melanie now cared about nothing but the lowly Micah. The thought of this arrogant and domineering Melanie finally meeting her downfall or even death, Jolienfi struggled to keep her smile hidden. When they arrived at the courtyard, they heard strange noises coming from inside. Enrico's expression changed suddenly, as if realizing something, and he angrily rushed forward. Jamang. Enrico kicked open the door. The sight inside, everyone screamed and covered their mouths. Macy was half crouching on the ground. Several drops of fresh blood splattered across her cheeks, making her delicate features appear even more bewitching. Her hands and chest were covered in blood, holding a dagger that was cutting off a man's left arm. Ernst's right arm and legs had already been severed from his body and discarded aside. Most terrifyingly, the man was still barely alive. Macy raised her face and gave a bright smile. Levy, everyone has arrived. Chapter 162, The Peerless Jamadi Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 29. In the dead silence, the instigator was trembling all over. Magdalena walked at the forefront, and she was the first to witness the horrifyingly gruesome scene, which left her momentarily dizzy and faint. Pungent smell of blood filled the air. These ladies had been pampered, they hadn't even seen a chicken being slaughtered, let alone such a terrifying method of killing. Someone screamed in agony first, followed by everyone else clamping their mouths shut and backing away frantically. The pampered women leaned against the trees in the courtyard, vomiting. Marianne leaned on a tree, her legs weak. Her mind went blank, not knowing where she was or what she should do. However, Magdalena was tough. Although she was extremely scared, she still stood there. She could not collapse, no matter how horrifying the situation was, she couldn't fall, as too many plans and efforts would go to waste. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Magdalena took 2 steps back and tried to breathe in some fresh air before speaking shakily. Auguste's consort, what are you doing? Macy completely ignored her. She seemed like a Darius who found an interesting toy, continuing her actions with the dagger even under everyone's watchful eyes. Not until she casually severed the man's limbs and tossed them aside did she slowly stand up, stabbing the dagger into the man's chest. Ernst, lying on the ground, twitched violently, his throat emitting a hoarse, inhuman roar. To everyone's ears, that sound was sickening and frightening, but Macy smiled brightly as if it were music to her ears. Standing up, she clapped her hands. Why have all of you come here? Did you specially come to watch my performance? The emperor beside her was utterly stunned. He had seen interrogations at the Grand Court, but this scene was still shocking and repulsive. Struggling to regain his composure, he looked up at Macy in disbelief. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Roina. How could you do something like this? Macy blinked innocently. What am I doing? Stepping forward, she wiped the blood off her face. Seeing Macy's action, everyone involuntarily took a step back. Even though the girl's features were exceptionally beautiful, resembling the most seductive flower, everyone felt unease. Staring into Macy's deep and unreadable eyes, Magdalena suddenly felt a shock. Had Auguste's consort gone mad? If she wasn't mad, how could she do such a thing? Magdalena's heart skipped a beat, temporarily forgetting the nausea and fear. She stepped forward loudly. Auguste's consort, why are you alone with a stranger? If we hadn't arrived in time, would you have killed him? Why did you try to cover up your actions? Have you done something unspeakable? Magdalena pressed on relentlessly, hoping to see Macy's panic. Gemmet unexpectedly, Macy stared calmly at her, even clapping twice. Wow, you seem to make sense. Go on, tell us more about your theory. Magdalena was stunned, feeling an eerie sensation. Gemmet, it was too late to retreat now. Magdalena bowed respectfully to the pale-faced emperor and said, why don't we investigate this man's identity? If he has nothing to do with Auguste's consort, it will clear her name. The emperor nodded, frowning. With his command, several guards came forward. Even the seasoned imperial guards felt uncomfortable upon seeing this scene. Holding their breath, they knelt down and began searching the man's body, finding a small package inside his clothes. Conroy, apart from this package, the man had nothing else on him. The guard handed the package to the emperor, but Enrico hesitated due to the bloodstains. Instead, Magdalena feigned terror and offered tremulously, Your Majesty, this is unclean. Conroy, allow me to check for you. Enrico agreed. Conroy approaching, Magdalena suppressed her disgust, holding her breath to avoid the smell, and carefully opened the package. Just as expected. Inside was a red belly band and a silver hairpin. Though stained with blood, obscuring details, Magdalena knew her plan was almost successful. Magdalena barely controlled her excited facial expression, coming to stand beside the emperor and bowed. Your Majesty, it's a red belly band and a silver hairpin. However, they are covered with blood, making them hard to recognize. Perhaps I should have someone clean them up for Your Majesty's inspection. Conroy, soon as Enrico heard about these items, his face turned from white to green. He almost immediately recognized whose these items were. Conroy, man and a woman alone, covering up a murder, with such intimate items found on the dead man. Enrico glared fiercely at Macy. Roina. You have great audacity. Enrico waved his hand directly, take down consort of honor. No, from today on, she is no longer consort of honor. Conroy's timid voice sounded in Macy's mind. Flint, Master, the subject's affinity has dropped by 60 points, now only 5 left. If you don't want to leave this world, pay attention to the boundaries. If it suddenly becomes negative, you'll have to leave. Macy curled the corner of her mouth, watching the guards who were striding towards her aggressively. Just as she was about to speak, a low yet urgent voice came from outside. Stop. Who dares touch her? Everyone looked toward the door. Conroy, tall young man in black robes, stood there, his face cold and handsome, holding a black longsword. Even though his appearance was exceptionally good-looking, people wouldn't notice his face first but his terrifying aura like Yama, the god of death. It turned out to be the 4th August, that humble hostage. Eustace's wild beast-like eyes swept over everyone, causing chills. Eustace gave a deep glance at Macy with a smile in her eyes, then checked her hands and body to ensure she wasn't hurt, before he sighed in relief. He steadied his rapid heartbeat, looking at Enrico. Your Majesty, the matter is not yet investigated clearly, and you're planning to imprison consort of honor. Conroy, are you thinking of taking action against Art? The Emperor was shocked, disbelief coloring his expression as he looked at Eustace. His secret thoughts were exposed by this humble hostage, which had never happened to him before. Conroy turning into laughter, his intention to kill Eustace became firmer. He thought that after this matter, he would find a reason to kill this humble hostage directly. Jean Country will be his eventually anyway. Enrico said, "Nonsense, get lost." Conroy soon as he spoke, the guards who were preparing to bind Macy moved toward Eustace. Eustace coldly watched the few approaching men, suddenly raising his sword. The sword hummed, its sharpness piercing through everyone's ears. Jet black hair flew with the wind, moving with his cloak, his handsome side face mirroring the sharp sword air. Though these imperial bodyguards were skilled, they were forced back several steps due to unpreparedness. Taking advantage of this gap, Eustace flashed past the corpse, standing before Macy. His sword edge barely grazed Macy's cheek, gently lifting a lock of her hair falling near her ear. Conroy that moment, the sword's edge softened, as if gentle fingers brushed her cheek. Eustace whispered hoarsely, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Macy never needed anyone to protect her. Not even when she was with her teacher did she ever think of being protected, instead always rushing forward in danger. Gemmet now, when she looked up into Eustace's eyes, something fuzzy seemed to scratch her heart. Macy heard herself whisper, "Levi K." Eustace smiled slightly at her, the coldness in his features dispelled by the spring breeze, showcasing youthful vigor. Then he turned, shielding Macy behind him tightly. He pointed at the red belly band and silver hairpin with his chin, "Your Majesty, perhaps take a closer look at these items." Chapter 163, The Jamadi Temptress Tames the Rival Nation's Tyrant, 30. Enrico gritted his teeth as he glared at Ishan, thinking that this lowly hostage prince had finally revealed his true colors and must not be left alive any longer. Enrico didn't want to listen to Ishan at all. He coldly commanded, "Take action, what are you hesitating for?" Several guards finally came back to their senses. They drew their long swords from their waists and walked toward Macy and Ishan. Just as Ishan was ready to die protecting Macy, she suddenly let out a light laugh. Macy looked at the Emperor, her eyes already filled with moisture. Conroy, though she was smiling, it was tinged with 3 parts of bitterness and 7 parts of despair. It was like a girl who had offered her sincere heart, watching helplessly as it shattered before her eyes. The Emperor's heart skipped a beat. "Hold it." He involuntarily blurted out these 2 words. The guards stopped in their tracks, silently complaining, "What's going on? Should we capture or not? We've been going back and forth so many times." Tears lingered in Macy's eyes, the moisture spreading across her exquisitely beautiful phoenix-like eyes. Her arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by 7 parts of fragility and 3 parts of coquettishness. No matter who saw her like this, they wouldn't believe that the one who just committed murder and dismemberment could be her. Seeing Macy like this, Nevan thought it was bad news. If this consort managed to bewitch His Majesty this way, then all her efforts would have been in vain. Nevan hurriedly spoke up, "Your Imperial Highness, please don't act so pitiful. You were the one who killed and betrayed the Emperor. Do you really think His Majesty will forgive you for this?" Gemmet Macy ignored Nevan and gazed at Enrico, sniffing slightly. "Your Majesty." Her words were half-spoken, full of seemingly about to overflow. Enrico's heart quivered again. He seemed to be sucked into those moist, beautiful eyes, willingly drowning in them. He recalled what Ishan had said earlier, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. "Conroy, Mukan Royna, I'll give you one last chance." Nevan sneered inwardly, thinking how skilled this concubine was, even daring to argue at such a critical moment. She looked proudly at the Emperor beside her, thinking once His Majesty thoroughly lost faith in the concubine, everything would be over. However, when Enrico clearly saw the small characters embroidered on the undergarment, his eyes widened. Lev observing the Emperor's expression, Nevan felt a sudden indescribable fear rise within her. Enrico suddenly looked up, meeting Nevan's eyes. She had never seen such a terrifying look in His Majesty's eyes, as if he wanted to tear her limb from limb. "Nevan, I never knew you were such an indecent woman." Struck like thunder, Nevan stepped back incredulously. "Your Majesty, what are you saying?" Enrico, trembling hands and a black and green face, raised his hand and threw the undergarment and silver hairpin forcefully onto Nevan's face. Daring not to dodge, Nevan's forehead was cut by the pin, leaving a bloody mark. Shaking all over, she shakily picked up the undergarment and, upon seeing the small characters, immediately collapsed to her knees. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This servant is wronged. How can this be?" She shook her head wildly. The undergarment clearly bore her maiden name. "Your Majesty, this must be a misunderstanding. It must be someone maliciously framing me. If I really consorted with a man, why would I ask for a body search? Please believe me." Enrico breathed heavily, closing his eyes tightly, squeezing his palm to force himself to calm down. Nevan made sense. If she had betrayed him, she wouldn't be so foolish. Gemmet the undergarment found in a man's possession was undeniably real, and regardless of her innocence, Nevan couldn't stay in her position. Enrico stared intently at the trembling Nevan on the ground. "Take Nevan away first and throw her into the cold palace." Nevan lifted her head crazily towards the Emperor, tears streaming down her face. "No. Your Majesty cannot treat me like this. I did not betray Your Majesty, it's all Mukan Royna." She suddenly pointed at Macy, her red eyes glaring daggers at the bright young girl, as if trying to drag her into hell. Ishan subtly moved to the side, blocking Nevan's gaze toward Macy. "Conroy, because of Mukan Royna, this woman. She must have colluded with this man to frame me." Your Majesty, please investigate clearly, please investigate clearly. Enrico felt a splitting headache. Damn. Everyone should die. Levine was caught with her intimate garment in a man's arms, and the other was found in the same room with a man and dismembered him. Regardless, these two women should disappear from this palace, otherwise, where would his face as an emperor go? Just as Enrico thought he had made his decision, Macy spoke up again. Her voice was soft and alluring, now with a hint of choking sobs that instantly softened the hearts of those who heard it. Macy whispered, Your Majesty, it's my fault. She sniffed, her tearful eyes lifting to look at Enrico. In that moment, she looked so beautiful that Enrico momentarily forgot his anger. I killed that man because I was afraid this scene would happen. Macy cast a glance at the man on the ground who hadn't died yet, her lips twitching almost imperceptibly, the tears in her eyes becoming more evident. I originally came here to change clothes but saw this man along the way. This man intended to meet Majin secretly. I didn't expect Majin to be so foolish. Majin interrupted Macy in terror, No. No. You're lying, you crazy woman. You devil. Who would have thought you, Mukunroina, are such a person? Majin's eyes bulged as she called others mad, yet among everyone present, she was the one who looked the most like a madwoman. Enrico frowned impatiently and waved his hand, the guards covered Majin's mouth. Majin struggled, staring in horror at Macy's luscious red lips. Those red lips were saying something absurd that slowly dragged her into hell. Fearing that Your Majesty might be affected if this affair became known, I recalled learning martial arts from father, so I managed to kill the adult man. I lured this man here, intending to kill him. That way, the scandal wouldn't affect Your Majesty. Conroy's for Majin, I originally wanted to persuade her properly, but unexpectedly, when she arrived, she immediately accused me of being this man's lover. Perhaps it was because the man's face was covered in blood, and Majin didn't recognize him. Macy sniffed, like a Darius who hadn't done things well enough, appearing innocent and wronged. Gemmet Your Majesty, everything I did initially was for you. I really didn't know this man had Majin's token. Enrico stared intently at Macy's eyes, and as a crystalline tear fell from her eyes, he believed Macy completely. Wow. Goodwill plus 55, back to 60. Not surprising coming from you. The tone was full of joy. Conroy moment later, Enrico waved wearily. Majin to the cold palace, Shania and Micah confined to their quarters, everyone else forget today's events. Everyone knelt and agreed. Marianne looked pale, while most concubines felt secretly delighted. Shania was arrogant and domineering, while Majin was the most senior. Now that both had incurred His Majesty's displeasure, they saw opportunities. Jiayu Jolie was the happiest. She never expected such a huge surprise today. Jiayu Jolie could barely hide her excitement. Today, she could take advantage of consoling His Majesty to spend the night with him. Everyone had different thoughts. Curtis left waving his sleeve, and Majin was dragged away madly. Macy and Ishan returned to their own palace. Levin's inside the courtyard and behind closed doors, Macy's vulnerable expression vanished. She suddenly turned, hooking Ishan's neck. Ishan was startled by her action, his ears turning red instantly, loosely supporting Macy's waist. Sister, slow down. Macy pressed almost against him, her hot breath on the youth's neck. So, what bad thing did Jimrendan do? Ishan froze, his face paling instantly. Chapter 164, The Peerless Demoness Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 31. Ishan felt guilty, knowing that he had secretly kept Macy's belly band and dared not confess it, yet he was also afraid Macy might find out. The youth lowered his eyes in panic, like a Darius who has done something wrong and is awaiting punishment. He whispered softly. It's not. Not what? Macy raised an eyebrow, hooking her fingers around his neck and guiding him into the room. Gleaming tall, Ishan bent down obediently when Macy wrapped her fingers around his neck, carefully following her with gentle steps. Entering the room, Macy closed the door and tugged at Ishan's waist belt, her voice carrying a mischievous smile. Jimrendan knew about Majin's plan long ago, didn't she? Ishan nodded slightly. Yes. Macy asked again, Conroy Majin wasn't surprised to see the belly band and silver hairpin because they were the items she had prepared all along, right? Unconsciously led into a trap by Macy, Ishan nodded obediently once more. Yes. Macy continued, so Jimrendan knew about this but didn't tell me, instead swapping my items with Majin's belly band and hairpin? Ishan finally sensed something was amiss. His heartbeat quickened, and his face turned pale. Yes. No, sister. Macy's smile grew more evident. So, Jimrendan hid my belly band, huh? Ishan trembled all over, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. He realized he truly couldn't lie to Macy. Daring not to look into Macy's eyes, he tightly clenched his palms, almost on the verge of tears. Is she angry? Does she think I'm disgusting? Do I even deserve to be by her side? Even if I don't, I must do everything possible. Having finally touched that light, how could he let go? Jim breathing heavily, Ishan hoarsely said, Sister, I'm sorry. Jimrendan will accept any punishment, just please don't. Before he could finish, a piece of cloth was thrown over his head. The red cloth carried a fragrance, seeping into his nostrils, stirring warmth. Kneeling stiffly on the ground, Ishan froze. This scent, how familiar. He dazedly lifted the red cloth from his head. Upon recognizing what it was. Jamum. His face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Holding several of her own belly bands in her hands, Macy threw them one by one toward Ishan, her voice soft and lazy, tinged with teasing. Should have said earlier. If you wanted one, I would give you one while wearing it for you. Gemishing deeply, Ishan clutched the belly band in his hand as if it were a scorching hot potato, unable to throw it away or hold onto it. His entire body stiffened, and his face burned so much he couldn't speak. Seeing his reaction, Macy found him unbearably cute. She hadn't expected her teacher to have this side, truly. Conroy amazing. The more Ishan behaved this way, the more Macy wanted to tease him. Lazily leaning back on the couch, she beckoned Ishan with a finger. Stop kneeling, come here. I'm not blaming you. Ishan stood up unsteadily after a long pause, holding Macy's belly band as if it were the greatest treasure, blushing intensely as he walked toward her. Just as he reached Macy, she grabbed his wrist. With a slight tug, Ishan lost balance and stumbled forward, nearly collapsing onto Macy. Startled, he quickly braced himself against the couch behind her, afraid of pressing her down. When Ishan finally steadied himself, he realized they were so close that their breaths mingled. Holding his breath, he listened to his thundering heartbeat, despising his own impertinence. However, the next moment, he saw Macy's mischievous smile. Startled, Ishan didn't realize what Macy intended until she caught his wrist and guided his hand inside her neckline. Since you want the belly band, why not feel the one I'm wearing now? The tip of his fingers brushed the warm silk of the belly band and the softness beneath it. Ishan leaped up like a frightened cat, instantly pulling his hand back and jumping out of the window without looking back, vanishing in an instant. Macy stared, still in the same pose. Scared him off. Jemmy, the time the farce at the Lotus Feast was tidied up, night had already fallen. Maggie in her palace was thinking anxiously about the punishment the system mentioned. She asked the system, what is the punishment? The system's emotionless mechanical voice replied, Yisro Eldamly remove one of the host's enhancements and deliver an electric shock. Your current beauty, voice, and body fragrance are provided by this system. Maggie's face turned pale. She did not want to be punished. She had no idea how much the Emperor relied on her and if he would come today. Just as she was about to lose hope, the Curtis arrived. Maggie stood up joyfully, adopting a coquettish demeanor as she approached His Majesty. Enrico was in a terrible mood today. However, seeing his beloved woman still so obedient and beautiful, his mood improved somewhat, and he indulged in passion with Maggie. After their intimate encounter, Enrico suddenly felt that Maggie's bedroom skills seemed much better than before. In fact, as an 18th-tier online celebrity who had flirted with many rich young masters, Maggie naturally had extra expertise in this area. Feeling relaxed and comfortable, Enrico sighed, Conroy, you're the best, my love. If everyone were as trouble-free as you, it would be wonderful. Maggie's eyes flickered. She knew that Enrico liked obedient and gentle women. So she said, today's matter, Amanda Consort, you must have acted for your Majesty's sake. Her words struck a chord with Enrico. He hadn't really wanted to confine Macy to quarters but just lacked an excuse to let it go. Now that his beloved also spoke these words, he seized the opportunity to continue. My love speaks truly. Tomorrow, I will lift the restriction on the Amanda Consort. Maggie was stunned, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. She called out to the system in her mind, System, can you detect Amanda Consort use favorability towards me? The system replied, no. After some thought, Maggie made up her mind. Her status was low, and if she really fought against the others, even with the Curtis's protection, she wouldn't stand a chance against the higher-ranked concubines. Gemmet, if Amanda Consort you could protect her, she would thrive. If Amanda Consort you could help her bring down a few of the concubines, it would be even better. Maggie snuggled demurely into Enrico's embrace, determined. She would make Macy like her more and then use Macy as her tool. Confident yet demure, Maggie fell asleep in Enrico's arms. Gemmet Enrico couldn't sleep. He couldn't stop thinking about Macy's vulnerable eyes from earlier in the day. Taking a deep breath, he got out of bed and walked resolutely toward the palace of the Amanda Consort. Chapter 165, The Peerless Demoness Tamed the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 32. Conroy's the sky grew dark. Macy saw that Ishan had not returned. She couldn't help but think, how could this little darling be so timid? Escaping just because of a bit of excitement, what will happen when there's more to come? It's outrageous. Next time, I should lock him up directly. Give him no place to run and then do this and that. Macy indulged in her thoughts while finishing dinner. Just as she was about to go out and find Ishan, she heard a eunuch's voice. Enrico actually came. Enrico was quite upset today, yet coming here was unexpected by Macy. Macy didn't get up from the couch at all. She squinted her eyes slightly and lazily watched Enrico stride in, waving her hand. Why would your Majesty visit someone under house arrest? Her words were meant to urge Enrico to leave quickly, but Enrico interpreted it as Macy harboring grievances. He stepped forward and said, what I did today was for the benefit of everyone. Surely you understand, Macy. In Enrico's eyes, Macy always thought of him first. Sure enough, Macy responded, Lev, of course, your Majesty, I understand. Enrico showed signs of joy and looked at Macy. The flickering candlelight inside the room added even more allure to Macy's features. Those enchanting eyes were incomparable to even the moon above. She was truly too beautiful. Enrico couldn't help but be moved and reached out toward Macy involuntarily. Macy, since your entry into the palace, I have never favored you. How about tonight? Before he finished, a hoarse, low voice came from behind him. Your Majesty, please keep some distance from the Melanie. Enrico turned around to see that Ishan had stood behind him at some point. The young man looked somewhat pale and weary, seemingly just returned from outside. Conroyer surged within Enrico. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Remember your place, Ishan, you are nothing but a despicable thing. Ishan's face turned even paler. He stood straight, his beautiful fox-like eyes filled with intense coldness. Ishan replied, yes, I am nothing but a despicable thing, but your Majesty isn't much better either. Enrico fumed. Someone. Several court guards answered from outside. Dispose of Ishan. Make sure it's done cleanly. Enrico originally hadn't intended to kill this hostage so soon. After all, he wanted to annex the Gene Kingdom, and this hostage still had uses. Now, thoroughly enraged, he didn't care whether Ishan was useful or not. Just a lowly thing. Upon hearing the order, the guards advanced to subdue Ishan. Leaning lazily on the couch, Macy watched with interest, curious how Ishan would counterattack. However, when she saw his unusually pale face, she couldn't sit still. Something seemed off with him. Especially his forehead, which was dotted with fine sweat, as if enduring pain. Macy stood up abruptly, her expression turning cold. Everyone, get out. Enrico shouted, did you hear? Conroy of you, out. Macy looked at Enrico and sneered, I'm talking to you, your Majesty. Startled, Enrico looked at Macy in disbelief. Macy had lost her patience. Suddenly standing up, she pulled the long sword hanging on the wall and pointed it straight at Enrico. Except for Ishan, everyone else, get out. Otherwise, I might accidentally commit regicide. Moo Macy. Enrico exclaimed in disbelief, Conroy, are you mad? Macy stepped forward mercilessly. Feeling the cold edge of the blade against his skin, Enrico took 2 steps back, drawing a deep breath. Go. The mighty emperor, along with his guards, clumsily left the consort's chambers. The commentator couldn't help but wonder, strange, why hasn't Enrico's approval rating dropped? Macy scoffed internally, that's because once the approval rating reaches a certain level, he starts to rationalize my actions. Indeed, Enrico felt Macy knew Ishan shouldn't be harmed, hence her actions. To calm him down, after all, Macy always thinks of him first. Inside the hall, Macy threw down the sword and walked toward Ishan. Ishan's eyes were bloodshot, he opened his mouth, trying to take a step forward, but suddenly his knees buckled, falling into Macy's arms. Macy held Ishan tightly and noticed his body trembling. Sister. I'm sorry. His voice was hoarse. The upright posture and cold demeanor earlier were all forced. Arno wasn't intending to leave. Conroy as he spoke, he trembled and took out a pill from his robe, placing it in Macy's palm. Sister. Pain made him convulse, yet he strained to lift his eyes, his wet gaze meeting Macy's. This is Arno's antidote, I give it to you. From now on, Arno's life rests in your hands. Macy caught her breath and looked out the window. The night sky was like a black curtain, with the full moon casting its cold light. Today was the night of the full moon, the day when Ishan needed to take his antidote because of the poison. The pill in Macy's palm felt scalding, as if burning all the way to her heart. No one understood better than she did what the youth before her had given up. Something inside her seemed to stir and break through, uncontrollably. She leaned down and kissed his lips. Ishan knelt half in front of her, every organ inside him tearing with pain, yet he opened his lips fully, closing his eyes as if in a sacrificial offering, parting his lips. It was an intense kiss. Macy had never experienced this feeling before. Her heart ached, yet she felt excited. She didn't know this feeling was called heartache, but she couldn't help but be gentle, tracing his lips. When her warm, soft tongue touched Ishan's lips, he instantly tensed, all sensations focusing on his lips. Even the excruciating pain became hazy. Her tongue outlined his lips, then ventured inside, easily prying open his clenched teeth due to pain. Macy gently claimed his mouth, while the trembling youth parted his lips slightly, giving everything. Leavenly, when he was nearly out of breath, did Macy finally leave his lips. The moment Macy pulled away, the tearing pain returned like a tidal wave, forcing a pained whimper from him, his body curling in discomfort. Macy opened her palm and looked at the antidote. Though the pain clouded his mind, he refused to take the pill, instead whispering hoarsely. Sister. Macy's heart quivered. She stared directly at him and asked, what if I don't let you take it? Ishan tilted his head, answering instinctively through extreme pain. Then Arno won't take it. Arno wants to die by your hand. Tears fell not because of emotion, but purely due to the intensity of the pain, tears streaming involuntarily. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye looked especially enchanting in that instant. Macy held the pill in her mouth and kissed Ishan again, passing the medicine through the kiss. Such a good boy. Her muffled, tender voice echoed, swallowing the young man's faint moans. Ishan raised his head, his Conroymia's apple bobbing, dazedly forming a very happy smile. It seemed Big Sister liked him even more now. Chapter 166, The Gem-Breathtaking Demoness Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 33. Conroyter feeding him the medicine mouth to mouth, Ishan finally looked much better. He was pulled into bed by Karina and, breathing in the scent that intoxicated him, felt a long-missed sense of peace. However, today's medicine didn't seem to work as well as before. Even after the intense pain subsided, there was still a lingering ache. Karina held out her hand, a bit of the antidote remained on her palm. Does it matter that I didn't feed you all of it? Karina asked. Ishan shook his head. It doesn't matter. In reality, not taking it wouldn't kill him quickly either, he'd just have to endure several more painful episodes before dying. His voice seldom sounded so weak. Even when he deliberately appeared fragile before, it never was as enticing as it was today. Unable to resist, Karina nipped at his lips again. The young man blushed once more. Karina carefully stored away the leftover antidote and said, I'll keep these things with me. I'll study them, maybe I can find a way to detoxify you. Ishan was taken aback, lowering his eyes, and gently nudged Karina. Leave IK, thank you, sister. He had never dared to think that this poison could be cured. This poison had followed him for almost 10 years. Conroyter becoming the master of Tamakaji Pavilion, he quietly sought remedies but found nothing. He didn't dare hope for real freedom. Gemmet he would do everything to stay by Karina's side until death. Ishan boldly hugged Karina's waist. This was the first time he actively approached Karina, the first time he showed such possessiveness. He originally despised his own lowliness. Why should someone struggling in the abyss covet the moon in the sky? Yet, he slowly discovered that even before he reached out to the moon had already rushed into his arms. Since it was like this, he wouldn't let go anymore. Karina nestled comfortably in Ishan's embrace, listening to his gradually steady breathing, falling deeply asleep. Early the next morning, Terry reported to Karina just as she woke up. Your Majesty, Maggie has come to pay her respects. Karina rubbed her eyes, feeling puzzled. Currently, she was under house arrest, and logically, no consorts needed to greet her. Why did Maggie come? Interestingly, Karina was also curious about the system inside Maggie. Karina got out of bed, grabbed an outer robe casually, but her wrist was lightly restrained by Ishan. His slender, pale fingers grazed Karina's hand as if by accident, taking away her dress and whispering. Shizi will serve sister. His deliberate display of obedience mixed with a hint of mischief, the tips of his eyes faintly flushed red, truly enticing. Suddenly, Karina understood why there was a saying, the emperor henceforth doesn't attend court early. She curled her lips and opened her arms, letting Ishan help her dress. When tying the sash, Ishan knelt half before her. Though he was earnestly tying her sash, Karina couldn't help feeling a bit parched. Too tempting. Karina pulled Ishan's collar and gave him a good morning kiss. After the kiss, the youth's eyes turned redder, his gaze clouded with mist, and his pale lips became rosy and moist. His features carried an ethereal beauty that only Karina saw this way. After breakfast, they slowly walked out. Upon seeing Karina, Maggie rose joyfully, looking delighted. Sister, I came over specifically to check on you. Seeing you look well, I'm relieved. Ishan stood silently behind Karina, narrowing his eyes. Why does this woman also call her sister? Karina smiled slightly. Lev, of course, I'm fine. After speaking, she subtly observed Maggie, noting her radiant appearance from last night, indicating she had been pampered by the emperor. Curious, Karina gestured for Maggie to come closer. Maggie moved happily toward Karina, almost sitting beside her. Maggie grinned, sister is so kind-hearted. I believe those outside rumors must be jealous of you. Karina didn't speak but sipped tea with a hooked smile, actually conversing with Marchuan in her mind. Marchuan, now that she's close, have you found anything? Flint, this system is relatively primitive, not soul-bound like you and me but bound to her body. This system maintains the body's vitality, attracting wandering souls to attach to her body and absorb imperial energy. Once enough imperial energy is absorbed, the system will detach and choose another host. So that's how it is. In the original plot, Maven's death was also because the system detached from her. Karina, then, how can we get this system? Marchuan grew jealous. Flint, what are you talking about? This system is so lousy, why do you want it? Karina, even trash has recyclable parts. Jim, a good system, you're always my only and most beloved system. Marchuan immediately cheered up, its voice filled with excitement. Leave IK. Flint, we can wait for the system to detach or try dismembering. Conroy, soon as it said that, Marchuan froze. What did it just say? How could it utter such terrifying words? It's a criminal reform system. Gemmet Karina really started to seriously think, indeed, we can. It seems dismembering would be much easier. Marchuan, Conroy, no, Flint. I was just joking. Karina chuckled and silenced the screaming Marchuan. She looked at Maven again, her eyes burning with enthusiasm, making Maven's scalp tingle. In Maven's view, this was the gaze of someone who loved her deeply. Levy, this concubine seems to love her even more than she imagined. Maven felt excited inside, enduring the discomfort, and moved closer, cooing. Sister, can I visit you every day? Karina raised an eyebrow. Lev, of course. After more small talk, Maven finally left, somewhat reluctantly. Karina wiggled her fingers, then remembered Ishan had been here all along. Turning her head, she saw the young man frowning, glaring at her as if she had done something heartless. Karina couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Ishan clenched his sword, biting his lower lip, and with his slightly downturned eyes, he really looked like a pouting puppy. His voice matched too, hoarse and soft. Sister, don't like her, only like me. I can wear skirts for you too. Karina. Is there a misunderstanding here? Gemmet. Skirts. Great. Karina's eyes lit up as she pounced on Ishan. Conroy moment later. The young man's ears were flushed red, forced into one of Karina's dresses. Despite his height and long legs making the dress look short, he still looked incredibly handsome. Karina couldn't resist tiptoeing to bite his Conroy's apple gently. Don't misinterpret, I only like you. Chapter 167, The Exquisite Jamadi Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 34. Time passed quickly. Over the past year, Maven felt that everything was going exceptionally smoothly for her. She successfully seduced both the Emperor and the Melanie without any hitch. The Emperor's fondness for her steadily increased. She believed it wouldn't be long before she became the most prestigious woman in this world. Curtis Enrico, although he had always wanted to kill Ishan, never found the right opportunity. He was overwhelmed by political issues in the court. For some reason, despite Art indeed bringing down the right chancellor as per his request, all blame was redirected towards the Emperor by the right chancellor's cronies. Enrico was never a particularly capable person, and without the Mu family's assistance, he couldn't handle these matters effectively. After that incident, the consorts in the palace dared not provoke Macy anymore. Why would they? The Melanie was a madwoman who could smile while dismembering a grown man. What was even more terrifying was that when the Emperor saw this, he didn't punish her at all, showing just how deeply he favored her. Thus, Macy enjoyed many days of bliss. Her favorite activity was teasing her young boy. Even though they engaged in intimacy every day, he still blushed easily as he did at first. Gemmet he had become bolder, often subtly luring Macy. Ishan was already much taller than Macy now. The angles of his face became increasingly defined, like a sword gradually revealing its brilliance. When the sword unsheathed, the world marveled. Macy looked at Ishan as if observing a sweet fruit ripening. Lev, of course, he was sweet only in front of her and toxic to others. She thought that once Ishan turned 16, she would have him. Though in this world, boys becoming sexually active at 14 or 15 was common. Macy, having experienced previous worlds, couldn't adjust to this idea and decided to wait until Ishan was 16. Lev otherwise, she would always feel guilty. Pierre frequently complained internally, you've committed so many sins. Macy, you don't understand, this is different. Conroy, you're just an unmarried unity. Pierre. However, Macy didn't expect that before Ishan turned 16, he would have to leave. Initially, when the Gene State sent Ishan as a hostage, they agreed to send him back once he turned 16. When Ishan knelt before Macy and choked out that he had to return, Macy surprisingly didn't feel angry. She wasn't a good person and had a terrifying possessiveness over people. At this time, Macy looked into Ishan's eyes and felt excitement outweigh anger. Because in those eyes, she saw similar possessiveness and almost. Reclining on the couch, she couldn't help but lean forward to lift his chin. So, what are your plans after leaving me? Ishan's eyes reddened, greedily sketching her features with his gaze, and said hoarsely. Not leaving you. He lowered his head, chasing her fingers with his lips and kissing her palm. I'm returning to make myself worthy to stand beside you. Like a puppy, after kissing her hand, he rubbed his cheek against it. Sister, I will come back soon. Even if it means risking my life, I will stand before you as quickly as possible. He spoke each word earnestly, as if he wished to carve his heart open for her to see. Macy laughed softly. Risking your life won't do, because your life belongs to me. Leavenly, I can take your life. No one else has the right to kill you, not even you. Ishan gazed up at Macy, smiling. He rarely smiled, but when he did, it was like sunlight piercing through clouds, with a beauty that left one breathless. Yes, sister, I belong to you. Everything is. Throughout the year, he never stopped feeling inadequate. She was too beautiful and dazzling. Not enough, Lolo was never enough, even though practicing swordsmanship until he could barely stand or handling affairs every night, he still felt unworthy to stand beside Macy. So, he had to strive harder. Fortunately, his goddess favored him. Chasing her fingertips greedily, Ishan was suddenly pulled by the collar by Macy. Confused, he looked up at the playful gleam in her eyes and felt his heart race uncontrollably. The room dimmed as curtains were drawn, creating an intimate atmosphere. Following Macy's pull, he stood up and was yanked onto her couch. Sister? He called out softly, his voice hoarse. Macy held Ishan's collar with one hand and slid the other into his robe. Ishan trembled all over, his spine instantly stiffening. The sensation of her soft fingertips made him shudder uncontrollably. His voice grew increasingly hoarse, carrying a note of pleading. Sister, don't. He had never refused Macy before. Even if he thought it was inappropriate to do such things here and now. Yet he could only whimper softly, calling out to her, while his body remained as submissive and obedient as ever. Macy licked her lips, admiring his crimson ears and reddened eyes, along with that intensely shy expression, and said with a smile. Since you're leaving, shouldn't we do something interesting? Conroy, she spoke, the hand under Ishan's robe lightly traced a line with its nails. Conroy gasped escaped the corner of the boy's mouth but was swallowed back as he bit down on his lip. His eyes misted over, and he twisted his waist in longing. It was torment. He began to crave more uncontrollably yet dared not offend his deity. Conroy, the thought of what was about to happen, his whole body trembled, his heart pounding against his ribcage. With a light push, Macy leaned him back onto the couch. In one fluid motion, she straddled his lap, lowering her head to capture his lips. Ishan tilted his head back, closing his eyes, his long lashes quivering like the wings of a dying butterfly. Without knowing when, Macy had already unbuttoned his robe. Her warm, soft hands moved gradually downward, igniting an unbearable fire wherever they touched. Abelardo's breathing quickened, his lips slightly parted. He struggled to open his eyes, looking up at Macy, his tear-filled gaze brimming with desire. Unable to resist, he arched his back. Sister. Macy winked wickedly. Ishan didn't know what this expression meant. Conroy, he knew, was that everything about him was controlled by the girl before him, from which he could never escape. Conroy, he willingly submitted. Macy nipped at his earlobe, whispering softly. Put your hands behind your back, grip your wrists, and don't let go. So, Ishan obediently placed his hands behind his back. Gently gripping his own wrists, he imposed an invisible lock upon himself. Calm waters surged into waves, and the flame beneath the sea began to burn, engulfing the sailless boat in tumult. Gales, waves, whirlpools, uncontrollable convulsions. Conroy, amidst the turbulence, only the deity could offer salvation. Just as the little boat was about to be thrown skyward, everything came to an abrupt halt, the raging waves receding as violently as they had risen. The youth heard a wicked chuckle. He coughed weakly, tears falling from the discomfort. Sister. He tilted his head back in helpless longing, his voice tinged with both sorrow and a hint of question. Demoness Macy savored the beautiful scene before her, licking her lips and smiling. The rest can wait until you see me again. Chapter 168, The Exquisite Demon Consort Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 35. No one thought this lowly hostage could return alive. In Enrico's original plan, he would rely on Art's strength to stabilize his position while gradually eroding Jin's territory. Conroy's a hostage, Ishan was naturally supposed to be killed at an opportune time to boost morale. Gemmet Enrico did not anticipate that over these few years, he would not only be unable to annex Jin but also find his own position unstable. Fortunately, the Emperor of Jin didn't seem too formidable either, creating a balance between them. Now it was time for the hostage to return. Enrico listened with a cold face to the endless chatter of the Jin envoy, glancing sideways at Ishan standing nearby. Ishan wore a moon-white robe, his black hair tied up in a high ponytail with a silver sash, like a sharp blade of light that seemed destined to pierce the sky. Somewhere along the line, this young man had grown so tall and dignified, towering and majestic. Conroy's vague sense of unease welled up inside Enrico. Conroy Ishan was merely a lowly hostage, clearly unimportant to Jin even in the meager arrangements sent to retrieve him. Enrico still felt uneasy, as if something bad would happen once Ishan returned. Finally, the envoy finished speaking and prepared to take Ishan back. Enrico, seated above, glanced coldly at the straight-standing youth. Kneel before you leave. Noemi live the Curtis. The envoy knelt, bowing, but saw Ishan still standing motionless. The envoy inwardly cursed, trying to pull at Ishan's clothes, only to have Ishan dodge with a slight side step. Enrico's expression grew uglier. Then suddenly, a soft and alluring voice interrupted. Ishan is leaving? Even without seeing her, anyone would know from the sound of the voice that this must be a ravishing beauty. The envoy, tempted, tried to look up, but before he could see more than the lavish hem of a dress, Ishan blocked his view. Ishan lowered his eyes, hiding his anger towards the envoy, and bowed politely to Macy. Your Highness, you came. His ears tinged red after those words. Since the events of a few days ago with Macy, he had nightmares and avoided her during the day, afraid to meet her. He had told her of his departure through May. He thought she would be angry. He imagined himself facing her again, accepting any beating or cursing, even death if necessary, as long as she wasn't angry. Gemmet unexpectedly, she still came. Ishan struggled to control his emotions, trying not to show how deeply affected he was. Gemmo to the imperial concubine, yet ignore the emperor, this made Enrico's mood worsen. Enrico looked at Macy. Why are you here? Macy raised an eyebrow with a light laugh. I'm sending off my foster son. Isn't that appropriate? With that, she gracefully approached and handed a small package to Ishan. Here, you forgot this, you'll need it. Ishan took the package absent-mindedly, gripping it tightly, his eyes lingering greedily on Macy's fingertips. If no one else were around, he couldn't resist kissing her. After giving the gift, Macy turned to Enrico, whose face had darkened. My Ishan doesn't kneel to anyone. Enrico shouted, you dare. You, Conroy, are so audacious. Macy blinked innocently. Your Majesty, isn't it well known? Why be so surprised? Don't get angry, it's bad for your health. Her soft and enchanting voice left people feeling stifled and helpless. Unable to do anything to Macy or Ishan, whom she protected, Enrico stood abruptly and coldly said to the others. Get out. Turning on his heel, he left to salvage his dignity as an emperor. Macy huffed and turned to leave, only to find her sleeve caught. Looking back, the once proud and aloof young man now looked pitiful. Ishan opened his mouth to call her elder sister, but held back due to bystanders. Sister, don't be angry, don't like others. He wanted to say this. Yet only 2 words came out, wait for me. Macy raised an eyebrow, subtly brushing her hand across his palm, leaving behind a slender and breathtaking figure. Ishan watched Macy depart, standing there for a long time. His gaze slowly shifted from to extreme coldness. Finally, he withdrew his gaze, giving a cold glance at the servant kneeling on the ground before speaking. Return. The day after Ishan returned, Macy also went back to her parental home. Everyone said that it was because the 4th August, who had been raised for so long, left, and the concubine was heartbroken, returning to the general's mansion to recuperate properly. It was rumored that Her Majesty lost her appetite and even nearly fell ill. Conroy this moment, the heartbroken Macy was lazily leaning against the carriage back to the general's mansion, biting into pastries from May's hand, flipping through scripts written by pretentious scholars, thoroughly enjoying herself. With the little darling gone, she didn't need to stay in the palace anymore. She might as well return to the general's mansion to enjoy herself. Conroy's for that man-seducing system, it still needed some time to grow. When Maven collected enough imperial aura for the system and it was ready to detach, that would be the time for Macy to take action. In the past year, Maven indeed captured the Emperor's heart. The Emperor almost stayed in Maven's palace every night, and he no longer used Macy as a target. Everyone knew that Maven was under Macy's protection. Recalling Macy's terrifying nature, none dared to harm Maven. Maven felt like she was swimming freely in the palace, believing she was truly heaven-sent. Wasn't she? She not only received the love of the most prestigious man in the world but also the affection of the most powerful woman. In high spirits and with tasks proceeding smoothly, the Emperor's fondness for her reached 95. Conroy now, she was pregnant with the Emperor's Darius, visibly showing already. Once this Darius was born, the Emperor's fondness for her would certainly reach 100, completing her mission for the system. While Maven dreamed sweetly, she didn't know that the day she completed the task would be the day of her death. After Macy arrived home, she was naturally treated like a star again. This time, there was nothing in the palace that interested Macy, so she decided to stay at the general's mansion permanently. Upon hearing this news, Art and his 3 sons directly requested a 3-month leave just to spend quality time with their daughter at home. Though they all held high positions and were wary of the Emperor, quitting wasn't an option either. Enrico, upon hearing these 4 wanted to take leave, naturally refused. However, Enrico's refusal was ineffective. The Mews were shameless and naturally had countless ways to get what they wanted. Elder Gembrother Ephron, sent out to fight bandits, accidentally broke his leg, forcing him to return home on leave. Second Gembrother Coleman, while interrogating criminals at the, cut his hand with a knife and claimed his wound worsened, necessitating recuperation at home. Younger Gembrother Turig, engaged in business outside the Emperor's jurisdiction, mercilessly mocked his elder brother's minor injuries. He ended up being beaten black and blue. Thus, the Emperor's most reliable subordinates all walked away without a care. What were official positions? Conroy accompanying their sister was the most important thing. Chapter 169, The Peerless Demon Concubine Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 36. This side, Karina was having a blast with her 3 brothers. The other side, Ishan killed the envoy on the first moonless and windy night as he returned. When he gouged out the envoy's eyeballs with his dagger, the envoy still had his last breath. The young man stared expressionlessly at him, threw the gouged-out eyeball to the ground, and crushed it with the tip of his foot. Why did you dare to look at Karina like that, huh? His voice was hoarse, and even when he said Karina's name, there was an intimate and tender softness in it. Under the icy blue moonlight, his slightly cool skin gleamed pale white, delicate as if made of fragile porcelain, yet chillingly intimidating. If the envoy could see Ishan's gaze now, he would know that this lowly prince was not a pathetic dog. Rather, a wolf king waiting for an opportunity. Unfortunately, he could no longer see. Ishan coldly watched the envoy lose his breath and then ordered, Gemuri him. Yes, Flint. 2 black-clothed men silently appeared and cleaned up everything neatly. During the time Ishan spent with Karina, he had already accumulated considerable influence unknown to the Gene Kingdom. He continued to exchange antidotes with the person sent by the Gene Curtis monthly, allowing his good brother to believe he was still under his control. In reality, he had already undermined the Gene Monarch's influence within the Tamika G Pavilion, taking full control of it. Now that he left Ilyang, he had already instructed that everyone in Tamika G Pavilion should treat Karina as they would him. In his absence, Karina was the Flint of Tamika G Pavilion. He told Karina all of this without any concealment, but Karina didn't really care. Thinking of Karina, Ishan quickened his steps toward the carriage. He had been traveling all day and hadn't looked inside the package Karina gave him yet. Karina said it contained something he left behind, but he didn't need to take anything back with him. If he had to bring anything, it would only be Karina herself. Upon reaching the carriage, he prepared to open the package. Just as he reached out, he noticed a bit of bloodstain on his hand. Pausing, he carefully wiped his long fingers clean on his off-white robe before gently untying the package. Seeing what was inside, Ishan froze instantly. The night breeze was cool, but his face flushed hot. His fingertips hovered over the items, too afraid to touch them. Levine by one, red, white, blue. Conroy of them were undershirts worn by Karina. When she handed these to him, she actually said. She said, "You'll definitely need them." Ishan quickly covered his face, unable to control the embarrassed sounds escaping him. Sister. Too much. His whole body started to burn, even imagining Karina's playful phoenix eyes. Conroy at the same time, a familiar and delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The faint aroma blended with the moonlight, as if outlining his beloved. Ishan took a deep breath, pinching himself hard. It was done. He realized he missed her so deeply just less than a day apart. Taking his trembling fingers away from his face, he lightly touched those undershirts and then carefully folded them up again. With each fold, his face grew redder, until it was as if burning. When his two subordinates finished burying the corpse and came to report to Ishan, they saw their master hastily hiding a piece of cloth in his chest, his face strange and flushed. "Flint, are you unwell?" Their emotionless master gritted his teeth and said, "Get out." There was a hint of embarrassment and anger in his tone. The two subordinates puzzledly moved away, thinking their master was truly peculiar today. Conroyter Karina played happily for 2 months, and Rico urgently urged her to return to the palace. Because she was going back, her two older brothers could finally get things moving. The border began to see military conflicts, and many officials were restless, leaving Enrico overwhelmed and in desperate need of people who could handle both external threats and internal turmoil. Conroytho Ephraim was on leave, spending every day playing with and teaching his younger sister riding and archery. Habit made him keep an eye on the border news. Flipping through the messages from the border, he raised an eyebrow. The Jin Kingdom can no longer sit idle. This world inevitably reunites after being divided for long. Now, with Deliang and Jin standing equally, once one side gains a slight advantage, it naturally desires the other. Art tapped the table. "You've been out wild with Karina for more than a month, and you've just come back. We haven't talked to Karina much yet, and you're already talking about these trivial matters." "Shut up." Ephraim pouted and shut his mouth, peeling a shrimp for Karina. Karina smiled sweetly at Art. "It's fine, father, I'm interested in these things too." Ephraim instantly cheered up and added. "Conroy, this young general leading Jin's expedition seems quite decent. Not only does he refrain from massacring civilians, but if a city opens its gates willingly, he even distributes grain and land to the people. He's both competent and smart." Karina almost immediately knew who this young general was. Her smile widened. "Eldest Gembrother, please continue." Seeing Karina's interest, Ephraim beamed, completely ignoring the resentful looks from his father and two younger brothers as he went on. "Karina, you know I despise those who bully the weak. If this Jin general were a butcher, I might not be able to sit still. Gemet now, I think I can take leave until Deliang falls." Conroy's a minister of Deliang. He spoke about its downfall as casually as predicting rain. Fortunately, Karina had become used to everything. Conroy, after all, Enrico was indeed not a wise ruler. "Karina, so, brothers, you don't plan to intervene?" The usually quiet Art also couldn't help but draw his daughter's attention. "Indeed, if Jin can truly win the hearts of the people, it may be the will of heaven. If we resist, more civilians would die. This land originally came from the same source, it's just returning to that origin now." Karina nodded in satisfaction. "That's great. I was worried father and my brothers would be loyal to Deliang and resist foreign invaders." Coleman elegantly waved his fan. "If you became Amanda, we would certainly defend you with our lives. Conroy's for this Enrico, whatever. The sooner he's gone, the fewer people there are competing for you." "Exactly." Turig nodded repeatedly, moving closer to Karina with a laugh. "Gembrother can start preparing to do business in Jin. If you want anything, just let me know." "Forget it." Isa rolled her eyes. "Do you remember last time when the fireworks you brought back burned half your hair off? You looked awful. You're embarrassing us, not just being my son." She then turned to Karina, cupping her face and squinting adoringly. "Levi, your obedient daughter is so cute." Laughter filled the general's residence, the warm glow of lamps spilling through the windows toward the bright moon. 3,000 miles away. Levin, the barren battlefield, fierce winds howled, stirring up rolling sands. The young man clad in silver armor exuded a bloodthirsty coldness. He raised his head to drink a cup of wine, but as he gazed at the bright moon, his gaze softened intoxicatingly. "Sister, wait for me. I'll come as fast as I can, sparing no effort, rushing to you." Chapter 170, The Peerless Jamadi Tames the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 37. Enrico did not expect that the Jin people would take over 11 cities in the north within 3 months. This terrifying invasion speed gave him ulcers on his tongue, and he felt as if there were 1,000 nails under his buttocks every time he went to court. He angrily condemned the ministers who were sent out to repel the enemy, calling them useless, throwing things around, and looking even less like a wise emperor than before. Those ministers also began to have different thoughts. Without the Mu family keeping order now, those ministers who had never liked Enrico became more arrogant. Conroynion with eyes could see that Enrico's days were numbered. They just had to wait for the Jin army to attack the palace, resist symbolically, then curry favor with the Jin emperor. Moreover, it was said that the Jin general did not kill prisoners of war and even employed officials from Daliang who surrendered. Some people naturally became more restless. On one side was the Jin country with such a brave young general, and on the other side was Daliang, barely holding on, waiting to be slaughtered. Even fools knew where to stand. Now, they merely maintained a superficial loyalty. In the harem, Maven rubbed her increasingly larger belly with a worried look. Since the Jin started attacking Daliang, the system in her mind had not spoken to her voluntarily. It did not make her get close to the emperor or give her the next task, as if waiting for something. This unprecedented silence made Maven anxious. Conroying to this, the emperor was very anxious recently and rarely came to the harem. When he did visit her, he always frowned and left after a short while. She dared to not talk much, becoming increasingly anxious. Every time she asked the system, it only told her to wait. Maven had no choice. In times of turmoil, everyone was like wind-blown sand swept by the hurricane. Gemet only the Mu family was like a huge rock, standing still amidst chaos. While everyone was thinking about their future, the Mu family still ate, drank, played, and doted on their sister daily. Elder brother Ephron remained interested in that young Jin general. Looking at these reports makes my hands itch. If possible, I really want to compete with him. Conroyna blinked. Gemig brother, I believe there will definitely be an opportunity. Second brother Coleman laughed. That young general is indeed quite impressive. His military tactics and crowd-pleasing methods resemble mine but with a sharper edge. He's certainly promising. Conroyna thought to herself, naturally he resembles you since you once taught him personally. Turig tactlessly remarked, I heard that general is still very young. Maybe he might be just suitable for our sister. Conroy soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Turig. Not only did his two brothers' faces darken, but even Art's beard twitched. What nonsense. Turig shrank his neck, I was wrong. Ephron snorted, killing intent seeping from his handsome brows, unless his tactical skills exceed mine. Coleman casually twirled a jade fan, unless his ability to win hearts and minds exceeds mine. Turig straightened up, unless he's richer than me. Art, unless his prestige exceeds mine. Conroyna blinked and silently prayed for Ingza. 2 months later, the capital of Daliang fell without any surprise. The autumn wind was desolate, and people hid in their homes, peeking through door cracks at the empty streets, awaiting the impending storm. The Jin general had skillful means, especially adept at controlling public opinion. Even before arriving, he was well respected among the citizens, making some even hope for his arrival. The day of the attack, the guards put up only a symbolic resistance before opening the city gates. The Jin army advanced swiftly. Conroy at the forefront was a silver-armored young general riding a black steed, wielding a red spear, exuding a bloodthirsty and icy aura. People couldn't see his face but watched as he charged directly toward the palace. Inside the palace, Enrico, dressed in dragon robes, sat solemnly on the throne. He wasn't wearing his usual court attire but the most magnificent ceremonial robe used for annual sacrifices. Leavenly this way could he display his nobility. Sitting upright, he watched the crying concubines below, showing little change in expression. Gemet his fingers trembled slightly. He summoned all remaining concubines and ministers, pretending to be the High Emperor. In the deathly silent environment, no one dared to speak. Until a clear and charming female voice broke the silence. Wow, what's happening here? Conroy punishment stand? Conroyna placed her delicate hand on Terry's palm and gracefully stepped in from the doorway. The moment Enrico saw Conroyna, his eyes lit up. He abruptly stood up. Conroyna, you're back. You really do have feelings for me. Conroy soon as he finished speaking, the notification popped up. Favorability has reached 75. This dog emperor is quite skilled at self-strategizing. Conroyna gave Enrico a sweet smile but didn't speak. Instead, she continued walking forward until she reached the center of Fengtian Hall. Looking around at the subdued consorts and useless ministers, she curled her lips into a soft whisper. How could I be absent today when it's such an important matter? Madness flickered in Enrico's eyes. His voice grew louder and louder. Quickly, get your brothers to block those beasts from the Jin country. This world is mine, no one can take it away. Conroyna innocently covered her ears, revealing an extremely innocent expression. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you're saying. Enrico wanted to shout again, but suddenly, an imperial guard, bloodstained, rushed in and knelt before Enrico. Your Majesty, the palace, can't hold out anymore. Enrico was struck like by lightning, his face turning red as he grabbed the nearest seal and hurled it at the guard's face. Worthless. Conroy of you are worthless. He resembled a frenzied and defeated cur. The fear he had been masking for so long finally broke through, engulfing him entirely. Everyone standing below trembled with terror, some consorts already covering their faces and sobbing quietly. With the fall of Daliang, they would be the first sacrifices. From not far off, faint footsteps could already be heard. Enrico took 2 steps back, falling onto the dragon throne again, pointing trembling hands at the door, and shouting. Lock the door. Don't let them in. The guards closed the door upon hearing this, but everyone knew this was just deceiving themselves. Conroy's the footsteps drew closer, everyone's hearts raced higher and higher, extreme fear spreading across every face, leaving everyone utterly hopeless and bleak. Except for Conroyna. She stood in the center of the hall, gently waving her hand for Terry to step back. She was dazzling like the most radiant moon fallen to earth, her lips curled into a smile that was hers alone, a smile filled with both joy and a deranged madness. Jamang. The tightly shut door was split open by a sword, akin to daylight piercing through clouds. The moment that slender figure, exuding an aura of death, appeared before her, her smile reached its peak. It really has been too long. Chapter 171, The Peerless Beauty Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 38. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Enrico screamed, waving his arms while seated on the dragon throne, looking utterly deranged. He didn't recognize Ishan as the previously pitiful and lowly hostage at all, only feeling that the other party was a Conroy Shura who had crawled out from hell. Everyone screamed and ran in the direction away from the door, huddling around the dragon throne. Inside the hall, only Macy remained standing in the center. Macy stood there, facing the blood-drenched person at the doorway, standing straight with a bright smile. She was too beautiful, her beauty almost blinding. Ishan had imagined meeting Macy many times. He thought Macy had always been in the general's residence, and after he killed the dog emperor, he would clean himself up, change into her favorite moon-white robe to see her. Yet he never expected to meet her here. He was covered in blood, even splashed on his face. Macy loved cleanliness so much, she would definitely hate this sight. Conroy almost immediately upon seeing Macy, his knees went weak. If it wasn't for the long sword in his hand supporting him, he felt he would have knelt directly before Macy. Who could have thought that this boy, who was ruthless and wise on the battlefield, killing without mercy, would have a soft spot like this? Ishan dared not blink, even if that bright figure hurt his eyes, he couldn't bear to blink once. He was almost hesitant to move forward. He was dirty. Macy looked at Ishan satisfactorily. When their eyes met, she knew her little darling hadn't changed. He had become stronger, crazier. Yet he still belonged to her, inside and out, all of him was hers. She raised her hand, beckoning him twice, her red lips parting slightly. Come here. Thus, Ishan took step by step, walking right up to her. Even though he was afraid Macy would despise him, he was still so obedient. The deputies behind Ishan looked at each other, unable to understand what had happened to their general. Though this woman was truly beautiful, but she shouldn't mesmerize him so. Without further orders from the general, they dared not move, watching helplessly as their general approached the ethereal beauty. When Ishan finally came to her side, Macy wanted to reach up and touch his head but found herself short. After such a long time apart, the boy had grown even taller. Just standing there brought an overwhelmingly bloody presence. His jawline had sharpened, his eye sockets were deepened, suggesting he hadn't slept well for a long time. The dark circles under his eyes added more to his gloom and killing intent. Macy thought he looked even more handsome, more inviting than ever. Conroy tear mole at the corner of his eye stained with blood was the most vivid decoration on the boy's face. Ishan was greedily staring at Macy, outlining her contours with his gaze. That substantial yearning and love seemed to almost engulf Macy. Yet he tightly gripped his palms, tensely restraining his back muscles, unmoving. Behind Macy, Enrico on the imperial throne widened his eyes and roared. Macy! Yes! Stop him like that. Protect the Emperor. The torn sound echoed in the hall. Finally, Ishan moved his pupils, speaking in a hoarse voice, he is so noisy. Macy laughed, ignore him. Saying this, she tiptoed, hooking her neck around Ishan's. What are you waiting for? Ishan shivered all over, lowering his head as if entranced, gripping Macy's waist. Kissing the lips he had longed for. Conroy gust of wind swept through the empty hall, blowing up their robes, entangling them together. The terrified deposed emperor and his concubines and ministers stared wide-eyed, faces twisted. They shouted something but nobody cared anymore. Leaving outside the hall lay bodies and blood, the heavy stench filled the air. The wolf-like youth kissed his long-missed keeper reverently, offering his heart on both hands. The scent was too unfamiliar yet too familiar. Ishan licked Macy's lips like a puppy, more passionately than ever before. Especially the uncontrollable whimpering from his throat sounded more like a pampered baby animal. Even when Macy left his lips, Ishan chased after them like a spoiled Darius. Macy let out a light hum, making him stop, bending over sulkily, trying to hold back some strange feelings. With such intimate contact, a little blood smudged onto Macy's face. Ishan carefully raised his hand to wipe the blood off Macy's face. His voice became even raspier, and more affectionate, whispering beside her ear. Sister, sorry, I'm dirty. Macy raised an eyebrow at him, leavenly want to say sorry to me? Ishan blushed, yet he was not at all stingy with his words from the heart. His breathing was heavy, his hot breath tickling Macy's earlobe, sending shivers down her spine. Conroined. Sister, I miss you, I love you. Jim Rendon loves you. He leaned close to Macy's ear, planting soft kisses on her earlobe, whispering his heartfelt words over and over. Macy felt her neck tingle and her heart rate quicken as if there was a fire burning inside her. She licked her lips. Conroy de Bayo cautiously spoke. Conroy, though I know I shouldn't interrupt you, Flint, but I have to say that the protagonist's favorability is plummeting rapidly to -876. Leavenly then did Macy remember Enrico's existence. She pushed Ishan away and pointed at Enrico, whose face was black and green, saying casually, Enrico mustn't die, Maggie can't die either, do as you please with the rest. Enrico. The rapidly dropping favorability that had reached 1 suddenly surged to 50. So, Macy had just seduced him to save his life. Enrico's lips trembled, unable to form words. He wanted to say, no need, I am of great liang, dead or alive, my loyalty remains, preferring death over capture. Yet the words stuck in his throat, leaving him speechless. Ishan's eyes darkened as he surveyed Enrico, then waved his hand. The subordinate standing outside understood immediately, binding Enrico and Maggie tightly before reporting to Ishan. General, should we kill the others? Ishan didn't respond but looked at Macy. Macy, I already said, do as you please, oh right, wait. Macy scanned the trembling crowd, spotting Marianne and Blakely, who had visibly lost weight. These two, kill them, let the rest go. Macy was always one who settled scores. These two conspired to kill her, and she remembered it clearly. Marianne and Blakely screamed and cried, begging for mercy on their knees, but were mercilessly dragged outside by several lieutenants. The George and Gaylord were struck dumb. They stared at Ishan's face, a familiar terror washing over them. You're that cheap. In an instant, Macy drew the long sword from Ishan's waist and hurled it at the George, the blade piercing straight into his chest. Macy sighed softly, I intended to spare your life, but you squandered it. Then she turned to the Gaylord, what about you? The Gaylord fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing 3 times toward Macy and Ishan, I was wrong, I was wrong. Macy scoffed, you know better. She took Ishan's hand, licked her lips, and smiled at him. Let your men handle this place, it's filthy. Let's take a bath. Ishan bit his lower lip, blushing, and nodded, but then heard Macy add. Together. Chapter 172, The Peerless Jamadi Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 39. Ishan was led by Macy as if he were sleepwalking, arriving beside his warhorse. Macy lifted her chin at him, what are you standing there for? Let's go back to the general's residence. The hot spring there is the most comfortable. Remember to be quiet and don't alert my father and brothers. In a daze, Ishan mounted the horse, then extended his hand towards Macy. He gripped her slender wrist gently, almost too timidly. Instead, it was Macy who pulled herself up onto the saddle, settling in front of him. Ishan wrapped his arms around Macy's waist, gripping the reins tightly while keeping his back straight and stiff. He didn't dare to get too close to her, afraid that the bloodstains on his armor might soil her clothes. However, Macy didn't seem to mind at all. She leaned back comfortably, whispering softly, let's go. Ishan spurred the horse forward with his legs, galloping out of the palace. The wind blew through Macy's hair, tickling Ishan's face lightly, making his heart flutter just the same. The heat on his face dissipated somewhat in the autumn breeze, finally allowing him to regain his voice. With Macy's head pressing against his chin, Ishan lowered his head and kissed her hair. His chest rumbled as he murmured in her ear, his voice hoarse and low. Jemig sister. Jemig sister. He kept calling her like a small animal and nuzzling against her, rubbing her hair until Macy giggled. Conroy's they neared the general's residence, Macy tugged at the reins, steering the horse towards the back wall. She laughed softly, we're climbing over. Love otherwise, if my brothers see us, I can't guarantee you'd make it out of the gates alive. Ishan bit his lower lip and stayed silent. He thought to himself, that wasn't necessarily true, he had become quite powerful. Jemmet those were still Macy's brothers, so he felt he should show proper respect. Reaching the wall, Ishan looked up, recalling the night when Macy first saw through his disguise. Jemak then, he had been scared and fearful, looking at the moon without daring to speak, fearing he would die in disgrace here. Now, holding Macy close, he no longer harbored any regrets. With Macy in his arms, Ishan leaped effortlessly onto the wall and landed silently. Macy raised an eyebrow, thinking that his skills had indeed improved significantly. Even after landing, Ishan couldn't bring himself to let Macy go. His ears tinged red, and he blushed, carrying her into the house. Macy lounged lazily in his arms, pointing a direction, go that way, the hot spring is over there. Upon reaching the hot spring, Macy hopped off his lap and began untying her belt. Instantly blushing, Ishan turned away, Jemig's sister, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Jemmet before he could take 2 steps forward, Macy grabbed his waist. Her voice, laced with allure and teasing, rang behind him. I said together. What, do you need me to undress you? Ishan felt his entire body turning red. He wanted to bury himself somewhere. For some reason, whenever he was in front of Macy, he couldn't maintain his usual commanding demeanor. He had been so decisive and fierce on the battlefield. Jemmeting his lower lip, Ishan slowly turned around, removing his armor. The sound of metal clinking echoed as the black attire underneath outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist, revealing every perfect muscle line pulsating with power. If not for watching Ishan grow up, Macy wouldn't have been able to connect this Ishan with the weak, pale youth from before. She couldn't help but lick her lips and laugh. Continue. Ishan took a deep breath, lowering his gaze and hesitatingly placing his hand at his waist to untie the belt. Conroy's the black clothes fell to the ground, leaving only the last layer of undergarment. Macy narrowed her eyes, stepped forward, and yanked at his collar, tearing off the last piece of clothing. Caught off guard, Ishan stumbled backward, his ears bright red. He looked up cautiously. Gemmick sister? Seeing the blood on his body, Macy raised an eyebrow. You're injured, why didn't you say anything? Ishan paused, glancing down at his side where a deep gash was still bleeding, staining the white undergarment red. Wearing black robes and armor earlier, it hadn't been noticeable, and he had forgotten about it. Meeting Macy made him forget everything. I'm sorry. He whispered apologetically, fearing Macy's anger. Macy prodded his wound with her fingers. He winced slightly but didn't pull away, instead turning his body so she could poke more easily. The bleeding wound marred his otherwise flawless, moonlit skin, creating a breathtaking scene. Thirsty, Macy suddenly bent down and licked the wound on Ishan's body. Like being scalded, Ishan jumped up, blushing fiercely now. Macy. He suppressed the urge to run, standing still with a blush creeping up to his eyes. Macy's lips turned even redder from his blood. She licked them, stood straight, and smiled seductively. That taste was wonderful. She hated other people's blood, but his made her want more. Ishan seemed to be infected by the madness in Macy's eyes. His heart raced, and he spoke hoarsely. If sister likes it, Jim Rendon can create more wounds on my body. After all, Jim Rendon will always belong to you. Conroyed so long apart, how had he become such a smooth talker? Macy shivered with excitement and abruptly hooked her arm around Ishan's neck, pulling him backward. Splash. Water splashed up as they both fell into the hot spring, the redness of blood dispersing in the water. Submerged, Macy held tightly onto his neck, pressing him down. Ishan didn't struggle at all, even underwater. He forced his eyes open despite everything blurring. Leadenly she remained vividly clear before his blurred vision. His eyes stung, unsure if it was due to the water or his tears. Conroy's body lost control, being dragged deeper by Macy. He still reached out, pulling her into his embrace, lightly biting her lips and transferring the air in his mouth to her. Finally, just as he was about to suffocate, Macy released his shoulders and surfaced. Ishan gasped for breath after nearly choking, his wet black hair clinging to his bare torso, water droplets rolling off his prominent nose and delicate collarbone, creating an exquisite work of art. Macy clung tightly to him. Although she was clothed, the soaking wet clothes left little to the imagination. When Ishan finally regained his senses, he felt the beautiful figure of the girl before him. Instinctively feeling guilty and wanting to pull away, he was instead yanked closer by Macy grabbing his hair. His back pressed against the pool wall, leaving him nowhere to go. Ishan felt his heart would leap out of his chest, reluctant to blink even with water streaming into his eyes. Sister. He called her in a raspy voice, trying to relax his trembling body. Macy stared intently at him, her dark eyes seeming to devour him. Her hand moved over Ishan's chest, feeling the slight scars and perfect musculature under thin layers of muscle. Her hands trailed down his pectorals, abs, and V-line, slowly moving lower. Ishan started breathing heavily, his lips slightly parted, emitting soft whimpers from his throat, trembling lashes glistening with water droplets. However, in the next second, Coleman's voice suddenly came from outside. Little sister, you're back. Chapter 173, The Unparalleled Jamadi Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 40. Ishan suddenly widened her eyes, biting her lower lip tightly, swallowing the uncontrollable sobs. Macy remained completely unperturbed. Her hand didn't pause for a moment and continued to caress Ishan's abdomen gently. The pitiful young man endured the overwhelming tide, his face flushed red as he begged quietly. Sister, please don't. Gemmet Macy paid him no heed and softly said to the outside. Yes, second Gemrother, I'm back. I'm soaking in the hot spring. Coleman responded with a word, ready to leave but frowned and stopped in his tracks. Younger sister, is there someone else with you? Ishan held his breath instantly, his face turning red. He nearly forgot that Coleman was highly skilled, once even his own teacher. Seeing Ishan's expression, Macy's smile grew more malicious. Not only did she not stop, but her fingers also swirled slightly. Ishan carefully twisted his body, curling up helplessly in the water. Macy said to the outside, No, Gemrother, it's just me. Coleman listened intently and indeed heard no other presence. Perhaps it was an illusion just now. He reminded again. Don't soak too long, it's not good for your health either. Jean Kingdom's people attacked today. Your eldest brother couldn't sit still and wanted to fight their general. He has already gone to the palace. Macy choked, glancing at the person shivering in the water, thinking about how the person her eldest brother wanted to fight was almost on the verge of tears. She suppressed her laughter and said, Leave IK, Gemrother. Coleman chatted casually with Macy for a few moments from outside. Ishan was almost driven mad. He didn't want to struggle against Macy's hand, yet such sensations made it impossible for him to control himself. His face turned crimson, and blood started trickling from his lower lip. Until the moment Macy pinched his inner thigh, he convulsed like a dying fish, fresh blood gushing out from the wound on his waist. Macy stuck out her tongue, finally relenting and letting him be. Coleman walked away from Macy's courtyard. Ishan panted urgently, his mouth wide open, face flushed, even his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. The little dog, having been bullied so severely, didn't get angry but snuggled closer to the instigator, whining pitifully. Sister. Conroy, all right, Macy glanced down at his waist. You're injured, I won't bully you today. Hearing this, Ishan's eyes drooped. Clearly, she had already bullied him enough. Gemma, the heat in his body hadn't subsided, the most crucial part still unattended, and she ended it cruelly. Gemma, before he could say anything, Macy leaned in and kissed his lips. Jean, good, go dry off. I'll help you treat your wound. That touch instantly calmed him down. Ishan kissed Macy back, propping himself up on the pool's edge and emerging from the water. Conroy's the muscular body emerged, the tight lines of muscles were mesmerizingly beautiful. When Macy came out after a refreshing bath, Ishan had just finished drying his hair. Seeing Macy come out, he took a new towel and approached to dry her hair. Those hands that wielded swords and pulled bows now gently dried her black hair, extremely tenderly. Macy lazily leaned against his legs. Conroy, are you now working for Jean Kingdom's monarch? Is he your brother? Ishan paused his hands, saying softly. Leaven the surface, yes. I still need his antidote, and I promised sister to find you as soon as possible, so I can't make any mistakes. I act loyal to him, since he holds my life in his hands, and naturally, he feels assured. Gemmet, he's scum. Now that I have swiftly captured the Great Liang, he might attack me again. While speaking, his movements remained gentle, and his tone stayed calm, as if discussing something unrelated. Yet, deep inside, he felt some repression. Standing here proved his strength, yet something vital weighed heavily on his mind. He truly wished to stay by Macy forever, but he knew that without the antidote, he wouldn't live past half a year. Thinking this, he was nudged by Macy's finger on his brow. Regaining his senses, he caught her fingertip, placing it to his lips for a kiss. What's wrong? Macy curled her lips. Go do what you must. Don't worry about the antidote. With me around, you're invincible. Flipping over, she straddled Ishan's lap, looking down at him condescendingly. Seize everything that's rightfully yours. Isn't that great? Ishan looked straight into Macy's eyes, throat tight, unable to utter a word. After a while, he moved his lips. Conroy, right. She knew the ambition hidden deep within him. Ishan did not think there would be any solution for the poison in his body, but since Macy said so, he would follow her words. He always had unconditional trust in her. Macy laughed and hopped off him, exclaiming cheerfully. Come on, let's go back to the palace and deal with those people, then you can take me to the place where you grew up. Ishan stood up from the couch and squatted down to help her put on her shoes by holding her ankles. Levi K. Macy left a flamboyant note at the general's mansion, telling her family she was going to visit Jean Kingdom before hopping over the wall and running away. When they returned to the palace, Ishan's subordinates had already taken care of everything. Those who needed to be executed were dead, and those who needed to be spared were released. Enrico and Maggie were bound and tied in prison carts awaiting Ishan's decision. Upon seeing Macy appear, Enrico in the prisoner cart widened his eyes, filled with longing. Maggie, on the other hand, stared at Ishan, revealing extremely complicated and tangled emotions in her eyes. Just now, the system in her mind informed her that her target had changed. After finally increasing Enrico's affection points to 95 and getting pregnant with his Darius, the system now told her to shift her target to Ishan. What kind of hell mode was this? Actually, the system was also depressed. It lacked sufficient energy to transfer from this host body until the host absorbed enough dragon chi. Gemmet never expected that just when success was imminent, Enrico lost his kingdom. Now, the one carrying the strongest dragon chi was this Ishan. It reminded her again in her mind, host, you must do this to change your fate. Conroy's compensation, I will give you additional skill options. Maggie clenched her fists. The system was right, she was a prisoner now, but if she could win Ishan's favor, her status would definitely rise sharply. Isn't Macy a successful example of seduction? Maggie didn't recognize that Ishan was the previous hostage prince. This moment, Ishan was holding Macy's hand and standing at the highest step, announcing coldly. This region shall be governed by the eldest son of the Mu family, Ephraim. We shall return to our country to report. Ephraim, who had been searching the palace without finding the rumored young general, was on his way home, never expecting that he would become the local ruler. Many ministers who had already pledged allegiance to Jean Kingdom thought this benefit would fall on their heads, especially the left chancellor. However, the Mu family, which had long been absent from the court, reappeared unexpectedly. Conroy, the ministers dared not speak out but had to agree. After saying these words, Ishan hurriedly led Macy toward the horses. He really wanted to show Macy where he grew up. Even though the deep palace had brought him too much pain, the vast and expansive land was something he loved deeply. The moment he got on the horse, Ishan noticed Maggie in the prisoner cart nearby from the corner of his eye. Maggie was looking at him, her gaze different from usual, seemingly full of deep affection. Ishan instantly felt threatened. Was this woman trying to seduce Macy? Moreover, Macy had allowed her to live. Could it be that Macy also liked her? This wasn't good. Ishan tightened his grip around Macy's waist, suddenly lowering his head to whisper beside Macy's ear. Sister, Amina is looking at Jim Rendon with such a terrifying gaze. Does she hate me and want to kill me? She must be flattering Macy because Macy is powerful. Unlike me, I will always love everything about Macy. Chapter 174, The Unparalleled Jamadi She Tamed the Enemy Nation's Tyrant, 41. When Ishan spoke these words, his lips were close to Karina's ear, but his eyes stared straight at Maven in the prisoner's cart. The moment Maven met Ishan's gaze, an icy chill pierced through her heart, making her feel as insignificant as an ant. Why was this happening? She had clearly used the Conroy affectionate gaze skill. So Maven turned to look at Enrico. Just as Enrico was feeling dejected and furious, he met Maven's affectionate gaze and instantly relaxed. My beloved concubine, only you truly love me. Maven lowered her eyes, anxious inside. That didn't make sense, the skill seemed fine. Why did Ishan look at her like that? Maven felt alarmed and uncertain, even the system was panicking. Now the system had shifted its favorability detection onto Ishan. Conjoined the result was a start of -99999. It couldn't even count how many nines there were. How could she succeed with this? The return journey wasn't rushed. Ishan deliberately slowed down their pace. He was too engrossed in this feeling of being on the road with Karina. Especially when he held Karina in his arms and walked towards the setting sun, he felt an unprecedented sense of contentment. He thought he would never experience such beauty. Conroy struggling in the mire, only thinking about destroying everything, he never expected moonlight to fall upon him. Levin's back, he would have to face all the intrigues again. Ishan wasn't afraid of these things, but he couldn't bear to take his eyes off Karina for even a second. Ultimately, it was Karina who urged Ishan to hurry back. She was somewhat curious about what the dog emperor who tormented Ishan looked like. She really wanted to slowly repay every bit of pain little cutie had endured. Half a month later, they returned to the capital of the Gene Kingdom. That day, Ishan wore a pale moon-white robe, his black hair neatly tied up. Just looking at his exquisite features, one would think he was a refined young gentleman. Gemmet, if you noticed the lingering traces of bloodlust in his eyes, you'd know he was indeed a battle-hardened general. Conroy along the way, the people cheered loudly, a sight Karina had never seen before. She was still held in a domineering embrace by Ishan, sitting in front of him. She didn't want to hide her face, and Ishan, more like a Darius showing off his treasure, wanted everyone to know that he had the most precious thing in the world in his arms. Inside the palace, Casimir listened to his secret guard's report, his eyes cold. It seems my brother has lost his sense of priorities. To return so arrogantly, did he want all the people to believe that the credit belonged to him, Ishan? Casimir clenched his fists, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Since that's the case, then there's no need to keep him around any longer. After all, now that Dalian was conquered and the world united, Ishan, this tool, was no longer needed. Half an hour later, with a chorus of, "Welcome home, great general," Ishan led Karina into the Tamakakan hall. Casimir sat on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over Karina's face, then putting on a kind smile and waving his hand. Everyone else can leave. I need to speak privately with my brother. Conroy soon as he finished speaking, only 3 people remained in the hall. Gemmet Ishan knew that several of the Emperor's personal bodyguards were hiding in the corners, aiming deadly weapons at his vital points. Without revealing his intentions, Ishan held Karina protectively in his arms, shielding her from those weapons. He bowed to Casimir, "Gembrother." Gemmet he didn't kneel as he usually did. Casimir's expression flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of cruelty which quickly vanished. Casimir looked at Karina. "My brother went on this campaign and brought back a woman. You seem to dote on her very much. Perhaps Gembrother should bestow a marriage upon you?" Casimir didn't know Karina's identity and didn't care. Upon hearing Casimir's words, Ishan shook his head with a cold laugh. No need. Did their feelings require anyone else's bestowal? Casimir's expression darkened even further, almost losing his imperial demeanor. Ishan, don't forget, today is the 14th. There were only a few hours left before Ishan's condition would worsen. Provoking someone who had the antidote wasn't wise. Yet Ishan smiled more casually. He was already handsome, and such a smile made him exude a wicked charm that dimmed the world for a moment. Gembrother, instead of threatening me here, perhaps consider when you can regain the people's respect. Conwelso, I returned to the palace today not to claim credit but because my little moon wanted to see what the Gene Imperial Palace looks like. Finishing, he lowered his gaze to Karina. What do you think? Karina pouted. It's just a so-so, not as beautiful as the general's mansion. Ishan smiled and said, then let's go. I'll take you to see my home. With that, they were about to walk out, completely ignoring the mighty Curtis of Gene. Finally, Casimir couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, roaring, impudent. Ishan, how dare you? Have you forgotten that you are merely a dog I raised? Karina suddenly turned around, her face expressionless as she looked at Casimir. Before Ishan could speak, Karina's sweet voice rang out. What are you talking about? Even if he is a dog, he is my little dog. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are, daring to snatch my treasure? She spoke slowly, each word emphasized, her extremely beautiful eyes staring straight into Casimir's, forcing even the great Curtis of Gene to take a step back. In those pitch-black eyes, it seemed countless demons reached out with their emaciated hands, exuding an incredibly terrifying and chilling aura that dragged his soul into hell. For a moment, Casimir truly believed he had just experienced death. When he finally regained his senses, Ishan and Karina had already walked out of the grand hall. Watching their retreating figures, Casimir wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gripping the armrests of the dragon throne tightly. Indeed, Ishan must not be allowed to live any longer. Conroy, that woman must also be a demon. The reason he didn't have his secret guards kill Ishan just now was because everyone saw him call Ishan into the grand hall in broad daylight. If Ishan died here, it would undermine his authority as emperor. Casimir wanted to be a convincing good emperor, so killing Ishan must be done perfectly. Moreover, he believed that within a few hours, Ishan would come crawling back to beg for mercy. Conroy, after all, the pain of the poison was something ordinary people couldn't endure. Ishan brought Karina to his princely residence. Conroy, after returning, he was enfeoffed as August Yu and naturally had his own mansion. Conroy, soon as Karina stepped in, she paused. Why did it feel so familiar? Not only were the architectural styles identical, but even the stones underfoot, the trees by the pond, and the flowers in the garden felt uncannily familiar. Did Ishan build this exactly like Mu General's mansion? Karina's eyes widened. Seeing Karina's rare look of surprise, her lips slightly parted and eyes wide, he found her utterly adorable, making him want to devour her. He couldn't help but smile and lean over to kiss her hair. Do you like it? There's also a hot spring in the backyard. Would you like to join me? Chapter 175, The Peerless Beauty Tames the Tyrant of the Enemy Country, 42. Karina was more than happy to oblige. She raised an eyebrow at Ishan, surprised at how bold her little darling was being today. It wasn't that Ishan had become bolder, it's just that when one faces life and death, they always try to do more meaningful things. Ishan felt he wouldn't live much longer and naturally wanted to take this opportunity to cling to Karina. Lev, overcoming his shyness with all his strength, he scooped up Karina horizontally and walked toward the hot spring behind them. Conroy, as he loosened Karina's belt, his fingertips trembled slightly. Karina chuckled lightly, flipping her wrist to draw out the dagger from Ishan's waist. The cold blade, shimmering with a chill, brushed gently against his cheek. What are you thinking of doing, Gemmeting his lip, Ishan slowly knelt on one knee before Karina and kissed the back of her hand that held the knife. Noemi lashes covered in his eyes as he said in a hoarse voice. I want to be devoured by Karina. Even as he spoke these words, he couldn't tell if devoured meant metaphorically or literally. Lever, perhaps more accurately, both were what he yearned for. Karina laughed, not calling me sister anymore. Ishan looked up at her, rubbing her palm, with a hint of in the corners of his eyes. If Karina likes it, Jemrendon will call. Sister. He extended his tongue to lick Karina's fingertips, his deep and husky voice trembling as he called again, sister. Karina seized his tongue, her fingers exploring inside his mouth. Ishan obediently opened his mouth wide. No one dared put their fingers into a wild beast's mouth. Gemmet Karina did. Conroy, the bloodthirsty, mad beast now opened its mouth obediently, like being examined by its master. His tongue couldn't help but chase after her fingertips. Conroy muffled sound emerged from his throat. That night, the night Jemrendon left a year ago, does what sister said still hold true? That night, Karina had ignited his desire only to cruelly extinguish the flames, telling him that the rest would be completed when they met again. Lev, of course, Karina licked her lips, pulling her fingers from his mouth and grasping the front of his clothes. I never lie. Conroy's the cloth slipped down, her slender hands picked up the jade white belt embroidered with a silver dragon and blindfolded Ishan. The devout believer restrained the urge to curl, presenting himself entirely before the deity. With his sight deprived, his senses became more acute. He heard the rustle of silk hitting the ground, feeling that scalding breath approach. Karina bit his Conroymias's apple, making him gasp uncontrollably. However, at that moment, the familiar intense pain surged over him like a tsunami. Levy off. Ishan flinched, finally unable to resist curling up, his whole body trembling. The pain from the poison was fierce, as if his organs were being torn apart. Though he was afraid of pain, he could endure it very well. Conroy's sob escaped his throat involuntarily, his pale white fingers digging into the ground tightly as he panted. Sister, leave me alone, for a while. Conroy's he reached to pull off the blindfold to see Karina. His hand was caught by Karina. Karina's voice whispered in his ear, didn't I say to trust me? Her soft voice fell, and then his trembling, icy lips were covered by a burning kiss. Karina laid upon him, kissing his lips joyfully, then passed a pill with her tongue. The moment the pill landed in Ishan's mouth, it turned into a warm stream, sliding effortlessly down his esophagus. It tasted sweet. Even amidst intense pain, this thought popped into Ishan's mind. Conroy, soon as the sweetness spread in his mouth, he suddenly felt less pain. Was it an illusion? Karina kissed him back blankly. However, when the pain completely subsided, he finally realized something was amiss. Why, wasn't there any pain? Karina parted from his lips, unbuttoned his shirt, and saw him dazedly blinking, chuckling softly. I told you, I'm very capable. With me here, go ahead and do what you want. Speaking, she lifted her hand to gently pinch his neck. Her slender fingers squeezed slightly, and Ishan opened his lips due to suffocation. Karina removed the blindfold and noticed her young boy's eyes were already red and watery. He was too beautiful, she wished to devour every inch of his flesh by biting. Karina couldn't help adding. Except leaving me. Dark droplets clung to Ishan's long eyelashes, unsure if they were from the steam by the hot spring or his own tears. When Karina spoke these words, her expression was malice and killing intent spreading unabated in her extremely beautiful eyes. However, Ishan regarded this as an unparalleled remedy. Ishan lifted his head, presenting himself like a sacrifice before Karina. Karina adored this look of his. If only the teacher had been this compliant when she confessed to him back then, why would she have needed to kill him? Gems eyed the hot spring, misty steam spread, enshrouding the two figures by the pool like a thin veil. Slap. Conroy's hand slapped into the water, sending up sparkling droplets. Then, those fingers suddenly curled back sharply. The splashing water fell on his fair body, causing the jade-white skin to blush faintly. Those droplets rolled down with searing heat. Perfect cheeks were streaked with either sweat or tears, red lips bitten hard but soon pried open. Fish flipped and dived deep, their tails flicking up waves. Conroy drowning person could not escape, only to rise and fall in the surging tide, thrown upwards, then deprived of breath, sinking to the ocean floor. Melting, blending, sacrificing everything, becoming one. In the dungeon, Maven secretly rejoiced that she was not locked up with Enrico. Levither-wise, it wouldn't be convenient to use her seduction tactics. She had been waiting for Ishan to come over, since as a great general, it was normal for him to interrogate captives. Gemmet she waited for 3 whole days. 3 full days passed, and Maven didn't see anyone from Ishan. It was really odd, where did he go? 11 the 4th day, Maven couldn't help it anymore. She grabbed the jailer who came to deliver food and shouted, "I want to see General Ishan." The jailer looked at her as if she were crazy and ignored her. Seeing that the jailer was about to leave, Maven endured the pain of wasting a pitiful skill and said, "Gembrother, please. I have information that the general wants. Can you report it? It's really important." Seeing her genuine expression and clear, pitiful eyes, the jailer hesitated and nodded unconsciously. "I'll try reporting, but the general isn't available to everyone." Hearing there was hope, Maven breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, news of Maven's important information reached the Wang Palace through Ishan's subordinates. In the vast room of the Yute Palace, darkness reigned. Karina straddled Ishan's waist and slowly untied his wrists bound to the bedhead upon hearing the outside noise. Ishan frowned, his previously dreamy and charming eyes showing dissatisfaction. "Tell them to get lost, sister." "It's enough," Karina bent down and bit his lip, "we have plenty of time. It's time for some good show." Chapter 176, The Unparalleled Jamadi Tamed the Rival Kingdom's Tyrant, 43. Ishan's men finally saw Augustu after 3 days. Seeing their master looking radiant, all of them couldn't help but worry about the fairy-like girl that their master had brought back. Did the master play with her to death just after tasting fresh? However, when they saw Macy looking like a female demon who had absorbed enough essence, they finally felt relieved and sighed in their hearts. Sure enough, the woman the master brought back is as extraordinary as the master. When Ishan held Macy's hand and came to the dungeon, Amina had meticulously groomed herself repeatedly inside the cell. Upon seeing the tall and slender figure, Amina managed her expression and prepared to activate her skills. However, when she saw the dazzling red figure behind Ishan, waves of jealousy surged uncontrollably within her. If she previously used Macy without much hostility, now at this critical moment, all she felt toward Macy was hatred. If Macy really loved her, why hadn't she saved her? She, such a pampered person, actually endured so much suffering in this dungeon for so long, and Macy didn't even come to ask her once. Clearly, this woman wasn't truly in love with her. Moreover, why should Macy gain Ishan's affection? When she was by Enrico's side, Amina did not sense Macy's interest in him but only felt Macy's interest in her. Therefore, she never considered Macy an enemy. Gemmet now it was different. She could tell that Macy liked this Ishan very much, and Ishan also liked Macy. It was as if there was some kind of magnetic field between them, intimate yet insane, inseparable. This realization made Amina hate Macy even more. If she couldn't charm Ishan, she would be eliminated. She refused to be eliminated. Amina knelt on the ground, looking at Ishan's toes and cooed softly. "Pay my respects to Augustu." Her delicate voice carried 3 parts of grievance, 3 parts of resilience, 3 parts of allure, and 1 part well-measured coquettishness. If it were anyone else, they would probably find it hard not to be moved by this voice. Gemmet Ishan stepped back as if he had heard something terrifying, retreating even behind Macy. He bent down, whispering softly into Macy's ear. "Sister, don't you feel this woman looks rather eerie?" Macy raised an eyebrow, indeed. She had already heard the system's voice in Amina's mind and knew that her target had changed. Previously, when Amina's target was Enrico, Macy was content to watch from the sidelines. She promised Precious not to kill casually. Since Amina's favorability increased rapidly, she planned to wait until it reached 100, then grab that seduction system when it detached automatically. Gemmet now, the target had changed to someone close to her, which she couldn't tolerate. Macy smiled. "Would it be alright if I used a little private punishment here with Gemrendon?" Ishan froze, his eyes drooping. "If sister wants to do something, let me handle it." He didn't want anyone to occupy Macy's attention, even if it meant killing. He felt jealous. What's so great about killing? Kill me. Macy's smile brightened. Anything else would be fine, but not this time. She is special. Upon hearing this, Ishan's face turned cold, giving Amina a chilly glance. This gaze was so icy and bone-chilling that it made Amina, who had activated several skills, tremble as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Right this moment, Precious spoke up. Well, mistress, it's not that I advise you not to kill, but Amina is pregnant, and the baby in her belly is innocent. Mistress, how about waiting until the baby is born? Macy blinked, not refuting. She didn't fear life, but she knew that young lives should be protected. Though she killed mercilessly, killing a formed Darius would indeed make her uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, she nodded obediently. Right, let's wait a few months until she gives birth. Macy pulled Ishan's hand. Let's go, I don't feel like playing today. We can do it in a few months. Ishan didn't know why Macy changed her mind, but it was good for him as long as Macy didn't focus on others. He held hands with Macy, kissed the back of her hand, and smiled purely. Right, sister, shall we go horseback riding and archery today? Saying this, he was about to pull Macy out. Seeing this, Amina panicked immediately. After finally managing to see Ishan, there was not a single bit of progress. This was far from good. The worst part was that at this moment, a reminder from the system sounded in her mind. System energy is running low. If there is no progress within a week, the host will be eliminated. Amina gritted her teeth and suddenly stood up from the ground, forcefully colliding with the iron bars. Ya. With a heart-wrenching female scream, Macy turned back in surprise. Amina had already fallen to the ground, holding her stomach with an expression full of pain. Between Amina's legs flowed fresh blood. She could not keep this Darius. This was Enrico's Darius. If she wanted to charm Ishan, it was impossible for her to do so while carrying another man's Darius. Right this moment, greed and desire filled Amina's heart, making her forget that this Darius also shared her blood. To be precise, she never considered the Darius in her belly as a real Darius but merely as a tool to increase her favorability. Tearing pain surged through her lower abdomen, and her vision became blurry as if something was being separated from her body. Seeing Macy and Ishan quickly approach her, Amina secretly rejoiced. It was indeed useful. They would definitely find someone to treat her, and Ishan would surely be moved by her frail and pale appearance. However, the next second, Amina clearly heard Macy and Ishan's whispered discussion. Macy, she's really cruel to herself. Ishan, even a tiger does not eat its own offspring, she is less than an animal. Macy, indeed, so I won't hesitate. Macy's cheerful voice sounded like she was preparing for a grand feast. The dungeon door opened, and the striking red figure holding a dagger squatted beside Amina. Amina trembled all over, pushing herself away from this devil with her hands. Save me. She strained to produce a hoarse and trembling voice, using her last ounce of strength to activate her pitiful charm skill as she looked at Ishan. She found that Ishan wasn't even looking at her. Ishan was gazing at Macy, his eyes gentle in the dim dungeon. He approached Macy to help lift her skirt hem, whispering softly. Dirty, really don't need Jim Rendon's help? Nope. Macy licked her lips, her excited demeanor as if she were about to open a surprise box. She raised her hand, a blade flashed, and Amina screamed. Yet, just as the sound emerged, Ishan tightly covered her mouth. Amina's eyeballs bulged out, her legs flailing feebly before finally stilling. Chapter 177, The Jamadi Demonis Who Tamed the Enemy Country's Tyrant, 44. When Macy pinched out a grayish light orb from the shattered heart of Jolie Jia, Ishan's eyes widened in surprise. What is that? It's a little bug. Macy pinched the system happily, smiling like a Darius who got a new toy. If you didn't see her covered in blood and the pile of shredded meat on the ground. Seeing Macy finally finish, Ishan sighed in relief and went over to lift the squatting Macy up. Let's go then, go clean up. His moon-white long robe was instantly stained red with blood, but he didn't mind at all. He even kissed Macy's bloody face. Macy held onto Ishan's neck, squeezing the screeching system, Levi K. The couple left the dungeon quickly. When Ishan's men came in to clean up, they couldn't help but vomit. What kind of devils are these two? Sure enough, the master's chosen woman is extraordinary. Gemak in the room, Macy enjoyed a hot bath and then laid down on the soft couch, staring at the small orb in front of her. Stop screaming, you'll die even more miserably if you do. Seducing system, Conroya, what kind of devil are you? Aya, let this system go, Aya. It was utterly shocked. It had lived off dragon aura for a very long time in this world and never thought it would be pulled out by someone. No. She can't be human. The system felt as though it encountered its natural enemy. Listening to the system's screams, Macy frowned, eventually becoming impatient. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and sensed the existence of Pierre in her consciousness. She spoke to Pierre. Come out, I have snacks for you. Pierre, ? Pierre trembled. Flint, how do I come out? I am bound to your will. Macy chuckled lightly, then suddenly clenched her fingertips, frowning. She actually tore a small piece of her will off forcefully, where Pierre was bound. Pierre was dumbfounded. How could anyone be so brutal to themselves? Such pain of soul tearing has never been endured by anyone. Why does the master look so effortless? Pierre only felt a force pushing it forward, and soon, everything turned bright. It appeared in Macy's palm. Conroy's warm yellow orb floated in Macy's hand, looking fluffy and fuzzy. Then, 2 round eyes popped out from the fluff. Conroy, my goodness. Flint, how did you do that? The fluff screamed, jumping up, its voice soft and sweet, complemented by those doll-like eyes, making it look super squeezable. Macy's lips were slightly pale, yet she couldn't resist giving the fluff a hard squeeze. Indeed, fluffy, soft, and warm. Pierre sprouted fur. Macy said softly, Conroy, right, quickly devour the seducing system, and then return. My strength isn't enough right now to keep you out for long. Conroy's our powers grow, I'll find a body for you so you can exist independently. Waya. Flint. You're too good to me. I love you the most. The small fluff almost cried, hopping softly in Macy's hand. Macy, lacking patience, directly grabbed the fluff and then the screeching seducing system, stuffing it into a tiny hole below Pierre's eyes. Pierre struggled wildly, Conroy Flint, you're putting it in my nose. Macy paused. Pierre jumped down from Macy's palm, struggled to lick the gray orb, bit it, chewed, and swallowed. Macy asked curiously, what does it taste like? Pierre squeaked cutely, chocolate flavor. Wait. I seem to have gained many new skills. The fluff vanished from Macy's palm and echoed in her mind. Flint, master. Do you want to activate the soft and tender skill? Macy, do I need it? Pierre, hee, forget I said anything. Conroy, part from skills, I feel stronger again. Thank you, master. Pierre was too happy. Ever since binding with Macy, leveling up was as easy as drinking water. It completely forgot its initial resistance, only knowing that Macy was now its god. Macy felt the joy of pet ownership and was also delighted. The poor seducing system vanished without a trace. Macy stood up from the couch, stretching, just as Ishan walked in from outside. What? Macy tilted her head and asked. Ishan's expression was complicated. Art, the Noemi brothers attacked. Macy froze, laughing out loud, Levi my. They must think I've been captured by Jean. Ishan sighed, yet couldn't help but find Macy's smiling face truly heart-stirring. He kissed the corner of her lips and whispered. Jemmig's sister knows, Jim Rendon could never go against his brothers. Conroy at some point, Ishan had started calling them brothers directly. Macy, why should they be against each other? My brothers came at just the right time. Ishan blinked, you mean to? Macy smiled slyly, yes, why not seize this opportunity to have your brother step down? Ishan's heart was racing. Macy's thoughts were almost identical to his own. Indeed, they were meant for each other. Casimir is already getting anxious. He originally wanted to get rid of me, but now with Art attacking, he needs me to fight the so-called foreign enemy. Macy laughed, then let him. I miss my father and my dragon brothers anyway. In the imperial court, Casimir relaxed upon receiving news that Ishan had set out with troops. Thankfully, this younger brother was still obedient. It was puzzling why the Muse remained inactive during the attack on the Liang dynasty, only to start marching now after Liang's fall. Casimir couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, once Ishan subdued the Muse, his throne would be secure. The entire Mu family marched toward the Jin capital, conquering all in their path. They neither occupied cities nor recruited soldiers, their goal was clear, find the little sister and bring her home. Finally, Jin responded. Art, in his tent, stroked his beard as he read the report from his men. Jin has dispatched troops, still led by Augustu. Ephron, it looks like you'll get your chance to face him. Ephron sneered coldly, if he has anything to do with the disappearance of little sister, I will tear him apart. The next day, after advancing 30 miles, they saw an army rushing toward them. Conroy at the forefront was a silver-robed young general, his red tassel flying, his momentum overwhelming. Art rode ahead, followed by his 3 sons. Conroy, 4 of them stared at the young general, sensing something off. Why did this seasoned general look like a mere boy? Charging forward recklessly, did he wish to be skewered by 1,000 swords? Art waved his hand, signaling the archers behind him to stay calm. He wanted to see what this young general planned. When Ishan galloped close to the Mu forces, he dismounted gracefully. His movements were light and sharp. Art admired him yet kept his hand on the sword at his waist. At the next moment, the young general knelt abruptly before Art. Ishan bowed deeply. Tim-in-law pays respects to father. Conroyed greetings to the brothers. Art? Brothers? Chapter 178, The Peerless Jamadi tamed the raging tyrant of the enemy country, 45. Whoosh! Conroyed arrow, shot with tremendous force, flew straight toward the heart of Ishan. Ishan's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to block it and could only dodge sideways. The accuracy and power of that arrow were extraordinary. If not for Ishan's excellent martial skills, he would have been killed by that arrow. Conroy's bloody scratch was left on his arm, but Ishan didn't even blink. Coleman reacted most dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the kneeling youth. He couldn't maintain his refined gentleman demeanor while holding the fan in his hand. Conroy, actually, you little brat. Coleman had taught Ishan for some time and naturally recognized him. The others hadn't seen Ishan before. Apart from feeling surprised and angry, they had no other thoughts. Jemmet Coleman felt directly deceived and exploited. Jemmak then, he hadn't realized the true identity of this boy during their training. His identity wasn't the issue, but the boy actually lusted after his younger sister. His precious younger sister whom he adored. Seeing his attack miss, Coleman was the first to dismount and marched forward aggressively. Come on, let's spar. Every word seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth. Ishan bowed respectfully. Yes, second gemrother. He stood up, waiting for Coleman to make the first move. Upon being called second gemrother, Coleman exploded instantly. Who is your second gemrother? Shut your mouth. With that, he launched a lethal strike aimed at Ishan's throat. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Inside the luxurious carriage nearby, Macy leaned against the window, munching on snacks as she watched the spectacle. She found it extremely entertaining. Art frowned as he observed the fight, murmuring to his other two sons. The fighting skills of this young general appear to be even better than Coleman's? Turig nodded. Indeed. Coleman keeps launching lethal attacks, yet this boy only defends without counterattacking. Though he has suffered some injuries, if he had attacked, Coleman might not be a match for him. Ephron sneered. Jemmet, he dares to lust after our younger sister. Isn't it right to beat him severely? We don't know her feelings yet. Turig pointed to Macy nearby. Look at the sister. Experienced in military matters, Turig was skilled at observation and noticed Macy first. In an instant, he knew that Macy was highly satisfied with this boy. This realization kept him from attacking first. Seeing Macy's expression, Art and Ephron also understood her thoughts. Art sighed. I didn't expect our youngest to be taken by another pig so soon after returning. Turig and Ephron rubbed their hands together. Even if little sister likes him, he still needs to be beaten. When Coleman finally collapsed panting in defeat, Turig dismounted, brandishing his long sword. Then came Ephron. After a series of tag team battles, Ishan was covered in nasty wounds, with several bloody scratches on his beautiful face. Jemmet, his gaze remained humble and gentle. Thank you, brothers. Though the three brothers were exhausted, they weren't injured because Ishan intentionally pulled back, not daring to offend them. Even Art, who remained on horseback, couldn't hide his appreciative look. Coleman raised his hand. Conroy Gain. Surprisingly, the student he taught had improved so much, which made Coleman feel strangely comforted amidst his anger. Turig patted Coleman's shoulder. How about stopping? Tag team is already too unfair. No. Coleman shook his head and charged forward again. Another round of tag team battles ended with Ishan half kneeling on the ground, barely able to stand. Jemmet, he managed to support his upper body with his sword, keeping his spine straight. His hair was disheveled, adding a touch of fragility to his sharp features. Gemlud stained the ground, making his complexion even paler. He panted heavily, turning his head slightly, continuing to thank them hoarsely. This sight softened Coleman's heart a little. Finally, he waved dismissively, forget it, come here and tend to your wounds. Ishan took a deep breath, lifting his head with a very obedient smile. Thank you, second gemrother, thank you, brothers. Coleman felt his fists tighten again, stopped by Turig. Conroy, right, go bring little sister here. I'll take this boy to the tent. Thus, Ishan, who should have been resisting the enemy, followed the deputy general of the enemy into their camp. Half an hour later, they all sat down in the main tent. Ishan, fully wrapped in bandages, sat beside Macy, carefully peeling walnuts for her, his movements as gentle and meticulous as could be. Art subtly nodded, seeing that this boy's eyes were indeed filled with nothing but Macy, far better than Curtis and Rico. Art said, so, you are actually the hostage prince? Ishan respectfully nodded, yes. Instantly, everyone's expressions turned somewhat complicated. They all knew that Macy had taken the hostage prince into her own care while in the palace. They thought it was just Macy playing around, never imagining she would treat him like a Darius husband. Turig coughed lightly, so, what do you plan to do next? Ishan put down the walnut in his hand and whispered. Whatever Macy wants Jimrendon to do, I will do. Though Jimrendon is from Jean, I suffered endless abuse and pain there. Even after coming to Daliang, I never had a peaceful night until Macy gave me a helping hand. His voice was devout, with a slight choke. So, from now on, Jimrendon will live only for Macy. Whatever Macy wants, Jimrendon will help her achieve it. Since Art and the Dragon Brothers are Macy's most important family, Jimrendon will use all my strength to protect them. This speech was originally rehearsed countless times, yet when spoken now, he forgot all the prepared words. Every word came straight from his heart. The Mu family was very satisfied with Ishan's answer. They were old hands and could easily tell if someone was lying. Art nodded again and looked at Macy. So, what do you plan to do, Macy? After finishing the last walnut peeled by Ishan, Macy raised an eyebrow and smiled. Naturally, we'll attack. This world needs unification, so why can't it be unified under Ishan? She tugged at Ishan's little finger. I'll bring father and Gemrother to help you rebel. Ishan's eyes reddened as he looked at Macy. Beneath those charming fox-like eyes, a beauty mark shone attractively. Sister. He murmured softly, gently lifting Macy's fingers, placing a light kiss on her fingertips. Ingji. Coleman abruptly slapped the armrest and stood up. You damn brat, stay away from Macy. Chapter 179, the gem-breathtaking Jamadi subdues the tyrant of the enemy country, complete. When Ishan led the Mu family army back to the Jin capital, Casimir was still immersed in a sweet dream. Upon hearing the news, Casimir smashed a pile of cups and shivered all over. Was Ishan not cherishing his life anymore? He still had the antidote in his hands. Wait a moment. Casimir suddenly remembered that Ishan hadn't asked for the antidote for 2 months. An extremely ominous thought rose in Casimir's mind. Could it be that this blade in his hand had completely slipped out of his control? Casimir trembled violently, yelling at those ministers to resist, but no one dared to step forward. At some point, Ishan had already stripped many officials of their power, leaving Casimir as hollow as an empty shell. The superficial prosperity was nothing but what Ishan deliberately showcased for Casimir. Casimir relied too much on controlling Ishan and subconsciously believed that Ishan would never betray him, which made Ishan's final strike so easy. The Jin capital was even easier to take than Daliang. The guards opened the city gates without any resistance upon seeing Auguste Yu's face. Thus, Ishan directly killed his way into the palace. There were still some fanatical loyalists controlled by drugs beside Casimir, attacking Ishan. However, with his sword unsheathed, he could exterminate all corruption and dregs. The beautiful youth stepped on blood and corpses towards Casimir, who sat on the ground trembling. Karina strolled into the hall from outside. Levy? It hasn't ended yet? Ishan lifted his long sword, his bloody face like a breathtakingly beautiful demon. He looked at Casimir fiercely, but answered Karina gently. Gemig's sister, don't worry, it will be over soon. You monster. You lowly scum. You are worse than an animal. Casimir screamed madly. Seeing the sword about to stab into Casimir's heart, Karina frowned and called a halt. Ishan hesitated and turned around blankly. What's wrong, big sister? Karina walked in expressionlessly, flipping her hand to reveal an exquisite dagger. I just feel that killing him like this is letting him off too easily. After saying that, Karina squatted down and lightly slashed with her dagger, cutting a thin piece of flesh from Casimir's thigh. Intense pain flooded through Casimir, making him scream with white face. Annoyed by his shrill cries, Karina frowned. Seeing her expression, Ishan covered Casimir's mouth silently. With one stroke after another, Karina kept slicing while Casimir bulged his eyes, red with anger, but couldn't make any sound. From initial frantic struggles to becoming like a dead fish. When Karina finally stood up and shook her slightly sore hand, there wasn't a single intact spot left on Casimir's body. The most terrifying thing was, he was still alive. Ishan also stood up, holding Karina's wrist and gently massaging it, whispering, You're tired, big sister. Karina curled her lips and bit Ishan's lower lip. Have someone take Casimir away and use the best medicine to keep him alive. I said, the pain you suffered from him, I'll return hundreds of times. Ishan's eyes welled up, sniffing softly with a hoarse and deep voice full of love. Gemig's sister. He gently hugged Karina, resting his chin on her shoulder and kissing her earlobe, muttering. Thank you, big sister. I cherish you, always. His voice was like fragile crystal, effortlessly stirring something inside Karina. Gemmed in a place unseen by Karina, Ishan looked at Casimir, who was barely breathing, and smiled wickedly. Dear brother, thank you indeed. If not for you, how could Karina care for me so much? The Jin king Casimir died, and Auguste Yueshan ascended the throne, changing the country's name to Yuesheng. The new emperor was fierce and cruel, with none of the ministers daring to speak up. Next month, the Mu family returned to the fallen Daliang kingdom and established themselves as kings, with Mu Karina as the empress, renaming the country Yu. This stirred great waves, but the Mu family was wealthy and powerful, making the establishment of a female emperor quite effortless. Surprisingly, this empress showed talent in governing, implementing beneficial policies that continuously raised her reputation among the common people. Supported by the Mu family, people either genuinely accepted or were coerced, ultimately giving no objections. In early next year, Ishan proposed marriage to the empress with the entire Jin country as dowry. Conjoined Karina, taking Daliang as her dowry, adorned and read for miles. Leven the day of the grand wedding between the two emperors, it was said that a dragon and a phoenix appeared in the sky, intertwining as they pierced through the clouds, and all the people knelt, proclaiming, Noemi live the Curtis, 3 times. Inside the opulent palace, Karina hooked Ishan's chin. The young emperor, beneath none but her, knelt on one knee wildly yet meekly. Karina's fingers traced his delicate eyebrows and eyes, lazily opening her mouth. I heard you are a tyrant. Where has such a tame tyrant ever come from? Ishan lowered his head to rub against her palm. Yours. Karina felt the moist kisses on her palm, making her heart quiver. This empire is my gift to you. Ishan slowly stood up, suddenly holding Karina's waist, his teardrop mark below his eye enchanting, his deep affection drawing her in. He said, Conroy 1,000-mile empire is not as precious as my moonlight. Karina curled her lips, grabbing his shirt tightly, deeply kissing his lips. Red curtains fell. The sash dropped to the floor, only to be picked up again by slender hands. The mischievous laughter of the girl echoed, even startling the candlelight into trembling. The flame consumed the wick, red wax melted and flowed under the flame's invasion. Sweet pastries were bitten, melting into sticky syrup. Levy outside the window, even the stars and moon shone more brilliantly. The era of dual emperor rule lasted for 30 years, during which these 30 years were the most prosperous. Enrico in prison was well cared for, always maintaining a goodwill towards Karina at 60. Conroy as long as he lived, Karina could forever stay with Ishan. Karina remained as bright as ever. Ishan lay in bed, greedily outlining her silhouette with his eyes. Despite being plagued by serious illness, he still clung to her wrist, croaking. Will you die with me? Lev of course, Karina curled her lips, agreeing readily, like accepting a romantic date. Ishan sickeningly curled his lips, reaching under the pillow to pick up the dagger, placing it in Karina's hand. With all his strength, he held Karina's wrist, slowly stabbing the dagger into his own chest. Ishan couldn't help but emit a muffled groan, the curve of his lips widening despite the pain. Even his dark eyes showed extreme excitement. Being killed by Karina's hands was what he looked forward to the most. The deity before him brought him rebirth, then bestowed death upon him. Throughout his life, what he sought was nothing but Karina. Blood gushed from his chest, and Ishan coughed up blood from his mouth, blinking his eyes until tears finally escaped. Sister, it hurts, I can't bear to have you die with me. In the instant when the blade pierced his heart, he curled up, desperately hugging Karina's neck, biting her lips. This was the first time Ishan broke Karina's lips, and also his last kiss. Ultimately, he couldn't bear letting her die, leaving a little mark on her lips instead. He finally closed his eyes contentedly. Unbeknownst to him, Karina licked her lips, pulled the dagger out of Ishan's chest, gazed lovingly at it for a moment, then thrust it into her own heart. Right this very moment, Enrico in the dungeon was stabbed to death by the person Karina had arranged. Sensing the blood draining away, Karina joyfully embraced Ishan. I'm coming to find you. Chapter 180, the perfectionist love obsessive-compulsive Conroiter forced me into his Conroy arms and kissed me, 01. Hey, Sue Conroyna. You actually fell asleep in the makeup room. Sister Sheng is calling for you. Conroy's harsh reprimand rang in her ears, and Conroyna rubbed her eyes, sitting up straight. She had just arrived in this new world, still a little dazed. Leviate of reflex, she stood up obediently and followed the speaker out. She looked confused, clearly not fully awake yet. The person who came to fetch her was a short-haired, efficient-looking woman who didn't seem too old but dressed maturely. Conroy as they walked forward, the woman frowned and said, Sue Conroyna, not to scold you, but as someone who has just debuted, you should be more visible in front of Sister Sheng and others. Conroy, here you are being lazy in the makeup room. Conroyna glanced around and noticed various filming equipment and a lot of people milling about. She guessed correctly that she was on some set. Conroy Bayo whispered in her mind, Flint, it's not convenient to send you the plot now. I'll brief you first, you are an 18th line celebrity just signed by the company. This person is your department deputy Norbert responsible for scheduling artists' activities. Sister Sheng she mentioned is a popular actress from the same company named Kirsty. Conroyna rubbed her temples, following behind the Norbert without speaking, curiously observing everything around her. This appeared to be yet another unfamiliar field for her. Though Conroyna had never been an actress, in previous worlds, she was often criticized for acting like one. She felt she must have quite a talent for it. Soon, Conroyna found herself in front of Kirsty. Kirsty lived up to her reputation as one of the most popular actresses, with a large entourage, 5 makeup assistants alone, plus people carrying bags, serving water, holding shoes. Seeing Conroyna appear, Kirsty wrinkled her brow and tilted her chin arrogantly. Go, bring me the ring from the makeup room. Startled, Conroyna responded instinctively, don't you have assistants? Kirsty, accustomed to ordering others around, did not expect this meek newbie to answer back. Her face fell instantly. Ernstager quickly interjected, Levy Conroyna, go ahead, Sister Sheng values you enough to have you run errands. Kirsty cast an impatient glance at Conroyna, waving her hand. Forget it, forget it. The next scene is starting soon. We'll talk about it later. She gave Conroyna a disdainful look before standing up and walking towards the filming spot. Ernstager nudged Conroyna. You shouldn't talk back to Sister Sheng like that next time. Let's go, you've been given the chance to be an extra in the company production. Take this opportunity to learn from Sister Sheng, who plays the female lead. Conroyna blinked but said nothing, following along behind. Kirsty took her position, brushing non-existent stray hairs from her face. Her heart raced. This drama, after all, featured Murray. Who was Murray? He debuted at 16, becoming famous for his portrayal of a psychopathic antisocial teenager in a crime thriller. Now 26, he had already won every major film award worldwide. Truly a phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Murray's looks and skills were both impeccable. His features always carried a faint hint of melancholy and gloom, adding depth to his otherwise perfect appearance. Thus, certain personality quirks became endearing to his fans. He refused physical contact with anyone and had severe Levi-CD and cleanliness obsession. Because of this, since his debut, he primarily focused on drama and television series and never played any roles with romantic storylines. Conroy naturally, he also had no scandals. In this drama, he portrayed the male lead, a doctor who appears gentle and cultured but is, in fact, a despicable killer. It was rumored that due to the doctor's romantic storyline, Murray initially did not want to take the role. However, he owed a favor to the producers and ultimately agreed. He insisted that during intimate scenes with the female lead, only camera tricks would be used. The upcoming scene would be the first intimate interaction between the male and female leads since filming began. Kirsty had put immense effort into preparing for the scene. Though she was also a top-tier domestic actress, compared to Murray, the gap was vast. She had never interacted with Murray before, only knowing about his issues. Before filming began, the director had repeatedly instructed her not to touch Murray. On the surface, Kirsty complied, but inwardly, she dismissed it as a gimmick. What contact fear, what Levi-CD? They were merely hype points for creating a persona. Fans loved such unique traits. When she debuted, hadn't she also cultivated an image of a reclusive, aloof top student? Now, she held a great opportunity. Conroy's the first actress to have an intimate scene with Murray. If she could really break through Murray's persona, she could certainly gain more popularity riding on his fame. Conroy at that time, with some CP hype from the company, it wasn't impossible for her to return to the peak of her career. Today, she had sprayed the most appealing perfume for men and spent 3 hours perfecting her makeup. She also arranged for assistants and paparazzi to capture photos from different angles in hopes of getting a picture where she truly touched Murray. Just as Kirsty was thinking about this, suddenly, footsteps were heard not far away. She quickly straightened up and smiled perfectly. Dwight Chi, you're here. Even though everyone had seen Murray countless times on screen, seeing him in person still left everyone breathless for a moment. His appearance was truly striking. Standing at 1.90 meters, he had long legs, a slim waist, broad shoulders, deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and a sharp jawline. Despite being exceptionally handsome, there was a faintly sickly look in his eyes that gave him an added sense of delicate fragility. Now dressed in a white coat, his figure appeared even more slender and his demeanor warm and elegant. Sorry for being late. Let's get started. He nodded at the director. His voice was husky and pleasing, low and seductive, with a hint of laziness. Conroy at this moment, a light chuckle broke the quietness of the set. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, Conroyna, and even the director gave Conroyna a stern glare. With crescent-shaped eyes, Conroyna looked at Murray, licked her lips, and said, "Sorry, please continue." It wasn't her fault, she just couldn't help it. She hadn't been fully awake when she saw Dwight Chi for the first time. This was her fastest encounter with Dwight Chi yet. The moment she saw him, she craved him right away. Indeed, no wonder Dwight Chi always hit all her buttons. She tilted her head, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing together, staring intently at Murray in the scene. After giving Conroyna a brief glance, Murray shifted his gaze to the director. Let's start. Known for his professionalism, Murray received an immediate preparatory gesture from the director. Conroy's the countdown, 3, 2, 1, concluded. Kirsty gathered her emotions and approached Murray. Did you read that recent case? It's really terrifying. Kirsty's character was the psychiatrist's Darius Hood friend and the only warmth in his heart. Murray lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows. The gentle gleam in his eyes resembled a galaxy falling into the sea, vast and luminous. Don't be afraid. I promise you will be fine. Kirsty bit her lip, her heart racing, almost too engrossed in the role. Next, she was supposed to stand on tiptoe and kiss Murray's cheek. The director had already explained this would be filmed using camera tricks. She only needed to get within 2 centimeters of Murray's face, and post-production would handle the rest. Heart pounding, Kirsty clenched her lip and resolved to go through with it. She leaned forward, aiming to kiss Murray's cheek. In an instant, Murray's pupils constricted, and he reflexively pushed Kirsty's shoulder hard. The force sent Kirsty stumbling backward and landing on the ground. She didn't kiss him, but in the process of being pushed, Murray's hand brushed against her exposed shoulder. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Kirsty's face turned pale, and she looked up in disbelief, nearly in tears. Murray stepped back, his expression dark and fearsome. Either replace the lead actress or find another male lead. He then turned and walked swiftly toward the bathroom without looking back. No one dared follow him, knowing he liked solitude, especially when upset. The scene fell into chaos. Some comforted Kirsty, others discussed solutions with the director, while still others exchanged worried glances. No one noticed the new extra happily following Murray from behind. Chapter 181, Lev Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder and Movie King presses me in his Conroy arms for a kiss, 02. Murray rushed into the restroom, trembling fingers fumbling to turn on the tap, beginning to wash his hands in an almost self-tormenting manner. His hands were exceptionally beautiful, with clear-cut knuckles and slightly raised veins that looked incredibly alluring. Yet they were somewhat abnormally pale. His complexion was also pale, fingers frantically rubbing and twisting under the tap, eventually scratching and digging as well after a while. It was as if he wasn't washing his own hands at all, handling them mercilessly. Soon, red marks spread across the pale backs of his hands, some wounds even seeping blood. Expressionless, his pale lips pressed into a straight line, he continued rinsing his hands under the running water. When Macy reached the door, she saw the man leaning forward slightly, back tensed, washing his hands forcefully. The water used for washing was already tinged faintly red. Through the mirror, Murray also noticed Macy standing at the door. Murray merely glanced at her indifferently, not stopping his hand-washing motions, moving his lips slightly. This is the men's restroom. I know, Macy tilted her head, looking at him. Conroy's her gaze shifted from his face to his hands, she frowned. Stop it. If you think she dirted you, I'll cut off the piece of flesh she touched, avenging you. She had a serious look on her face. Murray paused, looking at Macy with eyes akin to viewing a lunatic, then continued to wash his hands diligently without a word. Hands originally pale had turned entirely red, he was still applying much force, as if attempting to peel a layer of skin off. Macy furrowed her brows, taking 2 steps forward, ready to pull Murray backward. Murray turned around, his dark eyes coldly watching her, took 2 steps back, voice icy. Stay away from me. Conroy though aggressive, at least he stopped washing his hands. Water gushed from the faucet, Macy walked over, turning it off, smiled up at him. Too many wounds on your hands, it pains me to see. She said this confidently to a man she just met for the first time, making Murray find it rather amusing. He wasn't unfamiliar with women being kind to him before, but none as strange as this one. Shaking off droplets of blood-stained water from his hands, Murray hid them within the wide sleeves of his white coat, never glancing at Macy again, striding out. Conroy as if unwilling to share a space with anyone. Macy blinked, standing where she was, staring at Murray's retreating figure, licking her lips. Levy, this teacher seems to be rejecting her quite firmly this time. Her patience was limited, if he continued like this, she might become angry soon. Returning to the film set expressionlessly, the director approached Murray with an apologetic smile. Murray, don't be upset. Kirsty didn't do it intentionally, she just lost her balance. Murray interrupted him, I said, only one of the male lead or female lead can stay. Replace her, or replace me. The director was flustered, secretly blaming Kirsty. Conroy actually, he hadn't really wanted to use Kirsty either, but her company was one of the investors for this drama series, stipulating Kirsty as the female lead as part of their investment terms, heavily promoting her. He, as a director, did not have the authority to replace the female lead. Replacing Murray would be even less possible. Murray was the soul of this drama, and he was certain that no one else could bring this complex yet charming character to life like him. Murray, we've worked together for so long. Just do me a favor. In future scenes involving both of you, I'll let Kirsty stand-in appear instead, ensuring no mistakes will happen. Conroy and I will absolutely ensure Kirsty won't come within 10 meters of you, okay? Jem Rice, a renowned award-winning director and senior figure in the industry, speaking to Murray with such a tone, was indeed rare. Murray took a deep breath, finding it difficult to refuse. Though Murray had a cold personality, he still respected worthy seniors. Seeing Murray slightly wavering, Jem Rice quickly added. Conroy's for who the stand-in is, you choose freely. Just say the word, and even if it's an alien, I'll find one for you. The fingers hidden within Murray's sleeves curled. Conroy after that wave of nausea passed, he finally felt the fine pain on his hands. Had that girl not diverted his attention earlier, he would likely have washed his hands until needing hospitalization again. Taking a deep breath, Murray raised his tired eyes, spotting Macy coming out of the restroom just now. His fingers twitched, pointing towards Macy. How about her? Jem Rice froze, recognizing this as a new actress from Kirsty's company, playing a walk-on role with 3 minutes of screen time in this drama. Jem Rice's impression of this new actress was someone who only looked good and was otherwise useless. Conroy though she didn't know why Murray chose her, it seemed that Murray had agreed to this arrangement. Jem Rice let out a sigh of relief and smiled. That's great, I'll have my assistant talk to Sue Conroy. It's such good luck for her as a newcomer to get the chance to work with you. Murray ignored Jem Rice's flattery. He just felt that since it made no difference who was chosen, it might as well be her. Her name is Sue Conroy. Conroy. Murray pondered over this name in his heart, sensing an odd familiarity. That feeling quickly vanished, leaving only a fleeting tingling sensation at the tip of his heart. Levins again lowering his gaze, his long lashes shadowing his dark eyes, he slowly walked back to his dressing room. In Kirsty's dressing room, a group of people gathered around her, whispering comfort. Kirsty was sobbing, wiping away tears, looking truly pitiful. She had always been treated like a star, with everyone flattering and pampering her. How could she endure such? Her Norbert, who had the most influence beside Kirsty, sighed and wiped away her tears. Conroy, right, you did get a bit too close just now. Jeeming from the company, the Norbert naturally knew about Kirsty's plans. The company wanted Kirsty to succeed. If Kirsty could develop a relationship with Murray, it would certainly bring huge profits to the company. However, the Norbert didn't expect Kirsty to be so eager, attempting to achieve success in the first scene. I had no idea he would react so strongly. Kirsty said with red-rimmed eyes, smashing a cup. Now, not only had she failed but also fell and lost face, with photos being taken by paparazzi, requiring the company to spend money on crisis management. Conroy that moment, Conroy walked in. Conroyna originally planned to reapply lipstick, but unexpectedly found everyone there. Conroy soon as she pushed open the door, all eyes turned toward her. Seeing Conroyna, Kirsty couldn't help but flare up. Where have you been? You dared to argue after I asked you to do something. Spit it out if you have any grievances. Newcomers who were unknown in the industry usually kept silent when vented at by seniors. Ernstager also frowned at Conroyna. Sister Sheng is right, why are you wandering around? If it weren't for Sister Sheng, you wouldn't even be an extra. Hurry up and apologize to Sister Sheng. Conroyna's fingers twitched slightly, but she remained silent, her eyes shifting from Kirsty's face to her left shoulder. It was this piece of flesh that caused the teacher so much discomfort. Kirsty suddenly felt a chill rise from her feet. Looking at Conroyna's expression, she felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Just as Kirsty was about to lash out at Conroyna, Gemrice's voice came from outside. Sue Conroyna, come here for a moment. Conroyna blinked in confusion, ultimately withdrawing her gaze and walking outside. Kirsty stood up, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Why did Gemrice call Sue Conroyna instead of her? Why would a mere extra need Gemrice to give direction? Frowning tightly, Kirsty also hurriedly walked out. Chapter 182, Lev Obsessive Compulsive Clean Freak Conroyter presses me into his arms and kisses, 03. Gemrice was standing where Kirsty had just been for filming, waving to Macy. Come over here. Macy jogged over, blinking her eyes with a modest and obedient look on her face. Gemrice, do you need anything? This was the first time Gemrice examined Macy carefully. He discreetly sized up this girl who won the favor of the actor. He had to admit, she was indeed beautiful. Unlike Kirsty's domineering older sister-like appearance, Macy looked fresher and softer, free from the dirtiness often seen in the entertainment circle, like a new bloom of forsythia that once caught sight of, it would be hard to tear your gaze away. Moreover, she was polite and modest, which made it difficult not to feel good about her. Gemrice nodded. Did you see Kirsty and Murray's scene just now? Macy, yes, I saw it. Gemrice, take her position for a moment. Levance Murray is ready, you will replace Kirsty for the scene. Kirsty's eyes widened in disbelief at hearing this. She looked at Gemrice with tears in her eyes. Gemrice, what does this mean? Gemrice, a well-known director, wouldn't give any favorable looks to someone like Kirsty who made mistakes. Conroyal intimate scenes between you and Murray from now on will be done by Macy. Kirsty took a step back, as if struck by lightning. The most anticipated part of her role was the intimate scenes with Murray, but now she couldn't have them? How could this happen? Conroyed, why Sue Macy? Kirsty always considered Sue Macy her biggest rival, even though Macy didn't know. Macy was this year's newcomer, while Kirsty was an 8-year veteran. Logically, there shouldn't be much conflict between them. However, Kirsty felt threatened by Macy. The company president had always promoted Kirsty, but since Macy joined, he seemed especially interested in her. Naturally, Kirsty hated Macy the most and frequently made things difficult for her. Macy, always gentle and submissive, never resisted or complained. In front of Macy, Kirsty was always condescending and superior. She never thought that one day she would be outplayed by Macy. Could it be that this Sue Macy had all along pretended to be mild-mannered, actually wanting to replace her all along? Kirsty clenched her fists tightly, her hatred bubbling inside, but showing no sign on her face. Gemrice, please give me another chance. I will be careful and definitely won't touch Dwight Murray again. This Macy has only played bit roles, Dwight Murray probably wouldn't want to work with her. Kirsty tried to regain her ground. However, Gemrice frowned after hearing her words. It was Murray who personally asked for her. Upon hearing this, not only Kirsty, but everyone was stunned. They had never heard of Murray initiating collaboration with anyone. Conroyal eyes were on Macy. Macy, innocent looking. Stopped tapping her fingers and said softly. If Dwight Murray requested it, I'll do my best. She had only planned to watch the drama unfold, but unexpectedly, the spotlight fell on her. Honestly, she didn't expect Murray to choose her. She had originally intended to seize the opportunity by force. She never expected the teacher to be so considerate. Murray, who was treating his wounds in the lounge, never imagined his choice would actually save him. Seeing Macy's innocent face, Kirsty wanted to grind her teeth in fury. Conroyting. So adept at pretending. Pretending to be unaware. In her mind, Kirsty was convinced Macy must have slept with either the investor or Gemrice to get this opportunity. Conroy's for the possibility of Murray choosing her, Kirsty dismissed it outright. Someone like Murray, a star adored by all for 10 years, having seen every kind of celebrity, would look at a talentless and backgroundless newbie? Seeing Macy agree, Gemrice nodded. Conroy, right, come and familiarize yourself with the positioning. Remember, whatever you do, don't touch Murray. Stay at least 2 centimeters away. Gemrice added, seeing Macy's politeness and obedience. Conroy's a newbie, be cautious and don't have any ulterior motives. If you offend Murray, you won't be able to survive in this industry. Macy nodded forcefully. Don't worry, Gemrice, I will make sure Dwight Murray is satisfied. What kind of satisfaction? Leavenly she knew. When Murray came to the shooting location after applying ointment to his wound, the first thing he saw was those bright, smiling eyes. For some reason, although there were many people around, Murray's eyes immediately locked onto those eyes. Those eyes sparkled noticeably when they met his, clear yet immeasurably deep. He averted his gaze and slowly walked over, saying to Gemrice, "We can start." Gemrice nodded and waved to clear the set. Kirsty, holding her assistant's hand, took a few steps back, glaring fiercely at Macy in the center of the set. Her long nails dug into the assistant's hand until it turned red. The assistant, sweating coldly, forced a smile and said, "Ms. Sheng, why don't we rest in the RV?" Kirsty shot her an annoyed glare. "Rest? I want to see just how well Sue Macy can act." Conroy's the director called out, "Conroiction." Murray lowered his head, looked at Macy, and delivered his line. "Don't be afraid, I promise you'll be fine." Macy blinked, and the curve on her lips hinted at a touch of mischief. The camera wasn't focused on Macy's face, only Murray saw her expression. His heart skipped a beat, a strange feeling welling up in his chest. In the next moment, Macy tiptoed, bringing her lips close to his cheek. Murray tensed reflexively. Gemmet Macy stopped 2 centimeters away from his cheek. Mwah. Conroy's soft kiss sound came from Macy's supple lips, the warmth of her breath brushing against Murray's cheek. She indeed did not touch him, but it still sent a shiver down Murray's spine. Especially that mwah, which sounded like a scalding bubble bursting in his ear, making his scalp tighten. The script didn't ask for this sound, did it? Strange, why did he not feel uncomfortable? Just as Murray was lost in thought, Gemrice's voice rang out. "Murray, what's wrong?" Murray snapped back to reality, realizing he needed to deliver his next line. Gemmet, he had completely forgotten it. Murray inwardly panicked, pinching the palm of his hand tightly. What just happened? Murray was always known for his dedication, never forgetting his lines or messing up his scenes. So this time, Gemrice attributed Murray's unusual behavior to Macy being too close. Frowning, Gemrice stepped forward and said to Macy, "I told you to stay farther away, didn't I?" Before Macy could respond, Murray spoke first. "My apologies, it was my mistake. She wasn't too close." Then he looked at Macy and said calmly, "Let's try again with the same distance." Chapter 183, The Levi CD in Cleanliness Lev Obsessed Conroiter forced me into his arms for a kiss, 04. The second take went much more smoothly. This time, Macy was even closer to Murray, in fact, only about 1.5 centimeters away. When Macy made the pop sound, Murray's ears actually couldn't help but turn red. He tried his best to immerse himself in the role, and this time he didn't make any mistakes. Gemrice was very satisfied with this scene. He sighed inwardly, although Murray had never acted in a romance before, that moment of shyness and blushing was so real. What a genius indeed. Next up was the scene where Murray goes mad alone in the room. Kirsty's scenes for today were already finished. Kirsty never expected to spend her day like this. Especially after Macy and Murray's performance, although Macy did not show her face directly, anyone with eyes could see how well they cooperated. Even the assistant directors and screenwriter on set looked at Macy differently. The newcomer she intended to suppress actually outshone her. Kirsty found it hard to accept. She glanced at Macy, who was packing her things nearby, and instructed her assistant a few words. The assistant nodded and walked over to Macy, saying, "Tonight, Sister Sheng is going to gather everyone. She doesn't have scenes tomorrow, so there's no work. You've been here for so long, yet we haven't had a meal together." Macy smiled politely and obediently. "Who else will be there?" "Conroy's assistant, just a few senior colleagues from the company and some of Sister Sheng's friends in the industry. Conroy's a new person receiving an invitation from seniors, she should feel honored." Macy glanced at Kirsty from afar, lowered her gaze, and smiled, "Sure, I'll definitely come." The assistant nodded, "Then we'll meet at 9 tonight in Muse's private room." After that, the assistant returned to Kirsty and carefully held her umbrella. The other 3 assistants around Kirsty also cautiously surrounded their boss as they walked towards the trailer. Macy watched Kirsty's back with interest and hummed softly. She agreed first, whether or not to go, would depend on her mood. Being a lesser-known figure, Macy only had one assistant who was often unavailable. Macy packed her bag, preparing to drive back herself to rest and absorb the plot development. Since she had already found her teacher, she believed there would be plenty of time with him later, so there was no rush. Today was indeed tiring, so she would tease her teacher tomorrow, he wouldn't escape anyway. Just as she took a couple of steps, someone called her. "Miss Macy, please wait a moment." Macy turned around and saw it was Murray's assistant. She tilted her head, "What's up?" The assistant sized up Macy oddly, hiding his surprise, and cleared his throat. "Dwight Chi can't come over right now, he asked me to tell you to wait for him a bit." Macy raised an eyebrow subtly, "Lev of course, but there doesn't seem to be a place for me to rest here." Kirsty's dedicated lounge was already locked, and Macy had to sit in the staff resting area, which was quite beneath her status. The assistant thought for a while, scratching his head hesitantly, seemingly unsure what to do. Murray had severe Levi CD and a cleanliness obsession, and unfamiliar people weren't allowed into the lounge, even assistants needed permission. Just as the young assistant hesitated, Murray coughed lightly from afar and gestured to him. The assistant widened his eyes in surprise, then nodded and turned to Macy. You can wait in Dwight Chee's lounge for a while. Macy smiled. Sure, thank you. Her smile made her look exceptionally bright, making the assistant scratch his head, slightly embarrassed and blushing as he walked away. The moment Macy entered Murray's lounge, she smelled the scent of disinfectant. The lounge was just as she imagined, everything in pure white, matching the paleness of his skin. Leaven the table, small boxes neatly held cotton balls, iodine swabs, and some ointments promoting wound healing. Everything was spaced equally and arranged in order of height. Gemicides that, chairs, mirrors, glasses, all items were placed in absolute positions. Can write this point, Conroy de Bayo commented in her mind. You're not wrong, master. Murray has severe Levi CD, and extreme cleanliness and refusal to touch are also serious manifestations of Levi CD. Levy. Macy nodded in realization, he's mentally ill. Conroy de Bayo, you're right, but isn't it a bit mean to talk about the person you like this way? Macy's next words were, no wonder he's my teacher, if he didn't have quirks, it wouldn't be normal. Conroy de Bayo. Indeed, her brain was uniquely wired. Macy casually pulled out a chair and started searching for Murray on her phone. Instantly, a plethora of web pages popped up. News flooded in, from major events such as Murray winning another award, starring in which movie, or endorsing luxury brands, to minor details like what brand of mineral water he drank on set, his hair seeming to be 3 millimeters shorter, his dark circles under his eyes being slightly lighter than before. Conroy news related to Murray turned into a sensation. Macy browsed randomly, unintentionally clicking into Murray's Twitter page. Seeing the follower count. 130 million. Not quite understanding what this number represented, she searched for the follower count of the second most popular person. 60 million. She finally got it. Murray was in a league of his own. He was a phenomenon, unmatched before and after, not only incredibly popular domestically but also renowned worldwide. Standing at such heights, he naturally didn't need to cater to his fans' feelings. Murray had never pampered his fans, let alone acting cute or adorable on Twitter. His only tweet was an automatically published birthday reminder. Macy licked her lips, feeling excited. She realized that the teacher in this world wasn't someone easy to get close to. Unlike in the previous world where her high status made it effortless to have him follow her around. Moreover, Murray had issues with interacting with people. So when could she kiss her teacher? Macy touched her lips, not feeling troubled but rather excited. Conroy that moment, the door to the lounge opened. Turning toward the entrance, her smile still intact, she saw Murray glaring at her hand with a gloomy expression. Macy was unconsciously twirling a long cotton swab from his first aid kit between her fingertips. Feeling uncomfortable that someone touched his belongings, Murray's face turned even paler and grimmer. Didn't Jolio Wong tell you not to touch my things? The dim lighting cast deep shadows under his brows and eyes. The tall, slender man exuded an air of repressed exhaustion as he walked towards Macy with a grim expression. He thought to himself that tomorrow he would have his assistant replace everything that had been touched. Macy stood up from her chair, seemingly oblivious to the cold and distant look on his face, and sweetly smiled. So, Dwight Chi asked me to wait here. What do you need? Murray paused mid-step, stopping 3 meters away from Macy. He spoke, his voice hoarse with impatience and confusion. Just now, during the scene, your movement, repeat it. When Macy had approached him earlier, that strange sensation in his heart was both unsettling and captivating. He urgently needed to understand what it was. He couldn't accept anything uncontrollable or elusive. So he wanted to figure it out. Macy widened her eyes slightly, a cunning smile appearing in her bright gaze. So, Dwight Chi is asking for my help? Murray frowned, hesitating before nodding, yes. Macy finally laughed, Lev of course, I'll do it, as long as Dwight Chi asks. Gemmet in return, can Dwight Chi help me with something? Murray, what? Macy, I need a date tonight. Would you accompany me? Chapter 184, Lev Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, Clean Freak, and in Conroy winning Conrector kisses me, 05. Murray refused without hesitation. Change it. He had always detested crowded places and disliked socializing. How could he possibly agree to be an entertainment industry newbie's male companion? He had never attended any celebration parties after the start or end of filming for any TV series or movies. Everyone in the industry knew that Murray abhorred all forms of social gatherings. Karina did not seem unhappy at being rejected. Perhaps it was because she saw her teacher immediately upon arrival and that he was particularly special to her, so Karina rarely lost her patience. She slightly lowered her eyes, her voice light and soft. If you don't accompany me, then, can you pick me up tonight? Murray looked at her expressionlessly. I will have the driver pick you up. Karina pouted, lowering her head, looking especially aggrieved. Conroy mysterious agitation welled up in Murray again. He took a deep breath. Conroy right, I'll pick you up. Gemmet only this once. Karina instantly brightened up, lifting her face to smile at Murray. Her smile was gentle and sweet, like early spring sunshine or fresh flowers bathed in sunlight, clear and tender. Murray suddenly felt his heart leap. He averted his gaze and spoke hoarsely. Levi K, do that action again from earlier. Karina nodded happily. Yes, teacher. I will always fulfill any request made by my teacher. In the industry, seniors or highly accomplished individuals were often called teachers. Murray was frequently addressed as teacher and, logically speaking, should have been accustomed to it. Jemmet, for some reason, when these two words came from Karina's mouth, his heart fluttered. Strange, he had never felt this way before. Murray pressed his lips together, slightly bending down. Let's begin then. He was much taller than Karina, only by bending down could she kiss him without straining on tiptoe. Karina didn't know what this gesture meant, but if someone familiar with Murray saw the scene, they might drop their jaw in shock. Conroy of Murray's movements were away from others, either leaning back or retreating. There had never been an instance of him actively approaching anyone. Karina curled her lips, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Murray, like lingering smoke in an empty temple, lonely and desolate. Karina lifted her head slightly, bringing her lips close to Murray's cheek. Conroy, she drew closer, her breath began to touch Murray's skin. Too close, too close. Murray tensed reflexively but, oddly enough, he did not feel the urge to retreat. Why is this happening? Conroy's Karina got closer, he gripped his own palm tightly. This time, Karina was even closer, probably within a centimeter. When the sound, pop, exploded in his ear, he felt a shiver run through his entire body. The trembling sensation spread like electricity, and he felt the girl's body heat, her breathing, and even the air movement caused by her moving lips. Unfamiliar yet stimulating, it didn't make him fearful. Until Karina returned to her original position, Murray remained staring blankly at the cotton swab on the table, motionless. Dwight, what's wrong? Her soft voice rang out. Murray withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but touch his cheek, which was slightly warm. His heartbeat quickened, but it wasn't unbearable. He didn't feel nauseous or disgusted. How could this be? He stared straight at Karina. Ernst in the white coat stood under the light, the fluorescent lamp cast shadows beneath his eye sockets, giving off a weary aura, fragile yet beautiful. For a moment, he seemed to merge with the sickly doctor role he had played. His eyes held an eerie look, anyone who saw this would find it eerie and want to distance themselves. Jemmet in front of him was Karina, who only thought about how to gradually win over her teacher and wouldn't let go of any opportunity to get closer. Taking advantage of Murray seeming lost in thought, Karina subtly moved her fingers. The scissors on the table turned in the air, the sharp tip pointing directly at Karina. Karina controlled the curve of her lips, seemingly startled by Murray's gaze, and took a step back. However, she tripped on the chair behind her. Karina gave a small cry of alarm, falling backward, about to collide with the sharp tip of the scissors. Murray's pupils constricted, his mind hadn't reacted, but his body had. He swiftly reached out, grabbing Karina's wrist. The pale, delicate fingers with tiny wounds gripped Karina's wrist firmly. Skin met skin, warm, soft, and smooth. When Murray regained his senses, he abruptly loosened his fingers, staring at his palm in disbelief. He had touched her. Karina stumbled slightly but managed to stabilize herself. She lowered her head, concealing a barely controlled smile, her voice sounding both terrified and aggrieved. Dwight, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. Murray didn't speak, he just stared at his palm motionlessly. The sensation of skin contact seemed to linger there. How long had it been since he last felt this? Ever since the incident when he was 12, he had almost forgotten what human touch felt like. Everything was dirty, objects around him, people as well. Even just now, when he accidentally brushed against Kirsty, he only felt a slimy disgust. Jemmet, why did the feeling now feel so strange? His mind didn't flash back to those bloody, filthy scenes, he didn't feel nauseous or have an urge to chop off his hand. Murray shifted his gaze from his palm to Karina's face. Karina had already lifted her head, looking at him with concern. The clear depths of the girl's eyes were like a mesmerizing abyss, and Murray felt himself teetering on the edge of a cliff, about to be pulled into that abyss. She was different. He didn't know why, but she might be the key for him to escape the nightmare. Murray withdrew his hand, rubbing his fingertips inside his sleeve, seemingly savoring the lingering sensation of skin contact. Then, he spoke. I agree. What? Karina didn't understand what these sudden 3 words meant. Murray looked at the reddened wrist of the girl he had gripped, his Conroymia's apple moving. I'll accompany you tonight. I agree. It was just right to try out if he was really improving. Was it only toward Karina, or toward everyone? Murray took a step back, staring at Karina expressionlessly, then added. I'll have Gemrice give you a slightly more important role. Starting tomorrow, you must come to the set every day. Before figuring out his changes, he needed this variable to remain under his watchful eye. Lev obsessive-compulsive disorder wouldn't allow any unexpected variables or unforeseen, unplanned things around him. Karina was extremely elated. She hadn't made her move yet, but unexpectedly, her teacher was more enthusiastic than she expected. This is great. However, amidst her joy, there was a tinge of regret. She lost a chance to take what she wanted by force. The obedient girl nodded vigorously. Yes, Dwight. Whatever request Dwight makes, I will fulfill. This was already the 3rd time she said the sentence. There was nothing wrong with it, but Murray felt there was something else behind her words. The entire lounge seemed to have become somewhat stuffy. Murray averted his gaze, slightly frowning, and said. Remember my contact details. Whenever you need to go somewhere, call me. Chapter 185, Love Obsessive Compulsive Shadow Curtis presses me in his Conroe arms and kisses, 06. Karina took a taxi back home and soaked comfortably in the bathtub. There were still 3 hours before the agreed time in the evening. She lazily narrowed her eyes and complained to Conroy de Bayo. Little Conroy de Bayo, this original host doesn't look like a celebrity at all. Why is the home so shabby? She had assumed that such a minor celebrity as the original host, although on the 18th line, was at least signed with a company and wouldn't live in such a single-person apartment. Conroy de Bayo spoke up, but his voice sounded a bit off. Flint. The small voice trembled. Karina, what's wrong with you? Conroy de Bayo, did you, telekinetically move the scissors? Karina paused for a moment, then remembered that she indeed did that. She laughed. Yes, what about it? Just a small movement of an object telekinetically. For her at her peak, it wasn't even worth mentioning. She was a monster, with mental power strong enough to destroy everything. Levither-wise, she wouldn't have been taken to the laboratory before growing up. Conroy de Bayo became even more frightened. Gemmet, wasn't your power sealed? Karina said innocently, yes, and I cooperated willingly when they sealed it. If she hadn't consented, no one could have restricted her. Gemmet lately, her power has been recovering little by little, something even Karina hadn't anticipated. Could it be related to the teacher? Karina moved her fingers happily, and the towel on the rack flew into her hand. Unfortunately, I can only do this much now. Little Conroy de Bayo, why are you nervous? The stronger the master, the stronger you will become. Conroy de Bayo, I'm not nervous. It was just an instinctive fear of the powerful. Conroy de Bayo felt once again fortunate to have chosen Karina and not opposed her. Levither-wise, it would definitely have died without knowing how it happened. Karina, Conroy right, transmit the plot. The original host was a no-name 18-line minor celebrity with no background. She was discovered by a talent scout due to her good looks and decided to sign with a company due to her family's poor financial situation, thus coming to this unfamiliar big city alone. When she first arrived at the company, she was dressed unfashionably and looked timid, immediately being humiliated by the receptionist. Conroy, her most helpless animate, a domineeringly handsome man appeared, helped her out, and even fired the receptionist. This man was Karina's target to conquer, the C.E. Levi of the entertainment company she signed with, Marlon. Naturally, the original host fell in love with Marlon at first sight. Gemmet for Marlon, she was merely a money-making tool. Marlon arranged for Karina to appear on a variety show and got her a minor role in a TV drama. Levins she gained a little fame, he started making her accompany people for drinks. In their circle, finding 18-line female celebrities to accompany drinking was quite common. Karina had a very unique aura. She was pure and adorable, especially her eyes, which were clear and moving like those of a fawn. Those powerful and wealthy individuals, tired of indulgence, naturally found Karina's type intriguing. Conroy, 18-line minor celebrity with no background, naturally had no right to refuse. The original host gradually changed from passing out after one glass to tolerating endless rounds without showing any sign of intoxication. She dared not say a word more while being toyed with by these people, and indeed brought many benefits to Marlon. The original host thought Marlon liked her a little because every time she helped him fend off excessive drinking and got drunk herself, Marlon would send her home. She was intoxicated in this false gentleness, unwilling to wake up. Until one day, she heard Kirsty say that Marlon put a price on her virginity. Kirsty was very close to Marlon and was always the most senior member of the company. The original host had always endured silently whenever she was bullied. Gemmet Kirsty's words drove the original host crazy. She couldn't imagine that Marlon treated her like this. Losing control, she pushed Kirsty, causing Kirsty to get injured. Marlon flew into a rage and made the original host serve a powerful individual that night. Devastated, the original host finally stopped harboring any hope for Marlon and was willing to take on debt to terminate her contract with the company. After the original host terminated her contract, she was noticed by a director and, to pay off her debts, starred in a play that no one saw any potential in, yet unexpectedly achieved great success. She quickly rose to prominence, matching Kirsty's level. Conroy, at this point, Marlon finally realized that he had always loved Karina. Marlon found the original host, embraced her forcefully, made a passionate declaration of love, and spent a night of passion together. Despite loving Marlon deeply, she forgave him and announced her retirement from the entertainment industry during her career peak. Simply because Marlon didn't like his girlfriend to be in the public eye. She lost her career, herself, and her dignity, but eventually married the man she loved. Karina accepted the plot update with a blank expression, and her first words were, "Does this make any sense?" Conroy de Bayo was also speechless, totally ridiculous. Karina even felt physically nauseous. Even more absurdly, she had indeed seen similar plots in quite a few heart-wrenching novels. To be tortured like that yet still forgive and have a happy ending, how shameless could it get? Conroy, after cursing, Karina suddenly thought. Conroy, scumbag man and a shameless woman, they do suit each other. Indeed, existence is reasonable. Unfortunately, the current Karina is killer Karina, not the little unfortunate Karina who was toyed with by the powerful. She stood up from the bathtub, water droplets rolling down her voluptuous, fair body. She was only 19, and so beautiful, no wonder Kirsty regarded her as a rival. Checking the time, it was almost time to meet Kirsty. She called Zoltan. Lev in the third ring, he picked up. Give me your address, I'll pick you up. It turns out that the teacher, who looks like an icy lunatic, actually has quite a gentleman's demeanor. Karina provided the address, dressed up a bit, and stood by the window. When she saw the black Maybach, she knew it was the teacher. Dark and icy, just his style. Karina went downstairs and got in the car, only to find Zoltan wearing sunglasses, a cap, and a mask, completely covered. He was even wearing a long black overcoat and leather gloves, leaving nothing exposed. If not for that faint scent, Karina wouldn't have recognized him. She fastened her seatbelt and smiled. Dwight seems to have quite some experience dodging paparazzi. Zoltan glanced at Karina through the rearview mirror, about to step on the gas when he noticed her seatbelt was slightly crooked. Zoltan's fingers froze on the steering wheel for a moment, forcing himself to look away. No, unbearable, very unbearable. Zoltan couldn't take it anymore. He let go of the steering wheel with both hands, reaching past Karina's face, grasping the seatbelt and smoothing it out inch by inch. His body leaned in because of this action, getting extremely close to Karina. Karina stayed still, waiting for Zoltan to finish. Her gaze shifted from his fingers to his cheeks, sighing inwardly. So thoroughly covered, leaving no room for her. Wait. His ears were exposed. Karina suddenly curled her lips into a smile. Just as Zoltan was about to pull back his hand, she nonchalantly moved forward. Her lips barely grazed Zoltan's earlobe. Chapter 186, Lev Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder, Levic 07. Jamang. Murray abruptly pulled back with a significant movement, his elbow directly hitting the steering wheel, and then his back violently colliding with the car door. Even Macy felt the pain from this sound. She blinked her eyes and looked at Murray, who was covering his ears, speaking softly. Dwight, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional just now. The corners of the young girl's eyes drooped, appearing pitiful and innocent. Her eyes carried anxiety and fear, biting her lower lip as if she wanted to care but dared not to. Murray tightly pressed against the driver's side door in shock, staring at Macy intensely with sinister and sickly eyes hidden under dark sunglasses. Fortunately, there were sunglasses and a mask hiding his emotions, thought Murray. What shocked him most was the sudden touch just now. It accelerated his heartbeat, felt strange, like an electric shock, yet it didn't evoke any feelings of disgust. It was like a warm breeze suddenly caressing the silent wilderness, making the buds and dew on the branches tremble lightly. Murray bit his lower lip tightly, staring straight at Macy without moving. In the sealed small space of the car, their ambiguous breaths slowly started entwining. Macy was very patient. She was an extremely patient hunter disguised as prey. She carefully dragged her eyes, her gaze watery and shimmering, looking at Murray. Finally, Murray took a sharp breath and opened the car window. Cold air blew in, cooling down his burning earlobes. Murray sat up properly, hands gripping the steering wheel, and stepped on the accelerator. He didn't say a word, not even a warning. He didn't ask her to get out or leave his car. For some reason, he didn't dare look at Macy, only staring straight ahead. So, he naturally didn't see the corner of Macy's mouth curling, carrying a sly smile of accomplishment. Inside the private room, all present were people who had some standing in the entertainment industry. Conroy, apart from a few stars like Kirsty, there were also several somewhat famous directors. Today was a gathering organized by Kirsty, who was the center of attention, naturally being pampered by everyone. Conroy, soon as Kirsty raised her hand, a girl 2 years younger than her came over, handing her a glass of fruit wine and smiling. Sharon Sheng, who else is coming today? Kirsty elegantly took a sip and glanced at the time, her expression slightly displeased. There's Suk and Royna, our company's newly signed artist this year. Gemmis Chow asked me to take care of her. Upon hearing this, the flattering girl immediately responded. Sharon Sheng is so kind, actually taking care of a newcomer like this. If I were that newcomer, I'd be so happy. I can't believe Suk and Royna made Sharon Sheng wait. The corners of Kirsty's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat relieved. The flattering girl beside her was named Cheryl, a rising starlet from a neighboring entertainment company, barely considered second tier, also playing the female lead role in Murray's drama, Judgment. The female lead role was an accomplice and assistant to Murray's male protagonist, doing all sorts of evil deeds. If performed well, it would be quite a remarkable character. However, the role was rather complex, and Jem Rice searched for a long time before reluctantly settling on Cheryl because of her suitable appearance for playing a female psychopath. This was Cheryl's best role since debuting. Naturally, she seized this opportunity, working hard to improve relations with Kirsty. Why didn't she try improving relations with Murray? She simply didn't dare. Lev observing Kirsty's expression, Cheryl realized that Kirsty probably disliked this newcomer. Indeed, for a newcomer to be invited by a senior yet be late was unacceptable. Right this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, revealing a bright and pure face. Sorry, there was a small accident on the way, so I'm late. Royna smiled as she walked in, followed by a tall man dressed entirely in black, completely covered. Kirsty looked at Royna, already unhappy due to her tardiness, and seeing the faceless man behind Royna made her voice colder. The entrance seems grand. Cheryl, who already disliked Royna, naturally went along with Kirsty's words. Suk and Royna, as a newcomer being late is bad enough, but you brought someone unknown here without asking? Sister Sheng is the host here. Did she agree? The spiteful tone would likely have caused the original person to cry in fear. Conroyna narrowed her eyes, nervously rubbing her fingertips, about to snap back but then thought of something. She licked her teeth and swallowed her words. Conroyna shrunk her shoulders pitifully, her voice resembling a severely bullied kitten. Sorry. I don't have a car, so I asked someone to give me a ride, but I didn't want them to leave immediately after dropping me off, sorry. Indeed, she looked beautiful, especially when she appeared meek, which made one's heart tremble. Lev originally standing behind Macy like a mannequin model, Murray furrowed his brows and took a step forward, half of his body shielding Macy. He didn't say a word, not even revealing his gaze hidden behind dark sunglasses. Yet he emitted an inexplicable icy aura, particularly with his exceptional height and physique that loomed over everyone, silencing them all. Everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on Murray. Especially Kirsty. Kirsty stared at this man, not showing any reaction on her face but feeling some unease in her heart. She had spent many years in the entertainment industry and was perceptive. Though she didn't know who this man was, she could sense that he was definitely a powerful figure. Could it be the person Sue Conroyna hooked up with for favors? Kirsty's eyes shifted as she huffed lightly. Since that's the case, let's all take our seats. This show of magnanimity earned her quick flattery from Cheryl. No wonder Sister Sheng is so broad-minded towards newcomers. Macy watched the half-body shield of Murray in front of her with interest, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. She had thought she would have to appear even more pitiful before Murray would react. Macy tugged at Murray's sleeve and whispered softly. Conroy, all right. She assumed a resigned demeanor and turned to Kirsty. Thank you, Sister Sheng. Soon, everyone settled down. Murray sat beside Macy, still wearing his sunglasses, hat, and mask, arms crossed, silent. The atmosphere at the table became strange because of Murray. Kirsty finally couldn't hold back anymore. Everyone present was someone of importance. Even top-tier directors and major investors wouldn't behave so rudely. Moreover, she genuinely wanted to see who this man was that Macy had lured. Kirsty raised her wine glass and intentionally toasted towards Murray. Sir, we probably haven't met before. Today, I'd like to toast you first. She sipped her fruit wine gently, smiling at Murray with a confrontational glint in her eyes. Murray's head slightly tilted towards Kirsty but remained silent without moving a muscle, quickly reverting to his original posture. Kirsty felt her pride bruised. Others at the table couldn't hold back either. Who are you? Ignoring Sister Sheng's toast. Levine of the second-tier directors seated next to Murray stood up and filled Murray's cup with white wine. Cheryl sneered, even if Murray were here, he'd probably have to take a sip after Director Wong pours him a drink. Murray didn't even lift a finger. He grew increasingly uncomfortable. He shouldn't have agreed to accompany Macy here. Such a hypocritical and boring occasion was truly nauseating. Just as Murray was about to get up and leave, Macy suddenly stood up. The girl's clear and moist eyes sparkled with resolve as she grabbed Murray's cup. Murray was startled and hurriedly lifted his hand to stop her, but Macy was quicker. Macy gulped down the entire glass of white wine in one go. Her face turned red from choking, tears welling up, yet she managed a strained smile. He can't drink alcohol, so I'll drink this cup for him. Murray's fingers trembled as they extended. Chapter 187, Lev Obsessive Compulsive Clean Freak Movie. Curtis presses me in his Conroy arms for a kiss, 08. Leavenly Macy knew herself that she felt nothing from the drinks. The original host's alcohol tolerance had already been well developed. Now, with her core that didn't know what it felt like to be drunk, drinking naturally felt just like drinking water. Conroy, though Macy wasn't drunk, she could act. Mist filled the young girl's eyes, making the corners of her eyes red and a faint pink hue spread across her nose and cheeks. Like a newly brewed peach blossom wine. Murray retracted his finger, and the eyes under his sunglasses stared intently at Macy without speaking. It was true he had ulterior motives concerning Macy, but it was only because he wanted to explore his own illness. He had not reached the point of interfering in their conflict. His gloved fingertips unconsciously rubbed against each other as he continued to sit silently, leaning back slightly, looking down at everything indifferently like an observer. Macy rubbed her eyes, lightly coughed, and looked at Kirsty with tearful eyes. Jemig Sister Sheng, is it enough yet? The tips of Kirsty's fingers holding the wine glass turned white, her eyes almost emitting daggers as if to flay Macy alive. Here we go again. What she hated most was Sue Conroyna's innocent look. She had seduced Marlon back then with this nauseating demeanor. Finally, Kirsty no longer wanted to maintain this veneer of magnanimity. She turned cold and slammed the cup on the table with a bang. Macy shrank back in fear, like a small flower battered by wind and rain. Kirsty gave a cold laugh. Sue Conroyna, why are you interrupting? Did I tell you to drink? If you want to drink so badly, finish that entire bottle while I watch. She pointed directly at the bottle of liquor arrogantly. Cheryl stood up immediately, took the bottle of alcohol, and heavily placed it in front of Conroyna. Did you hear Jemig Sisteria? The other few people also started joining in the taunts. They were all from Kirsty's circle, while Macy was merely an unknown newcomer with no background. Moreover, this Sue Conroyna was indeed beautiful, if they could pick her up. Several male directors began eyeing Macy oddly. Sue Conroyna, right? It seems your alcohol tolerance is really good. Come on, drink. Conroy's short and fat director had come over. He noticed Conroyna couldn't handle alcohol well and prepared to take advantage. Macy was teary-eyed, just like a little white rabbit caught in a den of wolves, having no room for resistance. She picked up a glass of wine and obediently brought it to her lips. When it touched her lips, her finely arched eyebrows twitched, and her eyes became even redder. Despite being so aggrieved, she still suddenly lifted her head and gulped down the wine in one breath. Conroy drop of tear hanging at the corner of her eye fell into the wine glass and mixed into the drink, which she swallowed. Murray stared at Macy silently, his heart trembling along with that drop of tears, his teeth clenched slightly. Seeing Macy drink another glass, the crowd's voices grew louder. Macy just put down the wine glass and hadn't even had time to rest when it was refilled again. Can it be slower? Macy whispered with red eyes. Kirsty sat expressionless in her seat and snorted. It's just a little drink, why so many words? Conroy admittedly, seeing Macy in such a pitiful state delighted Kirsty. Kirsty thought that if Macy ended up in the hospital from drinking, then for some time, no one would replace her in Murray's intimate scenes. This way, she might still have a chance. With her mind set, Kirsty stood up again and said, Since Conroyna doesn't want to drink alone, let's all toast to Conroyna and congratulate her on getting to act opposite Dwight Murray. With that, everyone raised their glasses. Macy watched helplessly as this unfolded, curling her fingers slightly before finally picking up her glass. Conroy's a newcomer, how could she refuse in such a situation? Once again, she tilted her head to drink, but this time it was incredibly forced, her small face wrinkled, taking several sips to finish the drink. There was still a bit less than half of the entire bottle left. Watching Conroyna endure but dare not resist, Kirsty curled her lips into a smile. Cheryl, please ask the server to bring a few bottles of whiskey and red wine over. Cheryl smiled and agreed. Soon, the server came smiling, carrying several bottles of alcohol. Kirsty pointed at Conroyna, put them all in front of her. Conroyna raised her head unsteadily, her hazy eyes widening. She had already finished the last bit of the remaining liquor. Conroyna consuming a full caddy of liquor on an empty stomach, even a man with a great alcohol tolerance wouldn't hold up. She appeared to be reaching her limits, her small face flushed attractively, her originally clear and beautiful eyes now veiled with a light mist, tempting others to investigate. Murray's gaze shifted from Macy's lips to her eyes, his fingertips tensing slightly. Everyone could tell that Macy was drunk. The drunken, innocent-looking girl seemed even more enticing and amorous. The chubby director moved closer again, holding a bottle of red wine in his hand. He didn't hesitate to pour a full glass for Macy after opening it. This costs $30,000 a bottle, Macy. Don't waste it. Macy looked at the glass of red wine blankly and uncertainly, biting her lower lip and tilting her head back as she shrank. I feel a bit drunk. The chubby director laughed heartily. Conroy drunk person wouldn't say they're drunk. I think Macy is still very clear-headed. What do you all think? Yeah. Come on, drink. You probably haven't had such good wine before. Look how much Sister Shing cares about you. If you don't drink, you'll hurt Sister Shing's feelings. These voices sounded caring but harbored ill intent. Murray stared at the dark red liquid in Macy's glass. Seeing her tender and rosy lips about to touch the deep red, Murray suddenly stood up. With a loud bang, his chair was knocked over by his movement. He reached out and snatched the glass from Macy's hand, grabbing her wrist. No more drinking. Let's go. His voice was deliberately lowered, hoarse from not speaking for a long time, and coldly indifferent. Kirsty's smile froze, and she stood up abruptly. You are really arrogant. Who do you think you are, coming and going as you please? Kirsty was certain that this man wasn't anyone important. If he had some status, why would he hide himself? Probably just putting on an act. Murray ignored Kirsty entirely. Macy stumbled as Murray pulled her, falling right into his arms. Murray's body stiffened instantly, instinctively wanting to push Macy away, but he restrained himself the moment he realized what he was doing and let her lean against him. Holding Macy around the waist, he strode out boldly. No one dared to stop him with this cold, hard aura. Kirsty was shaking with anger. Being spoken to in such a tone, being ignored, Kirsty, who had soared to fame since her debut, had never experienced being treated like this. She cursed silently in her heart, calling them all useless, then stepped forward to block Murray's path. Murray's expression hidden behind sunglasses and a mask, he looked down at her and spoke in a hoarse voice. Move aside. Kirsty sneered, I want to see who you really are. Saying this, Kirsty abruptly raised her hand, attempting to pull off Murray's mask. In that instant, Murray's pupils constricted. Almost no one saw his action clearly. With incredible speed, he struck her hand away while simultaneously grabbing her neck tightly with his gloved hand. The lines of his arm muscles tightened in that moment, as if a lethal killing intent pierced through his skin, ready to tear apart the person in front of him. However, his other hand remained firmly holding Macy's waist, not increasing the pressure at all. Conroya. Sister Sheng. Damn, who are you? Release Sister Sheng, or I'll call the police. Leavenly now did everyone react, shouting frantically, but none dared to pull Murray away. Kirsty thrashed helplessly, her face turning beet red, tears streaming from her eyes. Fortunately, Murray soon released his grip. He withdrew his hand, glanced at his palm, and frowned. These gloves can't be used anymore. He walked towards the door of the private room again, and this time, no one dared to stop him. Kirsty clutched her throat, her eyes red and swollen, trembling as she took out her phone and snapped dozens of photos of Murray hugging Macy's back. She would find out who this man was. Conroy, she would make sure Sue Conroy's reputation was ruined. Chapter 188, Love Obsessive Compulsive Disorder and the Picky Curtis Who Kissed Me, 09. Murray opened the passenger side door and gently placed the drowsy Macy into the seat. His actions were both troubled and meticulous, so he naturally didn't notice that the young girl in the passenger seat had lowered her head, squinted her eyes, and flashed a cunning smile. She looked like a fox feigning sleep. Finally, Murray fastened Macy's seatbelt and straightened up to close the passenger door. He then pulled off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. Sitting in the driver's seat, after closing the door, he picked up an alcohol wipe and cleaned his fingers again. That felt much better. When he was pinching Kirsty earlier, he felt a disgusting slippery sensation almost seep through the gloves to his fingertips. Gemmet strangely, holding Macy didn't evoke that feeling at all. After wiping his hands, he stared blankly at his palms for a moment, lost in thought, before being interrupted by a soft whimper from Macy. He turned to look at her and asked indifferently. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Macy, slurring her words, said with a surprisingly authoritative tone despite her soft voice. I'm not drunk. I want to drink more. Murray. Sighing, Murray took out several alcohol wipes and threw them onto Macy's face. Clean up, cool down. Macy blinked her bewildered big eyes, smelled the alcohol, and tried to put the alcohol wipe in her mouth. Quickly reacting, Murray snatched the alcohol wipe from her hand and tightly clenched his fingers. He really wanted to leave her here. Looking at Macy again, he repeated. Your address. Lev, of course, Macy couldn't answer. Instead, she tilted her head and stared at Murray intently, delicious. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Murray stepped on the gas pedal. Forget it, let's go home first. The little vixen who got her way felt the cold wind blowing on her face and smiled contentedly. Murray lived in an exclusive high-end villa area with excellent privacy. After passing the license plate and fingerprint authentication and parking in the garage, Murray glanced at Macy in the passenger seat and became even more distressed. Macy's head was tilted to one side, she was already asleep. She seemed to be sleeping soundly, her mouth slightly curved into an innocent, carefree smile. Murray thought this appearance was not suitable for show business at all. Too passive and too weak, no background, and doesn't know how to talk. This time he could help her, but what about next time? Staring at Macy for a long time, Murray opened the car door and prepared to go upstairs. Conroy's for Macy, of course, she would stay here. He absolutely wouldn't allow any outsiders into his house. Anyway, the garage had air conditioning, and she looked like she was sleeping well. Murray walked towards the elevator without expression, but Macy suddenly made a humming sound. Murray paused, warning himself not to look back, but his body disobeyed as he turned around. The girl's peaceful sleeping face was now replaced with a frown, and she shifted uncomfortably in the passenger seat, seemingly having a very uneasy sleep. More surprisingly, she managed to untangle the seatbelt and started to tip over awkwardly. Murray felt even more annoyed. He really didn't want to touch Macy. Taking 2 steps forward, he opened the passenger door and carried Macy out. Since Murray had already thrown his gloves away, his skin directly touched Macy's arm and thigh. Gemmeting the inside of his cheek, Murray braced himself, preparing to wash himself thoroughly once he returned. However, standing in the elevator, he realized he felt no discomfort at all. The smooth and soft texture of her arm made his heart beat a bit faster, and the girl in his arms suddenly became docile again. Faint, indescribable fragrance mixed with alcohol wafted into his nose, making him inhale deeply a couple of times. Strange, it smelled really good. His obsession with cleanliness extended to scents as well. Any unfamiliar scent made him feel nauseous, especially perfumes worn by stars which he found unbearable. Gemmet, why did Macy smell so good? Unconsciously, his fingertips stroked the skin on Macy's thigh, and he leaned down to inhale deeply, almost like petting a cat. This scene brought Montoine a strong sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, I feel like the antagonist's attitude toward you is like someone who hates animals and is allergic to cat hair becoming a cat lover. Macy quietly curled her lips. I feel the same. See? He's definitely enjoying this. Indeed, Murray was enjoying this. After placing Macy on the sofa in the living room, he didn't immediately leave. He took off his windbreaker and removed his protective gear, standing beside Macy, looking at her sleeping face with a strange expression. After a while, he reached out and touched her exposed arm again. If it weren't for the fact that his face showed no hint of lust, this action would indeed resemble that of a perverted degenerate. His long, pale fingers looked like jade carvings under the cold light. Macy's skin had a faint pinkish hue, soft and hot to the touch. The moment their skins touched, Murray's fingers trembled slightly before pulling back. After a while, he touched again. This went on several times until Murray finally confirmed. He could truly accept Macy's touch without any discomfort. Gem at his Levi CD hadn't gone away. Conroy, after all, even with gloves on, facing Kirsty earlier still felt disgusting to him. Murray took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. His house was a 4-story villa, vast and cold like a model home designed for someone with asexuality. The first floor consisted of a living room, kitchen, gym, and swimming pool. Murray's bedroom was on the second floor. Leaving Macy on the sofa downstairs, Murray prepared to return to his bedroom upstairs. However, after taking 2 steps, suddenly there came a thud from behind. Macy had rolled over and fell off the sofa directly, hitting her elbow or knee on the ground. The girl pouted and frowned in her sleep, mumbling incoherently. "Leviak, it hurts." Murray stood there, looking at Macy who was curled up on the floor like a worm, and sighed deeply once more. He walked over, picked up Macy, and carried her towards his bedroom. Jinyang people were indeed somewhat dangerous. It might be better if she slept in his room. If anything happened at night, he could keep an eye on her. Lev, of course, she could only sleep on the floor. With severe Levi CD, the more private the place, the stronger his compulsions were. Letting Macy into his bedroom was unprecedented. No one had ever entered his bedroom before. Getting on the bed was absolutely forbidden. It was as if he was a stern new cat owner who believed cats should never be allowed on the bed, a line that must not be crossed. He didn't know that every cat owner eventually had their bottom line trampled by their own feline master. Murray placed Macy on the thick carpet beside his bed, covered her with a blanket, and then laid down exhaustedly, closing his eyes. He always had poor sleep quality, but somehow, when the mysterious comforting scent reached his nose, he fell asleep quite quickly. Murray's breathing steadied. Macy, curled up like a cat in the blanket, opened her eyes. Her dark, bright eyes flickered in the darkness, showing no trace of drunkenness. She happily jumped up from the floor, clutching the small blanket, and climbed onto Murray's bed. Even when sleeping, Murray maintained his usual demeanor, lying flat on his back with his hands folded over his chest. Macy thought that if she placed a flower in his hand, he would look like a beautifully preserved corpse in a crystal coffin. So beautiful, worthy of being called teacher. Macy licked her lips and snuggled closer, finding a comfortable spot beside Murray, closing her eyes contentedly to sleep. Chapter 189, Lev obsessive-compulsive, germophobic presses me into his embrace and kisses, 10. The next morning, Murray slowly opened his eyes, momentarily unsure of the time. He had never slept so well. It was as if his always taut nerves had completely relaxed for the first time. For some reason, there was an almost imperceptible yet extremely pleasant scent in the air, making him feel particularly cheerful. Wait, something's not right. He suddenly felt something move beside him. Murray sprang up from the bed, looking at his side in alarm. The young girl curled up beside him, one hand resting on his waist, was sleeping soundly. Sensing the movement beside her, Karina slowly opened her beautiful almond eyes. Conroy's thin layer of drowsiness covered her pupils like a veil over a flawless gem. Murray, who usually felt nothing for beauties, was momentarily stunned by her eyes. Karina blinked a few times, the confusion fading from her eyes. Realizing who was beside her, she abruptly sat up, propping herself up with her hands on Murray's abdomen. Murray's face twisted in pain, his forehead twitching as he gritted his teeth. "When did you come here?" Karina's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and bewilderment on her face. I don't know. I only remember that I drank too much yesterday, and then." She looked around anxiously. "Where are we? Why am I here?" Then, she turned to look at Murray. "Dwight Chi, why are you here?" Murray stood up from the bed with a dark expression, his voice hoarse as he spoke, word by word, "This is my home." Karina was taken aback, lowering her gaze pitifully. "Dwight Murray. Did you take advantage of me because I was drunk?" "Murray?" His fists clenched tightly. He took a deep breath. "You were heavily intoxicated last night. When I asked where your home was, you didn't respond, so I had no choice but to bring you back here. I placed you on the floor, but somehow, when I woke up, you were in my bed." His tone was cold and impatient, but he hadn't realized that he hadn't spoken this much to anyone in a long time. He was always too lazy to explain things, a cold glance usually sufficed. Gemmet in front of Karina, he had unconsciously said quite a lot. Karina nodded, understanding dawned on her face, and she laughed. "So it's like that, thank you, Dwight Murray, you're truly a good person." Murray, who had braced himself to explain further, let out a sigh of relief. Gemmet soon, he frowned again. Why was this girl so gullible? She believed everything he said without questioning? That's way too easy to deceive. Murray looked at Karina with complicated feelings and walked downstairs. Karina watched Murray's back until he disappeared behind the door, finally unable to hold back her laughter, burying her face in the pillow and rolling happily. So cute. Too cute. Even the teachers in this world are so cute. With a germophobic and Sundra personality, yet unexpectedly gentle towards her. When Karina came downstairs after taking a shower, she saw Murray already seated at the table, calmly eating breakfast. Conroy across from him was a plate of food identical to his. Karina controlled her overly joyful facial expression and bounced down the stairs. Is this my breakfast? Murray, yes. He didn't expect such a big star could cook. Gemmet then again, thinking about his original identity being a teacher made it less surprising. The teacher had always been very good at feeding her. Karina sat across from Murray and looked at what was in front of her. To say it was exquisite would be an understatement. In front of Karina was a small piece of toast, a small steak, and a portion of avocado blueberry vegetable salad. The placement of the toast and steak was meticulously arranged, each occupying half of the plate. The only difference between Karina's and Murray's breakfast was that she had milk while he had black coffee. Her eyes sparkled as she tasted it, then her expression froze. What was this? It has no taste at all. How could anyone eat such bland food? Murray was obsessive-compulsive about his diet to the point of precision, every gram of protein, fat, salt. Naturally, these foods weren't very appetizing. Karina felt she might as well eat a 5-yuan pancake from a street vendor. Murray caught Karina's expression and furrowed his brow. He didn't have high expectations for food, and the presentation was only due to habit. Conroy, as long as it was edible, the taste meant nothing to him. Gemmet, it seemed she didn't like it? Murray lowered his gaze. Whether or not she liked it had nothing to do with him. After all, this was just one breakfast. Yet for some reason, Murray suddenly found the food in his mouth also hard to swallow. Gemmet, he had Levi CD and insisted on finishing it. He swallowed the last bite and said, lifting his eyes. Finish eating and come with me to the set. Karina was taken aback. I don't have any scenes today. Murray, you do. Karina felt bewildered as she finished breakfast, forcing herself to drink the milk. She felt like her mouth was going to tasteless. Tonight, I must eat hot pot to reward myself, Karina thought. After breakfast, Murray tidied up the tableware. He was used to doing these things, looking elegant and meticulous. When he put the dishes into the dishwasher, it didn't seem like housework but more like handling art pieces. For a star of his stature, having neither a maid nor an assistant at home was something Karina hadn't expected. She thought that no matter how much of a germaphobe he was, he wouldn't do everything himself. It seemed that Murray's quirks were even more severe than she imagined. Isn't this better? Karina obediently followed behind Murray, sitting in the passenger seat more skillfully this time. Soon, they arrived at the filming location. To avoid trouble, Karina got out of the car first. No one knew that this minor actress had arrived in the renowned film Emperor's car. When Karina slowly walked to the set, she noticed a crowd gathered around, seemingly arguing. Karina originally wasn't interested in their conflicts, but then she heard Gemrice say, "This is what Murray requested." What did Murray request? Karina moved closer to listen. Seeing Karina approach, Cheryl, red-faced, stormed over, raising her hand as if to strike. Karina stood innocently, glancing at the nearby cameras and surveillance. "Were you going to hit me?" Cheryl hesitated, gritting her teeth before lowering her hand. She was a public figure and couldn't afford to be caught in a scandal. She had really lost control just now. Cheryl looked at Karina, eyes almost shooting flames. "You're plotting against me." "Sue, Karina, can you be any more disgusting?" Karina truly didn't understand the situation this time. She looked more confused. What happened? Cheryl wanted to curse again when Gemrice approached, glaring at her before speaking to Karina. "Just now, Murray told me he wants to replace Cheryl's role with yours." Cheryl looked at Gemrice, appearing aggrieved. "Gemrice, we've worked together, and you know my acting skills are competent." "Gem at her? She's only been on some unpopular variety shows and played extras. She isn't even formally trained. How could she act well?" Moreover, Cheryl had bullied Karina at dinner last night, and now Karina was turning the tables on her. Gemrice actually disagreed with Murray's decision in his heart too. This second female lead role was very complex. Cheryl already struggled with it. How could a newcomer handle it? He wondered why Murray paid so much attention to this newcomer. Gemrice frowned in thought, noticing Murray walking out of the lounge. Suddenly, he had an idea and suggested, "How about this, you two perform a scene with Murray. The better one stays." He knew Murray was professional, and deciding based on acting would ensure he wouldn't object. Unexpectedly, Murray walked over and lifted his chin. No need for a competition, just replace her. The attitude of Cheryl at dinner last night disgusted him. Plus, he needed Karina to get a role with more lines opposite him. Conroy's for whether Karina could act well. He was confident that even the worst actor could improve under his guidance. Cheryl trembled, nearly in tears. She didn't dare be angry with Murray and sobbed, "Dwight, Murray, why? What did I do wrong?" Gemrice frowned at Murray, showing slight dissatisfaction. Murray was always professional and serious. Why was he being so capricious today? Right that moment, Karina, who hadn't spoken yet, softly chimed in. "It's fine, let's follow Gemrice's suggestion and give it a try." She paused, a smile forming on her face, a smile that didn't quite fit her character. "Soon everyone will see that my teacher's choices are always right." Chapter 190, Love Obsessive Compulsive Disorder and the Gemmis Conroiter Who Kissed Me in His Conroarms, 11. Macy directly referred to my home teacher. Gemmet. Everyone was captivated by Macy's final arrogant remark and didn't notice anything amiss. It was Murray who raised an eyebrow, glancing at Macy. Murray did not think that Macy could surpass Cheryl. Conroy, Cheryl was mediocre, she was at least professionally trained. Macy just had a pretty face, that was all. Conroy cold sneer flashed through Murray's mind. He hadn't met such an untimely young girl yet. Since she insisted on pushing away the opportunity he offered, he saw no need to insist. However, that last statement was rather bold. He felt this girl's true nature seemed different from what she portrayed. Soon, Jemrice had his crew set up the scene. This scene was a confrontation between the female second lead and the male protagonist. The female second lead was both the student and assistant of the male lead. She passed him the knife when he killed, dug graves when he buried bodies. Her obsession with the male lead bordered on insane. In the end, due to jealousy, she injured the female lead and was killed by the male lead. From beginning to end, this character was a madwoman. The casting criteria for this role required someone skilled in playing villains. Cheryl had a vicious-looking face that fit the part much better than Macy, purely from appearance alone. The next scene to be tried was where the female second lead openly confessed her devotion to the male lead, stating her willingness to do anything for him. Jemmy this point, she had already fallen into madness and had committed her first murder to gain the male lead's trust. Not far away, Cheryl was already smearing fake blood on her clothes. She was determined to win this role. This particular scene marked a significant turning point in the character's storyline. To rehearse with Murray, she practiced it many times. Conroy, the director's call of conroiction, Cheryl's expression instantly twisted into madness. Doctor. I'm willing to do anything for you. Conroy, nothing? Murray looked at her expressionlessly, a blood-stained scalpel in hand, the elegant gold-rimmed glasses hiding a repressed lunacy. Then are you willing to die for me? Cheryl, Lev, of course. Murray twirled the scalpel, curling his lips in a smile, the sick madness bringing a bone-chilling coldness. No, that's too easy. Let me ask another question. Are you willing to live for me? Cheryl's heart skipped a beat, meeting Murray's eyes sent a ripple of fear through her. Gene worthy of being an acting emperor indeed. She nearly failed to pick up the line. Cheryl hurriedly rallied her emotions, becoming even more deranged and hysterical. I am willing. Saying so, she lifted the sharp knife high and plunged it into the neck of the barely alive person on the ground. Not bad. Jemrice nodded, looking at Macy. Your turn. Cheryl's performance was indeed very typical of how people imagined a crazed female villain. Macy walked over, taking the sharp knife from Cheryl's hand. Conroy's they passed each other, Cheryl muttered arrogantly, waste. Macy narrowed her eyes but said nothing, looking up at the emotionless Murray with a sweet, obedient smile. Dwight, please guide me well. Murray remained silent, raising his hand to signal that Jemrice could start. Upon hearing conroiction, Macy lowered her gaze, standing motionless for a while. Jemrice frowned. Cheryl watched Macy stand still, smiling arrogantly. Murray stared emotionlessly at Macy, then suddenly felt something odd about the aura of the girl in front of him. In the moment Macy raised her eyes, he found himself lost in her dark abyss-like eyes. The girl had delicate and charming features. Though her face looked innocent, the corners of her mouth curled into a deranged, mad smile, especially those eyes, pitch black without a hint of reflection, as if they could bury all sins. Her voice was gentle, not screaming or shouting, but made everyone shiver involuntarily. Dwight, I'm willing to do anything for you. Each word came slowly, making everyone feel cold inside, like an evil ghost lurking beneath beautiful skin, waiting to strike. So engrossed were they that no one noticed Macy had read the wrong lines. She said teacher instead of doctor. Murray's Conroy's apple moved, staring into Macy's eyes, his voice hoarser than before. Conroy, are you willing to die for me? Macy smiled, Lev, of course. Murray stared into her eyes, inexplicably feeling his heartbeat accelerate, his blood surging, giving him a strange thrill. He smiled too, the curve of his lips eerily similar to Macy's. No, that's too easy. Conroy, another question. Are you willing to live for me? Macy twirled the knife delicately in her slender fingers, causing everyone to shudder. She licked her lips, her eyebrows curving gently. I am willing. Her soft and melodious voice sounded as if she was accepting a marriage proposal, yet with a smile, she plunged the scalpel into the corpse model's neck. It wasn't killing, it was like she was sculpting an artwork. Lev, originally, this scene should have ended there, but Jemrice was so shocked that he forgot to call cut. So Macy's scalpel kept going down, slicing open the model's chest. Inside was filled with fake blood, but she looked at it as if it were blooming roses. She reached in and pulled out the bloody heart. She held the heart up to Murray and whispered softly. If you still don't believe me, I'll dig out my own heart and show it to you. Would that be okay? The eyes of the obsessive girl and the deranged doctor met, creating unprecedented tension that made everyone's scalp tingle. It seemed that in the next second, they would all become the next victims under this deranged duo's hands. Screenwriter. Screenwriter. Jemrice finally snapped back to reality, shouting immediately. The screenwriter, who had been standing beside him, finally recovered, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Jemrice. I know what you're going to say. This improvisation is too perfect. The original script did not include the heart-digging scene. However, since the director didn't call cut, the actor had to continue, and it resulted in an incredibly stunning effect. The screenwriter excitedly waved his hands. Fantastic, I will add this scene right away. I'm sure it will become one of the most classic scenes. Gemrice ran directly to Macy's side. Despite hesitating for a moment when he saw her blood-stained hands, his excitement couldn't be hidden. He gripped Macy's shoulders tightly. You are a genius, Sue Conroyna, I underestimated you. This role belongs to you without question. Macy lowered her long lashes and smiled shyly. I just didn't want to disappoint Dwight Murray. She returned to the obedient young girl image again. Gemrice, Conroy amazing, how did you think of using such a way to portray madness? No wonder I always felt something was missing before. It turned out to be the contrast. The gentler and cuter the girl appears, the softer her voice is when doing something terrifying, the more bone-chilling it becomes. Conroyna, you are a born actress. Even many top-tier actors haven't received praise from Gemrice. Everyone present now looked at Macy differently. This newcomer was definitely going to be a breakout star. Murray glanced down at Macy, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and taking a deep breath. Just now, he hadn't forced himself to get into character. Everything seemed so natural and effortless. Was the craziness she just displayed really acted? It felt like she had gone straight to his core. Macy had already been pulled away by the director for a debrief. Murray stared at the bloody heart for a while. Just as he was about to head to the lounge, he noticed Cheryl standing nearby with a twisted expression. Cheryl stood there in disarray, her two assistants not daring to breathe loudly. She clenched her fists, eyes red. Ever since Macy spoke the first word, she had been completely ignored. She wasn't a newcomer. She had been in the industry for 5 years and played many secondary roles. Why? Why? She refused to admit that Macy had performed better than her. She firmly believed that Macy must have pulled some strings with some bigwig. They say robbing someone of their livelihood is worse than murder. Macy had not only taken away her income but also snatched a great opportunity for advancement. She wanted to tear this woman apart piece by piece. Right this moment, a cold male voice suddenly rang in Cheryl's ear. Murray passed by her, the tail of his white coat fluttering as if he were looking at a clown. He said coldly. Stay away from her. Chapter 191, Lev Obsessive-Compulsive Clean Freak Conroyter presses me into his chest and kisses me, 12. If Conroyta were to see this, she would comment again. The antagonist seems like a cat lover who drives away wild cats to protect his little kitty. Gemrice and Macy discussed the scene for a while, and he became even more impressed with Macy. Macy's fresh interpretation broke through his creative block. Conroyter their conversation, Gemrice smiled and said. Macy, if you play this role well, there's a good chance you could win Gemmis Newcomer or Gemmis Supporting Conroytress this year. Macy nodded obediently. Actually, I don't aim for awards. I just want to perform every scene to the best of my ability. Thank you for your concern, Gemrice. I won't let you down. Gemrice nodded in satisfaction and started the day's work. Murray, as the male lead, was busy from morning till night. Conroy apart from acting, he would retreat into his private lounge where no one could enter, leaving people without a chance to chat with him. Since Kirsty had no scenes today, she did not come to the set. Conroy that moment, Kirsty was looking through photos on her phone, her expression not so pleasant. She sent the photos to a few familiar paparazzi, asking them to find out who this man was. Paparazzi generally have wide social networks and are not much different from private detectives, but they couldn't figure out who this man was. It's no joke, Murray is a professional at evading paparazzi. That's why no personal photos of him outside work have been taken over the years. Kirsty couldn't identify the man, which left her uneasy. Gemmet when she touched her neck, her eyes turned fierce. There was still a slight red mark from being choked yesterday. She had planned to show up at the set to catch Murray's attention today, but with the mark on her neck, she couldn't leave home. If it got photographed, those disgusting paparazzi would twist the story. Not finding the person who choked her, Kirsty vented her anger on Macy. She had photos of Macy drunk and leaning on a mysterious man. However, she didn't want to release them now. Deeming an unknown 18-liner, releasing these incriminating photos wouldn't cause much of a stir. She was waiting for the right moment. Just then, Kirsty received a call from Cheryl. Conroy soon as she answered, Cheryl's voice came through, filled with sobs and anger. Sister Sheng, that bitch. Sue Macy, that bitch stole my role. Kirsty's eyes widened in shock. While Cheryl continued talking on the phone, Kirsty's thoughts wandered far. This Sue Macy is indeed capable, probably having done some underhanded dealings. She has the evidence. With the female supporting role secured, Macy would surely become famous. When she reaches her peak, exposing this scandal will definitely bring her down. After a day's work, everyone was ready to head home. Macy stared at the closed door of the lounge, absent-mindedly rubbing her chin. She wanted to stay at Dwight's house again, but there seemed to be no reason today. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Macy answered, hearing a laughing male voice. Little Macy, haven't contacted you for 2 or 3 days, miss me? Macy's mouth twitched slightly. Checking the caller ID, she found it was her target, Marlon. She didn't speak, and Marlon continued unperturbed. Get dressed nicely tonight, accompany me to a dinner gathering. He was using her as a shield and companion for drinking again. Just as Macy was about to refuse, Marlon added. It's related to promoting the drama, Judgment. Your presence tonight can get you noticed by Gemrice. Macy smiled. Mr. Chiao, I already got the female supporting role in this drama, and Gemrice personally taught me the lines. Hasn't the company heard? Marlon was taken aback. For a moment, he thought Macy was joking. Never expected this compliant girl to joke around. Marlon found it amusing and laughed. Alright, I'll have my assistant pick you up at 8. Macy rolled her eyes. Gemmet, then she asked, will Dwight Murray attend? Marlon, definitely not, he never participates in such gatherings. Macy had no further thoughts and refused firmly. Then I won't go either. My schedule was packed today, I'm too tired. Marlon liked Macy for being obedient. This was the first time she rejected him, making his tone colder. He wanted a pet who was always obedient. If Macy followed orders, he'd occasionally tease her. Gemmet she should never refuse. Sue Macy, are you high? Macy ignored him and hung up. Conroy de Bayo's voice rang out. The favorability of the target decreased by 5, leaving 25. The initial value in this world is quite high, but it's difficult to increase because the target is a philanderer who maintains ambiguous relationships with many female stars in the company. Macy felt more assured after hearing this. Conroy's long as the target's favorability was not negative, she could stay in this world indefinitely. Conroy's for increasing the favorability for Conroy de Bayo to level up. 11th she reached a high position, the target's favorability would naturally skyrocket. Unable to find Murray, Macy took a taxi home. The news of Macy becoming the female supporting role had not yet spread, and signing the contract also took time, so many people were still unaware of her good fortune. Marlon certainly didn't know either. Staring at his phone, he couldn't believe that Macy had hung up on him. The girl who blushed with happiness over his casual compliments, the one who fiercely protected him from drinking at banquets, actually hung up on him. Having no choice, he had to find another companion for tonight. Marlon called another female star from the company and went out with someone else. Gemak at home, Macy looked at her modest little apartment and sighed deeply. She used to have no demands for food or shelter, but after spending time in these worlds, her standards had been raised by Dwight. This place was expensive, and she had only recently signed with the company without landing any endorsements, so buying such a small apartment was already challenging. Macy stared at the tiny house for a moment, then walked into the kitchen and turned on the stove. Conroy soon as the flame ignited, she waved her hand, and the fire seemed to have eyes, spreading toward the living room and bedroom. Conroy de Bayo was stunned. The fire quickly burned everything inside the house, but did not touch Macy. With a flick of her finger, the flames vanished. If it weren't for the charred interior, it would be hard to tell that there had been a fire moments ago. Macy looked at her palm with satisfaction, thinking that her ability to control elements was gradually returning. Though it still needed a bit of prompting, it was perfectly usable. Having burned her home clean and penniless, Macy left no fallback for herself. Looking at the dark, burnt-out place, Macy cheerfully closed the door and walked out onto the street. She then took out her phone and dialed a number. The owner of the number seemed to be exercising, his breathless voice sounding even sexier. What is it? Murray wouldn't admit he felt a bit happy when he saw the caller ID. The distressed and tearful voice of the girl came through. Dwight Murray, my house caught fire, and I'm homeless now. Could you take me in for a while? Chapter 192, Lev Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder and Clean Freak Conroiter who forced me into his arms, 13. Murray was silent for a moment, then slowly repeated. Gemerned? Karina, sniffle, yes, I might have forgotten to turn off the stove when I went out to buy things. Murray, Conroy, are you okay? Karina curled up her lips, her tone and expression were completely at odds. I'm fine. Thank you, teacher, for your concern. I'm sorry to bother you, but you are the only person I know well in this city. The kitten became homeless, pitifully clinging to the Good Samaritan, who had once fed it food. Gemmet only Karina herself knew whether this little kitten was truly pitiful or a black-hearted little tiger disguised as a poor kitten. There was silence on the phone for a while. Karina was also very patient, not urging him, just waiting for his reply. Finally, Murray spoke. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Wow. Karina's eyes lit up. She gave an address and sat by the roadside with a mask on, looking utterly helpless. Before long, she saw that familiar Mercedes Maybach. Karina got into the car this time even more smoothly. She sat in the front passenger seat quite skillfully, tilting her head to look at the expressionless man in the driver's seat, revealing a compliant and grateful smile. Thank you, teacher. It was only then that Karina noticed Murray's hair was wet, seemingly just out of the shower, without even drying his hair properly. The damp strands falling across his forehead made him less pale and elegant compared to his daytime appearance, adding a touch of unrestrained wildness. Droplets rolled down, slipping off his high bridge nose, making his chiseled profile all the more tempting. Karina discreetly swallowed, fastened her seatbelt, and lowered her eyes, putting on a docile demeanor. Murray wasn't sure what was wrong with him. As soon as he heard Karina saying she was standing by the roadside, homeless, he became anxious. He had never left home so unkempt before. He couldn't bring himself to admit that seeing Karina at that moment suddenly eased his worry. Leavened the way, Murray remained silent. Conroy. Soon as Karina got into the car, he smelled a scent that made him feel extremely comfortable, calming his previously restless mood. Those things that did not belong to him no longer affected his spirit as much, as if they were shielding him from the outside world. Silent Murray suddenly had a thought. What if he just kept her by his side? He was startled by this thought and frowned deeply. Right this moment, Karina's soft voice rang out appropriately. Dwight. Was my performance today satisfactory? Murray reined in his thoughts and recalled Karina's acting earlier, nodding. You surprised me, you're indeed a promising actor. Karina smiled. That was acting naturally. Her voice brimmed with unhidden joy. Thank you, teacher, as long as you're satisfied. Murray couldn't help but glance at her through the rearview mirror, unable to hold back, and asked. Conroy, as long as I'm satisfied? Karina nodded vigorously. Yes, as long as you're satisfied. Murray's Conroymia's apple moved up and down, and he didn't speak. He forcefully suppressed the idea of keeping Karina by his side. Now Karina sought his help just because she was homeless. No one would be willing to live with someone like him, no one could bear him. Even with his current status, if he made a request, Karina would find it hard to refuse. Gemmet, what he despised most were these coercive practices in the entertainment circle. So, he wouldn't reveal his thoughts. Levin's Karina handled everything, she would leave naturally. Then everything would return to normal. His life wouldn't change, and he didn't need any changes. Really didn't need them? Murray's gaze darkened, and his fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Conroy arriving home quickly, Karina was surprised to find a pair of women's slippers by the door. Murray said nonchalantly. Conroy, after you called, I had someone send them over. I'm particular about cleanliness, so pay attention. The smile on Karina's face couldn't hide. She bowed her head and replied, sure. Murray led her upstairs and opened the door next to his bedroom. You can stay in this guest room first. This room was like Murray's, minimalistic, with nothing extra. Karina blinked. Can I prepare some things myself? No. Murray rejected it without hesitation. Conroy allowing someone to stay was already breaking his own principles. How could he possibly let her bring other things inside? However, when he met Karina's moist eyes, his throat caught. Levi K. Karina lowered her gaze pitifully, her voice becoming smaller. I understand. Forget it. Murray pinched the bridge of his nose. You can buy some necessities and bring them over, but I don't want to see too much clutter. Karina's eyes curved again. Levi K. Thank you, teacher. Murray failed to notice that he was slowly lowering his standards. Karina watched Murray walk out of the room and thought happily. If things continued this way, like a frog being boiled in warm water, the teacher would soon fall into her trap. Tonight, Karina did not make any sudden move on Murray. After all, getting to stay at Murray's house today was already a significant step forward. Conroy's a patient hunter, she couldn't afford to be hasty. She slept soundly on the soft, big bed. However, Murray next door wasn't as comfortable. He found it difficult to fall asleep once more. Yesterday he had slept well. Why did the quality of sleep return to how it was before? If it was always bad, he could get used to it. Gemmet having one good night's sleep made subsequent insomnia feel even worse. Murray stared at the ceiling. Every time he closed his eyes, the dark, bloody scene appeared. He tried hard not to think about it, yet the image became clearer in front of him. Screaming, roaring, disgusting laughter, sticky blood. Conroy 12, he hid in a cabinet, holding his mouth tightly shut, watching everything in front of him, biting his lips until they bled. Gemmet, this poor boy, was eventually found. Conroy, pair of hands smeared with an unknown liquid, pulled him out. Grotesque faces crowded around. Struggling fiercely was no use. Countless hands grabbed his limbs, the nauseating, sticky sensation deeply imprinted on his skin and blood. TSK, what a pretty face, just like a little girl. We've never had this experience, should we try? Conroy's hand slipped inside his shirt. The young boy stared wildly, his eyes bloodshot red, which sent shivers down the man's spine who had malicious intentions. Slap. Infuriated, the man slapped the young boy, turning his head to one side, and blood filled his mouth. Just as those people were tearing off his shirt, there was a loud noise outside the door. He was saved but could no longer accept anyone's touch after that. The world truly became something repulsive. If it weren't for his mother looking at him from the gap of the cabinet where he hid before she died, mouthing silently to live on, he probably would have given up long ago. The oppressive pain in his heart surged forth. Murray opened his eyes abruptly, his heart pounding, his eyes also reddened. He got up without expression, took a sleeping pill, but paused when he saw something beside the bed. It was a small diamond-studded earring. In the darkness, it was the only thing shimmering. It was likely left behind by Karina when she stayed here last night. He suddenly remembered her eyes, twinkling like this earring, captivatingly beautiful. He never touched other people's belongings, but at that moment, he instinctively extended his finger, holding the earring in his palm. Chapter 193, Lev Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, Cleaning Freak, Conrector Extraordinaire presses a kiss on me, 14. The next day, when Macy woke up, she found that Murray had already prepared breakfast. Just thinking about having to eat that bland morning meal again made her hesitate for a moment as she walked towards the dining table. How could she delicately say she didn't like eating these? Urgent help needed online. Gemmet, after all, it was made by hand by her teacher and already prepared. Not eating it would certainly be inappropriate. She'd ask him not to prepare it tomorrow. Macy sat down and took a bite of chicken breast, suddenly widening her eyes in surprise. What's happening? This actually tastes good today. She had expected the plain boiled chicken breast texture, but it turned out to be unexpectedly tender and juicy. Murray glanced at Macy's expression and put his mind at ease. He himself did not realize that the corner of his mouth curved upward slightly. After Macy finished eating, Murray leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingertips on the table lightly, and said indifferently, "Have you found a place to live yet?" Macy shook her head, "No." Joking, she planned to stay here. How could she possibly look for another place? Conroy flicker crossed Murray's heart, his tone unchanged. "There's no rush. I can help ask around. You can stay here until you find somewhere." Which means she would never actually find anywhere. Lowering his long lashes, Murray hid the illness in his eyes. Naturally, Macy couldn't have asked for anything more. Gemmet, she still put on an obedient and fearful act, cautiously asking, "Dwight, it's really too much trouble for you." Murray frowned slightly, "Not at all." Saying that, he stood up, cleared the dishes, and then headed for the door. Stopping at the door, he turned to look at Macy, who was still sitting at the table. "Come over, together." Macy happily jogged over and followed behind Murray. To have a renowned actor chauffeur her, who else gets such treatment? That afternoon, Macy received a call from Marlon. "Macy. You actually got the second lead role. How did you manage that? Why didn't you tell me?" "Macy, I did." Marlon was stunned for a moment, only now vaguely recalling that Macy might have mentioned this. Leavenly, he treated it as a joke and completely forgot about it. You can't blame him. Every day he interacts with countless female stars. Where would he remember such a casual remark? Marlon laughed heartily. "Little Macy, brother really didn't expect you to be so capable. Tonight I'll pick you up from the set and introduce you to a few big shots in the industry." Macy felt nauseated by his oily demeanor. "I don't have a brother. Mr. Chiao, I've changed my character role and am quite busy, so please don't invite me to social gatherings." Unbelievable, no one told Marlon he is extremely oily? Seriously, no one has. Conroy's the president of this entertainment company, young and accomplished, handsome and successful. Marlon is the target of flattery by second-line or lower female stars in the industry. He welcomes all comers, sweet-talking everyone effortlessly. Levins again rejected by Macy. Marlon's mood worsened. Yesterday, taking another actress from the company to a social event, that actress wouldn't drink on his behalf despite his multiple eye signals. She just acted coy and pretended. Whenever such moments occurred, Marlon would think of Macy's goodness. He loved obedient and loyal women who were wholeheartedly devoted to him. Gemmet, these past 2 days, something seemed off about Macy. Could it be, she has hooked up with someone powerful? Marlon's eyes twinkled and he smiled. "Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't. Levy, right, next Wednesday I've cleared my schedule, let's have dinner alone." Marlon intended to pull Macy's wild heart back. It's hard to find such a useful drinking companion. He needed a pet who remained obedient and loyal. Macy didn't want to argue with him, preparing to decline. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her indenture contract was still in Marlon's hands. She couldn't wait to terminate the contract with this broken company. This might be a good opportunity to discuss the termination with Marlon. Since the original storyline included the main character terminating the contract, it should not be too difficult following the script. So, Macy changed her tone and agreed. Marlon was pleased, thinking, this little girl cares about me after all. Probably threw a tantrum because I ignored her lately. After hanging up, Macy looked at Murray, who was discussing character emotions with Gemrice. Even while talking, Murray kept a distance from Gemrice. Calm among the crowd, he was gracefully elegant yet distinctly lonely. Staring at Murray's back for a while, Macy then lowered her head to check her phone casually. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon a breaking news. Murray tweeted. 10 years. 10 years. Murray posted his first personal tweet. The fans went wild. Macy had trouble accessing the Twitter homepage for a long time. Finally, when she got in, she found that 8 out of 10 trending topics were about Murray. What's going on? During this period, she had been with Murray all the time and hadn't noticed anything unusual. After several tries, Macy finally managed to click into Murray's homepage on the extremely lagging page. Conroy's empty homepage now had a new tweet. How do you make chicken breast healthy and delicious? Macy? It was posted last night. She clicked into the comments, and the first one was a detailed explanation by a super popular cooking blogger, to which Murray had given a like. He really asked the question seriously? Was it for today's tasty chicken breast? The fans below exploded. What the heck am I seeing? Aggie, tell me I'm not dreaming. My husband tweeted. Is our God really not hacked? Conroy indeed living long enough can see miracles. So Lord can cook. He can cook us sisters. Husband's supermarket eye. Why did Dwight Chi send this at midnight? Making chicken breast, does he have a cat or something? Feels like he has a cat. When I first got a cat, I also worked hard to make my cat eat chicken breast. Conroy, I want to be your cat. Meow meow meow. The super cleaned white sheet actually keeps a cat. Cats can save the world. Scanning through these comments made Macy dizzy. She saw the number of comments had already reached over 1 million, with thousands more appearing with every refresh. Mysteriously becoming Murray's cat, Macy was dazed. After a while, her tongue licked her sharp fangs. Thinking about the chicken breast she had this morning, Macy realized it as if she had eaten a piece of candy, sweetness slowly spreading from her lips to the tip of her tongue. Her teacher, who seemed so indifferent and unwilling to say an extra word to her, actually quietly asked a question online. She originally thought the difficulty of conquering the teacher in this world was huge, but unexpectedly, it just looked big. The teacher, who says one thing but means another, is truly adorable. It seems he himself hasn't even realized his own thoughts yet. Clearly putting his mind on her, he still said he would help her find a place to move out. Macy licked her lips and smiled. Maybe she should give him some stimulation. Chapter 194, Lev obsessive-compulsive presses me into his Conroy arms for a kiss, 15. When the marks on Kirsty's neck disappeared, and she returned to the set, she felt something was amiss. Initially, she wasn't too concerned about Karina landing the role of the second female lead. She had read the script. The second female lead was undoubtedly a villainous cannon fodder. Following the male protagonist as a dog, yet merely being used by him as a tool, eventually getting killed by the male lead due to her harm towards the female lead. Such a character was bound to be criticized. Poor acting would invite criticism, and even good acting might cause viewers to empathize with the negative character, worsening her popularity. However, when Kirsty actually saw Karina and Murray performing together on set, she realized that reality differed from her imagination. Why was the sexual tension between Murray and Karina so intense during their scenes? How did it feel like there were threads pulling between their gazes? Why were their expressions so similar? Kirsty even started doubting if she was the true female lead. What alarmed Kirsty most was that the screenwriter had added many more scenes for the second female lead. Kirsty subtly inquired with the editor and was assured that her own scenes were still the most numerous. Leavenly then did she breathe a sigh of relief. If Sue Karina acted well and became famous, that would be best. She wanted to see Karina fall from the peak to the bottom, never to rise again. Conroy week soon passed. During this time, everyone on set looked at Karina with new respect. No one expected this non-professional newcomer to be so talented in acting and fearless in facing tough or dirty roles. Many actresses would show disdain or hesitate during bloody scenes. Gemmet not Karina. Not only did she not hesitate, but she even displayed an unusual excitement upon seeing bloody scenes. After completing the second murder climax, everyone on set that day was hesitant to talk to Karina. Everyone felt that in the next moment, the pretty young girl might smile sweetly and plunge a sharp knife into their hearts. During this period, Karina was also gradually warming up Murray's home. Levin the first day, she bought a pair of cute plush slippers and placed them at the entrance. Murray saw them but didn't throw them away. Levin the second day, she put an oversized teddy bear on the living room sofa. Murray frowned and told Karina to take it away. Karina obediently replied, "I washed it very thoroughly with disinfectant." Murray remained silent, tacitly accepting the existence of the teddy bear. Levin the third day, Karina stood at Murray's bedroom door and threw two soft, creamy white sheep pillows onto his bed. "I don't want them," Murray said, tossing them out. That night, Murray found the two little sheep sitting outside his bedroom door, looking down, somewhat resembling Karina. Ultimately, these two little sheep ended up inside Murray's bedroom. After a week, Murray's home finally began to feel lived in. Fluffy cushions and dolls appeared more frequently, flowers were placed on tables, and adorable small ornaments adorned shelves. Unconsciously, Murray's surroundings were completely filled with Karina's things. The breakfast he made became increasingly suited to Karina's taste, even though she hadn't voiced any preferences. Murray himself didn't realize that he enjoyed observing Karina's expressions while she ate, learning what she liked and disliked. He didn't feel like he was deliberately memorizing these details, but whenever he cooked, he unconsciously avoided what Karina disliked. Conroy's for finding Karina a place to live, Murray never brought it up again. Levy outdoors, he was still a person who refused contact due to obsessive-compulsive disorder, but at home, he was almost like a normal person. Jemmy Wednesday, the day Karina had agreed to meet Marlon arrived. After wrapping up filming for the day, Karina found an opportunity to quietly tell Murray. "Dwight Murray, you go back first today. I have an appointment tonight." Murray narrowed his eyes expressionlessly, responding indifferently with a faint, He and Karina weren't even friends. At most, she was a tenant. He shouldn't be interested in Karina's personal life. Gemmet. He couldn't help asking. "With whom?" Karina smiled innocently, as if it wasn't a big deal. "With Marlon, my boss." Murray had heard of Marlon, a young C. Levi with some fame in the industry, known for being handsome and popular among actresses. So, was he someone Karina liked? His dark eyes drooped as he gazed down at Karina's sweet smile, feeling it for the first time as a glaring sight. He clenched his fingers into his palm, coldly saying, "Conroy's you wish." He turned and left. Karina licked her lips, watching Murray's back, and dialed Marlon's number. Gemis Chiao, I'm done for the day. Where should we meet? Karina soon took a taxi to the restaurant Marlon had reserved. She arrived at the private room wearing a mask and hat. Conroy soon as she entered, she saw a bouquet of sunflowers in front of her. Karina paused for a moment before seeing a face behind the sunflowers. Marlon held the flowers and smiled, saying, Thanks for your hard work lately. I remember you love sunflowers the most. This is for you, are you happy? No wonder the original host was so devoted to Marlon. Marlon was indeed an expert in dealing with women, knowing perfectly well how to make them happy. The original host, a simple, gentle, and traditional girl, was easily swayed by such a man. Karina raised her eyebrows slightly but said nothing, simply accepting the flowers and placing them aside without even saying, thank you. The smile on Marlon's face faded a little. He felt Karina was being too ungrateful. She didn't even show extreme happiness or gratitude. Marlon sat down, suppressing his dissatisfaction and asked seemingly concerned. You can order some food first. What do you want? It's on me. Karina sat across from Marlon and smiled. Without removing her mask or sunglasses, she came straight to the point. In fact, I agreed to meet with you today not to eat, but to discuss something with you. What? The smile finally vanished from Marlon's face. Karina's tone was one he had never heard before. It made him very uncomfortable, as if he were being overpowered by his own pet. Karina tapped her fingers on the table, took off her sunglasses, and looked straight into Marlon's eyes with her dark, beautiful ones. The termination of my contract. I want to end my contract with the company and will prepare 10 times the breach penalty. Please prepare the paperwork for the termination. Marlon frowned in disbelief. Sue Karina. Do you know what you're saying? Yes, Karina nodded. I want to end my contract with the company. The voice box's sound chimed in. Target's approval -15, now at 10. Jean careful, master. Marlon suddenly stood up, looking down at Karina from above. Sue Karina. What gives you the right to terminate your contract? When I signed you, I helped repay your family's debt. Is this how you repay me? Karina's expression remained unchanged, and her tone was steady. That money was part of the signing fee. I've negotiated many deals for you and have taken drinks on your behalf countless times without asking for a salary. Why should I still owe you anything? Her voice was soft and measured, yet it felt like a harsh slap across Marlon's face. The voice box trembled. Conroy approval drops to 5, still decreasing. Conroy that moment, Karina suddenly lowered her gaze, her voice trembling slightly. Marlon, only by terminating my contract can I stand tall on my own merits. Leavenly then can I be worthy of standing by your side. Marlon, who was about to lose his temper, froze, staring straight at Karina. Jemmy my side? Karina's eyes misted over like a delicate rose blooming in a storm. Yes, I don't want to always stand behind you, using your resources. Terminate the contract, Mr. Chiao, we'll meet at the peak. Marlon locked eyes with her. Those eyes were fragile and beautiful yet stubbornly determined, just like how she always covered for him when he couldn't handle alcohol. His heart twitched, a warm surge of emotion flooding him, and he couldn't help but say. Fine. 2 years. If you haven't made a name for yourself in 2 years, come back and sign again. Karina's tears finally fell. Levi K. The voice box marveled. Conroy approval +30, currently 33. Truly worthy of you, master. Marlon sat in the private room with mixed feelings, while Karina wiped away her tears and left. Levins outside, all traces of forced strength and grievance vanished from her face. She was just about to take a taxi home happily when she saw a familiar car roaring down the street. That black Maybach could only belong to Dwight Murray. Strange, he never went out at night and avoided socializing. Quickly, Karina stopped a passing car. Follow him. Chapter 195, Love Obsessive Compulsive Disorder and Cleanliness Freak Movie. Curtis presses me to his chest and kisses. 16. Conroy at the bar counter, a man wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap tilted his head back to finish a glass of whiskey in one gulp. Though his face was hidden, even just seeing the chiseled jawline that could be made out revealed this man must be strikingly handsome. The black windbreaker accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, giving him an icy demeanor that did not belong in such a place. If it weren't for the obvious air of "do not disturb" around him, he would have likely been surrounded by admirers asking for WeChat moments ago. Murray lowered the brim of his cap, placing the glass in front of the bartender as a signal to refill it. The whiskey with ice had a slightly bitter taste. In the dim flashing lights, the dark liquor gave off a hazy glow, the moisture on the glass wiped away by his leather glove. His long fingers lightly caressed the glass. He was beautiful and mysterious yet emanated melancholy. Conroy few girls observed Murray's silhouette secretly. He must be a male model, look at those shoulders and waistline, so attractive. Yeah, though we can't see his face I bet he's also very good looking. Should we ask for his WeChat? TSK, seems a bit intimidating. Conroy girl dressed in a black strapless top, emboldened by alcohol and encouragement from her friends, opened her WeChat QR code and approached him with a smile. Handsome, how about adding me on WeChat? The music was loud, so she shouted while holding her phone close to Murray. Without lifting his head, Murray casually extended his index and middle fingers, waving them to refuse. The girl felt embarrassed with her friends still eagerly hoping. She moved closer. What? Got a girlfriend already? She had gotten too close, invading Murray's personal space. Murray frowned irritably. Get lost. He stood up and began to leave. The girl was taken aback. Just asking for WeChat resulted in being scolded? We're all drinking at this bar, why act all high and mighty? The alcohol-fueled girl, without thinking, tried grabbing Murray's arm. Just as her fingertips were about to touch him, Murray sharply turned and deflected her hand with a cold and hard motion, causing her to stagger backward. What the hell? You hitting people now? My sister just asked you for WeChat, you didn't give it and now you hit her? Conroy, you a man? What do you mean? Conroy, are you looking for trouble? Her friends, witnessing this, immediately rushed forward, surrounding Murray. 5 or 6 burly men with tattoos on their arms and backs created an overwhelming presence as they circled him. Conroy Waiter cautiously approached. Sir, don't get upset, let's talk this through. Before he could finish, he was shoved aside by a bald man. The bald man glared at Murray, who stood with a lowered hat and sunglasses, then walked up and pushed his shoulder hard. What do you think you're doing, acting tough? Murray dodged and even managed to put on a mask while moving. His hoarse, cold voice came from behind the mask. Move aside. Seeing his attack miss, the bald man grew even angrier, roaring. Conroy, apologize to me right here. Don't think you're leaving today without apologizing. Murray silently observed the circle of thugs around him, subtly rubbing his fingers together. He didn't want to fight because fighting meant touching others, which was dirty. He reiterated calmly, move aside. Wow, what a hotshot, hiding your face, are you some big star? Conroy, after swearing, the bald man angrily stepped forward, swinging a punch at Murray's face. I'll see what you look like. Conroy's the punch neared Murray's cheek, he turned his head slightly. The gaze behind his sunglasses was cold as a knife. He lifted his hand. The bald man's fist was caught firmly by Murray. Noemi fingers covered by a black leather glove gripped the fist tightly. The damp and chilly touch of the leather from the chilled whiskey cup startled the bald man as he hadn't expected this seemingly unimposing man to catch his punch. In the next moment, before the bald man reacted, Murray abruptly bent his hand downward. Conroy, The bald man screamed in agony, clutching his limp wrist, turning red, jumping up. The ing bastard, kill him. Conroy, soon as he said this, 5 or 6 men stripped off their shirts and charged at Murray. Tight-lipped, Murray's eyes were dark, sidestepping a bottle thrown at him and sweeping his leg under another long-haired thug, sending him sprawling face-first into the ground. Fights in the bar were nothing new, and the staff calmly called the police. Usually, only when the numbers were evenly matched would there be a back-and-forth fight. It now, how could that man in the middle be going toe-to-toe with 5 or 6 burly men? The thugs, seeing Murray was clearly well-trained and his attacks made their adrenaline surge, all saw red. If this kid could take on 6 of them and still act so cocky, how would they survive in this world? 11 of them immediately smashed a beer bottle on the table, using the sharp shards to stab at Murray's lower back. Murray's eyes flashed as he prepared to dodge, but then Gemmed man lunged from the front, wielding a chair at him. He couldn't dodge both attacks. Taking a step forward, Murray evaded the glass bottle from behind, while raising his elbow in front of him as the chair was about to hit him head-on. Suddenly, Gemmed man let out a scream. He couldn't bring down the chair and instead his knees gave way, causing him to kneel on the ground. Conroy, at first glance, it seemed like he was kneeling and begging for mercy in front of Murray. Startled, Murray looked up. Conroy's Gemmed man fell. Murray saw the girl in the white dress. Even though she wore a mask and a cap, Murray recognized her at once. It was Karina. Levidly mismatched with her attire, Karina held a thick steel pipe in her delicate hands. Just now, she had swung the pipe and hit Gemmed man right under his kneecap. Karina joyfully bounced the pipe in her hand, then lifted it again to strike hard on a long-haired thug's arm who tried to ambush Murray. The wind from swinging the pipe brushed past Murray's ear, and he even heard the sound of bones cracking. Murray stared directly at Karina, the dark lenses of his sunglasses hiding the shadowy gloom in his eyes but not the insane and sick aura radiating from her. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, yet Karina seemed oblivious. She hopped in front of Murray, grabbing his wrist, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. Run fast. Murray stiffened. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Karina didn't grab his gloved hand. Instead, she slipped her delicate fingers through the sleeve, tightly gripping his wrist. Skin touching skin, Murray suddenly shook off her hand, removing his glove in the process. Before Karina could protest, he grabbed her hand firmly. Behind them, chaos ensued as the thugs, blinded by rage, rushed forward again. Karina and Murray sprinted away. The bald man blocking the door was now groaning on the ground, allowing them to easily slip into the crowd. Screams and chaos erupted among the people, furthering the turmoil inside the bar. Gemmed man shouted. Hold them for me. Catch them. What are you talking about? The crowd parted, and several policemen entered. Conroy, are you fighting again? Come with us to the station. With the police arriving, the thugs' momentum waned, dejectedly following the officers. The injured Gemmed man was carried away. Gemmed man continued shouting. There are 2 more who hit us. Conroy guy and a girl. Check the security cameras. Lev, of course, the police would check the footage, only to find that the two described wore masks and caps, making it impossible to identify them. Plus, Gemelman's group instigated the confrontation first, which was clearly self-defense on the other side. The police glared fiercely at Gemelman. Shut up. Gemelman had never suffered such humiliation, but what could he do? Meanwhile, Karina and Murray escaped into a narrow alley. Gemeth were breathing heavily from their swift escape. Stopping, Murray gazed at their intertwined hands, not moving. He threw away the leather glove from his other hand, now exposing both of his bare hands. Levine's hand gripped Karina's hand tightly, the other slowly raised to remove her hat and mask. Her delicate face appeared, slightly flushed with excitement and laughter. Especially those bright, pitch-black eyes, shimmering with a faint light, piercing straight into his heart. Dwight, shouldn't you thank me? If I hadn't arrived on time, you would have been injured and caught by the police. That would have been very troublesome. Removing his sunglasses, Murray's narrow eyes locked onto Karina. After a moment, he smiled. Then, he tugged hard on Karina's hand, causing her to stumble and collide with his chest. Lowering his head, he pulled off his mask with pale fingers, lips parting slightly, his low voice sending shivers down one's spine. Thank you, of course. How about I repay you with my body?